Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The Argent Witch's lips were soft but cold. A faint, delicate fragrance spread through Xia Ya's nose, unbiddenly reminding him of the night orchids that bloomed at the edge of dusk and dawn. At the same time, those slender fingers continued to move across his palm, tracing words one stroke at a time. Brother Xia Ya, your first time is mine now. This is the compensation I want. The tickling sensation in his palm paused for a brief moment before continuing. Too many people here. Let's find somewhere quieter. In the next instant, the golden twilight that filled the great hall engulfed Xia Ya and Sylvia. Under the fading glow of dusk, their figures blurred, then disappeared. A moment later, the frozen golden radiance that had enveloped the hall shattered into nothingness. What just happened? Was I caught in an illusion? Did I black out? No. One of the titled beast masters invited as a guest shook his head, eyes filled with shock. Rather than an illusion, it was more like time itself was frozen by an immense and unfathomable force. But freezing time for all of us, including so many titled beast masters? Even a legendary couldn't possibly do something this absurd. Then, was that the descent of a demigod? Wait, what about the Rose Emperor? And Xia Ya? Someone raised their head in confusion. Their memories were clear just moments ago. Gudryan had been driven into a fury, revealing his trump card, the legendary Rose Emperor, with the sole intent of erasing Xia Ya completely. And yet, now, not only was the Rose Emperor missing, but Xia Ya had vanished as well. The only one left in the center of the grand hall was a golden-haired girl, her icy blue eyes seething with barely restrained murderous intent. Alara had detected no hostility from Sylvia earlier, that was why she had stepped aside. But she had never expected this. That unfamiliar legendary might not have been an enemy to Xia Ya, but she was absolutely an enemy to Alara herself. Alara's gaze was frozen and frigid, but deep within, it burned with flames of pure rage. That was her boy, and especially his first kiss. That was something Alara had treasured for years, something she had guarded for so long. Countless times, she had watched him sleep, his face peaceful and innocent like a child's, resisting the temptation to steal what was hers. She had waited, patiently, so that when the time came, when they were both adults, she could take her time and savor it properly. Alara had always known that Xia Ya's beautiful young noble aura would attract unwanted attention. So she had been careful, so very careful, meticulously keeping all those hungry wolves at bay. She had blocked the Dawn Saintess of the Holy Court. She had deterred the President of Dearest. She had even tightened her vigilance against the Second Imperial Princess and the Queen of the Night, when she noticed subtle hints of interest. And yet, all it took was a single moment of carelessness, and someone had stolen her prize. They were just about to come of age. Just a little more time, and she could have taken that step with him. And the worst part? Alara didn't even know who the hell this silver-haired witch was. At first, she had assumed the woman was someone sent by Xia Ya's mentor, a messenger from the Black Tower. She had no idea how Xia Ya had ended up entangled with her. Just then, Alara's icy blue eyes narrowed slightly. At the exact spot where Xia Ya and Sylvia had disappeared, a single note had appeared, silently floating in the air. Alara hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and picking it up. On the pristine white surface, elegant golden letters slowly emerged. Miss Alara Ingirit, or perhaps, Little Ai. I hope you don't mind me calling you that. After all, Brother Xia Ya calls you that too, doesn't he? I was present for the entire banquet. I saw everything. I know how important he is to you. If he suddenly disappeared, you'd be worried, so I thought I should at least let you know. I'll be taking Brother Xia Ya with me for now. But don't worry, Miss Alara. I'll make sure to return him to you in one piece. Sylvia Brandstat. It was only then that Alara finally realized who this legendary beastmaster truly was. Sylvia Brandstat, the founder of the White Tower, the Argent Witch, a figure who had already ascended to the legendary tier 500 years ago, and who, judging by her presence today, had climbed even higher since then. If it were anyone else, receiving a personal letter from the legendary master of the White Tower would have been an unimaginable honor. But at this moment, Alara felt nothing but seething fury. Those words in one piece and Brother Xia Ya stood out on the pristine white paper, so piercing that she gritted her silver teeth in frustration. Everyone knows, whenever a third party inserts themselves into a relationship, they always start by calling him brother. And seriously, you're a legendary from 5 centuries ago, how the hell do you have the face to call yourself his little sister? Rip. The paper was shredded in an instant, sliced apart by the razor-sharp aura of her knight's lance. Somewhere else, with his eyes closed, Xia Ya felt his surroundings spin in a dizzying whirl. The sensation was similar to when his mentor, Hathaway, had once pulled him into the Star Realm, but much, much softer. And yet, the warmth lingering on his lips remained. Instinctively, Xia Ya opened his eyes, and there she was. Her eyes were gently closed, her long lashes trembling slightly, her face unchanged from his memory, as if 500 years had passed without leaving a single mark on her. This was nothing like Alara's quick, fleeting kiss, the one that had merely brushed his forehead before vanishing. Sylvia's kiss was deep, long. A kiss filled with yearning and longing, one that refused to end. She greedily took what she wanted, unwilling to let go. It was only after a long moment that they finally parted. Sylvia's long lashes quivered, and she opened her eyes, revealing those pure silver irises. Brother Xia Ya, how do you feel? The voice melodic like a wind chime didn't reach his ears. It resonated directly in his mind. Xia Ya thought about it, preparing to say something polite, perhaps something like honored or surprised. But in the next instant, he heard his own voice echo across the world. Honestly, a bit unexpected, but, damn, that felt good. Wait, what the hell? Where am I? Only now did Xia Ya notice his surroundings had completely changed. No longer the vast, magnificent Hall of Oaths. Instead, he now stood in a silent, secluded garden. And in its depths, upon a small tree, delicate white blossoms swayed in the still air. Xia Ya found himself sitting on the stone steps of the courtyard. Above, the bright full moon illuminated the sky. In the distance, he could faintly hear the waves of the Grandet Sea crashing against the rocky shores. Xia Ya recognized this place. It was the deepest part of the Grand Ducal Estate, the courtyard that had once belonged solely to Sylvia in the Cangting royal capital. Back when they first met, Xia Ya and Sylvia had spent countless nights here, sitting among the flowers, sipping milk tea or coffee, trying to make it through long, sleepless hours. But this courtyard should have been burned to ashes 500 years ago, lost in the great fire that consumed Cangting royal city. This is my mental world as a legendary. Sylvia's melodious voice rang out once more. She sat beside Xia Ya on the stone steps, gazing at the distant sky. A faint, almost imperceptible blush lingered on her porcelain face. The aftermath of Xia Ya's completely unfiltered response from earlier. Damn, that felt good. She quickly composed herself. Or rather, this is the spirit realm itself. Xia Ya nodded. From what he knew of extraordinary knowledge, the spirit realm was the collective consciousness formed by the inner worlds of countless sentient beings across the multiverse. But he hadn't realized it was possible to pull someone else's spirit into one's own mental world. Legendary tier figures really do play by different rules. What about my physical body in the material plane? I already sent it back home. Sylvia's lips curved into a small, teasing smile. Right now, Brother Xia Ya is peacefully sleeping in his bed. Then, in a light, mischievous tone, she added. But I only just realized, your sleeping face is adorable. You always act so mysterious, so deep and unreadable during the day. But when you sleep, you look just like a little kid. Xia Ya covered his face. He imagined himself sleeping, completely defenseless, while Sylvia sat beside him, quietly watching. The sheer second-hand embarrassment hit him like a social death sentence. The years he had spent carefully maintaining his cold and untouchable persona in front of Sylvia? Completely ruined. Thankfully, Sylvia didn't dwell on the subject for long. Her gaze returned to him, turning serious. This is the spirit realm, my ocean of consciousness. Here, all thoughts and emotions manifest directly. So, no lying. You can only speak the truth. She locked eyes with Xia Ya. Her argent pupils held both a trace of expectation and a lingering nervousness. Like a traveler returning home, standing at the doorstep, afraid to knock. Brother Xia Ya, I want to know everything that happened that night. And also, in your heart, what place do I hold? This is a dim death flag. Xia Ya sighed internally. But truthfully, it was time to face his feelings. Before, he could have made excuses. He could have told himself that 500 years had passed, that she had probably forgotten about him. But the moment she kissed him, he knew. There was no running away anymore. Not that he wanted to run. Xia Ya had always been a greedy person. If he weren't, he never would have dreamed of writing the Exotic Species Cultural Evaluation Guide. Only children choose one option. Adults take everything. Besides, a lot of this was just one big misunderstanding. Sylvia was no longer the fragile girl she had been back then. She didn't need hatred to keep her going anymore. She had already become one of the strongest figures in the Western continent. The next moment, Xia Ya's body began to fade. His physical form dissolved into a deep, dark mist. This was the spirit realm, a place of pure consciousness. Here, he could freely alter his form, becoming whatever best facilitated mental communication. And mist was the most efficient medium for transmitting information. Sylvia instantly understood his intent. A fourth ring beast master should barely be able to perceive their own mental world, let alone manipulate their spiritual essence at will. But since it was Xia Ya, she wasn't surprised at all. Her own body also began to fade, transforming into a silvery mist, soft and ethereal. Unlike Xia Ya's deep, obscure black mist, Sylvia's mental projection was a pure silver cloud, delicate and dreamlike. She moved closer. Her argent mist intertwined with his, merging into one, blending together seamlessly. This was the deepest possible spiritual connection. With just a thought, their minds could completely intertwine. Xia Ya focused. Threads of black mist drifted from his being, flowing into Sylvia's silver cloud. It was the final act from the historical echo of the Cangting ancient kingdom. The moment Xia Ya had used Tsukuyomi, ripping fragments of Sylvia's memories from her soul. These were the missing pieces she had discovered when she ascended to the legendary tier. The hollow scars she had never been able to fill. The black mist pierced through the silver cloud, reaching its very core. This was Sylvia's soul nucleus, the most sacred place for any beast master. It was the very foundation of self-awareness, the core of their identity. For any beast master specializing in spiritual power, this was far more important than their physical body. After all, if one lost their flesh, they could still reincarnate or possess another vessel. But if one lost their self-awareness, then even if the body remained, the person would cease to exist. This was how cults manipulated followers. By corrupting their soul cores with contaminants, forcibly rewriting their self-perception to create fanatical zealots. Yet Sylvia didn't resist Xia Ya's mist. She lowered her mental defenses, allowing the pure, untainted essence of Xia Ya's soul to pour into her core. The lost memories were restored. A missing piece of her soul was returned. A sensation of completion spread through her being. Her spiritual form trembled. The entire silver mist rippling like waves in a tranquil sea. A long time passed. Finally, the argent mist settled once more. The two forms separated, solidifying back into human shapes. But for some reason, Sylvia's porcelain face, so cold and flawless before, was now flushed. A deep crimson blessed the argent blue brilliance in the argent witch's eyes rippled, and an uncontrollable flush spread across her breathtakingly beautiful face. Only now, at this very moment, did Sylvia's fragmented memories finally piece themselves together, allowing her to fully recall that night in its entirety, and everything Xia Ya had done for her. Even by today's standards, Xia Ya had once believed he had merely stepped into a historical echo. Yet within that historical echo, he had fought with everything he had for Sylvia. At the very end of everything, pale-faced and drained, brother Xia Ya had still forced himself to stay strong, whispering careful instructions to her. And in the end, unable to leave her behind in worry, he had expended his very last sliver of mental energy to cast one final Tsukuyomi upon her. That scene played over and over again in Sylvia's mind, like an unending loop. Brother Xia Ya, that melodious, wind chime-like voice rang out once more, but this time, it carried a trace of heartache. Just then, a deafening boom echoed from the far reaches of the sky. Following the source of the sound, Xia Ya turned his gaze and finally noticed the anomaly. This small, tranquil courtyard was, in truth, just a minuscule fragment of the world they currently inhabited. They were inside a colossal tower, its structure entirely composed of white chalk stone. And everything, the flower-filled courtyard, the bright moon, the starry night sky, even the waves of the Grand Sea, they were nothing more than an illusionary landscape, meticulously constructed within the tower's walls. Not just in reality, even within her inner world, Sylvia had built this towering white chalk tower. And then, she had imprisoned herself within its lightless confines, day after day, year after year, until the end of time itself. This tower is your heart's landscape, Sylvia. That's right, brother Xia Ya. Sylvia sat beside Xia Ya, their shoulders touching as they both gazed upon the pristine, towering structure before them. For a fleeting moment, time rewound itself by more than 500 years. They sat in a courtyard, Yoelime milk teacups in hand, watching the flowers sway gently in the breeze, idly chatting under the night sky. When I was young, I once imagined that if I could one day lift the curse upon me and become normal again, I would definitely go and see the vast world you always spoke of, brother Xia Ya. I would see the 3 sages' snow mountains of the far north, the golden plains, and the depths of the sagewood forest. Back then, when we parted, you also told me that I would have a far more dazzling and beautiful life ahead of me, one filled with encounters of all kinds. But Sylvia let out a silent smile. That's not how things turned out at all. You lifted the twilight curse from me, even restored my divinity, allowing me though late in my journey to possess talents and ascension speeds beyond the reach of any beastmaster. But then, I broke through the 6th ring, reached the legendary tier. The places that once felt so distant and unattainable, I could now traverse them with ease. But it was only when I stood atop the 3 sages' snow mountains, when I beheld the golden plains with my own eyes, when I ventured deep into the sagewood forest and spoke with that legendary beast known as the Forest Sage King, that I realized those places truly were breathtaking. Breathtaking enough to steal one's breath away, but they weren't what I had been searching for. The reason I wanted to go to those places was simply because I wanted to explore them with you, brother Xia Ya. The most important part was never the sights at the journey's end, but the person walking beside me throughout the journey. She tilted her head slightly, letting a few strands of silver-white hair fall against Xia Ya's shoulder. The era of cataclysm was truly dark and chaotic. So chaotic that when I awoke to see the peaceful western continent, I thought I must have slept not just for 500 years, but for an entire epoch. In that lightless world, my hatred for you, brother Xia Ya, was what drove me to survive and grow stronger. Later, when I became legendary and uncovered the missing pieces of my memories, that lingering hatred transformed into an obsession. An obsession to find the truth, to see you again at the end of time. So I built this white chalk tower, burying both my soul and body within it. Sylvia turned her head slightly, gazing silently at Xia Ya's profile. Self-imposed ceiling slumber is excruciating. The soul and mind wither from prolonged dormancy, eventually leading to complete oblivion, even losing oneself. In the countless moments when my soul's flame nearly flickered out, it was only this illusory world that kept me holding on. And even though the time I spent with you, brother Xia Ya, was but a drop in the vast ocean of my long years, those moments were my most precious memories. They never faded with time, instead, they only etched themselves deeper into my very being. They were my only reason to keep living. That's why, in this 500-year-long wait, I was terrified. Terrified that you had died that night, brother Xia Ya. Terrified that our promise to meet again was nothing more than a lie you told me, just to give me a reason to live. Just like how adults don't tell children that their parents are dead, but only that they've gone somewhere far, far away. Her argent blue eyes lowered slightly. But, thankfully, her voice quivered ever so slightly. Thankfully on that day, brother Xia Ya did not betray her. Thankfully this 500-year-long wait had finally borne fruit. And so, Sylvia, the girl who had lost her purpose, found meaning in existence once more. And so, the world that had long been shrouded in darkness was illuminated once again. Boom, boom. The rumbling grew louder. It was the sound of Sylvia's entire inner world resonating. The white chalk tower was collapsing. One by one, massive white bricks tumbled from above, raising clouds of dust that filled the air. The entire tower was crumbling apart. Brilliant sunlight pierced through the widening gaps where the bricks had fallen, illuminating the once lightless world within. Sylvia watched in silence as the tower collapsed amidst the deafening roar. Sunlight spilled through the cracks, casting a golden glow over her silver-white hair, as if she were draped in a veil of light. Xia Ya listened to Sylvia's words, and his heart ached. After confirming the truth about the historical echo from the Shadow Council, he had imagined their reunion countless times. Perhaps she had long forgotten the brother Xia Ya from 500 years ago. Perhaps, as someone of supreme status, she would merely nod indifferently upon seeing an old acquaintance from her youth. Or perhaps, she would simply offer a polite, fleeting smile before moving on. But never had he imagined this. She should have been standing above all, revered by the world as the master of the White Tower. Applause, flowers, power, and glory. Sylvia could have embraced everything that humanity pursued. Yet instead, she had buried herself within a tower of white bricks, clutching onto blurred memories and a long-faded promise of reunion, spending her days and years in a world without light. Without thinking, Xia Ya reached out and gently ran his fingers through Sylvia's argent blue hair, just as he had done so many times within the historical echo. Her silky strands were soft and smooth, carrying a faint lavender scent. Sylvia made no move to resist. As if, in this moment, she was no longer the same throne-tier powerhouse who had just slain a legendary tier-summoned beast with a single judgment edict, but simply the girl from the Grand Ducal estate, listening to Xia Ya tell her stories. Boom, boom. The final white brick shattered. The massive tower like a tomb was no more. Only a field of ruins remained, bathed in brilliant sunlight. Now, brother Xia Ya, it's time for you to answer my second question. That wind chime-like voice rang out once more, no longer trembling, but carrying a faint trace of anticipation. In your heart, what exactly am I to you? A sister? A passing stranger you once saved? Or none of the above? Xia Ya's words cut Sylvia off. He met her pure silver eyes head-on, without a trace of hesitation. And he spoke, word by word. I like you. And not as a brother to a sister, but as a man to a woman. As he spoke those words, Xia Ya also examined his own heart. At the very beginning, what he had felt for Sylvia was more of pity and sympathy. Sympathy for her circumstances. Pity for what she was about to lose. But as day after day passed within the historical echo, that sympathy and pity gradually evolved into affection and familial warmth. Yet there was no denying it. Deep within his heart, there had always been a lingering fondness for Sylvia. That feeling. Perhaps it was born from the guilt he felt for that single slash amidst the night orchid sea on the Morning Star Hills. Perhaps it stemmed from the heartache of knowing how Sylvia had clung to her pain for 500 long years. Or perhaps it had taken root long before either of them had ever realized it. Sylvia lowered her gaze. Brother Xia Ya, you really are greedy. You already have Miss Alara, yet you can still say such things to another woman without flinching. Well, there's nothing I can do about that. Xia Ya leaned back against the steps, gazing at the sunlight pouring over the ruins. That's just the kind of insatiable person I am. Still, hearing you say that makes me really happy. Sylvia's final whisper was so soft that no one heard it. Then, compared to Miss Alara, how much do I weigh in your heart? Here comes death question number 2. Might as well just ask me directly. If you and little AI fell into a lake, who would I save first? Xia Ya felt like his soul was about to leave his body. He didn't answer aloud, but his emotions bled out in waves. And within Sylvia's inner world, she sensed them clearly. She understood the answer. Sylvia silently absorbed the emotions Xia Ya had released. Not towards her, but towards another girl. She felt their bond, from their childhood friendship, to the silent catastrophe, where they had fought side by side, where they had stood by each other through life and death. After a long silence, Sylvia finally let out a soft sigh. Miss Alara is truly fortunate. There was a hint of envy in her voice, but not much resentment. It was only natural. Compared to the brief time she had spent with Xia Ya, that girl had been through so much more with him. If anything, after witnessing everything between Xia Ya and Alara at the banquet, Sylvia had already known the answer in her heart. She was just envious. Envious of that golden-haired girl, who had stayed by Xia Ya's side from beginning to end through sorrow and joy alike. While she, Sylvia, could only linger alone in that cold, lifeless tower, drowning in memories, reliving them over and over again. Xia Ya remained silent. If it were anyone else, they would have been ecstatic to receive the favor of a throne-tier beastmaster, desperate to prove their devotion, cutting ties with all other women in an instant. After all, this wasn't just taking a shortcut, this was skipping hundreds of years of struggle entirely. But Xia Ya, he couldn't even bring himself to utter a well-intended lie to Sylvia, because he didn't want to hurt little AI, and more than that because he knew he simply wasn't capable of doing so. If he were, then back at the banquet, he should have played along with the Borgia family's engagement first, not fired that shot in front of everyone. Before him, the Argent Witch took a small step back, lowering her argent blue gaze. Brother Xia Ya, I owe you, and Miss Alara, an apology. An apology. Xia Ya frowned. For what? Because only now after the White Tower within my inner world has collapsed do I finally understand. For the past 500 years, the feelings I had for you were not love but dependence. Time has the power to warp emotions. In those endless years, I clung to my memories of you like a beacon in a dark world. I relived them, over and over, letting them ferment and distort. By the time I finally awoke, my emotions had already become twisted, warping into obsession and an overwhelming need to possess you. And that is why, when we reunited, I couldn't control myself and kissed you. But back then, in my heart, I never saw you as a lover. To me, you were just a treasure that belonged solely to me. I didn't want anyone else to even think about taking what was mine, so I had to declare my claim. Sylvia clasped her hands behind her back and smiled faintly. Using your words, Brother Xia Ya, I suppose you could call it yandere. It wasn't love, it was just a sick kind of possessiveness. I must have caused a lot of trouble for both you and Miss Alara. Is that so? Xia Ya exhaled. A part of him felt relieved, but another part felt regret. But then, his eyes suddenly widened. Because that cold, soft sensation brushed against his cheek once more. Unlike before, unlike the forceful, domineering kiss of possession. This time, Sylvia's kiss was light, barely a fleeting touch. Sylvia. Miss Sylvia. Xia Ya was utterly confused. Just moments ago, she had said her feelings weren't love, only a twisted obsession. And yet now, as the master of her inner world, Sylvia easily sensed Xia Ya's confusion. In the past 500 years, the emotions I felt for you were not love. They were a sickness, a desperate need to cling to something that kept me sane. Sylvia leaned down, her clear silver eyes locking onto Xia Ya's. But starting from this moment, this is real love. The golden glow of dawn reflected in her eyes, like a vast sea of stars at twilight. She had indeed arrived 500 years too soon, and had waited 500 years too long. But in the end, her wait was not in vain. No longer separated by a historical echo, no longer distanced by the vastness of time, but in reality, where they could truly reach out and touch each other, reunited, understanding each other once more, and then, falling in love. Compared to me, Miss Alara is far ahead. But since the journey isn't over, nothing is set in stone. And that, Brother Xia Ya, is what you once taught me. The witch smiled. A brilliant, radiant smile, like the first light of dawn. Well then, Brother Xia Ya, from now on please take care of me. Well then, see you on the material plane, Brother Xia Ya. A pleasant voice echoed in Xia Ya's ears. The next moment, all the scenery within the mental world, whether it was the crumbling ruins of the White Chalk Tower or the silent courtyard, vanished. His consciousness turned into flickering bubbles, rising and bursting, again and again. Eventually, he returned from the spirit realm. When Xia Ya opened his eyes again, what greeted him was a familiar ceiling, the one in the first-floor living room of the Black Lily District Manor. I actually got sent home? His spirit and body were whole again. That dizzy, out-of-body sensation gradually faded. With it gone, Xia Ya began to notice more details, like the soft sensation behind his neck, and the slight itch from a few strands of hair brushing against the back of it. He'd felt something like this before not too long ago, in fact, but unlike Sylvia, little AI preferred sandalwood-scented shampoo. Xia Ya, did you sleep well? A cool, calm voice whispered by his ear, followed by the delicate and elegant face of a girl coming into view. Alara was quietly gazing down at Xia Ya. The icy reflection in her clear blue eyes reminded him of the Three Sages snow mountains in the far north. Yeah, it was great. Super comfy. Just like when we were kids. Xia Ya yawned and offered a sincere compliment. He still remembered how, when they'd first come to the imperial capital from Ceylon and had just started at St. Roland Academy, he especially loved taking afternoon naps on Alara's stocking-clad thighs. But as little AI grew older, she seemed to pick up some questionable ideas from magazines and romance guides. Like if a guy gets something too easily, he won't treasure it. So Xia Ya's daily login bonus turned into a holiday-only limited reward. He'd held a grudge for quite a while, silently cursing the dumb *SS writers of those relationship guides deep in his heart. Turning login rewards into time-limited events, what kind of sick logic is that? Man, it's been so long. So is it black or white this time? He muttered as he started to sit up. But before he could, a pair of soft pale hands gently pushed his upper body back down. It's black this time, because not long ago, you said you were getting bored of white and wanted to try something new. So I got it just for you. I was actually planning to reward you properly after the banquet. As she spoke, her soft hands slid gently to the back of Xia Ya's neck. Her slender fingers glided upward, their cool touch tracing the contours of his face, finally resting at his temples, where she began to gently massage him. Your performance at the banquet made me really happy. I'm quite satisfied. So, since you like it, Xia Ya, why not enjoy it a little longer? Xia Ya had no strength to resist. All he could do was silently count in his head. Generally speaking, when this girlfriend of his called him by name, things were fine. But once she used the formal Xia Ya with that polite tone, yeah, not good. And now she's dropped 5 straight Xia Ya's in a row? F***, that's a combo kill. It's over. I'm dead. so he just gave up fighting back and let those delicate, boneless hands knead his pressure points. There was no helping it. That scene in the Hall of Oaths had been seen by little AI with her own eyes. No matter how smooth-talking he was, there was no way to talk his way out of it. In moments like this, resistance and denial were meaningless. Might as well go full dead fish mode and enjoy the moment. Worst case scenario, he could just admit fault in bed later, and everything would blow over. Unfortunately for him, Aelira had no intention of letting him off that easy. She leaned down slightly and whispered softly in his ear. Her warm breath hit his skin, damp and slightly ticklish. That Sylvia, had you met her before? Yeah. She likes you too. Yeah. You two met somewhere I didn't know about. Yeah. For a long time now. Yeah. Aelira bit down on her silver white teeth. So what exactly is the relationship between you two now? Her voice carried a hint of shyness and even a tremble. Don't tell me, you've already gone that far with her. No, definitely not. We've only kissed, that's all. Xia Ya immediately denied it. He didn't like lying to little AI, but there was no way he'd admit to something that hadn't even happened. To be precise, Sylvia and I only just confirmed our feelings for each other literally just a few dozen minutes ago. So this is the lap pillow brother Xia Ya wrote about in his book. Soft golden text shimmered in the air. The silver-haired, silver-eyed witch stood on the second floor of the manor, dressed in a flowing gown. In her hands was a bound draft notebook. As she flipped through its pages, a faint smile tugged at her lips. Had Firen been here, she would have been utterly stunned. In all the time she'd followed the Argent Witch Sylvia, not once had she seen the Tower Master of the White Chalk Tower make that expression. But at the moment, the Southern Inspector of the Empire was still busy handling the post-banquet fallout at the Hall of Oaths and hadn't come by. And upon noticing the glowing words in the air, the blonde girl's expression, which had only just begun to soften from Xia Ya's responses, instantly collapsed again. The next moment, as if making up her mind, she leaned down once more and gave Xia Ya a quick kiss on the lips, as light as a dragonfly's touch. Only after doing that did Aelira straighten up again. She looked up at Sylvia on the second floor and said coolly, "Sorry you had to see this side of our daily life, Your Excellency Sylvia." "Oh, my sweet little AI. Before saying something like that, could you please get a grip on your facial expressions?" Xia Ya finally escaped from his forced lap pillow situation and sat up on the couch. He glanced at the blonde girl in front of him, who, despite her icy tone, had a telltale blush blooming across her pale face. He couldn't help but sigh. He was really grateful for the assist from Sylvia. Thanks to her, he got a double dose of little AI's affection. But even so, this was just too much. Embarrassing. Seriously embarrassing. Maybe there really was a reason that Sundaratag was so often associated with losers. Then Miss Aelira is really quite lucky. Noticing Aelira's actions, the elegant, pale gold script floating in the air seemed to brighten and take on a cheerful tone. It was clear that Sylvia hadn't been sure whether she had truly been Xia Ya's first, but now, Aelira's response gave her the answer. The Argent Witch gracefully descended the stairs from the second floor. Her argent eyes swept across the furnishings of the manor, inspecting every detail with care. Of course, she focused most intently on Xia Ya's bedroom. For a throne-tier beast master, multitasking with spiritual energy was trivial. Earlier before Aelira had returned to the manor, Sylvia had sat quietly beside that pristine white bed, memorizing every inch of the room while watching the sleeping boy's face. "What is Your Excellency Sylvia doing?" Aelira couldn't help but ask aloud. Even knowing full well that the woman before her was a living legend, Aelira still saw this house in the Black Lily district as her and Xia Ya's private space. And now, seeing Sylvia look around like she owned the place, Aelira felt the sting of someone trespassing on something deeply personal. Soft golden letters shimmered into existence in midair. "Getting familiar with the house, of course. After all, I imagine I'll be visiting quite a lot from now on." Xia Ya caught the hint in Sylvia's words. "You're going to be around more. I'll be stationed in Camelot permanently." "What's wrong?" The Argent Witch looked over at him, a subtle smile in her gaze. "Am I not welcome, brother Xia Ya?" "Of course you're welcome." Xia Ya shook his head firmly. What kind of cosmic joke would that be? Since Sylvia had already confessed her feelings back in the spirit realm, in Xia Ya's eyes, she was now his. The kind you'd want to keep glued to your side 24/7. But, there'll be a lot of pushback, won't there? Xia Ya thought for a moment. What about the White Tower? You coming back to life won't stay secret for long. Word will spread all across the Western continent. And on top of that, the Empire might not be too thrilled either. A legendary powerhouse, especially a throne tier 1 not affiliated with their own forces, that's bound to raise some eyebrows. Does that matter? Sylvia tilted her head slightly, soft silver hair cascading down. The original White Tower was nothing more than a tomb I built for myself. Now, the White Tower in my heart has crumbled, but the one in reality still stands tall. Even I never imagined it would become a haven, something so many call home and place their hopes in. But that has nothing to do with me. I've never had any ambition to lead a transcendent faction. For me, the only reason I still remain in this world is you, brother Xia Ya. As for the White Tower, I trust Isadella and the others to handle things just fine. Xia Ya was just about to respond when he suddenly sensed a wave of icy air emanating from the blonde girl beside him. In an instant, the room's temperature seemed to plummet. The very air froze solid, sealing the words he'd been about to speak in his throat. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knocking came from the manor's front door, cutting through the frozen silence like a lifeline. Xia Ya let out a breath of relief. I'll get it. He stood up from the sofa in a flash, practically bolting from the pressure cooker that was the living room. Honestly, at this point, anyone at the door would be a blessing. Or so he thought. But when he opened it, he realized he might have been a little too optimistic. Standing there was a girl dressed in a black and red military uniform. What drew attention, however, wasn't her appearance, it was her noble, commanding aura, a presence that made people forget her age or youthful face entirely. Second Imperial Princess of the Fresta Empire, Isadella von Frestberg. So this is our first proper face-to-face meeting, isn't it, my sword-bearer? When Xia Ya opened the door, a slight smile broke across Isadella's otherwise expressionless face. She waved a hand, dismissing the uniformed attendants behind her. Aren't you going to invite me in? The roof of the manor released thick smoke from its black chimney. From the brightly lit rooms, the mouth-watering scent of cooking wafted out. Dinner had long passed, but thanks to the abrupt halt of the Borgia banquet earlier, nobody had really eaten properly. This wasn't a cultivation world where people could just go without food. Below legend tier, everyone needed to eat. Even Isadella, despite her power being on par with old-school legends like Gudryan, technically hadn't stepped fully into the legendary tier yet. And though Sylvia was throne tier, she was actually the first to nod in agreement when Xia Ya suggested they eat. Following Isadella's orders, a stream of fresh ingredients sourced from across the western continent and preserved in Magitech food storage were delivered straight to Xia Ya's home. Xia Ya and Alara took on the role of head chefs, while Shiny, Silver, and Crimson followed their usual job of kitchen assistants. Being soul-linked companions who understood Xia Ya on a deep level, they felt his pain over this battlefield of the heart, and so worked extra hard. Dish after dish was brought to the table. The aroma and warmth of food gradually melted the icy tension in the room. As expected, if you want to win a woman's heart, you have to win her stomach first. There hadn't been a single moment today where Xia Ya felt more thankful for inheriting his past life's cooking skills. Honestly, I'd already guessed something like this would happen with you, Xia Ya. While cooking, Alara glanced over at him with a sigh. I just didn't expect that the first kiss I waited so long for would get snatched away by Her Excellency Sylvia. She had always known how outstanding Xia Ya was and that other women would eventually take notice. She even understood Xia Ya's dream of writing the exotic species cultural evaluation guide. What really hurt the most was not being the first. Whether it was knowing Xia Ya, hugging him, or giving lap pillows, she'd been there first. Alara muttered gloomily, so starting now, you'll have to make it up to me. A lot. Xia Ya shrugged and tossed his kitchen knife to Crimson. Then he reached out and pulled the blonde girl into his arms. Actually, there's still one first no one's taken yet. Want to help me with that tonight, little AI? At those words, he felt her soft body go rigid in his embrace. A long moment passed. She lowered her gaze, turned her head away, and mumbled so quietly it could have been a mosquito. Wait until the wedding. Sunder a family dinner without the extravagance of the banquet at the Hall of Oaths, yet carrying a warmth of its own. The copper pot bubbled with steam, fresh ingredients rolling up and down in the boiling water. The main dish was a spicy hot pot, though this time, due to the presence of none other than the master of the White Chalk Tower and the second Imperial Princess, Xia Ya ultimately decided against using the large alchemical cauldron he usually preferred. As for the side dishes, they were unfamiliar to both Isadella and Sylvia. According to Xia Ya, they were dishes from his homeland. From their perspective, that naturally meant specialties from the northern snowfields. Only Alara looked at Xia Ya with suspicion. If I'm also from Ceylon, how come I've never seen these cooking methods before? Even though the Ingulite family has fallen on hard times, they were still once lords of their domain. The chefs in your household were all professionally trained, so of course, a noble lady like you wouldn't be familiar with the local delicacies of Ceylon's commoners. Xia Ya placed a plate of braised pork onto the table. I learned all of this from the old hunter who took me in. The golden-haired girl deftly picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks. Tilting her head slightly at Xia Ya's response, she asked, then those best-selling novels you published at the Royal Literary Society, and your business acumen in the Black Lily district, did that Snowfield hunter also teach you all that? That's right. Xia Ya nodded helplessly. Unlike you all, who are either noble heirs or born into royalty, I won't even bring up the matter of status. At the very least, you never had to worry about food or clothing. For kids like us who grew up poor, we had to take charge early on. That Snowfield hunter raised and taught me for 5 years. So, it's only natural that I picked up some business skills, learned a bit of writing, and got some basic knowledge of beast mastery and cooking along the way. Better than some death god detective kid who spent a few months in Hawaii and suddenly knew how to pilot planes, drive boats, and operate cars. Oh, Alara nodded in satisfaction and returned to devouring the braised pork. After a moment, she spoke with a hint of regret. It's a pity that when I was in Ceylon, I never got the chance to learn from that Snowfield hunter as well. She meant it sincerely. Xia Ya was the kind of person who left everything to others, frequently away from the imperial capital. Most of the shops in the Black Lily district were under her management. But the deeper Alara got involved, the more she realized just how advanced Xia Ya's ideas and business strategies were. As the one taking over his enterprises, even just maintaining the status quo was like walking a tightrope for her. She truly regretted not being able to meet that resourceful old hunter back then. If she had learned even a little, she could have been much more helpful to Xia Ya now. Thus, Xia Ya found his carefully prepared response stuck in his throat. This was the terrifying part of someone with natural instincts. Sometimes, she could spot flaws in Xia Ya's logic from angles he would never even think of, like the times she caught him red-handed in certain compromising situations. But most of the time, Elora simply showed him her adorably foolish side. Even when he spouted nonsense that couldn't hold up under scrutiny, Elora would believe him without question, simply because it was Xia Ya who said it. His nemesis. His ultimate counter. With a long sigh in his heart, Xia Ya carried over the final dish. A batch of glutinous rice dumplings, floating in hot water. Their surfaces were smooth and translucent, like white jade. This is also a specialty from my homeland, but unlike the previous dishes, this one is only made for festivals. Xia Ya spoke softly. Just then, from a distant tower, the deep and ancient toll of a bell rang out. Midnight had arrived. After the lengthy dinner, along with the post-meal cleanup in both the spirit realm and the kitchen, it was already late into the night. In my homeland, these are called Yuan Xiao or Tang Yuan. They're traditionally eaten during the Lantern Festival, which happens to be today. Xia Ya sat down in the empty seat at the table. To his left was Elora, to his right was Sylvia. The month of blossoms was a term unique to the Western continent, marking the end of winter and the revival of all things. If translated into Xia Ya's homeland's calendar, it would correspond to late January to late February. And today was the Lantern Festival. This dish carries people's hopes and wishes for the new year. As he spoke, Xia Ya picked up a dumpling with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. I hope that in the coming year, our families will be happy and reunited. Happy and reunited, huh? Isadella also reached out with her chopsticks, taking a dumpling and tasting it. She let the sweet black sesame filling slowly spread across her tongue. For the first time, a faint smile appeared on her usually expressionless face. She had never used chopsticks before. As an imperial princess, she had always been accustomed to dining with a knife and fork. But for someone approaching the rank of legendary beastmaster, mastering such a small thing was hardly a challenge. What a simple and unassuming wish. But, it really is my most sincere desire right now. In that moment, Isadella slightly let down the perfect facade of an imperial princess. Still, in a world where extraordinary power exists, where the weak strive to become strong, where the strong seek even greater heights, and where even the legendary aspire to godhood, peace is perhaps the most extravagant pursuit of all. She didn't say more, but everyone understood her meaning. The abyss, the cults, the lost beast kings, and those so-called gods lurking in the star realm or hiding in the dimensional rifts. The Western continent had never been a land of peace. Every second of tranquility was bought with untold bloodshed. Beside Isadella, Sylvia also tasted a dumpling, her argent blue eyes shimmering with emotion. She did not speak aloud. Or rather, the only one who had ever truly heard her voice was Xia Ya. In Sylvia's snow-white hands, a thick ancient tome appeared. Golden letters slowly materialized across its blank pages. The argent witch slightly turned her body, positioning the book so that only Xia Ya could read its words. I hope that next Lantern Festival, I can sit here as part of your family, eating dumplings with you, Xia Ya. I hope that next Lantern Festival, I can sit here as part of your family, eating dumplings with you, Xia Ya. The moment Xia Ya saw those words, he felt his heartbeat falter for just a split second. He didn't believe for a second that a legendary beastmaster like Sylvia lacked the mental power to keep her diary hidden from others. The words written on that page were clearly meant for his eyes alone. At that instant, a memory surfaced in Xia Ya's mind, Sylvia's whisper in his ear not long ago. Since the journey hasn't ended yet, that means nothing is set in stone. That's something I learned from you, Xia Ya. That wasn't just an empty phrase, it was a formal declaration of war. And now, this was Sylvia's opening salvo. She was still the Sylvia from Xia Ya's memories, the girl who buried herself in the white chalk tower, even erasing unnecessary memories to keep herself from changing over the long years. But time had left its mark on her nonetheless. For over 5 centuries, thoughts of Xia Ya had taken root and grown within her. The once innocent and pure-hearted girl had transformed into someone far more aggressive. And Xia Ya had to admit Sylvia's attack was devastatingly effective. Because at that moment, she had shaken his heart. The entire feast, a table full of dishes, was wiped clean in under 30 minutes. It was only then that Xia Ya truly understood never underestimate a woman's appetite wasn't just an old saying. Though their table manners were impeccable, both Elora and Isadella were combat beastmasters. Their caloric needs were on another level. After the meal, Isadella's expression turned serious as she returned to the main topic. Gudryan Borgia is dead. I've always considered the inability to freely travel through the Star Realm one of my greatest weaknesses. Only those who step into the legendary tier can move through the Star Realm at will. Originally, I planned to buy intelligence from the Shadow Council and have my mentor hunt him down. But according to Augustina, he's already fallen. My guess is that the Queen of the Night personally dealt with him. The mark I left on him is gone. It was erased by Augustina's concealment authority. Golden text shimmered into existence in midair. Sylvia's pale, expressionless face took on a chilling edge. She had been there at that banquet, disguised as the Southern Inspector Furen's attendant, watching everything unfold from the sidelines. Gudryan had repeatedly pressured Xia Ya from a position of superiority, treating him as if he were beneath notice. That alone had been enough to land him on Sylvia's must-kill list. This was the first time in her entire life that she had harbored such overwhelming killing intent toward someone. Not even Norton had provoked such emotions from her. Back then, she had felt more disappointment than hatred. If not for Augustina's private message, coupled with her urgent desire to reunite with Xia Ya, she would never have let someone else take the opportunity to kill Gudryan. With Gudryan dead, the Borgia family may still exist, but they can no longer stir up any major waves. Isadella continued, the old nobility won't give up so easily. They still have more than one legendary backing them. However, until they understand Sylvia's true intentions, they won't dare to act recklessly. Though Sylvia has been absent for many years, the transcendent factions of the Western continent undoubtedly have records of all legendary figures. It won't be long before word of the Argent Witch's return spreads across the continent. As she spoke, she turned to Sylvia. Sylvia, on behalf of the Empire, I'd like to confirm your stance. Would the White Chalk Tower be willing to form an alliance with the Empire? No, I only represent myself. The golden text shimmered again. Whether or not the tower allies with the Empire, that's up to Isadella and the others. If they agree, then the White Chalk Tower will establish a branch in Camelot, and I will personally oversee it. Of course, if they refuse, then I will relinquish my position as Tower Master and remain by Xia Ya's side as an ordinary person. Sylvia sipped her steaming tea, her expression utterly calm, completely unconcerned about the chaos her words might unleash if they spread. Isadella knew Isadella, the Vice Tower Master of the White Chalk Tower, also known as the Silent Songstress. For centuries, Isadella had maintained a strict policy of neutrality, ensuring the tower remained independent and uninvolved in factional conflicts. But now, she was going to have a massive headache. If the White Chalk Tower opened a branch in the imperial capital, especially after what Sylvia had done at the banquet, their neutrality would become a thing of the past. And if they refused to establish a branch? Well, then their tower master would simply quit and leave to be with Xia Ya. That was unthinkable. For generations, the Isadella family had seen themselves as the keepers of Sylvia's legacy. I understand. Isadella nodded. Even if Sylvia claimed she didn't represent the White Chalk Tower, the presence of a legendary in the imperial capital spoke volumes. For the Empire, which was currently in a fragile state, this was immensely good news. With that settled, Isadella shifted her gaze toward the golden-haired girl quietly enjoying her dessert beside Xia Ya. She hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. Miss Alara, may I see the ancient species summoned beast you manifested during the banquet? The girl paused mid-bite. Instead of looking at Isadella, she turned to Xia Ya. Only after Xia Ya gave a slight nod did Alara's azure eyes flash with a faint silver gleam. In the next instant, a lance materialized out of thin air, its entire form resembling pure mithril. Its razor-sharp aura sliced through the air, leaving subtle cracks along the walls of the room. Only 3 people remained unaffected. Isadella and Sylvia resisted the aura through sheer power. Xia Ya, on the other hand, was deliberately spared by the lance's wielder. But at the very moment the Argent Knight's lance appeared, a holy sword, radiating golden brilliance, manifested alongside it. The pure silver knight's lance and the golden holy sword radiated brilliance in tandem. In that instant, an ancient and unfathomable power seeped into the air, carrying a timeless, primordial presence. Before that profound force, Xia Ya distinctly felt something shift within his mental world. The sands of time, those dim, lifeless specks of starlight in his consciousness began to shimmer. Like a vast sea of stars, they came alive. So this is the power of a top-tier holy relic? Even with just the faintest hint of its reawakening, it was already touching upon the very laws of space and time. As Xia Ya gazed at the manifested spear and sword, an idea took shape in his mind. After all, during his previous search for the ruins of the Kangting ancient kingdom, he had been a half-baked archaeologist of sorts. And later, as the Empire's sword-bearer, he had learned much about the history of the Fresta Empire. Naturally, he had heard of the legendary severed steel holy sword and the Storm Knight's lance, once wielded by the legendary Night King. Of course, since these were ancient myths passed down through historical records and bardic tales, there was no telling how much of it was true. Frankly, when Xia Ya first read descriptions like the indestructible aurora, a holy sword forged from a planet, the tower at the end of the world, and the storm anchor that binds the stars, he had been completely baffled. It was why he had named Alara's contracted ancient holy relic summoned beast Rangomiad as a joke, borrowing from the myth to make it sound more prestigious. But as time passed, Xia Ya began to doubt the true origin of Alara's relic. After all, evaluating the actual value of a holy relic type summoned beast was incredibly difficult. If its potential was truly limitless, it could be a relic from a mythological age predating even the oldest Western continent records, meaning its species rank might have long surpassed the 7th tier, possibly nearing demigod or throne tier levels. But if it was merely an ordinary 4th or 5th tier weapon that had endured the passage of time to become a relic, its potential would be far more limited. Unlike beast-type summoned beasts, which could evolve over time, even the lowest-tier pollen worms had a chance to transform into meteor dragons. A holy relic's potential was set in stone from its creation. It could awaken over time, but surpassing its original form was nearly impossible. Thus, most holy relic-type summoned beasts had overwhelming advantages in the early and mid-stages of a beastmaster's growth. But once a beastmaster reached the higher tiers, those advantages would gradually diminish, sometimes even reversed by evolving beast-type summoned beasts. Yet Alara was different. Xia Ya himself had a monstrous beastmaster talent, enhanced further by the system's assistance, and he was diligent in his own right. Yet, Aelira had always managed to keep pace with him. Every time Xia Ya completed a major breakthrough through the system's quest rewards, Aelira would immediately catch up. In terms of raw combat ability, unless Xia Ya used one-time pay-to-win abilities, Aelira was actually stronger than him. Which raised a very interesting question. How does one match a pay-to-win warrior? With pure luck. Did Xia Ya accidentally give Aelira's summoned beast a name that was actually real? That suspicion had lingered in his heart for a long time. And now, with Isadella personally verifying it, it was practically confirmed. If Rangomiad could awaken the holy sword, then its true nature was self-evident. Although I had my suspicions before, I never expected that holy lance to truly return to the world, and to find a new wielder. Isadella's crimson eyes lingered on the silver lance for a long time before shifting to Aelira. You may not fully understand this yet, Miss Aelira, but Rangomiad is the equal of the holy sword. When fully awakened, its species rank will surpass the limits of ordinary legendary tier beings. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. Some of the stories circulating in the Empire may sound exaggerated, but in truth, most of the legends are real. Her gaze locked onto Aelira's face. As the storm anchor, the embodiment of the tempest, a fully revived Rangomiad contains enough mystic power that its feedback to you could allow you to ascend to legendary tier in one step. Even breaking past the throne tier boundary is not impossible. The weight of those words would have shaken anyone to their core. The chance to surpass the throne tier boundary. That was beyond rare. Even Xia Ya, despite his extraordinary talent, was considered only a legendary tier seed in most people's eyes. And even that was enough to make major factions desperately try to recruit or invest in him, whether through Isadella offering him the title of swordbearer, or the Borgia family attempting a political marriage. If word got out that Aelira had a real chance of surpassing the throne tier boundary, every transcendent faction would go to any length to recruit her. Some would offer her leadership positions in their organizations. Others would resort to outright abduction. After all, the Western continent was no longer in the era of cataclysm, when saints were as common as dogs and legendaries walked the streets. Now, even a single legendary was exalted, capable of founding an entire nation. And a throne tier being? That was world-changing. But under Isadella's intense scrutiny, the golden-haired girl simply tilted her head in confusion. After briefly displaying her relic, she had already dismissed Rangomiad and returned to her unfinished tiramisu. With a small silver spoon, she scooped up bites of dessert, occasionally offering some to Xia Ya, to Aelira. The world-shaking revelation Isadella had just dropped was far less important than sharing her dessert with Xia Ya. Xia Ya's eyes, however, gleamed with interest. Your Highness, you've also been chosen by the Holy Sword, haven't you? Yes. In that case, I assume the Imperial family has quite a stockpile of transcendent materials for reviving ancient relics. Since they're just sitting there, why not spare some for Aelira? Aelira is my person, and I am the Empire's sword-bearer. So if you round things up a bit, isn't this just an investment in the Empire's strength? Isadella glanced between Aelira and Xia Ya. Then, after a long silence, she shook her head, dismissing the thought of recruiting Aelira herself. Ordinarily, if the Holy Lance of the First Emperor reappeared, the Imperial family would never let its wielder slip through their grasp. But after witnessing the Oath Hall banquet firsthand, Isadella had come to understand something. The bond between Xia Ya and Aelira was far beyond what she had initially assumed. Not master and servant. Not mere friends, lovers, or companions. Their connection was absolute, something no outsider could ever interfere with. I see. That said, even though the swordbearer and the Imperial family are merely collaborators, Isadella chuckled softly. After this banquet, I suppose I do owe you quite a bit, Xia Ya. The holy sword had nearly awakened, but the final step remained. With only one last push needed for its full revival, the excess high-tier evolution materials were now surplus. Of course, calling them surplus didn't mean they lacked buyers. On the contrary, high-grade evolution materials were always in demand. But the value of what Xia Ya had done for Isadella far exceeded those resources. If he hadn't rejected the Borgia family's marriage proposal, the Imperial family's prestige would have suffered a crushing blow at the banquet. If not for Xia Ya's presence, Sylvia, the master of the White Chalk Tower, would have never intervened to gravely wound Gudryan. And a throne-tier beast master's intervention was not something that could be bought with mere money. It was entirely because of Xia Ya alone that the banquet's outcome, one that could have determined the future fate of the entire Fresta Empire, was overturned. I'll have someone send over the excess materials from the royal treasury, Isadella said, her tone unusually gentle. It's not enough to repay my debts to you, but at the very least, I want to show my sincerity. She paused before adding, no matter your reasons, the fact that you rejected that marriage proposal was a huge favor to me. Oh, think nothing of it, Xia Ya replied with a righteous wave of his hand. The empire is my home, and it's up to all of us to build it. Compared to those old nobles who do nothing but stir up trouble and also happen to be my enemies, I'd much rather support you, your highness. She was one of his major financial backers, after all. It wouldn't hurt to keep up appearances. Though, to be fair, he had technically already landed a massive sugar mommy in Sylvia, a super rich woman who came with an entire White Chalk Tower as her dowry. Xia Ya had always been a pragmatist and had zero objections to living off a rich woman. But his power system was rather unique. With the system, especially the newly unlocked Sands of Time marketplace, he rarely needed material resources from the real world. The Sands of Time required for his own advancement could only be obtained through quests. The real resource glutton was Alara. Xia Ya had long made up his mind he would not let Alara suffer any disadvantages. Whatever treatment she could have received under another faction, she must receive from him instead. But reviving a holy relic, if he wanted to speed up the process, there were only two options: wait and pray for luck, burn absurd amounts of money. And now that he knew the true nature of Alara's first soul pact summoned beast, the Holy Lance, the amount of resources required would be beyond terrifying. This was throne tier potential. Even if Xia Ya sold off every last business he owned in the Black Lily district, it wouldn't even be a drop in the ocean. Even if he was totally okay with letting sugar mommy Sylvia fund him, using one woman's money to raise another woman, if he actually did that, Xia Ya seriously feared he might end up in a nice boat-style murder scene. Xia Ya, I actually wouldn't mind if you used the White Chalk Tower's funds to help Alara grow, as long as you give me a little compensation in return. A soft, melodic voice echoed in the depths of Xia Ya's mind. His entire body stiffened. Slowly, he lifted his head and saw Sylvia, resting her chin on her delicate, snow-white wrist, smiling mischievously at him. Mind reading? No, this wasn't the spirit realm. Even legendary tier beast masters couldn't directly break into someone's thoughts. This was just Sylvia's sheer analytical ability as a throne tier beast master, piecing together his emotions, subtle micro-expressions, and his earlier conversation with Isadella to perfectly deduce his inner thoughts. Damn it. Do throne tier beast masters really get to do whatever they want? Wait, they kinda do. Xia Ya strengthened his poker face and sighed inwardly. As for Sylvia's proposal, he decided to completely ignore it. Putting aside his male pride, that little compensation sent PTSD chills down his spine. Sylvia was not the naive little girl from years ago. Her aggressiveness had reached frightening levels. If she decided to stage a full-on White Album-style drama in front of Alara, who knew how many days he'd have to kneel on a washboard afterward? Well, it's getting late. Though simple, this was a pleasant and heartwarming meal. Thank you for your hospitality. Isadella stood from her wooden chair and slipped back into her black and red Black Eagle military uniform. She stepped to the door, where a carriage bearing the Black Eagle's golden emblem had been waiting for quite some time. Oh, right. The Imperial Princess turned back towards Xia Ya. Augustina wanted me to relay a message to you. Augustina? Xia Ya recalled the Queen of the Night, the woman he had briefly encountered within the Shadow Council. Even then, something had seemed off about her. And now, she had gone as far as violating the Shadow Council's neutral stance by personally killing Gudryan. Still, at least for now, she appeared to be extending goodwill toward his side. What did she say? I know you suspect the Holy Court, but it is not the Holy Court. At least, not all of it. And be wary of the Golden Dawn. Isadella carefully repeated the words. That was the full extent of her message. I've been investigating the Silent incident for a while now, Isadella continued. The letter, yes, it was indeed sent by Gudryan himself. It was delivered personally by Lur, the Borgia family's head butler, and exchanged with the fugitive Warwick. Only those three were involved. But, there are still some inconsistencies in this case. And the biggest question is Gudryan's true motive. Yes, he wanted to seize Winterflower's Oathstone and the power of one of the 8 Oathbound families, that much is clear. But was that really worth collaborating with a fugitive? Winterflower had already declined, its influence limited to Silent. It posed no threat to the Borgia family. And if the collaboration with a holy theocracy fugitive was exposed, the consequences would be devastating. It would shatter the Borgia family's ties with the Holy Court. A cold light flickered in Isadella's crimson eyes. I originally suspected this was a joint scheme by the Holy Theocracy and the Borgia family, that they orchestrated the entire Silent uprising as puppet masters, using Gudryan and Warwick as disposable pawns to destabilize the Empire. But now, she narrowed her eyes. I'm beginning to think, it's not that simple. On Isadella's index finger, the Black Eagle crest ring shimmered faintly. In the next moment, Xia Ya detected a subtle fluctuation of magic power. An invisible soundproof barrier expanded from Isadella, enveloping the space between them while keeping the carriage driver and attendants completely isolated from their conversation. Silent's fall had nothing to do with the Holy Theocracy. Xia Ya spoke with certainty. When he first uncovered clues regarding Silent's destruction, he had considered the possibility that Warwick, the Holy Theocracy's fugitive, was just part of a grander self-orchestrated scheme. After all, he lived in a Western fantasy world, and based on all the web novels and ACK works he had consumed in his previous life, the Church was usually a villainous entity. They burned heretics, hunted witches, and schemed sinister apocalyptic conspiracies like it was their default setting. Xia Ya had mentally prepared for the classic rebel against the gods storyline, where the Church would falsely accuse him and drag him to a tribunal. But after thoroughly gathering and verifying intelligence, he had completely ruled out that theory. For once, the Holy Theocracy wasn't playing the bad guy. What a rare and precious occasion. Isadella studied Xia Ya intently. Though, in name, he was a citizen of the Empire, the more she interacted with him, the more unreadable he became. A golden elf mentor. A throne-tier master of the White Chalk Tower willing to severely injure a legendary beast master for his sake. And now, even top-secret intelligence from within the Holy Theocracy itself was within his grasp. Isadella understood his nature. Xia Ya would never speak in definitive statements unless he was 100% certain of the truth. It seems I was overthinking it, she admitted. Augustina has ruled the Shadow Council for many years. She is a master of interrogation, torture, and even soul-searching arts. If Gudryan fell into her hands, there's no way he could keep secrets. She did not ask Xia Ya for his sources. As an imperial princess and future empress, Isadella had the capacity to tolerate secrets. Whatever hidden depths Xia Ya possessed, as long as he stood on her side, that was all that mattered. And about what Augustina mentioned, Golden Dawn. Isadella frowned slightly. I have heard of this name from my mentor before. It seems to be some ancient transcendent organization, but my knowledge is limited. After all, she was still young, barely in her early 20s. While her monstrous talent and relentless training had placed her among the top beast masters of the Western continent, her accumulated knowledge and understanding of ancient secrets were nowhere near the level of centuries-old legendary figures. Since Augustina warned us, I'll request an investigation through my mentor and the Intelligence Bureau. Additionally, you should be cautious. The impact of this banquet was far too great. With so many guests present, there's no way to cover it up. You and Sylvia stole the entire spotlight at the banquet. Very soon, news about the two of you will spread across the entire Western continent. If Golden Dawn was truly involved in Silence Fall, then you and Alara, as its only two survivors, will definitely enter their field of view. And no one knows what stance this ancient organization will take toward you. A group that could subtly manipulate a seasoned legendary beastmaster like Gudryan, their influence may far exceed what we imagine. Isadella turned her gaze toward the distant night sky. After all, who knows how many beings have abandoned their humanity in those subplanes, dimensional fissures, and the depths of the star realm, choosing to embrace the path of the gods instead. Her words were vague and ethereal, but Xia Ya understood the implications. Currently, in the Western continent, there were barely a dozen active legendary figures, each well documented. But a legendary beastmaster had a lifespan of several centuries at minimum. And with their soul strength, they had countless ways to artificially extend their lives. Unless they were of a naturally immortal race, there were still ways to persist. Contracting with a plant-type summoned beast to enhance vitality, using necromantic arts to become an undead being, or even shedding their mortal body and reincarnating. If they were truly determined, a legendary could survive for over 1,000 years. And in most historical records, ancient legendary figures didn't have deceased marked in their profiles, only missing. For all they knew, countless old legends could still be alive. Like Sylvia, who had simply sealed herself away in a subplane for centuries. Of course, Sylvia's reason for sealing herself away was purely emotional, so she could reunite with Xia Ya someday. But for others, centuries of existence would erode everything they once cherished. Family, friends, all lost to time. All that remained was their obsession with godhood. These revived ancient legends. Their divinity had long overshadowed their humanity. They no longer followed mortal laws or ethics. The Holy Sword and the Holy Lance were both forged by the will of the world itself, created by the planet for the purpose of salvation. The last time these weapons appeared was nearly 1,000 years ago, during the Old Era, before the sacred calendar was even established. And now, they have reawakened with new wielders. Does this mean we're approaching an era of chaos far worse than the era of cataclysm, an age as turbulent as the end of the Old Era? A chilling light flickered in the Imperial Princess's crimson eyes. Regardless of where these revived figures come from, if they have chosen to awaken in this era, then they will abide by the laws of this era. Otherwise, if they are already dead, then they should remain dead forever. Her Highness has some big ambitions, huh? Watching the Black Eagle carriage fade into the distance from the second floor of his estate, Xia Ya couldn't help but silently comment. So she planned to pacify the impending chaos, even conquering the ancient revived legends? Well, with an ambition like that, no wonder the Holy Sword chose her. Xia Ya, I'll be going as well. Sylvia extended her small notebook toward him. Delicate golden letters shimmered on the page. Back in the historical echo, Xia Ya had already helped restore her broken divine authority and twilight power deep within her soul. And after 500 years, Sylvia had fully mastered her strength, no longer fearing that merely speaking would unleash massacres through her divine words. Even so, she still preferred writing over speaking. It was a self-restraint technique Xia Ya had taught her 5 centuries ago. By now, it had simply become habit. Xia Ya nodded. You're heading to discuss the White Chalk Towers branch in Camelot with Vice Tower Master Isadella, right? Sylvia blinked her argent blue eyes and nodded. More golden words appeared in her notebook. 500 years ago, after I became a legendary beastmaster, Golden Dawn once sent an envoy to contact me. I sensed an aura similar to my own from him. Like me, he must have contained a fragmented divinity or authority through some special method. But compared to me, his fusion was far inferior. With Sylvia's mental strength, Isadella's soundproof barrier was nothing more than an empty formality. It couldn't block her out. Or rather, it was never meant to. However, while similar, it is not the path I have chosen. A single line appeared in Sylvia's notebook. But those few words carried an immense weight. Legendary tier marked a fundamental evolution of existence, a transition from human to non-human. Most beastmasters knew nothing about what lay beyond the legendary tier, but as a throne tier beastmaster, Sylvia had glimpsed past the fog of uncertainty. Beyond legendary, there were 2 primary paths. One path involved embracing divinity, absorbing fragments of godhood and authority, becoming a mythical being, a demigod, eventually forming a divine kingdom, gathering followers, and finally ascending to godhood as a true god. This was the most structured, the most systematic, and the most well-documented path. The 7 true gods of the Church of Dawn. The false gods and evil gods worshipped by cults from the abyss. They had all walked this path, the only difference was how far they had traveled. From the moment she was born, Sylvia had already contained the complete divine authority of a twilight ancient god's half-body. In theory, she was the perfect candidate to ascend to godhood. All she had to do was fully embrace her twilight divinity and she would immediately transcend from legendary to demigod. But she refused. Because she did not want to forget who she was. She did not want to become some high and mighty being, overlooking all of existence, losing her humanity in the process. Gods became powerful through faith, but they were also changed by faith. Their very essence morphed to match the perception of their followers. Or rather, she feared that if she and Xia Ya met again, he would no longer recognize her, or worse, that he would despise what she had become. So Sylvia chose the other path. She rejected the temptation of instant ascension through divine authority. Instead, she treated her twilight power as nothing more than a tool and continued her journey as a legendary beastmaster while still retaining her human identity. It was the harder path. Every legendary's path was different. Even though there were precedents of throne-tier beastmasters, there was no guarantee that she could successfully reach the end of her own journey. But in the end, she won the gamble. She surpassed the legendary boundary and achieved throne tier. At the time, I was too focused on searching for you, Xia Ya, so I ignored Golden Dawn's invitation. But that organization is ancient and mysterious. Even their mere envoys had already stepped onto the path of godhood as legendary figures. If my estimation is correct, Golden Dawn likely has more than one demigod in its ranks. Sylvia lowered her gaze slightly. She didn't want Xia Ya to see the icy coldness that had surfaced in her argent blue eyes. In terms of rank, demigods and throne-tier beastmasters were equal. But there was still a gap in accumulated power. A newly ascended throne, like Sylvia, naturally couldn't compare to those demigods who had existed for millennia. But if they ever laid a hand on Xia Ya, a moment later, the coldness in her gaze vanished. Sylvia smiled faintly. In any case, Xia Ya, it's best to stay cautious. But I also worry that while I'm away, certain people might take an interest in you. So I'll be leaving one of my summoned beasts here in your home. Until we meet again, Xia Ya. Golden text shimmered in the air. In the next instant, Sylvia's figure began to fade. A few seconds later, she disappeared into the golden glow of twilight. With Sylvia and Isadella both gone, the large estate suddenly felt much quieter. Only Xia Ya and Alara remained. I'll wash the dishes. The golden-haired girl finally stood up, retracting her gaze from Xia Ya's face, where it had lingered for quite some time. Xia Ya exhaled in relief. Alara's first wife's gaze was not something just anyone could withstand. As she began gathering dishes, Alara suddenly spoke softly. Do you want a lap pillow tonight? With Sylvia's arrival, she had finally sensed a huge crisis and was taking the initiative to offer Xia Ya a benefit. Xia Ya wiped up the spilled wine on the table, then casually picked up a stack of porcelain plates before pulling Alara into his arms. What about a miniskirt and no stockings? Snap. A pair of chopsticks snapped in half. Beneath her golden hair, the tips of Alara's ears flushed bright red. I'll think about it. Then, she snatched the remaining dishes from Xia Ya's hands, lowered her head, and fled toward the kitchen. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from within. Humph. Now she knows who's in charge here, huh? Xia Ya was just about to follow after her and capitalize on his victory when something Sylvia had said earlier suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Leaving one of my summoned beasts in your home? His gaze swept across the estate. And then, he saw it. On the sofa, not far away, a white cat, covered in soft, silky silver fur, lay curled up and dozing. Its posture was elegant, exuding a noble, untouchable aura. Then, as if sensing Xia Ya's gaze, the white cat slowly opened its eyes, revealing a pair of argent blue pupils. It moved toward him, stretched lazily, and let out a soft, delicate sound. Meow. That white cat, is this the summoned beast Sylvia said she's leaving behind to help me watch the house? Xia Ya stared at the white cat lazily yawning on the sofa, momentarily confused. In his mind, any summoned beast above the imperial tier like crown griffins, black-scaled wyverns, or Guderian's rose emperor, even the molten tortoise and adamantine turtle were all huge and imposing types. After all, for most summoned beasts, the bigger the body, the more mana they could store, and the higher their vitality and strength stats. This was a widely accepted rule across the western continent. But a lineup like Xia Ya's, where all the summoned beasts went the cute route, was pretty rare. That said, thinking it over carefully, although Sylvia was nominally a legendary beastmaster who'd broken past the throne tier, he had actually never seen any of her summoned beasts. Back during the banquet in the Hall of Oaths, when Sylvia made a move, she didn't summon a single pet. Just a single word spirit was enough to one-shot that legendary tier Rose Emperor. A proper humanoid Palu, a walking catastrophe. So thinking about it now, it's not impossible her pets are all ornamental or support types, but since she left this one to watch the house, it probably wasn't weak either. Xia Ya crouched slightly and reached out to pat the white cat's head. The white cat didn't resist, even squinting its argent eyes in enjoyment. Is it because of the soul pact? Influenced by Sylvia as its beastmaster, so it's also naturally fond of me. Thinking that, Xia Ya picked up the white cat with its silky silver fur from the sofa and held it in his arms. He clearly felt the cat's body stiffen for a brief moment when he picked it up, but it quickly relaxed again and leaned into his chest, looking all cuddly and asking for pets and hugs. Ying ying ying. Off to the side, the little snow ferret let out a resentful cry. That spot in Xia Ya's arms, that was its private seat? But ever since Crimson joined the party, its exclusive cuddle position had been stolen by the little silver spirit. Xia Ya seemed to prefer hugging that red star spirit puffball as a pillow instead of a fluffy snow ferret. And now, here came another one stealing its spot. Once the main pet that monopolized all of Xia Ya's love, its household status just kept dropping. Could it be that the childhood friend could never beat the newcomer? But, ying. A flicker of confusion passed through the snow ferret's cry. It had no memory whatsoever of this white cat, but based on beastly instinct, it definitely sensed a trace of familiarity from this cat. That sensation disappeared, though, the moment the white cat lazily cracked open its eyes and gave the snow ferret a glance with those argent irises. The familiarity vanished completely, leaving the snow ferret shaking its head in confusion. Was it just its imagination? Xia Ya didn't pay much attention to their interaction. Silver, don't get jealous. This one's a big shot, you'll be counting on it to watch over you in the future. If it's Sylvia's summoned beast, then are you Imperial tier? Or Legendary tier? Whatever. Either way, I'm leaving the mansion's safety in your paws. Xia Ya rubbed his face against the cat's. I'm not too worried about myself, honestly. But I do worry about little AI. That silly girl's too stubborn. She doesn't know how to adapt, and when danger comes, she doesn't hide. I really worry that if I'm away, something might happen to her. As he cuddled the cat, feeling the soft, fluffy silver fur brushing against his cheek, Xia Ya walked toward the bedroom upstairs. Actually, meeting your master again, I was really excited. It's like that wife you raised from a game showed up in real life to come find you. And unlike little AI's flat board, Sylvia has the ideal figure I've always dreamed of, all the right curves in all the right places, totally built for the things AI can't do. And the most important thing is she's got white hair. Back in my hometown, everyone was a white hair fan, especially the older woman witch type. She hits all my XPS. Honestly, I just want to fall asleep in Sylvia's facial cleanser every night and be woken up by her OOO in the morning. Just thinking about it is amazing, it's my dream life. Creak. The bedroom door opened. Xia Ya stepped inside and turned on the Magitech lamp for lighting. It's just, I have my pride too, you know. In my memories, she was still that little girl who followed behind me, waving a notebook and writing Brother Xia Ya. Now in the blink of an eye, she's become that domineering argent witch. Not that I don't love powerful big sisters and CEO type Sylvia's, but this puts my position at home in danger. As a man who's determined to become a harem king, I can only be on top, not on the bottom. If we're only going with one position, then it's gotta be the riding position. Yeah, and the thought of conquering a high and mighty throne tier beastmaster in bed, it's a real sense of achievement. Sure, it sounds like a distant goal. The gap between master and throne tier isn't small. But ever since I was born, there hasn't been a single thing I wanted that I couldn't do. I even blasphemed a Twilight ancient god. So this riding position, I'll definitely make it happen. And it won't take long. As he spoke, Xia Ya noticed the white cat in his arms getting softer and softer, like water, with a faint heat, reminding him of the saying that cats are liquid. Only then did Xia Ya realize he'd been talking too much. Too much had happened today, to the point it left him feeling stifled. Normally, when something was on his mind, he'd confide in Alara, but today the vibe wasn't quite right, and the things in his heart weren't ones he could let AI know about. So after dinner, when faced with this seemingly harmless white cat, Xia Ya unconsciously developed a desire to vent. He stroked the silver fur on the cat in his arms and spoke with a heavy tone. Oops, said too much. You better not tell Sylvia, or I'll die from social shame. You wouldn't want your future male owner to socially die, right? There's a long road ahead, and I'll badmouth you in front of Sylvia every day till you lose favor, you know. Got it? If you understand, meow once. A long moment later, Xia Ya finally heard a soft, almost imperceptible meow from the white cat in his arms. Meow. Xia Ya nodded in satisfaction, rubbed the cat's head, and placed it gently on the bed. Then he saw the white cat collapse limply onto the bed. Moments later, it quietly wriggled into his blanket. Noticing Xia Ya's gaze, the white cat peeked its little head out from under the covers and blinked those big argent eyes at him, looking completely innocent. What bad intentions could a little kitty possibly have? The next day, when Xia Ya opened his eyes again, he saw that the sky outside the window was still dark, with only a faint glimmer of light on the distant horizon. It was that moment right before dawn, the darkest hour of the night. In the deathly silence before sunrise, he could faintly hear the slow, steady breathing from the meditation room in the distance. Last night, after washing the dishes, AI had ultimately kept her promise, letting Xia Ya enjoy his long-awaited dream of a perfect lap pillow complete with a micro-skirt right in bed. So that night, Xia Ya had slept incredibly well. But when he awoke, there was no one beside him. Only a neatly folded quilt remained, along with the soft, lingering scent of sandalwood unique to a young girl. That was AI Laura's routine. She woke up at 5:30 every day and went to the meditation room to cultivate. Ever since they moved into this mansion in the Black Lily district, she had never missed a day. Even now, with her Rangomiad lineage confirmed by the imperial royal family officially verifying her legendary tier potential, AI Laura's daily training routine hadn't changed at all. Xia Ya stretched lazily, got up, and began washing up. On the wooden table downstairs was a steaming hot sandwich, next to which lay a handwritten note in elegant script, "There's warm milk in the kitchen." This was their long-established routine. Xia Ya was the better cook, but except for special occasions, all other meals were handled by AI. It wasn't that Xia Ya was shirking responsibility, it was AI Laura's insistence. She insisted on waking up early every day to cook for Xia Ya. At first, her cooking was a little clumsy, but over time, influenced by Xia Ya's presence, AI Laura's culinary skills had far surpassed ordinary chefs and could now even rival those of the palace cooks. After finishing the sandwich and milk, Xia Ya stood up again. Usually, around this time, he would head to the meditation room to accompany AI. Training wasn't the main goal. Unlike AI, Xia Ya didn't really rely on meditation to advance his own level. His real purpose was to admire his little wife's beauty while she meditated. That moment when the sunlight gently kissed her profile, it looked just like one of those sword-fighting girls kneeling in a dojo from his previous life's anime no-weight spear-wielding girls. It was nothing short of breathtaking. But today, Xia Ya didn't do that. Instead, he returned to the second floor, entered the study, and closed the door. He lit the Magitech lamp inside, then closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into his spiritual world. In the pitch-black ocean, there were 3 bright, spacious little worlds. The little snow ferret, the golden snub-nosed monkey, and the red star-spirit puffball were all sleeping peacefully in their respective domains. However, beyond those 3 soul realms, there was another shadowy space. This space had clearly been established, it existed, but it was entirely filled with some sort of dim, murky substance. In theory, this shadowed space was Xia Ya's 4th soul pact realm. Back during the Borgia family's engagement banquet, it was right after he shot Warwick and officially broke off the engagement that his spirit reached completion, allowing him to break through from 3rd ring to 4th ring in one leap. And based on his current spiritual capacity, after that breakthrough, Xia Ya's level was already very close to the 5th ring. In theory, all he needed now was to sign a pact with a strong new summoned beast to complete the 4th soul pact. The feedback from the pact could very well help him jump straight to the 5th ring and become a master tier beast master. If he got lucky, and signed a powerful high tier beast for the 5th soul pact, the boost from that feedback could bring him within striking distance of the 6th ring titled tier. A beast master with their own unique title that would be enough to place him among the top powerhouses of the entire Western continent. But now, Xia Ya had run into something totally unprecedented, or rather, something so unheard of, it might not exist anywhere else in the entire transcendent world. His 4th soul pact realm, which by all logic should have been newly opened and still unsigned, was already occupied the moment he broke through to 4th ring. What's worse, he had no way of identifying the source that had taken up this space. Utterly absurd. Xia Ya focused his thoughts, and a glowing system interface appeared in his mind. 4th soul pact, Xia Ya Igat. Pact status, equal contract, signed. Contract target, unknown. Permission level insufficient. Species, unknown. Permission level insufficient. Species tier, unknown. Permission level insufficient. Combat level, unknown. Permission level insufficient. What the F? I've only been a 4th ring beast master for a few hours. How the H*LL did I sign a pact without even knowing it? And it's not even a master-servant contract, it's an equal contract? Staring at the lines of text on the system panel, Xia Ya felt speechless. But then he noticed a tiny line of text at the bottom of the glowing blue interface. Friendly reminder, complete your first official quest to unlock more unknown data permissions. Alright. So you're just waiting for me to bite, huh? Xia Ya stared at the line, falling into deep thought. To be honest, after completing the beginner quest, Xia Ya had no plans to tackle the first official quest right away. Because let's be real, this system was sketchy as hell. That weird beginner quest at the start already conned him into that historical echo, and that would have been bad enough. But the most outrageous part was that everything in that historical echo turned out to be real. After completing the quest, Xia Ya had actually asked the military department's intelligence division to collect past info on other historical echoes. The intel showed, all those other echoes triggered by people were nothing more than ancient secret realms, or historical mirages. Those historical echoes contained treasure, transcendent materials, holy relics, even ancient beast eggs. If you were lucky, you'd walk away with great loot. But that was it. They were just reenactments of past history. No one had ever actually traveled to the past or influenced real historical events. So, looking back on his own beginner quest, it was genuinely terrifying. That was cause and effect flipped on its head. Of course, the results of Xia Ya's first instance were good. He completed the quest, earned a pile of rewards, and even got Sylvia a white-haired wife who buried herself for 500 years just to reunite with him for free. But Xia Ya hadn't forgotten what his system was called, or what it said when it first activated. Heavenly Fate Villain System. So-called humanity is nothing more than beasts who don't praise life without sacrifice. Naive, ignorant children only grow up after knowing pain. Only blood and death can nurture beautiful flowers. So let this world taste agony. This thing was evil from the core. If he'd really followed the mission requirements, then that historical echo of the Cangting Principality would have been perfectly complete the moment he backstabbed Sylvia. If Xia Ya hadn't gone through all that effort to redeem himself driven by some deeply personal reasons, fighting hard and pulling off a bunch of outrageous plays, then what he'd have faced yesterday in reality wouldn't have been a time-traveling reunion, but a time-traveling revenge. And the whole vibe of the Argent Witch would have shifted into some Gaze-type character, pretty face, blood-splattered cheeks. Brother Xia Ya, I finally found you. That stab back then, how should I repay it, piece by piece? Should I cut across? Or should I go lengthwise? Should I start from the head? Or the feet? True bad end, the Yandere route. And honestly, after taking revenge on the Borgia family and reuniting with Sylvia, Xia Ya's drive to grow stronger had already cooled down a bit. Even without relying on the system's help, just following a proper step-by-step path for a few years, or even decades, he was confident he could still reach legendary tier, maybe even surpass the throne boundary. But after hearing about the ancient organization hidden behind the scenes Golden Dawn and what Isadella had said about the Holy Sword and Holy Spear awakening, that chaos was coming. A sense of urgency began to grow in Xia Ya's heart. On the surface, everything around him looked great. The old noble houses in the imperial capital were currently leaderless, and the second imperial princess he had allied with along with the royal family behind her had the upper hand. Plus, he had a throne-tier tower master from the White Chalk Tower right at his side. But if a disaster on the scale of the era of Cataclysm were truly to descend, then all this thriving tranquility could shatter like an illusion in the blink of an eye. Throne tier was on par with demigods or angels. But even during the cataclysmic era, there were plenty of saints and angels who bled and died. He calmly closed his eyes, emptying his thoughts. A long moment later, he made his decision. I'd rather take some risks and suffer a bit now, than one day look back in regret, asking why I didn't try harder when I had the chance. The next moment, an old mechanical pocket watch appeared in his hand. Flashback pocket watch. Rarity, purple. Category, one-time transcendent item. Price, 15 tokens. Description, records the current spatial coordinates and state of the holder when used. Upon second activation or if the host nears death, the item will trigger, returning the host's state and location, including any touched objects or life forms, to the previously recorded point. If triggered during a historical echo, it will forcibly eject the host from the echo and restore their state. Note, after one use, the flashback pocket watch becomes a broken pocket watch, requiring spacetime transcendent resources or 10 sands of time to repair. This had been Xia Ya's backup plan for the banquet, the reason he was confident he could escape with AI even in the face of a legendary tier threat. But thanks to Sylvia showing up, he hadn't needed to use the flashback pocket watch, so now it was just perfect for today. The historical echo for his first official quest, this place called Isadella. No matter how much Xia Ya had searched, he couldn't find a single clue. But based on the common trait of historical echoes appearing near existing ruins, and the fact that this one had been triggered inside the Sins and Thorns Club, it could be reasonably deduced that Isadella likely existed somewhere within today's imperial capital. The Fresta Empire was founded in year 1 of the sacred calendar, meaning Isadella could have been a place name from the old era before the sacred calendar began. And with historical records from the old era being fragmented and incomplete, it was no wonder Xia Ya couldn't find anything. He reached out and pressed the button on the old mechanical pocket watch. Since there was no intel on Isadella, that also meant there was no way to make targeted preparations. The final boss of the Cangting Principality's beginner quest had been a sealed Twilight ancient god, plus a peak 5th ring villain like Norton. Who knew what kind of danger this official quest's Isadella might hold? This time I've prepared a failsafe for the worst case scenario. Shouldn't be a repeat of last time, where I passed out in the washroom and made little AI worry. Listening to the long, calm breaths of the girl in the distant meditation room, Xia Ya smiled to himself. The next moment, he focused his thoughts. You have entered the historical echo Isadella. And just like that, Xia Ya's figure rapidly faded, then slowly vanished. Inside the study, everything froze. Except, in that frozen space-time, one pure white figure remained unaffected. Meow. A white cat gracefully leapt onto the windowsill. It looked over the still scene in the study, argent eyes deep in thought. Consciousness slowly returned. When Xia Ya opened his eyes again, what greeted him was the sight of a grand and expansive cathedral. He saw radiant light like the morning sun rippling above the cathedral, exuding an aura of holiness and purity. Was I born inside some religious order? Judging by the sacred atmosphere, it probably wasn't one of those cults that turned believers into mindless praise-chanting piles of twisted flesh for the glory of ashes. This felt more like an organization that worshipped a true god. The Holy Theocracy? No, if this historical echo really took place before the founding of the sacred calendar, then it shouldn't be the Holy Theocracy, it should be the Church of Dawn. Xia Ya's hand instinctively gripped the old, worn mechanical pocket watch. Can't blame him. He had every reason to be cautious. After all, unlike when he entered the historical echo of the Cangting ancient kingdom back then, he'd spent years gathering intel and was fully prepared. But this place, this echo called Isadella, he knew absolutely nothing about it. Who knew what kind of cruel opening his sadistic system would toss him into this time? Nowadays, it wasn't uncommon for male protagonists in web novels to start the story locked in prison, or even tied to a burning stake or guillotine on chapter 1. But after observing for a while, Xia Ya's grip on the pocket watch finally relaxed a little. His initial identity in this world wasn't some heretic about to be judged. It was a holy Templar knight. More accurately, an apprentice knight who had just come of age and was about to be bestowed the title of Templar. Inside the Grand Cathedral, 7 or 8 young men in either plain robes or metal knight armor, each appearing around 20 years old, stood in a straight line before a white-robed bishop, faces filled with anticipation. They were among the most outstanding apprentice knights in the realm. The weakest among them was already at the 3rd ring, and a few of the older ones had even reached the 4th ring. Now, they were all gathered here at Isadelia's Church of Dawn, awaiting the sacred knighting ceremony. Name: Crabbe Malfoy. Age: 21. In accordance with the church's traditions, I will test and baptize your faith through the holy relic of Dawn. If you were just an ordinary believer, your devotion wouldn't need to be perfect. But a Templar knight is the sharpest blade in the Lord's hand and must undergo the strictest trial. The white-robed bishop's expression remained calm. He held a badge-like holy relic in his hand. It shone like the morning star, casting a soft brilliance onto the forehead of the armored young man before him. The young man's expression turned hazy, falling into a trance. Moments later, the glow faded, and the bishop spoke flatly. Your faith is impure. You are unfit to become a Templar knight. The young man's face turned pale instantly, but he dared not protest, silently turning to leave in disappointment. One by one, the candidates were tested. Some rejoiced, others despaired. And soon, it was Xia Ya's turn. The last one. The white-robed bishop looked up slightly, seeing a black-haired, dark-eyed boy in plain clothes, and his expression softened. Candidates for Templar knighthood generally fell into 2 types. The first were sons of noble families who followed the Church of Dawn. Raised in comfort, they had excellent knight training, resources, high-rank summoned beasts, and polished gear, but their faith often lacked purity. The second were orphans, children taken in by the church due to war or famine. They lacked family support and received only minimal resources from the church, so their current strength and rank were often average. However, they tended to have high talent and deeply rooted faith. The easiest way to distinguish the two? The ones in full armor were nobles. The ones in plain robes were orphans. In an era like this, metal armor was a precious resource. Compared to the nobles, bishops naturally preferred the latter, especially this black-haired youth who, despite such poor conditions, had reached 4th ring strength at just 17 or 18. His talent was undeniable. Since you were taken in by the church at a young age, you've had no proper name, just a numerical designation. But now, as you prepare to become a Templar knight, not having your own name would be inconvenient. Have you thought of what name you'd like to take? A classic orphan start. And honestly, I like it. Wait, this is the 3rd orphan beginning in a row, isn't it? Xia Ya secretly let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't pulled any stunts this time, no sneaking his name into the family registry like before. So if someone asked him his name, he would have had nothing. Over the past moments, he had already examined the entire cathedral in detail. Its size and structure meant it could definitely be considered a grand cathedral of Dawn, second only to the Holy Court in the center of the sacred calendar's holy theocracy. A cathedral of this tier would typically be overseen by a legendary tier cardinal. And even the white-robed bishop before him, judging by Xia Ya's sensing, was at least a 6th ring titled tier powerhouse. If he slipped up and exposed something, it could get complicated fast. Xia Ya thought for a moment, then said, "Let's go with Jesus." This time, he was dead set on not using his real name, Xia Ya, in any historical echo. In fact, he'd rather not even reveal his original face if he could help it. Knowing how malicious his system could be, if something went wrong and he ended up like in the Cang echo, hunted down by enemies from the past, he'd be done for. This was the era before the sacred calendar, after all. If a character from a historical echo somehow survived to the present timeline, Xia Ya didn't even want to imagine how powerful they'd be. Even Sylvia's long legs might not be enough to save him. The bishop paused, then said, "There was once a priest by that name. Died young, poisoned at dinner by a cultist spy. D***MN, someone already used it and got killed early. No wonder." Xia Ya muttered inwardly. Then, Zeus. The bishop pulled out a simple register and flipped through a few pages. That name was taken as well. Died in his 30s, struck by lightning. Chaos. I've got it. Odin. Taken. A knight by that name died in battle, skewered by a spear. Xia Ya's face twitched. This was starting to feel way too much like those MMO nickname selection screens from his past life where every decent name was already taken. Cain. That one's available. Apprentice Knight Cain. The white-robed bishop looked at Xia Ya and slowly spoke. "Though I have full confidence in the purity of your faith, tradition still requires you to undergo a test of devotion with the holy relic of Dawn before formally joining the Templar Knights. The entire church, myself included, has high hopes for you. Do not let us down. You might have faith in me, but I have zero in myself," Xia Ya complained silently. On the surface, though, he looked perfectly solemn and upright. "I will not fail your expectations, Lord Bishop." In truth, he wasn't too worried about this so-called holy relic test. Holy relics, after all, weren't all that different from the corrupted objects of evil gods. They merely carried a trace of divinity. Sure, divine relics of true gods were more stable than the shoddy knockoff ones from false gods or cults. But Xia Ya had once stared down the half-body of a twilight ancient god. When it came to dealing with divine essence, he was an old hand. The white-robed bishop lifted the relic, and a soft morning light fell upon Xia Ya's forehead. "What do you believe the god of Dawn is?" A voice both gentle and filled with unquestionable authority echoed in his mind. This was a direct question to the soul. For most third or fourth ring candidates, the relic's divinity would suppress their conscious thoughts and draw out the truest answer from deep within. But for Xia Ya, who had outwitted more corrupted entities than he could count, and specialized in illusion magic, this kind of pressure was barely a tickle. He cleared his throat and offered his answer with utmost mental sincerity. In my heart, he is the creator of all, the omniscient and omnipotent God of gods, the source of all greatness. He is the one, and the many, the beginning and the end. More exalted than the stars, more eternal than time itself, the king of the skies, the emperor of the seas. He is the fleeting moment and the everlasting, the undying light in the dark, the Alpha and the Omega. All living things shall return to his embrace. We walk this world, as though walking within his kingdom. For a brief moment, Xia Ya could sense the sacred light freeze. After all, this was only a trace of divine presence embedded in the relic asking the question to gauge the subject's sincerity. Normally, as long as a candidate gave a reasonably respectful and reverent answer, they passed. But Xia Ya's extravagant, borderline metaphysical response? Yeah, that was a first. The relic's divine essence was momentarily speechless, struggling just to parse the sheer number of dramatic adjectives he used. After several awkward seconds, the consciousness within the relic finally recovered and moved on to the next question. There exist others who claim godhood, other true gods, false gods, evil gods, and even self-proclaimed demigods. In your heart, what place do they hold? This question tested whether the subject had been tainted by heresy, whether their faith was singular and devout. Xia Ya replied calmly. Indeed, there are other so-called gods in this world. Some preside over thunder and storms, some over agriculture and harvest, others over dusk and night, or sun and law. That made the divine presence in the relic frown slightly. It had rather enjoyed Xia Ya's earlier worship, but now he sounded like a fence-sitter. A Templar knight was considered church upper echelon. The god of dawn couldn't tolerate such half-hearted belief. The relic's divine essence was just about to mark him as a failed candidate when Xia Ya spoke again. But the powers these gods wield, be it destruction, storms and thunder, or the cycles of sun and moon, even creation and rebirth, are but small loops within this minor world. And it takes 3,000 of these minor worlds to form a medium world, 3,000 medium worlds to form a major world. In his mental space, Xia Ya conjured an image of a cascade of sand. As for major worlds, they are as countless as the grains of sand in the Grand Dead Sea, and the immeasurable realm that holds them all was created by my lord, the god of dawn. The relic's divine essence was stunned. It began to imagine these 3,000 worlds, this immeasurable realm. Wait, does my actual divine self know I'm this powerful? If I really were this insane, what's the point of slowly collecting faith? I should just sweep through all dimensions and be done with it. Meanwhile, in the physical world, the white-robed bishop was also stunned. This was the first time he'd seen the relic shine for so long without dimming. For a second, he even thought it might be malfunctioning. But he quickly crushed that blasphemous thought. How could a holy relic bestowed by the Lord be defective? Regardless, this clearly meant Xia Ya had passed the trial. Then, from this day forward, Cain, you are one of the Templar Knights. He looked at Xia Ya and said, with your talent and the unusual phenomenon during your trial, you may find it limiting to remain in the Grand Cathedral of Iskania. The Holy Court would be a better fit. Would you consider transferring to Furen? Xia Ya's eyes lit up. Finally, a familiar name. Furen, future capital of the Holy Theocracy, seat of the Holy Court. If he remembered correctly, the Holy Court would be established in Furen several decades before the founding of the sacred calendar, which meant this historical echo was set in the decades just before the sacred calendar began. I grew up in Iskania. Furen is too far from home. I've no plans to leave, Xia Ya replied. However, I've spent most of my time focused on training. I don't know much about what's happening within Iskania these days. I'd like to ask you a few questions, Lord Bishop. Half an hour later, the white-robed bishop left, quite satisfied. The Templar Knights were one of the church's most powerful institutions. Their standing was nothing short of high. The Templar Knight commander even held authority surpassing many cardinals. And this young Templar Knight named Cain had displayed extraordinary talent undeniable to the naked eye. The bishop naturally didn't mind spending a little extra time building rapport. And through a pleasant and casual conversation, Xia Ya finally pried out the key intel he was after. This was indeed the final decade or so of the old era, just before the founding of the sacred calendar. And Iskania, the land he now stood in, was the name of what would become the territory of the future empire, the Fresta Empire, during the old era. Right now, Iskania was a complete mess. Once a prosperous kingdom, it had descended into chaos when a prince named Fudigan rebelled against his own younger brother over a decade ago. In his thirst for the throne, Fudigan made a deal with the abyss, summoning abyssal beasts that now ran rampant across Iskania. Though he succeeded in toppling the old king, his own actions, tainted by abyssal corruption and marked by the slaughter of innocents, earned him the scorn of the people. He was reviled throughout the land as the despicable king. Even though he now ruled from the royal city alongside his abyssal forces, uprisings flared across the land. Regional lords carved out their own territories, fighting among themselves and fending off abyssal beasts in a land of ruin and war. But Fudigan and the nobles weren't the only major players. There were two other forces active in Iskania. One was the Church of Dawn. Whether out of a desire to restore order or simply to gather faith, they had managed to establish a sanctuary for the common folk, a zone of stability and peace. The other was the City of 1,000 Years and the Blood Clan within it. Though descended from the abyss, they seemed to stand apart from other abyssal creatures, existing in their own unique space. As expected of an official mission, this is on a whole different level from the newbie one. Xia Ya sifted through the intel he had gathered, organizing it in his mind. Back during the historical echo of the Kangting Principality, everything had taken place inside a single capital city. The only notable villain had been Norton, a lone traitor. Besides the rise of Sylvia, the future tower master of the White Chalk Tower, that entire storyline had little historical impact. It didn't even involve any legendary figures. But this echo, Xia Ya, was a different beast entirely. There was the despicable King Fudigan, the Abyssal Beasts, the Church of Dawn, and the blood clan of the City of 1,000 Years. And of course, the Night King. A man who would rise from this chaos to unify the realm and found the Fresta Empire during its darkest era. If Xia Ya had never heard of the Blood Clan or Fudigan in the future, that could only mean they were the ones who lost. A thought flickered in Xia Ya's mind. The blue system interface appeared again, projecting lines of glowing text. Historical Echo Iskania. Objective 1, leave behind a legacy of eternal infamy within this echo. The higher your negative legend value at the conclusion, the greater the reward. Objective 2, gain high favorability from key figures within this echo, then convert that favorability into hatred before the echo concludes. The greater the difference between the two values, the greater the reward. I knew it. This B***starred system is up to no good again. Xia Ya's face darkened. As expected of the Heavenly Fate villain system, its mission wasn't just to win, it was to be hated for generations. And as for that second goal, favorability and hatred from important figures, if this historical echo took place right before the founding of the sacred calendar, then the most important person here was undoubtedly the one who would become the first emperor of the Fresta Empire, the Night King. Good thing I prepped my Kane identity for this run. If this echo became reality and word got out that he'd messed with the future emperor, he and AI might just have to pack their bags and run from the capital. That said, if he remembered correctly, the future emperor, the Night King, was a man. And unlike Sylvia, who had vanished for centuries and reappeared, this guy had definitely died in the historical record. So theoretically, Xia Ya didn't have to worry about any time-traveling vengeful lover with a knife scenarios this time. Still, why does that feel like a missed opportunity somehow? As he pondered this, his gaze froze. Because a new line of text had appeared on the interface. Fourth Soul Pact, Xia Ya Igat. Unlock condition, experience a true death. Silent Forest. A secluded woodland rarely visited by man. Home to powerful magical beasts. Few knew that the Shadow Council, feared across the continent, had its headquarters here. Deep in the forest, beside a lakeside garden shrouded in gloom, a woman in a layered, elegant black dress, Augustina, lifted her gaze to the southern horizon, toward the heart of humanity's power, the imperial capital of the Fresta Empire. No one knew the true origins of the Queen of the Night, nor why such an ancient and powerful legendary chose to hide in shadow instead of basking in riches and glory. Year after year, day after day, she gathered intelligence and traded secrets for gold. But in this moment, her pitch-black eyes shimmered with light. She held a delicate glass goblet filled with crimson wine, or perhaps something that resembled blood. And after a long silence, Augustina sighed, a sigh filled with languid melancholy. 1,000 years later, will you still remember me? Golden Plains White Chalk Tower. I know your decision is final, and my persuasion won't change anything. Even if you refuse to admit it, to all of us in the White Tower, you are its heart and soul. I'm just the caretaker. Isadella, the Vice Tower Master and the silent songstress, spoke calmly to the silver-haired witch before her. If that's the case, then letting the White Tower enter the world stage isn't a bad idea. The current state of the Fresta Empire is stable. The royal family holds the upper hand. With your return and the tower's strength, forming an alliance will solidify the White Tower's reputation. It'll also stop outsiders from thinking we're just an academic institute full of bookworms. In truth, there are many inside the tower like Firen who are tired of peace and crave real combat. Establishing a branch tower in the capital gives them that chance. Your Excellency, are you listening? Isadella waved her hand in front of Sylvia, who had been staring blankly toward the direction of the imperial capital. Only after quite a while did the silver-haired witch snap out of her daze, as if suddenly waking from a dream. The Argent Witch's expression gradually returned to her usual cool, world-weary aloofness, but a faint blush still lingered on her delicate, snow-white cheeks. In the air, faint golden letters appeared. I am listening. Listening, Isadella thought, nearly speechless. When Sylvia had first awakened, both she and Firen had been deeply terrified, even by that overwhelming twilight aura. The image of the legendary Argent Witch, who had emerged from a 500-year slumber, was dazzling beyond belief. But after spending a few days together, that awe was fading rapidly. The same Sylvia who once silenced the legendary Tyrose Emperor with a single word of power was now frequently zoning out mid-conversation, staring dreamily toward the imperial capital for half the day. And once, Isadella had accidentally caught her tower master using twilight energy to sketch the image of a certain black-haired boy. She had only barely destroyed it in time, and when questioned, outright refused to admit it. A completely lovesick girl. In hindsight, it actually made perfect sense. Aside from the time she spent in stasis, Sylvia's real-life experiences and mental age were still that of a girl just over 20. So, really, it was Isadella and Firen who were the real old ladies here. But across the room, Sylvia paid no attention to Isadela's silent judgments. Let's talk later. The silver-haired witch's form suddenly blurred, and then disappeared within the glow of twilight. The next moment, she reappeared in her own chambers, still staring absent-mindedly at the sky in the direction of the imperial capital. On the desk, her thick diary opened once more. Neat but frantic handwriting began filling the pages in glowing script. Meanwhile, Sylvia's mind was looping back over one very specific memory. Even if Xia Ya only sees me as a little white cat, that was just too. Sure, she said she'd left a pet to watch the house. But with the way she felt about Xia Ya, as if she'd entrust him to just a pet. That little white cat was in fact a projection of her spiritual power in physical form. Or rather, it contained more of her spirit than even the body she was using at the White Chalk Tower. And to be fair, Xia Ya hadn't done anything that weird to the cat. Just hugged it, patted it, stroked its fur, rubbed his face against it a little. You know, the usual same way he used to treat Silver when she was his cuddle pillow. But when that sensation got directly fed back into her, just remembering it made Sylvia's fair cheeks flush pink, the color spreading all the way to her ears. Yes, even though she'd successfully pretended to be a bold, experienced Oni-san bursting with repressed desire thanks to 5 centuries of longing. In truth, Sylvia was still a completely pure, inexperienced maiden at heart. And Xia Ya, despite being a fake veteran, still had daily, field training from AI. So besides that final step, he had plenty of experience, which meant Sylvia's carefully crafted mature persona completely collapsed. Of course, if she wanted, she could cut off that part of the sensory link entirely, just keep the necessary intel. But for a very well-known reason, she obviously didn't. If all she wanted was a guard pet, she could have just told Xia Ya it was her spirit clone. But no, she'd lied and said it was a summoned beast, because she wanted to get closer to him, even if it meant pretending to be a cat. And then, what he said to me, the riding position, the face cream, morning wake up. If he'd just told me directly, I wouldn't mind at all. Her hand paused mid-riding. A subtle pulse of spiritual awareness swept through the room. A new historical echo. The soft expression on Sylvia's face faded. Her brows furrowed slightly. She of all people knew what historical echoes could lead to. After all, she was someone who had been rescued, given new life through one. Which is exactly why she'd have to rip the umbrellas from others' hands, then kick them into the ditch. She'd already crossed the river. There was no more need for the bridge. She could accept AI's place in Xia Ya's heart, even acknowledge their history and bond. After all, AI had come first. But if any new girl tried to follow in her footsteps, no, absolutely not. This would need to be investigated thoroughly. Imperial capital, Camelot. In a secluded mansion on the outskirts of the city, Isadella sat under the light of a Magitech lamp, meticulously reviewing a stack of proposals and intelligence reports. One cold, iron-willed order after another flowed from her mouth, transmitted across the empire via special channels of the military department. Piece by piece, she reclaimed powers, territories, and industries that once belonged to the royal family but had been seized by the old nobility. As the second imperial princess, Isadella knew she could not afford mercy. With Gudryan Borgia now dead, and the White Tower returned to the world, the old nobles were leaderless. Now was the perfect time to strike. To reforge the shattered empire before the aristocrats could recover. Hesitate now, and they'd be locked in another endless stalemate. But just then, her pen paused. She made a subtle gesture. The shadows around her flickered, and her attendants silently retreated. Now alone, Isadella turned her attention to the strange disturbance. A thought flickered. The next instant, a golden holy sword materialized beside her, radiant starlight piercing the gloom. For 2 years, she had been trying to awaken the sword's full power. If she could do that, then through the feedback from her 7th soul pact, she could break through the limit, surpass the throne tier. Yes, the Argent Witch was powerful, but she was an outsider. Even with Xia Ya's favor, she could never be counted as true imperial strength. Only by rising to the throne herself could Isadella ensure lasting stability for the empire. But no matter what she tried, the final seal on the sword remained unbroken. Until now, she could feel it. The sword's seal was wavering. Her expression focused, and she plunged her spiritual will into the soul pact space. And in the next instant, an ancient, boundless river of time appeared beside her. Did this involve the laws of time? Isadella's heart skipped a beat, but she didn't resist. Instead, she allowed the vast and ancient mystery of the holy sword to envelop her, guiding her gently through this illusory river of time. She floated, drifting without anchor, swept along its current. Only after a long, undetermined passage did the shimmering river begin to fade, and in its place appeared a brand new world. She could feel it clearly. This place did not belong to her current time and space, and yet it was real, tangible, vivid, almost as if she'd stepped into an entirely separate plane. Isadella slowly closed her eyes and sensed the passage of time around her. Moments later, she opened them again, red irises gleaming with insight. According to the rings of time, this is nearly 1,000 years ago, the final years of the old era just before the founding of the Fresta Empire. If this weapon truly was forged from starlight, then a fully awakened form with all 13 seals removed would possess power capable of touching, even rewriting, the very laws of space and time. That much isn't surprising. But, why now? Why did the holy sword suddenly break its final seal and drag me into this strange world? If I recall correctly, the last time the sword fully awakened was during the chaos of that same era. Could this be the final trial? To relieve the path once walked by the previous wielder of the sword, the first emperor. To see if I, too, could rise amidst catastrophe and surpass the one they call the Night King. Isadella's thoughts spun rapidly. For most people, such a trial would have been daunting. After all, the first emperor, the Night King, was a living legend. The hero who ended an age of darkness. The savior who bathed in glory. The undefeated war god, the embodiment of knightly virtue. His legacy was unparalleled. His honor eternal. Only one other name could stand beside his in the entire Western continent. Rhine, the Golden King who founded the sacred calendar. Even legendary tier powerhouses felt dwarfed before such myth. And yet Isadella remained calm, letting the sword's mighty presence slowly sink her consciousness into the world it revealed. They say I am the one who most resembles the first emperor in the last 1,000 years. That I carry the hope of restoring the empire to its former glory. Then let's see whether I truly possess the heart of a king. When Isadella opened her eyes again, she felt it. The vast divine power of the holy sword was gone. And in its place, images flickered like light reflected on water. Fragments of memory. Soldiers roaring into battle. Fountains of blood spraying skyward. Blades clashing, lances shattering, horses screaming beneath them, and the brilliant flashes of magic and beastmaster skills exploding across the field. This was the land known as Xiaa. The old king, betrayed and overthrown by his brother Fudigan, who had allied with the monstrous forces of the abyss. Peaceful Xiaa was reduced to ruin in a single night. Abyss-born creatures of disorder rampaged across the land, devouring life, feasting on human flesh. The city of 1,000 years was founded deep within the silent forests, and the arrival of the Blood Clan soon drew the gaze of the Church of Dawn. By then, the church had already risen to prominence across the western continent. The Holy Court had been established in Firen, and a fragile new order was taking shape. Yet, even that powerful church struggled against the abyssal beasts infesting Xiaa. They could only hold ground by building a loose alliance of towns around major cathedrals. The dream of purging the entire land remained distant. This was the worst of times, but also an age of heroes. Knights rose from the ashes, carving their names in legend, saving civilians, slaying monsters, earning glory through battle. And Isadella, within this recreated world, was one of them. Her new body had grown up amidst the chaos. From childhood, she had been treated as a chosen one, her foster father holding great expectations, believing she was destined to bring peace to Xiaa. But in an age like this, a female ruler would never be accepted. So alongside harsh knight training, Isadella was also taught the art of disguise. To the outside world, she was a handsome, soft-featured boy, a young knight of noble demeanor. Time passed, day after day, until she felt the flow of time begin to slow, and her self-awareness returned. She was no longer just an observer, but could act, could choose, could shape this world. And right at that moment, two pieces of news arrived. One good, one bad. The bad, a horde of roaming abyssal beasts had gathered into a monster tide, overrunning nearby cities. They were now marching toward this region. The good, a prophecy. He who draws the sword from the stone shall become the new king of this land. Experience a true death. Xia Ya stared at the glowing Azure system screen in his mind, deep in thought. He could understand most of the mission conditions listed for this historical echo. After all, his system's name was Heavenly Fate Villain System. Stuff like being cursed for all eternity and earning massive hatred points, those were basically just extensions of the beginner quest. But this new line of information about the fourth soul pact cast an even deeper layer of mystery over this historical echo. Xia Ya hadn't forgotten it was only after entering this historical echo that this line appeared. Experience a true death. If you get killed, you die. Obvious enough. If the task is just to go get myself killed, then even an idiot wouldn't go along with that. While thinking, Xia Ya quickly made his way out of the cathedral. As a newly appointed Holy Templar Knight, he'd been assigned his own living quarters in the town surrounding the cathedral. In theory, a fourth-ring Templar Knight already considered a master tier would be regarded as a powerhouse wherever they went. Having one's own mansion or even being granted noble status and a whole village as a fief wouldn't be that strange. However, because the lands of Xiaa were crawling with abyssal beasts, many once prosperous towns had fallen to ruin. Countless refugees had left their homes to seek shelter in places protected by Grand Knights and other powerhouses. As a result, the land surrounding the Dawn Cathedral had become extremely scarce. On top of that, the Church of Dawn emphasized purity and devotion, so clergy generally received fewer material benefits than other powerhouses of equal rank. Xia Ya walked for a while, eventually locating his assigned room in a row of common houses. The furnishings were simple, bare-bones wooden furniture, with even the lighting relying on kerosene lamps instead of the now common Magitech lamps of the modern age. Just like everything around the cathedral, utterly humble. Their clothing was plain cloth, and their food was mostly coarse rye bread and water. Yet along the way, Xia Ya noticed that the civilians living there weren't the least bit resentful. On the contrary, they looked relieved. Relieved that in such a chaotic world, they could at least eat their fill under the Church of Dawn's protection, without having to live in constant fear of being devoured by a monster horde. This observation made Xia Ya reassess the negative stereotype he'd developed about the church from various stories in his past life. No matter what their motives are, Whether it's spreading faith, gathering belief, or cultivating a good reputation, the church has undeniably created a pocket of order amidst Iskania's chaos, offering a sanctuary to displaced victims. Judge deeds, not intent. Maybe not everyone, but there truly are many within the church maintaining order and protecting the people. No wonder she would choose to become the saintess of dawn. In Xia Ya's mind, the image of a girl surfaced. Dressed in a white dress, smiling sweetly. Her beautiful eyes held a gentle light, yet were slightly blurred, hard to see clearly. Of course, this is the Church of Dawn right after the founding of the sacred calendar. The church now is lawful and good, but 1,000 years later? Who's to say it won't become corrupt? A millennium changes many things. Even good intentions can sour after ages of power and privilege. That kind of transformation had played out countless times before. Someone like Sylvia who could hold true to herself for 5 centuries was the rare exception, not the rule. Xia Ya closed the door behind him, sat down at the wooden table, and lit the kerosene lamp. Then he pulled out pen and paper from his spatial pocket, jotting down notes while organizing his thoughts. This had always been Xia Ya's habit. If not for that, he wouldn't have taught Sylvia how to keep a diary to relieve stress back during the historical echo of the Kangting ancient kingdom. Serious people don't keep diaries, he joked to himself. Of course, what he was writing now was in Chinese. That way, even if someone used divination or some transcendent power to peek at his notes, all they'd see was a jumble of nonsense. 1 negative reputation value. 2 favorability and hatred points from key figures in this historical echo. These 2 were Xia Ya's main goals this time. After all, the whole point of entering this historical echo was to earn quest rewards and boost his strength. Grinding points? No shame in that. Of course, achieving these 2 goals wouldn't be easy. Whether your name went down in glory or infamy, neither outcome was something ordinary people could achieve. To be remembered as a villain for the ages, your evil deeds had to be shocking enough and operate on a high enough level. Only then would they be sung and scorned across generations. Put bluntly, if you want to play the villain, you still need the strength to back it up. If all you're doing is harassing women and robbing peasants like a common bandit, why would history bother cursing you? That doesn't earn you legendary villain points. Based on his self-assessment, Xia Ya was currently at high stage 4th ring. Even if he couldn't use his 4th soul pact, his actual combat strength was close to peak 5th ring. With the right prep work, maybe even a surprise buff like overconfidence or underestimation on his opponent's part, and with the help of some pay-to-win one-time use items, he might even be able to go toe-to-toe with a titled tier. Like that silver fox lure, who died with his eyes open. But from the intel Xia Ya had gathered, in the current Iskania, even titled tier strength wasn't all that rare. And then there were those favorability and hatred metrics with key figures. Xia Ya twirled his pen, then drew 3 circles on the paper, labeling them in Chinese. King of the Lowlands Fudigan, Abyssal Beasts. City of 1,000 Years, the Blood Clan. Church of Dawn. His pen paused briefly, then he added an even larger circle. Night King. These 4 were the true players on this chaotic chessboard that was this historical echo. The first 3 were currently the major powers of Iskania. According to that white-robed bishop named Soren whom Xia Ya had spoken with earlier, each of them had a legendary tier figure among their ranks. But unlike the relatively ordinary legendary cardinal in the Church of Dawn, both King Fudigan and the Blood Clan prince ruling the city of 1,000 years were no ordinary legends. That made the Church of Dawn the weakest of the 3, only able to cling to a corner of the map. If not for the deterrence of the Holy Court in Furan, the church might have already been wiped out or expelled from Iskania entirely. As for the final player, the Night King, he hadn't appeared yet, but in the true historical timeline, he would become the ultimate victor. Before long, he would rise like a comet, quickly earning the support of all the scattered lords, knights, and nobles across Iskania, eventually unifying the realm. Then, in the holy city of Camelot, he would go on to found the mighty Fresta Empire. As for his strength, no need to even ask. As the future wielder of the Holy Sword from the Lake, the Night King had long surpassed the throne tier somewhere above the 8th ring. No matter who it was, none of them were people Xia Ya could afford to provoke right now. Legendary tier and titled tier might seem like they're only 1 rank apart, but the gap between them is vast. It's not something you can simply bridge with some clever counters or catching the opponent off guard. Xia Ya paused for a moment, then drew another circle on the paper. Cain. That's right. Just like how, no matter how powerful Sylvia was as an individual, what people remembered most was her title as the Tower Master of the White Chalk Tower, even though Sylvia herself considered the tower little more than a glorified tomb. In history, it was always the tyrants and traitors who became infamous, not the nameless, overpowered fugitives on bounty lists. So if there was no way to close the power gap in a short time, then to gain legend points, the only path left was to build a faction. And in that regard, Xia Ya had one major advantage: he was from the future and knew how this historical echo would unfold at several key moments. Even if his combat strength lagged behind, his knowledge of future events would allow him to step in at pivotal points and make a name for both Cain and the organization he would create. If I'm going to grind for points, then I need to go all out. The evil organization founded by the one who shoulders all the sins of this world, its style and aura have to be top tier. And to boost favorability with certain key figures early on, Cain and the organization will have to show up as righteous and heroic at first. Only later can the twist happen, to maximize impact. Xia Ya thought for a moment, then a plan began to form in his mind. He triggered his spatial pocket, and in the next second, A red and a black piece of cloth emerged from within. Ever since that grilled fish incident where he forgot to bring seasoning, Xia Ya had wised up and upgraded Shiny, his spatial pocket, to perfect tier. Now it was stuffed full of every kind of random item. Useful or not, it had to be there. Mimimi, what's going on? With a flash of red light, the little silver spirit was summoned with a confused look on its face. It had just been training its sword techniques inside the soul-packed space now summoned out. It looked utterly lost. But then, it saw the two pieces of cloth before it, and received a mental image sent from Xia Ya via the soul pact of a clothing design concept. Mimimi. Crimson blinked with big confused eyes. What can I say? If we're going to be the future evil organization that bears all the sins and infamy of this world, we need a uniform. Xia Ya patted the little silver spirit on the shoulder and spoke solemnly. Right now, it's not easy to find a proper tailor in the chaos of Icegania. Crimson, you're a mature summoned beast now. It's time you learn to make your own clothes. You've already reached transcendent mastery in slashing techniques. Being a tailor on the side shouldn't be an issue, right? I mean, scissors and swords are basically the same. All about slicing, cutting, chopping. Mimi, is that really how it works? Crimson blinked again. Something felt off, but it couldn't quite put its paw on it. So training with swords led to such a broad career path now? Why didn't it know that before? It could be a chef. A tailor too? But thinking about it, that kind of made sense. One was for slicing people, one for chopping food, and now one for cutting fabric. Its star spirit body glowed faintly. In the end, it obediently got to work on those two pieces of cloth. After all, this was its own beast master. He couldn't possibly be trying to scam his own beast partner, right? On the other side, the little silver spirit was now fully immersed in crafting, scissors in hand, working feverishly with the cloth. As a hard-working perfectionist, Crimson shared Xia Ya's mentality. If you're going to do something, do it perfectly. To be a qualified tailor, it even called its close buddy Silver for help. The little snow ferret used Tsukuyomi to simulate the tailoring process over and over again, just to avoid any mistakes. Meanwhile, Xia Ya turned his attention back to one last issue. Experience a true death. With the general plan for this historical echo now in place, only this cryptic requirement remained unresolved. If death is a condition for unlocking the fourth soul pact, that must mean right now, even if I wanted to die, it might not be that easy. Xia Ya thought for a moment, then suddenly called out to his two crafting sisters mid-sewing session. Crimson, slash me once. Mimimi. Ying. Not only Crimson, even Silver looked at Xia Ya with wide ruby red eyes, utterly stunned. Did their master finally crack under the pressure of that terrifying love triangle? Had he gone mad? I'm not joking. I'm serious. Go on, slash me. But take it easy. Mimi. There was no resisting a direct command through the soul pact. Reluctantly, Crimson channeled a weak sword aura and slashed out cautiously. PSSHT. The sword light cut into Xia Ya's arm, leaving a shallow wound. Blood flowed steadily. Even though Xia Ya's physique had improved considerably thanks to soul pact feedback, his self-healing was above average. An injury like this would normally still take a day or two to fully recover without using a healing potion. However, in the next moment, Xia Ya clearly saw the wound on his arm stop bleeding the moment it appeared. Then it healed, scabbed, fell off. Within just 3 or 4 seconds, the wound had completely disappeared. Even the scar was already fading. Xia Ya's pupils narrowed as he observed his own body. Crimson, quick, hit me again. This time cut off my entire arm. Mimimi, this man has really lost it. Half an hour later, in the room, Xia Ya, Crimson, and Silver sat in a weird triangle formation. Big eyes staring at small eyes. All three were silent. They'd tried a lot of things in the last 30 minutes. The most extreme attempt? Xia Ya had Crimson cut him clean in half. Split into Xia Ya. That was the absolute limit of what the healing potions in his spatial pocket could handle. But even in that kind of critical condition, his body, which had clearly been sliced in two, fully regenerated and reassembled within seconds. In less than 10 seconds, Xia Ya was once again good as new. That level of recovery speed even faster than the racial ability unique to elemental-type life forms, accelerated regeneration. But that ability relied on the natural traits of elemental bodies and consumed vast amounts of mana each time. Once their mana ran out, they couldn't regenerate. Xia Ya, however, was very much flesh and blood. And his regeneration, aside from the fact that he still felt pain exactly as usual, seemed completely costless. No loss in vitality, no drain on mental energy, no depletion of mana. He could even control the regeneration speed at will. It was absurd. Practically the textbook definition of true immortality. This borderline broken self-healing ability reminded Xia Ya of the immortal vampires, the Blood Clan from all those fantasy novels in his past life. Strangely enough, even though this world he'd transmigrated to was straight up high fantasy complete with succubi, dragons, elves, and dwarves, he'd never once heard any mention of vampires in the actual timeline. And yet here in this historical echo, he had come across news of the Blood Clan and that mysterious place called the City of 1,000 Years. So, over the last 1,000 years, the Blood Clan must have declined into obscurity. But does this mean my strange regeneration is because I'm not actually human? Some secret last heir of the Blood Clan? Or a half-blood prince type twist? Xia Ya had certainly considered such theories over the past 30 minutes. But after a series of thorough tests, he ruled that out. He wasn't a vampire, or at least, not the traditional kind he understood. Garlic? Useless. He ate an entire bulb and thought it was delicious. Sunlight? Useless. He'd been out walking in broad daylight earlier and got plenty of sun. Silver? Totally ineffective. He'd been cuddling Crimson for ages, and even made the little silver spirit's star spirit body steam with affection. No discomfort at all. And as for crosses or holy water, well, he'd already been knighted as a holy templar earlier and had been through all those ceremonial blessings. Not a single issue. After thinking it over, Xia Ya could only bury his confusion for now. What was certain was that with this kind of regeneration, experiencing a true death had suddenly become a very high-level challenge. By his estimation, even if he were tossed into a meat grinder, he'd likely still regenerate from a puddle of mush. I wonder if this healing ability only works inside this historical echo, or if it'll carry over into the real world too. Still, if that's the case, Xia Ya's eyes drifted toward the wooden table, where his carefully planned notes lay scattered, and beside them, the newly completed robe, crafted with the combined effort of crimson and silver. Then there are a few things I can afford to go a little bolder with. On the endless grasslands, the sun was setting, its blood-red glow painting the sky. Clang! A longsword rang out. Isadella stood before a square-cut, solid stone pedestal. Upon the pedestal was a beautifully ornate longsword. The sword in the stone, a symbol of kingship. Whoever draws the sword from the stone shall become the new ruler of this land. No one knew where the legend came from, but because of it, knights from across the land, driven by dreams of kingship and the hope of restoring Xia Ya, had come in droves. Yet one by one, all had left disappointed. Now, Isadella gripped the hilt of the sword. No one believed that such a young knight would be worthy of the sword's recognition. The crowds had already dispersed. But unlike the hesitant knights before her, unsure of what fate awaited them, Isadella was unusually calm. How does it feel? A vague, blurred voice asked behind her, to stand at the edge between salvation and damnation. Your future is determined in the moment you draw that sword. Either a life of mediocrity as a nameless knight, or the path of a ruler destined to end this age of chaos. Isadella smiled softly. A symbol of kingship, is it? But does a true king really need a lifeless object to choose their path? It would be nice to be acknowledged by the sword in the stone. But even without it, I would still walk the road toward the throne. Above, the vast sky surged with drifting clouds. And then, clang! The sword was drawn. The sunset shimmered across the blade, casting prismatic light like glass. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted in the distance, followed by the cries of refugees, and the creeping stench of decay. Isadella looked around and quickly grasped the situation. An abyssal beast tide. The monsters that plagued Xia Ya had gathered into massive groups and now wandered into the area. Originally, this place had been packed with well-known grand knights due to the sword in the stone and the prophecy of the next king. To be called a grand knight, one had to be at least a 4th ring master tier beast master, and some were even 5th or 6th ring titled tier powerhouses. Yet now, not one of them dared to face the incoming tide. What approached was a true sea of monsters. Although most of the highest tier abyssal beasts resided in King Fudigan's royal city, even this horde contained many 4th and 5th ring beasts. And even a titled tier, once surrounded, without support, would only end up drained of stamina and ultimately swallowed whole. Worse, wounds inflicted by abyssal creatures required holy water from the church to cleanse. Otherwise, they'd be cursed by the abyss. So most grand knights chose to flee. After all, they only needed to run faster than the refugees. A silver-haired girl in male attire gripped the hilt of her blade. As a princess raised from childhood under the Empire's strictest royal education, Isadella knew one truth very well. In times of chaos like this, if she wanted to walk the path of kingship, she had to raise her own banner and become the rallying point for the people's hearts. And right now, with the monster tide approaching, this was the perfect opportunity for her to establish her name and reputation as the future Night King. Isadella sensed that, in this special timeline, her original near-throne tier spiritual power had been largely sealed away by the immense and mysterious power of the Holy Sword. She could now only unleash strength equivalent to high stage 5th ring matching her current physical body. But her experience was still intact, and that alone was enough. Countless battles across the borders, in the Lost Kingdoms, and even in confrontations against the abyss in the real world had taught her this much. Monster tides like these always had a leader, a core. Eliminate that core, and the rest of the tide would collapse on its own. Just as Isadella was preparing to make her move, she abruptly sensed that the mysterious figure who had spoken behind her earlier was gone. The next instant, her sharp spiritual sense picked up that he was now far away, standing atop the city wall. Unlike the refugees and knights desperately fleeing the tide, that thin figure simply leapt silently from the city wall, like a leaf floating down into the center of the abyssal horde. Roar! The hideous abyssal beasts froze for a second. Then, with a bloodthirsty frenzy, lunged to tear apart this human who had delivered himself into their midst. But in the very next moment, boom! The air twisted. Blazing white light shot into the sky. A violent surge of mana swept outward, followed by a thunderous explosion. The massive shockwave tore apart the clouds above, even shattered large portions of the already ruined city walls. Dust billowed. The ground was obscured by sand and wind. Vision was lost in the chaos. In a single instant, half the monsters at the center of the horde, including the lead abyssal creature, were completely annihilated by the explosion and searing heat. The ones on the outskirts survived barely, but even they now stared toward the blast zone with unmistakable fear in their eyes. Abyssal beasts were indeed vicious and bloodthirsty, but they weren't mindless. They feared death. And with their leader gone, the tide that had been marching in perfect formation scattered instantly, fleeing in all directions. The siege was over. A blast-type ability? Isadella's pupils shrank slightly. As a princess of the future empire, she knew this kind of power well. The trump card of the noble alliance, the Gustav cannon, operated on the same destructive principle. She just hadn't expected that, even 1,000 years ago, someone would possess such power. From her initial impression, that mysterious man hadn't seemed that strong. But now, he had unleashed something close to a single-shot Gustav blast. Still, that kind of large-scale explosion. Even with teleportation abilities, it was hard to believe he could escape the blast unscathed. Was he really willing to sacrifice himself to stop the tide and buy time for the people to escape? In this era, to think someone like that actually existed. Not only did he wield a power far ahead of its time, but he also lacked the arrogance common to most powerhouses. He had acted with compassion for the people, for justice. Isadella felt a deep sense of regret rising in her heart. In both reality and historical echoes, what she lacked most was talent. Such a man would have been invaluable to her cause. But it was too late. He had perished. That thought had barely formed when, from the scorched, white ash battlefield left by the blast, a figure slowly walked out from the center of the crater, clad in a pitch-black trench coat. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Only now could Isadella clearly see his appearance. A tall figure cloaked in a long black robe, its surface embroidered with red clouds, black hair, a swirling white mask. At the highest point of the mask, a scar-like slash was etched into it. Who are you? Isadella stared at the figure emerging from the smoke. My name is Cain. That same vague, distorted voice rang out again, and perhaps noticing her eyes linger on his black cloak with red clouds, he added, from Akatsuki. Akatsuki. Isadella repeated this unfamiliar word in her heart. That's right. A hazy voice drifted out from within the swirling mask. Through the gaps in the mask, one could glimpse a pair of pitch-black, ink-like eyes. The masked man, who called himself Cain and wore a black cloak adorned with red clouds, had a deep, flickering gaze as he swept his eyes across the ruined city walls in the distance. And beyond, the refugees still frozen in panic, startled by the thunderous explosions, watching the fleeing abyssal beasts scatter, uncertain about what had happened, or whether they should keep running. This world is full of war, tragedy, and suffering. Cain's voice was slow and steady. And to become the dawn that changes this world, that is the meaning of the Akatsuki organization. It is also the very reason I founded Akatsuki, to create a world of peace, like the rising Sunday. His gaze locked onto Isadella. Of course, I know that relying on my power alone, I might be able to save a village, a town, but there's no way I could save an entire great nation. That's why I founded Akatsuki, and likewise, why I'm seeking companions who share my ideals. Whoever draws the sword in the stone shall be the new king of Iskania. It's great that you became the prophesied one, but what impressed me more, was what you said. Whether or not you draw the sword in the stone, you will still resolutely walk the path of a king. More important than royal blood or title is that you possess the heart of a true king. Cain's gaze stretched far, as if piercing through the endless flow of time, reaching into a distant future. Though still young, I see the future in you. A future unlike Feudigans, unlike that of the renowned grand knights and noble lords of this land, a future of light and hope. Maybe, just maybe, you really can be the light that shines through the chaos of Iskania. The dawn, that will change this world. Gazing at the figure from Akatsuki before her, Isadella's eyes flickered slightly. Had an ordinary person said something like that, she probably would have brushed it off without taking it seriously. After all, lofty ideals and grand rhetoric are easy to speak, but few can actually follow through. As the future ruler of the Fresta Empire, if anyone with a silver tongue and empty promises could earn her trust, the empire would have been ruined long ago. But this masked man, claiming to be from Akatsuki, was different. Despite his rank not being particularly high, when the monster tide arrived earlier, he had genuinely used himself as bait to stop the abyssal beasts, protecting the lives of countless refugees in this town. She didn't know what method Cain had used to survive the aftershock of that massive explosion, but regardless, his actions entailed great risk. He wasn't just another idealist who only talked a big game, he had truly bet his life on living out his belief of being the dawn that changes the world. With that thought, a touch of softness appeared in Isadella's eyes. Then I shall humbly accept your offer. She smiled lightly, placing the drawn sword in the stone into the training scabbard she had previously used. Then, she reached out her hand toward Cain. To others, his praise might have seemed exaggerated. But within Isadella's heart, she had long embraced a matching resolve. To become a king, to stand at the pinnacle, one must accept the scrutiny and judgment of the masses, whether it be cheers and praise, or gossip and slander. Isadella was already used to it. Come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name. She paused a moment, then gave the alias she used in this world, Artoris. If you, and the Akatsuki behind you, truly seek to become the dawn that will light up this world, then from this day forward, we'll likely be seeing a lot more of each other. And yet, as she silently repeated the name Akatsuki in her heart, a sliver of doubt crept into Isadella's thoughts. In the Empire's future, there were the 8 oath-bound families, and the Knights of the Round Table. But she had never once heard of Akatsuki, nor of anyone named Cain. Such a pure organization, and a leader she genuinely admired. Since they'd met so early on, logically, there should have been traces left behind in history. Unless, her arrival had caused a butterfly effect, creating a divergence from recorded history. Xia Ya reached out and shook hands with the silver-haired knight before him. That hand wasn't especially thick or strong, but within it was a strength that made Xia Ya instinctively alert. Important character Night King favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 20. Acquainted. As expected of the future founder of the Fresta Empire, and an unmatched sovereign, getting favorability points is no easy task. Xia Ya murmured internally. Just as the other party had been sizing up this supposed first-generation leader of the Akatsuki organization, Xia Ya had also been observing this young knight through the gaps in his swirling mask, this future Night King. Silver hair, crimson eyes. Not the burly frame of a typical knight, but instead slender, even delicate. The graceful facial features instantly reminded Xia Ya of the second imperial princess, Isadella. But that wasn't surprising, considering the young founder of the Fresta Empire standing before him was indeed one of Isadella's ancestors. A resemblance due to bloodline was perfectly reasonable. Still clad in coarse linen clothing, the knight looked to be no more than a teenager around the same age as when Xia Ya first saw Sylvia in a historical echo. But in stark contrast to the difficulty of that beginner quest, every word and action of this silver-haired knight radiated immense confidence. This was a natural-born monarch, as if created to be the perfect ideal king even though they were still young, and had only just been recognized by the sword in the stone. That pride was already impossible to hide. No wonder, then, that Xia Ya's earlier heroic display had earned him only a modest gain in favorability, just enough to cross from stranger into acquaintance. But the bigger the waves, the pricier the fish. The harder the task, the greater the rewards. At this moment, Xia Ya felt a surge of excitement. This was exactly the kind of challenge he loved. And most importantly, unlike the historical echo of the Kangting ancient kingdom, in this one, Xia Ya was now fully aware that, unlike Sylvia, he didn't have to worry about anyone tracing him afterward. In other words, he could go all out. One dose of favorability isn't enough? Then I'll farm it 100 times. 1,000 times. Although the historical details of the old era are already difficult to verify, the path the Night King took to rise is still traceable. With foreknowledge and insight, I want every major node in this historical echo to be marked with the name of Xian, and the renown of Akatsuki. When necessary, I can even play the role of a shaman or prophet to gain trust. With the advantage of information, Xia Ya had already come up with several different ways to play it. Besides, I seem to have acquired a sort of immortality. Xia Ya touched his robe. Just now, at the very center of the monster tide, he detonated all the detonating clay he had stored in his shiny spatial pocket in one go. The explosive yield from that single detonation almost rivaled the original version of art is a starfish. Given the blast radius, even using blink wouldn't be enough to escape the explosion's center. After all, blink had a cooldown and maximum distance limit. In reality, Xia Ya didn't even try to dodge. He took the full brunt of that massive detonation right at ground zero. He also wanted to test whether the extreme heat and shockwave from the explosion could actually kill him. Of course, before doing so, Xia Ya had taken off his Akatsuki black and red cloud robe. That thing had been carefully tailored by Silver and Scarlet. It was the only one. If it got blown up, he'd lose all style points. And as it turned out, detonating clay couldn't kill Xia Ya. Although at the moment of detonation, the intense heat vaporized most of his body into ash and dust, Xia Ya could still clearly feel that the ash and dust, as parts of his body, were transmitting sensation. Then, with just a thought, that ash and dust rapidly reassembled, regrowing into flesh and blood. It was absurd. This wasn't just accelerated healing or rapid regeneration. It was pure conceptual immortality. In terms of raw power and destructive capability alone, that detonating clay already reached legendary tier. If even that couldn't really kill me, then that means to kill me, it would have to be a throne tier, huh? Xia Ya watched as the silver-haired knight bid him farewell, then rose and walked toward the town, toward the frightened refugees. He had to admit, this young Night King truly lived up to the title of ideal king. In an incredibly short time, they had gained the refugees' trust. Even the nearby knights, who had initially resented him for drawing the sword in the stone, changed their stance after a few friendly duels and offered their approval. Some even swore oaths on the spot, pledging to become his squire and follow the new king who had drawn the sword in the stone. Soon, orders were being given. The refugees gathered and began relocating toward regions with fewer abyssal beasts, while the knights patrolled nearby, staying on guard in case of another attack. Who knows, maybe among these people are future knights of the Round Table, or ancestors of the 8 oath-bound families. Xia Ya watched the migrating crowd, deep in thought. He was definitely going to unlock the 4th soul pact, not just to gain another summoned beast slot, but more importantly, to uncover the truth behind it all. From the historical echo he transmigrated into becoming reality, to the anomalies surrounding the 4th soul pact, and his inexplicable acquisition of immortality. Too many strange things were happening to him. If he didn't figure out the truth behind it all, Xia Ya wouldn't be able to rest easy. He wasn't the type to sit still once he noticed something was off. Throne tier existence, in the real world, I do know Sylvia, but my beloved wife definitely wouldn't be willing to hurt me. Also, until I figure out the secret behind this immortality, I'd better not let anyone else know about it. So basically, if I want to experience a true death, I'll probably have to rely on Artoris. Looking at the slender figure of the silver-haired knight, Xia Ya nodded to himself. That's the future Night King, minimum throne tier, possibly even stronger than Sylvia. As for the story, isn't it obvious? The Akatsuki organization, founded with the goal of becoming the dawn that changes the world, gradually becomes corrupted under the harshness of war, ultimately transforming into the shadowy mastermind pulling the strings behind the conflict. It all fits perfectly. Comrades who once shared the same ideals end up walking down completely different paths due to fate. Light and darkness, justice and evil, the most classic and flawless plot ever, never gets old. But seriously, if I'm going to be the future final boss pulling strings from behind the scenes, being the only founder is a bit pathetic. Xia Ya shifted his thoughts and summoned the red Starspirit dumpling in Starspirit body form, hugging it in his arms. Scarlet, you guys go make a few uniforms later, wear them yourselves, and help uphold our Akatsuki organization's image. Me. The little silver spirit was also a bit dazed. Their beast master always came up with these genius-level plans. We're just summoned beasts, aren't we carrying too much on our backs? It's fine, you're just for show anyway. Put on the robes, wear a mask, use silver elements to bulk up your appearance, and suppress perception with mental energy. Who's gonna know whether it's a human or a beast underneath? Xia Ya pinched the red dumpling. It's settled. But to avoid any ancient records being passed down and getting us socially destroyed in real life, you all need new names. For you, Scarlet. Xia Ya thought for a moment. In this historical echo, your new name will be Shauna. Master, I like it. It sounds like we're a CP. Having spent so much time around Xia Ya, even his summoned beasts had picked up on some trendy slang. Ying. In the soul-packed space, Silver gave a jealous little whimper, burying her head in her big fluffy tail. Plastic besties really are plastic besties. The moment there's a chance to run off alone, they don't hesitate for a second. So P-ed off it could kill a ferret. Unlike his first beginner quest, where Xia Ya's range of action was limited to the vicinity of the Kangting Principality's royal capital, this time, the official mission's historical echo covered the entire territory of Iskania. And likely due to the fusion with the sands of time, Xia Ya's spatial affinity had greatly increased. Even after several months, he felt none of that sense of rejection from the river of time. His duration of stay had significantly extended. But over these few months, the situation across Iskania had changed dramatically. Under the name Artoris, Isadella had risen like a comet, making her name known throughout the chaos of Iskania. With her status as the prophesied one who drew the sword in the stone, her own strength, and her exceptional leadership, in less than a year, Isadella had gained the support and loyalty of nobles and grand knights across all of Iskania. The allied knights rallied around Isadella as their core. Perhaps because their frustration had been bottled up for too long, the knightly lords, having finally found a leader to follow, erupted with astonishing combat strength. Under Isadella's lead, always at the front lines, they achieved major victories in battle after battle, crushing the coalition of Futugan and the abyssal beasts, reclaiming vast swaths of lost territory. Along the way, they also purged the remaining abyssal creatures in the wilds, as well as rampant bandits and marauders. All of this happened in just a few short months. Due to the slow flow of information in these chaotic times, by the time Futugan, the Church of Dawn, and the other factions began to take this rising coalition of knights and nobles seriously, they were stunned to discover that this force had already rebuilt a land of order amidst the chaos. In terms of both scale and power, it had already become a fourth major force on the land, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Church and Futugan. And as the leader of the alliance, the prophesied figure, Isadella also earned a new title, the ideal sovereign, the Knight of Knights, Night King. But as the title of Night King rose like a comet, two other names echoed across all of Iskania along with it: the Black Knight Xian, and the Akatsuki organization. Countless powerful warriors and nobles gathered around Isadella, including even some six-ring powerhouses. But in the presence of that black-haired knight, they all seemed to lose their luster. He was not one of Isadella's subordinates, yet never missed a single critical battle, always charging at the front. Even the strongest commanders had to admit that, in front of the Black Knight, all their bravery felt meaningless. Every charge plunged him deep into enemy lines, into situations where death was certain. But whenever he emerged from the mountains of corpses, he was always unscathed. Not even a speck of blood touched his Akatsuki robe of black and red clouds. No one had ever seen the Black Knight wounded, undefeated and untouched after 100 battles. Some even gave him a new title, War-Hardened King, which Xian himself immediately shot down with a deadpan face and outright banned. And behind him, the Akatsuki organization also rose to fame again and again, saving civilians from monster tides and the ravages of war at the most perilous moments. The idea of being the dawn that changes this world was passed from mouth to mouth among refugees, and wearing the black and red Akatsuki robes even became a trend and fashion statement. Xian, you and your Akatsuki organization, do you really not want any rewards? Land, titles, power just below the ruler, or maybe even beauties? Though things are still tough right now, with the merits you and Akatsuki have earned, making such requests would be more than justified. Atop the city wall, watching the Black Knight return unscathed once again from a sea of corpses and blood, Isadella finally spoke. She was not a king who failed to understand human nature. Whether in the historical echo or in reality, as the ideal king burdened with the expectations of all, Isadella had always held herself to the strictest standards of integrity and righteousness. But she also knew such integrity and righteousness were principles she could use to bind herself, not others. People have selfish desires. Truly incorrupt saints are few and far between. If one wished to truly win the people's hearts, then when it came time to distribute rewards, one must never be stingy. Indeed, under such a system, the cohesion of the allied nobles and lords grew stronger, and their combat effectiveness on the battlefield was often far beyond what it once had been. However, Cang and the Akatsuki behind him were not like that. Although they had never formally announced joining her faction, Isadella was well aware. If not for Cang's fearless courage and the Akatsuki organization's terrifying intelligence-gathering ability, which allowed her to anticipate the enemy every time, she would never have achieved victory after victory and racked up such immense war merits in such a short span. Despite contributing so much, Cang had never once asked for a reward. As if beyond realizing that Dawn he had no other desires. If you really insist, then just give me some gold and jewels or whatever. The black-haired knight in the black and red cloud robe smiled lazily and spoke carelessly. Isadella fell silent. Gold and jewels, such things were the least valuable in this era of chaos. After all, in this broken world, the trade market had already collapsed. Compared to titles and fiefdoms, money held no real appeal. Clearly, Cang had only said it casually because she kept insisting. He didn't actually care about the wealth. And even if he took it, where would he spend it? The next moment, Isadella saw the Black Knight step up to the top of the wall. Through the gaps in his swirling mask, his pitch-black eyes swept over the peaceful and thriving scene within the city. You are the leaf bathed in sunlight, I am the root buried deep below. Power, status, territory, these things don't matter to me. Cang's voice remained hazy, yet carried a profound meaning. So long as, in the end, you can bring peace to this land, and create the new nation we dreamed of, that alone would be enough for me. And right as Xia Ya finished saying these words, he saw text emerge on the light screen in his mind. Important character Night King favorability +5. Current favorability, 50, trust. Important character Night King favorability +5. Current favorability, 50, trust. Finally got it. Seeing the notification pop up in his mind, Xia Ya let out a long breath of relief. Over the past half year, he'd basically become a master of time management. On one hand, he served as a holy Templar knight in the Church of Dawn, occasionally heading out on missions and along the way, managed to raise the favorability of that legendary tier cardinal to over 50. On another, he traveled across Iskania as the founder of the Xiao organization, spreading the will of the Dawn. On yet another, he fought as the Black Knight, charging across the land north and south. Even Silver and the others were constantly being shuffled around under the guise of Xiao members, working non-stop. Thankfully, the results weren't bad. Xia Ya's eyes lingered on the few lines of text displayed on the glowing screen in his mind. Historical legend rank, Light of Dawn. Rarity, purple, upgradable. Owner, Xia Ya. Location, Iskania. The Xiao you created has become the dawn that illuminates this chaotic world. The fate of countless refugees has been changed because of you, and the will of that dawn is now sung by the people of this land thanks to your presence. Black Knight Cang. Rarity, purple, upgradable. Title holder, Xia Ya. Location, Iskania. You are the embodiment of darkness, the blood-drenched strongest knight, a mad, fearless demon in the eyes of outsiders. You've endured 100 battles without defeat, survived countless trials without perishing. No one can harm the Black Knight. These words have become a curse, a nightmare in the hearts of countless enemy commanders. Just the sight of your black hair and eyes strikes fear into them. Title effect, when appearing as Black Knight Cang, all enemies who have heard your name will feel fear. The two purple tier legend entries Light of Dawn and Black Knight were the greatest recognition of Xia Ya's year-long efforts. But, it's still not enough. Xia Ya shook his head slightly at the two purple entries in his mind. In his past life, there was a saying, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. Spectators always did this on one side, wildly praising and idolizing someone, placing a flawed but good person onto a pedestal. On the other, the moment that person showed the slightest flaw, they'd unleash the most vicious and unforgiving condemnation, eager to see that saint fall from grace just to satisfy their own desire to judge. From heaven to hell it only took an instant. To others, that might be a catastrophic blow, even driving the mentally fragile to suicide due to the intense fall from grace. But for Xia Ya in this historical echo, that's exactly what he wanted. Falling from grace? Great. Being judged and trampled? Perfect. He welcomed everyone lining up to stomp on him. If they didn't idolize him and then destroy him, how else was he supposed to get that negative legend value? As for infamy through the ages, his name cursed for eternity. He'd already triple confirmed it. This Night King didn't live long enough to reach 1,000 years later. What? She's gonna come back from the grave for revenge? And even if she did, they'd be cursing Cang, not Xia Ya. What's it got to do with him? All for the sake of that eternal infamy and the final quest rewards. Xia Ya had been putting in work. Every morning, the first thing he did was use Tsukuyomi to hypnotize himself in front of a mirror, fully embracing the persona of a flawless saint. Humility, honor, sacrifice, bravery, compassion, spirituality, honesty, justice. He embodied all 8 virtues of knighthood. Also that, when the reversal came, his reputation would crash hard, really hard. So he was faking it all along. He disguised himself that well just to catch us off guard. Disgusting. I even idolized the Black Knight. Turns out I was blind. Who would have thought Xian was that kind of person? Just thinking about it made him feel so damn good. But, the timing isn't right yet. Isadella isn't unified, and my fame hasn't hit its peak. When the empire is truly founded, and Xiao and the Black Knight have risen to the peak of power as loyal founding ministers, that'll be the time to harvest. Xia Ya endure? Of course, I wouldn't mind just being a righteous knight, conquering land, and building a kingdom, but being the villain gives me so much more creative freedom. Your Excellency Arturus, Your Excellency Xian. A voice called from the distance. A knight in armor approached the two, kneeling on one knee. The Church of Dawn has sent intelligence. The wandering abyssal beasts that used to linger around our front lines, constantly harassing border villages, have suddenly disappeared in recent days. Moreover, even Vudigan's troops stationed on the other side of the wilderness appear to be withdrawing on their own. The knight's tone was respectful. Through his helmet, he looked at the two figures standing side by side on the city wall. The Night King needed no introduction, and Xian's reputation was built on a mountain of undeniable achievements. In fact, it was precisely because of Xian that the Church of Dawn treated this rising coalition so amicably, frequently exchanging resources and intelligence. They were, after all, both members of the Order faction and both at a disadvantage within Isadella. Naturally, they would support each other. It's just a pity. His Excellency Xian seemed to be a man. With that thought, a trace of regret welled up in the messenger knight's heart. If only that weren't the case. Then His Excellency Xian would have been the perfect candidate for queen. Xian, what do you make of this intel just now? When the knight who came to deliver the report had finally left, Isadella softly spoke. She had to admit that in this timeline, her reliance on the Xiao organization and on Xian had grown quite substantial. Many of her decisions now couldn't be made without his input. Doesn't it all feel a bit off? Xia Ya squinted at the desolate plains ahead. Those abyssal creatures are bloodthirsty beasts. There's no way they'd retreat before even making contact. Xiao's side also received some intel. Vudigan's forces stationed at the capital seem to be undergoing redeployment. I think. Xia Ya paused briefly. This likely means our coalition has finally caught the attention of the Low King himself. I fear, something big is coming, a full-scale purge, aimed right at us. Just as I expected. Isadella closed her eyes and nodded, agreeing with Xia Ya's assessment. Over the past half-year, the reason their Knight and Lord coalition had been able to expand so smoothly was largely due to the information bottleneck. In this chaotic landscape, information traveled slowly. Before the Low King in the capital had time to react, their forces had already spread like wildfire. But as of now, with the names of the Night King and Xiao growing louder and louder, even the common folk had heard of the Xiao organization, some even becoming its followers. It was no longer realistic to keep quietly developing in the shadows. Unlike the Church of Dawn, which remained entrenched in one location, the coalition supported by countless citizens and noble knights had become a force that could truly threaten Vudigan's rule. Just imagine if her own territory saw a rebel army expanding at this rate. Wouldn't she also do everything in her power to wipe them out? It was practically inevitable. And truthfully, Isadella understood full well that while the coalition looked powerful on the surface, there were huge vulnerabilities beneath. The biggest flaw was how smooth everything had gone up until now. It was a double-edged sword. Victory after victory had raised morale and unity to their peak. Every knight and soldier was performing beyond expectations. But in the end, they were just nobles and knights who had spontaneously banded together. To be blunt, they were a loose collection of militias. In only a year, there hadn't been nearly enough time to train and unify them into a disciplined elite army. Winning while the wind's at their back was one thing, but once it turned against them, morale could collapse, and the entire army could fall apart. Another major flaw was the lack of top-tier powerhouses. This was a world where extraordinary power resided in individual soldier against soldier, general against general, king against king. And her body was still too young. The power sealed within the Holy Sword had only recently been unlocked up to the peak of the 6th ring. Although regaining the Holy Sword meant she could likely match an ordinary legendary tier opponent. Above the titled tier, however, her side was at a huge disadvantage. Abyssal beasts may be savage and hard to control, but their strength was not to be underestimated. Each abyssal lord was comparable to a titled tier existence on the Western continent. With only a handful of titled tier Grand Knights in the coalition, they couldn't possibly match those numbers. And if just one abyssal lord broke through and reached the ordinary soldiers or civilians, it would be a catastrophe. Abandon our current territory. Split our forces and civilians into multiple groups and break out in different directions. Isadella gently closed her crimson eyes. When she opened them again, the decision had already been made. She knew very well what such an order meant. Splitting up to break through meant massive losses. The chances of actually escaping the encirclement? Maybe not even 60%. But it was the only choice she had. Their current strength was at a huge disadvantage. If they didn't split up, they'd be waiting to die. The only outcome for the coalition would be complete annihilation. What they needed most right now was time. As long as they could break through, give her another 3 years, and both her personal strength and the coalition's military power would be completely transformed. However, the next moment, such a desperate breakout, the cost will be devastating. And even if you do succeed, someone like you, who made this decision, You'll be accused of cruelty, of being heartless, of sacrificing your people and subordinates just to save yourself. That same vague voice drifted out once more from the spiral mask of Xian. It made Isadella pause for a moment. Over the past year, Xian and the Xiao organization rarely questioned her decisions, they always supported her in silence. This was the first time he'd openly opposed her command. But Isadella's will wasn't something easily shaken. As a king, I must be prepared to bear infamy. No one in this world is perfect, whether it be praise or scorn. Once I chose to walk the path of kingship, I vowed to press on, no matter what the world says about me. Her cool, composed voice echoed along the city wall. Is that so? But for the knights who chose to follow you, for the people under your rule, what they long for is a perfect king. A sun that shines forever, with not a single flaw. If the sun has shadows, it would break everyone's heart. Artoris, do you still remember what I told you earlier? Xian's hazy voice once again reached Isadella's ears. You are the leaf bathed in sunlight. I am the root buried deep within. And the root's purpose is to pave the way, for the leaf to flourish. So, his black cloak with red clouds flapped wildly in the wind atop the city wall. I'll handle the rear guard. Xian. The moment he spoke, Isadella could hear the finality in his tone. This wasn't some offhand remark. It was a solid, determined decision. What you're walking into is hell. You'll die. She gazed at the black-haired man in the mask with her crimson eyes and couldn't help but speak. As a king, Isadella should separate her personal feelings from her decisions relying solely on reason. She also knew full well what Xian was capable of. Maybe he really could draw enough attention to let the rest of the army retreat unharmed. Sacrificing a knight who wasn't even titled tier in exchange for the survival of the rest of their fighting force. From a purely rational standpoint, this was clearly the optimal choice. But as she looked at the slender figure in the black cloak before her, Isadella couldn't help but feel a strange tightness in her chest. Though the Black Knight Xian was indeed known for his undefeated streak, this situation was unlike any battle they had faced before. With Vudigan personally stationed at the capital, he might not act directly, but among the Abyssal Beast army under his command, there were certainly titled tier Abyssal Lords. And possibly even, according to scattered intel gathered by the Xiao organization. Not long ago, it seemed that an Abyssal Monarch had descended upon Iskania from the depths of the Abyss. An Abyssal Monarch equivalent to Legendary tier. To face a Legendary tier head-on with strength below titled tier. That was a death sentence. No hope of survival. And yet, all that responded to Isadella was the figure walking farther and farther away, along with a light, drifting laugh carried by the wind across the city wall. So, Your Majesty, if you're feeling reluctant to let me go, then at least hand over those gold and jewel rewards you promised me first. Your Excellency Xian, shall we leave it here? A respectful voice came from outside the door. Xia Ya pushed it open, only to see a squad of knights lined up neatly outside his house. Behind them, their tall war horses carried chest after chest of carefully arranged jewels and gold. The lead knight looked handsome and resolute, giving off a warm and gentle presence. But at this moment, the look he gave Xia Ya was filled with an indescribable complexity, making even his gleaming silver knight armor appear somewhat dull. Much appreciated, Sir Gawain, and all of you. Xia Ya wore a faint smile and pointed to the floor in front of him. Just place it here. He was playing his role to the hilt now, every line delivered like a man burdened with the fate of the nation. A pure textbook Jack Sue to balance out all the merry Sues. Clink, clink. The chests full of gold and jewels were carried into Xia Ya's room. There were over a dozen massive crates, each packed to the brim. Looking at the mountain of treasure piled up, Xia Ya couldn't help but whistle. The king sure is generous. This must have cleared out the whole treasury. Please pass a message to Her Majesty for me, Sir Gawain. If the ruler treats me as a national hero, then I shall repay her as one. Yet, in the face of Xia Ya's words, the handsome knight leading the group still wore a complicated expression. He waved his hand, dismissing the other knights before closing the door. After doing all this, the knight looked at Xia Ya's face, or more accurately, the spiral-patterned mask, and spoke in a deep voice. Drop the act, Xian. That made Xia Ya freeze mid-motion. He narrowed his eyes, examining the knight before him. The Sun Knight Gawain. One of the most famous Grand Knights under the Night King besides himself, a titled tier powerhouse known as the Sun Knight. Also a future member of the Round Table. A figure etched into the pages of history. Could it be that his act had been seen through? Xia Ya didn't think he had slipped up, but he knew Gawain was the kind of guy who had muscles for brains, running purely on intuition. Otherwise, he wouldn't have earned the nickname Gorilla. With people who had intuition, suspicion didn't require logic or evidence. With that in mind, Xia Ya's dark eyes beneath the spiral mask silently lit up with 3 silver moons. Though Gawain was 6-ring, Xia Ya's illusions had always been the bane of hot-headed types. The next moment, Gawain stepped forward. Even though Her Majesty didn't tell us the truth and only gave the order to split and retreat, I saw the sorrow that flashed in her eyes when she mentioned you. Gawain spoke heavily, his usually sunny expression clouded with gloom. Xian, you're not seriously planning to stay behind alone, are you? For a moment there, I actually believed this gorilla had seen through my disguise. Xia Ya glanced at the conflicted expression on Gawain's face and replied calmly. Her Majesty kept it from you to avoid causing concern. But I didn't expect you'd figure it out. Just make sure not to tell anyone else. If word spreads and shakes morale, you should know what kind of consequences that would bring. Of course. Gawain looked fired up. I may not be as cunning or composed as you or Her Majesty, but I'm not stupid. I understand perfectly why you chose to keep this hidden. No, you're totally an airhead. Xia Ya resisted the urge to say it aloud and responded lightly. As long as you understand. Though you joined the coalition later than most, neither I nor Her Majesty have ever doubted your loyalty. As he spoke, he turned to glance at the crates of gold and jewels. A faint, vague laugh drifted from his spiral mask. No need to feel bad for me, Sir Gawain. When someone pays you, it's only natural you settle their debts. The king rewarded me this generously, of course I need to repay her in kind. You. Gawain opened his mouth, but found his voice dry and stiff. With your status in the coalition and among the people and with how highly the king values you, once the land is unified and a new nation is founded, you will be second only to the throne, standing above all others. Compared to that, this little bit of treasure is nothing. A mere drop in the ocean. His words trailed off halfway, unable to continue. Truth be told, most lords and nobles chose to follow the Night King as an investment. If she really succeeded in uniting Isadella, they would become founding ministers of the new empire. And the greatest among them would undoubtedly be Cang. Anyone in the coalition could see how much the king trusted him. Yet here he was, voluntarily giving up that bright future, all to give the others a greater chance at survival. Yeah, Xia Ya's voice remained calm. Everyone dreams of becoming a founding minister, of being granted land and titles after victory, of receiving rewards 100-fold. But, in this chaotic world, if we seek change, if we seek victory, how could there be no cost? We've had it too easy on this journey. So easy that many have forgotten war is no child's game. From the beginning, there was never a perfect, no death, best case scenario. No sacrifice, no victory. He turned, gazing out the window at the dark, gloomy night sky. Only the black cloak with red clouds on his back fluttered in the evening breeze. But aren't you afraid of dying? Gawain couldn't help but ask. Yet the only reply he got was that same vague, misty voice. Of course I'm afraid. Even ants cling to life, how could I be any different? Xia Ya paused for a moment. But, before the dawn arrives, someone has to light up the darkness, even if just a little. Some things are more important than the rest. That cloaked figure in Xiao's robes wasn't even that broad-shouldered. But to Gawain at that moment, it felt impossibly grand. A silhouette stretched endlessly under the backdrop of the night. A lone back turned to the world. Your Excellency Cang, please, let me stay behind with you. Looking at Cang in front of him, Gawain felt a blazing fire ignite within his heart. He was the one known as the Sun Knight, the radiant sun that lit up the battlefield. From the very beginning, Gawain had set this as his goal, faithfully upholding the virtues of knighthood, striving to illuminate others with the glory of a knight. But now, standing before Cang, he felt his own radiance was so small, like a single firefly before a full moon. It was only at this moment that Gawain truly understood the real meaning behind the Xiao organization. However, as if Xia Ya had already predicted what he was about to say, the moment Gawain spoke, he was cut off. Sir Gawain, you're a knight too. You should know. The battlefield is no place for emotion, and more people staying behind doesn't make the rear guard more effective. I know your strength is formidable. You've contracted a powerful sword-type holy relic, and under the sun, you gain a significant power boost. But that's public knowledge, the enemy surely knows it too. Don't you think they'd prepare accordingly? Their encirclement is bound to happen under the cover of night. By then, your combat power would drop by over 30%. To be blunt, if you stayed behind to cover the retreat with me, you'd only drag me down. Gawain opened his mouth but found himself completely unable to argue. The breakthrough zone is your true battlefield. Without your power, we may suffer even greater losses. Xia Ya waved a hand. All right, go report back to Her Majesty. If you're gone too long, she might start worrying. Besides, in these last moments, I'd like some time to prepare, to get into the right state of mind. Who knows? Maybe I had a slim chance to find a way out, but if I'm off my game thanks to you lingering here, I might just die. A few heavy-handed truths came down like a hammer, leaving Gawain completely deflated. His face flushed red, his gaze conflicted. He tried to speak several times, but ultimately held back. Because it was true. If he really ruined Cang's slim chance of survival, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. Watching Gawain bow in a proper knight's salute, then turn and leave, closing the door gently behind him as he went, Xia Ya let out a long sigh of relief. Finally got that gorilla out of here. If he'd kept insisting on staying to cover the retreat with him, that would have been seriously annoying. Secondary important character Sun Knight Gawain favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 70, reverence. The sky blue text appeared in Xia Ya's mind, causing his expression to stiffen slightly. 70 favorability according to the system's description. If Gawain were female, it'd already be high enough to trigger a romance route. Didn't think this guy was that simple. A few inspirational lines and he was completely convinced. Xia Ya's gaze swept across the piles of treasure in his room. The next moment, with a simple thought, he stashed it all into Shiny's spatial pouch. The Night King and the Grand Knights all assumed that Cang only accepted the treasure as a formality. After all, in a world like this, tangible assets like territory or transcendent materials to boost one's power were far more valuable than money no one could spend. But only Xia Ya knew he actually needed that money. Titles, land, being second only to the throne, Xia Ya had no way of cashing any of it out. It was useless to him. And when the Fresta Empire was eventually founded, he'd likely already be infamous throughout history, with no chance of receiving any of those rewards. Instead, this gold and silver worth little in a war-torn land would be completely different once he exited the historical echo and returned to reality. It gave him the feeling of opening a two-way portal between worlds and smuggling goods for profit. Shiny. With a light call from Xia Ya, the fuzzy little golden monkey materialized from the void. Shishi, master, I missed you so much. The moment it appeared, Shiny leapt onto Xia Ya's shoulder without hesitation. Originally, it shared shoulder space with Big Sis Silver, one on each side. But ever since Crimson joined the team, its spot had become increasingly unstable. Fortunately, Xia Ya liked holding Crimson's star spirit form like a plush toy in his arms, so Shiny barely managed to keep its seat. Then came the white cat, and Shiny completely lost its spot. Worse yet, the three who took its place, Silver was the oldest and the big sis, Crimson was the team's main muscle and poster girl, and the white cat was a hidden god-tier being. It couldn't beat any of them. Most of the time, it just stared longingly while sleeping in the soul-packed space. So now that it finally got to come out and breathe fresh air, of course it had to make the most of it. Shiny, can you get us out of this historical echo? Xia Ya asked. The little golden monkey on his shoulder paused for 2 seconds before nodding. Shishi, yeah, but it'll take a little time. Good. Xia Ya nodded. Though the flashback pocket watch could also force an exit, that was a pricey, single-use life-saving item, better to save it. And besides, with his current undead status, life-saving items didn't really mean much anymore. In previous historical echoes, Xia Ya had always followed the quest markers and exited only after reaching certain key nodes. But as an official mission, this historical echo had much higher freedom. Aside from 2 major objectives, there were no strict limitations on his path. Not even the exit point was provided, which meant the timing to leave was entirely up to him. And what he told Gawain earlier about wanting to prepare wasn't a lie. This battle will be the final curtain call of the Black Knight Xian, and also the turning point of the Xiao organization. Xia Ya's eyes darkened. Over the past half year, the Xiao organization's name had soared, and the title of Black Knight Xian was now renowned across the land. The purple tier legend entries and titles, along with 50 favor ability points from the Night King and the Cardinal, were the fruits of his effort. But this was as far as it went. Artoris, the Cardinal, all the major faction leaders were either legendary tier or future legends. As top-tier powerhouses standing at the pinnacle of the transcendent world, with mental oceans of their own, their minds were already complete. They viewed their hearts from higher ground, unshakable and resolute. They weren't like Gawain, the kind of hot-blooded fool who could be won over with a few inspirational lines into heartfelt reverence. For example, if Xia Ya had encountered Sylvia only after she had already become a legendary tier powerhouse, even if the exact same things happened again, she might be grateful. But it would never leave the kind of deep, soul-carving imprint that had lasted across 500 years in reality. According to Xia Ya's estimation, getting the Night King's favor ability to 50 points in such a short time to the level of a trusted confidant was already the limit. If he were to remain under his current identity, going further would require years, even decades, or possibly over a century of companionship. Time would have to accumulate before that bond could deepen. Likewise, the prestige of the Xiao organization and the Black Knight had also reached a threshold. If things continued step by step as they were, he'd be stuck at this level with no way to break through quickly. Xia Ya naturally couldn't afford to stay in a historical echo for decades or centuries. But he also wasn't satisfied with just a purple legend rank and 50 favor ability points. His legend status at the very least should be gold. And as for the Night King's favor ability, it had to break 70, no less. So, Xia Ya planned to use more drastic methods. After all, he smiled silently. No living man can ever surpass the dead. As long as someone's alive, they'll always be picked apart and doubted. Because human nature simply can't accept that a living person might accomplish something completely beyond what they themselves can do. But once someone dies, then they become untouchable. Black Knight Xian. That name would live on in people's memories forever, mourned and glorified, idealized and magnified. Their impressions would be frozen in time, forever locked in his most radiant, most heroic moment, eternal and unblemished. The Xiao organization could take this chance to retreat behind the scenes and enter its second phase. And when the mourning and nostalgia reached their peak, that's when the twist would come. Half angel, half devil. One thought away from divinity or damnation. Absolutely perfect. So, this final act belonging to the Black Knight, Xia Ya would make sure to prepare it well. He would leave behind the most dazzling, radiant, awe-inspiring back that would be etched into everyone's heart forever. Shishi, master, I've activated the ability. It'll take a few dozen seconds to exit the historical echo. With Shiny's prompt, Xia Ya could feel his body gradually fading, becoming hazy, translucent, his presence in this timeline swiftly dispersing, until finally he vanished into nothingness. In the distant lord's estate, Isadella sensed the holy sword at her waist suddenly flicker. In the next instant, she felt an immense, mysterious force surge from the sword once again. The holy sword's power is exhausted. It can no longer sustain my presence in this timeline. Looks like I'll need to wait for it to recharge before entering again. She nodded slightly. Through the soul pact she shared with the sword, Isadella could clearly feel it. With every step she took as Artoris down the path of the Night King, the restraints on the holy sword had gradually loosened. At this rate, when Iskania was fully unified, on the day the Fresta Empire was founded, that would be the day the Holy Sword returned to its peak state, and she ascended to the throne tier. The next moment, that vast mysterious force carried Isadella, flowing back downstream along the river of time. In the study, Xia Ya slowly opened his eyes. Perhaps because this historical echo had occurred far earlier in time than the one involving the Kangting ancient kingdom, the journey through the river of time upon exiting had taken longer. Unlike the past, where he'd felt dazed, dizzy, and muddle-headed upon returning from a historical echo, this time, with his improved tier and the sands of time boosting his affinity with time-space laws, Xia Ya could now clearly perceive everything within the river of time. It was a brand new experience, and it deepened his understanding of the river of time even further. Looking at the familiar furniture inside his Black Lily District residence, Xia Ya quickly grabbed pen and paper and began writing down his thoughts and insights from the journey. If the historical echo is a record of real history, then if I were to rewrite that past, say, kill the Night King before the Fresta Empire is founded, what would happen to the present? Would the empire simply vanish? Would reality be overturned? Or is there some kind of historical correction force that would ensure another Grand Knight steps in as leader and still founds the empire, minimizing the change to preserve the historical trajectory? Or perhaps, I wouldn't even get the chance to kill the Night King. Maybe the river of time's inertia would block me or even erase me before I could alter history that drastically. Erasure might be too extreme, but based on what the sands of time helped me understand, and what I just experienced, there absolutely is a thing called historical inertia, or historical correction force. To change the historical trajectory, I'd need strength that matches it. The more I try to defy the original timeline, the stronger the resistance. Even a throne tier being with time-space affinity would find it extremely difficult to alter history. But this leads to a new question. Xia Ya's pen paused briefly. Why, when I entered the historical echo of the Kangting ancient kingdom, was there no resistance at all? Sylvia is a real throne tier, and the White Tower is one of the most powerful factions on the western continent. That should have counted as part of the historical trajectory. So why was I able to interfere so freely? If I hadn't intervened, Norton's plan would likely have succeeded, yet history didn't play out that way. Unless I myself am part of the historical trajectory. Or maybe who am I, really? Staring at the draft paper covered in Chinese characters, Xia Ya let out a wry smile. Now I'm spiraling straight into who am I? Who's the real me? Existential territory. There's too little evidence right now. Blind speculation won't get him anywhere. Xia Ya twirled his steel pen between his fingers. Then schlick. The metal nib pierced into his palm, then was pulled out. No blood came out. Not even a wound remained. Almost at the exact moment the nib left his flesh, the skin and muscle had already regenerated. Staring at the results of his experiment, Xia Ya's eyes darkened slightly. His undead body wasn't something exclusive to the historical echo. It worked just the same in reality. It must have been when he broke through to the fourth ring that he received this curse of immortality. So that means, I already had this ability during the banquet at the Borgia estate. If not for Sylvia stepping in and suppressing everything on the spot, my undead body would have probably been exposed when I was later surrounded by other Borgia retainers. With that thought, Xia Ya stood up and quickly returned to his bedroom. Then, he scooped up the white cat that had been lazily squinting in the direction of the study, and hugged her tightly, giving her a good, rough cuddle. As expected of my precious Syl, my main wife. If it weren't for you, I'd have been in real trouble. As for why Sylvia was the main wife and Alara was the side wife, that was, of course, ranked by, cup size. Meow meow meow. The white cat, suddenly pulled into a hug, flailed her limbs in a panic. But the moment she heard Xia Ya's words, her struggling instantly softened. Even her meows turned weak and breathy. Xia Ya didn't think too much of it. After giving the cat a satisfying cuddle, he returned to the study. He'd come back to reality because there were things to do. On one hand, he had to prepare for the final battle that was coming in the historical echo. On the other, during his half-year stay in the echo, his tier had finally advanced from the fourth ring to the fifth ring. Although his fourth soul pact had been mysteriously occupied, fortunately, the fifth soul pact was working just fine, which meant it was time to move forward with selecting his fifth contracted beast. Xia Ya had long since planned out what he wanted for his fourth beast. The problem had always been a lack of funds to make it happen. But now, thanks to the generous sponsorship of the Night King during the historical echo, that budget shortfall had finally been covered. Of course, freeloading off the White Tower was also an option. But unless absolutely necessary, Xia Ya didn't want to ask his own woman for money. What if it ended up with him being pinned underneath during that kind of situation? At this hour, little AI should still be cultivating, right? Xia Ya glanced toward the meditation room and picked up on her steady breathing. Then, he retrieved a deep blue crystal from his spatial pouch. He channeled a sliver of spiritual power into the crystal. On the Western continent, be it the Empire, the Alliance of Nobles, or the Holy Theocracy, each had its own exclusive portable Magitech communication devices. The one Xia Ya was using now belonged to the Holy Theocracy. These personal communicators came in pairs and were usually reserved for high-ranking members of the church. And the person who held the other half of Xia Ya's communicator was none other than the Saintess of Dawn within the Holy Court. The deep blue crystal radiated a brilliant, dazzling light. Xia Ya poured his mental energy into it, then let that gentle force guide his consciousness upward, toward the higher realms of the spirit realm. Long-distance communication technology like bidirectional teleportation arrays was cutting-edge magi tech fiercely developed and tightly guarded by every nation on the Western continent. After all, anyone with even a hint of strategic vision could see just how much value this kind of real-time, distance-agnostic communication held in warfare. On the battlefield, even a few minutes delay in intel delivery could mean the difference between victory and defeat. Of course, while they all had similar communication technologies, the Empire used astral wraiths to build communication circuits within the star realm, while the Church used the spirit realm to achieve the same effect. Gradually, a faint point of light appeared before Xia Ya. As he watched the blurry glow slowly converge, he casually dropped the illusion of being a saint, a persona he'd kept up in the historical echo for over half a year. Pretending to be someone constantly worrying about the nation had given Xia Ya a bit of PTSD toward the phrase faint smile. A few seconds later, the blurry glow coalesced into a clear image. A young girl sat properly at her desk, focused on writing something. The setting sun cast a soft glow on her fair, delicate face. Her ink-black hair flowed over her shoulders, fluttering gently in the evening breeze. She held a pen in her right hand, while her left hand toyed with a small doll. The doll had a few lines of arcane script etched onto it. From Xia Ya's experience, he could tell those characters belonged to the succubus race commonly used in rituals for contracts and curses. It was an ancient succubus tradition that dearest had once casually mentioned to him. According to legend, when a succubus girl met someone she truly loved and wanted to spend her life with, she would craft a doll identical to her beloved. Then she'd inscribe a falling in love curse to make that person hopelessly devoted to her. And that tiny doll, also with black hair and dark eyes, had soft facial features that weren't overly sharp or angular. To put it simply, the doll didn't just vaguely resemble Xia Ya, it looked exactly like him. Who's trying to con? A lazy, melodious female voice rang out, only to pause mid-sentence. Xia Ya. The black-haired girl panicked, hurriedly hiding the Xia Ya doll behind her back. But in her frantic rush, she knocked over the book she'd been writing in earlier, sending it open across the desk, its contents now clearly visible through the spirit realm communication screen. Though it lasted just a few seconds, the beautifully bound book was quickly snapped shut. Still, with Xia Ya's current 5th ring level of mental power, those few seconds were more than enough for him to commit the words to memory. The black-haired, black-eyed young beast master with a snow ferret on his shoulder looked at the girl from the holy court before him. That icy-cold face of his curved into a faint smile, charming, untamed, and wickedly bold. With a roguish drawl, he said, "Interesting woman. You've caught my attention. But have you considered, this is a game you're playing with?" Looking at the flustered girl before him, the Saintess of Dawn, her pretty face tinged with red. Xia Ya's expression didn't change. "So this is your new way of trying to make me fall for you." As Xia Ya spoke, the spirit realm's glowing communication screen flickered slightly. The next moment, that soft blush, that mix of shyness and frustration on her face all vanished. She took a small step back, her chestnut eyes studying Xia Ya through the image, a faint smile rising on her lips. "Guess I messed up this time." The Saintess of Dawn twirled the Xia Ya doll between her fingers. Her whole vibe shifted. Gone was the poetic, love-struck noble girl. She now seemed like an orchid blooming in a secluded valley. Beautiful, but veiled in mist, hard to see clearly. Innocent and naive, untouched by the mortal world. Willing to seek out a succubus's curse, just to be with the one she loves. Even went so far as to write him as the male lead in her novel, but when that budding affection got noticed, she scrambled to hide it. "Just a classic Tsundere girl. I thought you'd like that kind of character." There was a hint of wistful grievance in her voice. "Even knowing it's all an act. I couldn't even see the faintest flicker of emotion in your eyes, husband. That really disappoints me. Am I really that lacking in feminine charm?" Xia Ya narrowed his eyes. "And where did you pick up calling me husband?" "Of course, from the novel Xia Ya, the classmate published through the Royal Literary Society." The Saintess of Dawn took another step back, her eyes drifting toward the nearby bookshelf. Xia Ya glanced up, and sure enough, it was filled with neatly arranged books. The Count of Monte Cristo, The Legend of Hero Aubin, Haymaret's Revenge, The Three Musketeers, The Pure-Hearted Lady by Liane. Every single one his own work. "I've collected and organized every one of your books. And I started writing my own novel because I wanted to understand your heart better, from a creator's perspective." That soft, wistful voice carried a subtle melancholy, stirring a wave of helplessness in Xia Ya's heart. This Saintess of Dawn standing before him was the second girl he'd gotten to know after Alara, who was the same age as him. They had first met in Lokia, the arcane city, known as the City of Knowledge. Back then, she wasn't the Saintess of Dawn yet. The three of them had spent more than a year together. Later on, Xia Ya and Alara went to the imperial capital, while she joined the Holy Court. A few years after that, news spread that a new Saintess of Dawn had been chosen. Technically speaking, both the Saintess of Dawn and Alara were his childhood friends. But their personalities couldn't be more different. If Alara was like a blank page, transparent and easy to read, then her dynamic with Xia Ya felt more like an old married couple. Then the Saintess of Dawn was a complex, hard-to-decipher book. Every communication was filled with teasing and games, leaving him unsure where the jokes ended and the feelings began. Of course, flirting like this was always a two-way street. Xia Ya never felt like he was getting the short end of the stick. "To be honest, maybe I would have felt a little spark at first. But lately, the people around me have been giving me some serious stress. It's hard to feel anything romantic right now." "People around you?" The Saintess of Dawn paused. Her chestnut eyes lingered on Xia Ya's face for a moment. With how tsundere and deadpan Alara is, there's no way she'd play pretend like this. So, is it Her Excellency, the Argent Witch? You really missed your calling as a detective. Xia Ya gave a sincere sigh. By the way, have the details of that Borgia family banquet and the news about Sylvia already reached the Holy Court? From Xia Ya's perspective, he'd already spent over half a year within the historical echo, but in reality, only a single day had passed since that banquet. Given the information transmission speed on the Western continent, news shouldn't have spread this fast under normal circumstances. The official intel hasn't arrived yet, but hey, I am the Saintess of the Church. Of course, I've got my own channels. The Saintess of Dawn paused for a moment. Though there's still no solid evidence confirming that Wild Wolf Warwick was acting on the Borgia Patriarch Guderian's orders, the tribunal has already terminated the Borgia family's collaboration with the Holy Court. Thanks. Xia Ya gave a slight nod. He was well aware that under normal procedures, a decision like this could have dragged on for half a year or more. For it to be settled the very next day, it was clear the Saintess of Dawn had pushed it through. After Guderian's death, that partnership with the Holy Court was the Borgia family's last and greatest shield. Now that it had been severed, it would be far easier for Isadella to strike at them. With the second imperial princess political savvy, she could easily dismantle one of the once greatest oath-bound families, leaving them utterly ruined with no chance of recovery. And while most of the Borgia family likely had no idea what really happened in Ceylon, Xia Ya had no intention of being merciful to his enemies. After all, if he imagined walking away after wiping out his enemies, only to lock eyes with a little boy just like his former self glaring at him with hatred, he'd probably just smirk and think, should have hidden better. Next time I see you, I'll kill you. Didn't expect to meet again this soon. Oh right, Isadella. The Saintess of Dawn's chestnut eyes flickered slightly. She's a chosen of Dawn, backed by a cardinal, also one of the expected candidates for the 13 saints. So, the motion to revoke her divine status hasn't gone through yet. She gave Xia Ya a long, meaningful look, lips curling into a mischievous smile. Xia Ya, interested in turning Isadella into your personal plush toy. She hides it well, but that only daughter of your enemy, the chosen of Dawn, is actually a bit of a lesbian princess, you know. If you want, I've got plenty of dirt on her I could share. Her voice turned low, eyes dark with a quiet intensity. Right now, the entire Borgia family is leaning on her alone. If word got out that she's then whether it's the Holy Court or the Empire, she'd have nowhere left to stand, let alone any hope of reviving her family's power. With that kind of leverage, you could make her do whatever you want. Even something as extreme as indulging your every whim wouldn't be too far-fetched. Xia Ya paused. If I'm not mistaken, Isadella seems to be quite the devoted admirer of yours. From what I've seen, she copies your every move. You really okay with selling out your loyal little simp like that? She definitely is a simp, but so what? The Saintess of Dawn's eyes turned a few shades colder. Who told you I'm a vindictive little b*tch who holds grudges and plays dirty? That chill in her gaze lasted only a second. Then she smiled again, her lovely face lighting back up. So, Xia Ya, have you thought it over? Turning your enemy's only daughter into your own plush toy, one you can squish, squeeze, and grind into the floor. Don't you want to get your revenge nice and thorough? And don't forget she's a chosen of Dawn, a future saint. If you can use this to bring her fully under your control, it'd be like planting a chess piece deep inside the Holy Court. Xia Ya considered it. Well, I'll admit, it's a tempting offer, but I'll pass. If she's one of your fangirls and a lesbian, I'm honestly a bit worried she'll end up tangling with the fish in my own pond. The Saintess of Dawn's smile grew noticeably wider. Didn't expect Xia Ya to be this possessive when it comes to me. She looked at him, eyes filled with undisguised affection. That sweet smile carried a tinge of contentment. I'm kind of happy, knowing that there's a place for me in your heart, Xia Ya. Bad girls are seriously hard to figure out. Xia Ya couldn't help sighing inwardly. I miss my little angel Alara. But before long, the Saintess of Dawn reined in her expression, returning to a more formal posture. All right, Xia Ya, back to business. There was a hint of grievance in her voice. I know you'd never reach out to me unless you had a reason. Otherwise, you wouldn't have kept me in the dark about taking down the Borgia family. There is something I need to discuss. Xia Ya nodded. How's the mechanical fire source I ordered from the steam school coming along? His fifth soul-pact partner was going to be a mechanical-type summoned beast. And the reason he'd asked the Saintess of Dawn for help was simple. She was the most talented mechanist Xia Ya knew. Other than the radiant spirit she was required to contract as the Saintess of Dawn, every one of her soul pacts was with a mechanical-type beast. She was, quite literally, a mechanical Valkyrie. The aesthetic might be a bit out there, but Xia Ya couldn't deny, it was kind of hot. The two had discussed his fourth mechanical beast many times before. This call was mostly just to finalize the pickup date, and they wrapped it up quickly. Well then, Xia Ya, see you in the City of Knowledge. Remember, this is a secret just between the two of us. The Saintess of Dawn pressed a slender white finger to her lips, gently touching them, and smiled. The next second, the deep blue communication crystal flickered, then dimmed. The call ended. A secret just between us? Xia Ya was still puzzling over the meaning of her final words, until the moment he withdrew his mental energy from the spirit realm. Then he understood. Behind him, a golden-haired girl sat silently at the edge of the bed, carefully polishing the silver lance on her lap. Alara just sat there quietly, gazing at Xia Ya. She tilted her head slightly and gave him a beautiful smile. Xia Ya, City of Knowledge, Lokia. Constantine District. Lokia, also known as the Arcane City, the City of Knowledge, was a textbook example of a neutral city. Dozens of transcendent research organizations, including the Black Tower, had established their headquarters here. Divided by research factions, the city was split into distinct districts. The Constantine District, named after the Western continent's first legendary machinist, Constantine, was the base of the STEAM school. Xia Ya strolled through the streets of the Constantine District. Unlike the solemn, majestic architecture of the imperial capital, buildings here had a much more modern and experimental style. Beyond the usual storefronts, gear and core-themed mechanical shops could often be seen. Here, machinery wasn't just some novelty toy exclusive to transcendents and nobles, it had been thoroughly integrated into the lives of everyday citizens. Many carriages had already been phased out, replaced by Magitech vehicles navigating wide avenues. Even the main roads were lit with ever-burning Magitech street lamps. Alara's calm voice sounded beside Xia Ya. So Surin, this is where she asked to meet you. Surin, that was the Saintess of Dawn's real name. Alara normally went without makeup, her natural beauty plain and pure. But today, she'd made a rare exception. She wore light makeup and had even picked out an elegant, deep-toned evening dress currently the most fashionable in the imperial capital. Gone was the ruthless aura of the imperial military's top-ranking mission scorer. In her place stood the young noble lady of the Winter Flower family, in full bloom. And unlike her usual habit of walking half a step behind Xia Ya, Alara had boldly taken the initiative today, looping her arm through his, holding him close. Like a peacock showing off her claim before a rival. 301 Skyfire Avenue. 3rd Mechanism Foundry. Yeah, this is the place. Xia Ya glanced at the street number, taking in the light, floral scent from the girl at his side. It was a mix of pain and pleasure. Pain because ever since he'd been caught red-handed during that Magitech call with Surin a few evenings ago, he'd been under the constant watch of one very jealous little vinegar jar. Pleasure because jealous Alara was adorable, and for the past 2 days, she'd been spoiling him with all kinds of perks. Sundaries really do need to feel threatened before they unlock their full potential. Xia Ya gave her a mental thumbs up. Meow. On Xia Ya's shoulder, a white cat let out a lazy, lifeless meow. As Sylvia's mental split form, she was starting to regret her decision. Sure, as a summoned beast, she could get as close to brother Xia Ya as she wanted. These past few days, she'd been petted, cuddled, even heard his whispered confessions more times than she could count. But the downside? He was completely in control. If he wanted to pet her, he petted. If he wanted to snuggle, he snuggled. She was totally at his mercy. Worst of all, as his companion beast, she'd overheard all of Xia Ya's little secrets. But she'd also had to watch, in excruciating detail, as he flirted and got cozy with other girls, completely unable to do anything about it. Look at her now. She wasn't just a lemon, she was a lemon cat, radiating sour energy from every fur strand. And yet, she couldn't look away either. Come on, original body. How long are you gonna take finishing things at the White Chalk Tower? If you don't show up soon, your Xia Ya is gonna get stolen away by some wicked woman? Xia Ya and Alara had lived in Lokia for nearly 2 years. Back then, Xia Ya had been taken in as a disciple by Hathaway, one of the 8 pages of the Black Tower known as the Eternal Page. He'd spent most of his time studying in the tower's pocket dimension. Still, as a modern transmigrator, Xia Ya often brought Alara with him to browse the mechanical shops here in the Constantine district. He'd even dreamed about piloting a massive war mech of his own someday. Even after all these years, the Constantine district still felt familiar to both of them. Soon, their steps came to a stop before a massive mechanical foundry. Xia Ya pushed open the door and stepped inside. His gaze swept across the room, and there amid the bustle of mechanical apprentices he spotted her. A black-haired figure, sitting in the rest area, wearing a baseball cap pulled low over her face. Long time no see. Honestly, I thought you wouldn't show up in person. Xia Ya greeted her casually and sat down across from her with Alara by his side. It's been 5 years. No way I'd miss a chance to see you face to face. Surin's soft voice came through the mask she wore, muffled, but still pleasant. Looking at the girl before him, hat pulled low, face hidden behind a mask and scarf, everything covered except her beautiful eyes, Xia Ya couldn't help but chuckle sympathetically. Must be rough, going out dressed like this. It was a strange look, sure, but Xia Ya fully understood why Surin was doing it. Her identity as the Saintess of Dawn was exceptionally special. Other powerhouses like legendary beastmasters or faction leaders were famous mostly within transcendent circles. Ordinary citizens, who hadn't stepped into the transcendent world, didn't have access to such information. Unless someone deliberately looked into it, no one walking down the street would recognize a living legend. But Surin was different. As the Saintess of Dawn, she was the public face of the church, and by extension, the entire holy theocracy. She often appeared at major ceremonies and sacred festivals. The Church of Dawn was the single most influential religious force on the Western continent, and its followers weren't limited to the holy theocracy, they were spread across nearly every order-aligned territory. In other words, Surin was nothing less than a superstar. Her fame and reputation were second only to the church's high priest himself. Even Isadella couldn't compare. Sure, Isadella was the second imperial princess of the Fresta Empire, and quite beloved. But she hadn't ascended the throne yet, and outside the empire, most people didn't pay much attention to an unascended royal. Surin, meanwhile, had faithful followers in every corner of the western continent. Lokia didn't have a particularly strong religious presence, but if Surin's true identity were exposed in public it would definitely cause chaos among the followers of Dawn. It really did feel like those celebrities from Xia Ya's previous life, disguising themselves to dodge the paparazzi. It's not that bad. I'm a mechanist, after all. I've had to travel here to keep up with the STEAM school's latest breakthroughs. I'm used to it. Of course, if you want to feel sorry for me, I won't complain. Surin's eyes curved slightly, and her voice dropped to a whisper. The Saintess of Dawn, adored by millions, risking everything, braving mountains, dangers, and secrets just to sneak out and meet you. So, did your heart skip a beat, even for a second? As she spoke, she pushed 2 glass cups towards Xia Ya and Alara. The deep brown liquid inside bubbled gently through the straws. Here. The happy water you used to love so much. With an alchemy-tweaked flavor base and carbonation powered by Magi-Tech mechanisms. I specially adjusted it to your taste so it's the Coca, not the Pepsi version. Honestly, if you hadn't brought it up yourself, I might have felt a little something, Xia Ya said. But right now, the environment's kinda killing the mood. He glanced at the black-haired girl before him. Beneath that curtain of falling ink-black strands, her chestnut eyes looked slightly hazy, hard to read. His gaze shifted back to the 3 glasses of happy water on the table. You didn't secretly spike these with some illicit potion or something, did you? To the outside world, the Saintess of Dawn was the living embodiment of purity and holiness, a walking angel with a divine glow. Xia Ya's verdict? Don't believe rumors. Don't spread them. Sure, Surin looked flawless in front of the public and the faithful, but only Xia Ya knew the truth. It was all an act. Cut her open and she was black all the way through. A textbook bad girl. Would a real, chaste saintess offer blackmail evidence and suggest turning a former chosen of Dawn into a personal plush toy? Didn't seem very holy. Based on what Xia Ya knew of Surin's twisted little mind, he wouldn't even put it past her to lace his drink with PC parts and seduce proper young men just for the thrill. So that's how you see me, huh? I'm honestly a little hurt. The black-haired saintess put on a pitiful expression, eyes shimmering like she might cry, before lowering her head and sipping her drink through a straw. Besides, little Alara's sitting right here. No matter how much of a beast I am, I wouldn't do something like that in front of her. Though, Surin suddenly paused. She leaned in close, until her lips were right next to Xia Ya's ear. In a voice only the 2 of them could hear, she whispered, "That potion you just mentioned? I actually brought it with me. I already booked a suite at the Golden Osman Thus Hotel. If you're interested. Room 903. Tonight. 9 p.m. Hiss. Xia Ya sucked in a sharp breath. This bad girl was getting bolder by the day, and he had to admit, he was tempted. After all, these were all his fish in his pond. Alara still needed some time, he was saving that for a night with the right moon and stars. Sylvia was a concern too, he wasn't confident he could overpower her if things got physical. But the Saintess? No strings attached. Women like Surin who went around seducing decent young men clearly needed someone just, righteous, and strong like him to set them straight. Discipline them. Reform them. Guide them back to the path of virtue. Justice must be served. Or so he tried to convince himself. Until that murderous glare beside him snapped him back to reality. Not just Alara who'd gone from little angel to death angel, but even the white cat on his shoulder was staring at him with something distinctly off. Is this cat trying to catch its beast master in the act? Ahem. Xia Ya cleared his throat and straightened up. We've gotten a little off topic. Let's get back to business. How's the mechanical fire source coming along? And the 2 mechanical formation arrays I requested? All completed, Surin replied, her voice still gentle and melodic. Her chestnut eyes stayed locked on him unwavering, even after his rejection. Your concept was incredibly advanced. The difficulty level was through the roof. Multiple titled tier mechanical beast masters attempted it and failed. In the end, I had to use my name as the Saintess of Dawn to personally request help from the current president of the STEAM school, a legendary mechanist. The fee for hiring a legendary mechanist. Xia Ya frowned. Sure, he was wealthy now. Not just because of the fortune he'd raked in from the historical echo, but also because Isadella was currently enjoying massive momentum within the empire. As the top figure of the second imperial princess faction, Xia Ya's value had skyrocketed. A number of high-ranking nobles who had previously remained neutral in the Borgia royal conflict had now begun openly showing him favor. They couldn't just go kneeling to the iron-blooded princess without shame, so they turned their goodwill towards Xia Ya instead. Plus, with the White Chalk Tower joining the board, his commercial enterprises had seen massive hidden gains. In short, he was no longer the broke boy from a year ago. Even hiring multiple titled tier beastmasters at once wouldn't be a problem. But legendary tier was different. Especially legendary mechanists, just like in fantasy novels where alchemists were more valuable than martial artists of the same level. Mechanists and alchemists were elite professions. And if they were legendary tier, their fees were practically immeasurable. He honestly wasn't sure if even his fortune could cover it. I wanted to use this as an excuse to make you owe me a favor, Surin said, voice playful. But the STEAM school's president said your concept was so forward-thinking that it gave him real inspiration. He'll only charge for the materials, no extra fees. Everything you asked for is being stored in Workshop 7. You can go pick it up whenever. As if she could read his mind, a quiet chuckle slipped out from beneath Surin's mask. Steam President really is a good guy, Xia Ya nodded. Of course, he knew the Saintess of Dawn was no less of a rich girl than Sylvia, the tower master of the White Chalk Tower. But still borrowing money from a bad girl like Surin? He was honestly afraid of being squeezed dry. Come to think of it, I'm surrounded by rich women. Surin, Sylvia, Isadella. Even his teacher, the eternal page of the Black Tower, had who knows how many years of accumulated wealth. Too bad I'm the kind of guy who insists on eating soft rice the hard way. Xia Ya sighed inwardly and stood up, heading toward Workshop 7. Alara, you wait here. I'll be back after grabbing the gear. As he walked, a sense of anticipation rose in his heart. Even his steps felt a little lighter. This was a dream he'd had ever since he first transmigrated. The dream fragments he showed back in Dearest dream creation were incomplete but not entirely fictional. Many of his old ideas had been shelved due to a lack of strength or money. But now, Xia Ya had stepped into the 5th ring. He was officially a master-tier beastmaster. He had the strength. He had the funding. And now, he had the chance. Those grand, magi-tech blueprints he once dreamed of in his sleep were about to begin taking shape in the real world. The Saintess of Dawn, Surin, quietly watched as Xia Ya's figure disappeared down the corridor at the far end of the hall. She didn't follow him immediately. Instead, her gaze shifted to the golden-haired girl sitting across from her. Alara had clearly dressed up for the occasion today, yet ever since entering the lounge, she'd stayed silent, quietly sipping her drink through a straw while observing Xia Ya and Surin's conversation from the sidelines. It's been a while for us too, Alara, Surin said softly. I remember you never liked dressing up much. What's with the change today? You seem a little down. And those letters I sent from the Holy Court to Camelot, you never replied to even one. She lifted her glass, took a light sip, and smiled faintly. Didn't we agree back then to compete fairly? You're already so far ahead now, you've got to let me put in a little more effort too, right? The relationship between Surin and Alara was complicated. They were both close friends and love rivals. 6 or 7 years ago, when the three of them were living together in Lokia, Surin and Alara had been practically inseparable, true best friends who shared everything. Even their open competition for Xia Ya's affection didn't damage their bond. But now, meeting again after so long, Surin could clearly feel the distance. Alara wasn't even trying to hide it. Well, how admirable of the exalted Saintess of Dawn to still remember that old promise. The golden-haired girl bit lightly on her straw, her voice cool and cutting. With your current status in the Holy Court, there's no need to humble yourself by staying involved with Xia Ya and me just because of some past favors. Xia Ya merely helped the once penniless Miss Surin learn the basics and become a machinist. A small investment. With the Holy Court's wealth, I'm sure repaying that debt would be easy. Then we'd be even. No more need for the Saintess to lower herself. Surin finally understood. It wasn't about her getting ahead with Xia Ya. That rivalry had always been there, and Alara had never seemed to mind it before. What she really cared about was that farewell 6 years ago. Back then, Surin hadn't followed Xia Ya and Alara to the imperial capital, Camelot. Instead, she'd accepted an invitation from the Holy Court to become a Saintess candidate, and eventually emerged victorious from brutal competition, becoming the adored Saintess of Dawn. To Alara, that choice was nothing short of betrayal. Faced with a not yet famous, still ordinary Xia Ya and the powerful Holy Court, Surin had chosen the latter, the better future. And to Alara, Surin's continued connection with Xia Ya now could only be seen as a guilt-fueled attempt to make amends. Alara. Surin looked at the beautifully dressed golden-haired girl in front of her, her fair shoulders bare, radiant like a proud swan, and let out a quiet sigh. Alara had always been stunning, but her usual bare-faced look and military background gave her a sharper, more commanding aura. But today, she wore light makeup and had softened her presence, showing more of her feminine side, attending dressed to match her status as the noble daughter of the Winterflower family, the heiress of the Ingulite family. All of it was for Xia Ya, to support him in front of an ex-girlfriend. To silently tell this woman who once chose ambition over love, Xia Ya is doing just fine now, better than when you were with him. But Alara, you don't really think I'm that shallow of a girl, do you? Surin's voice turned distant and wistful. After becoming the Saintess of Dawn, I've seen many people, witnessed many things. I gained a level of status and power I never imagined, and received admiration from countless followers. But, her voice grew even quieter. For me, the most precious time was always those days in Lokia, when we three squeezed into that cheap little dorm and struggled just to get by. I'll never forget how Xia Ya used to take me to STEAM school bookshops and buy second-hand Magi-Tech textbooks. Or how, because we couldn't afford a proper instructor, he would sit under the glow of a kerosene lamp night after night, piecing together junk scraps to teach me the basics of being a machinist. Technically, his focus at the Black Tower was classical arcana. Who knows when he even found the time to learn so much about machinery. Her chestnut eyes shimmered with memories. Those days were simple, poor, and exhausting, but also full and satisfying. Even now, those memories are my most treasured possession, timeless and unfaded. She smiled softly. I've always known one thing very clearly. That everything that is Surin, my body, my heart, my accomplishments, my wealth, past and future, all of it belongs to him alone. A gentle light flickered in her chestnut eyes. I could give up my title as Saintess, abandon my strength, my fame, everything I've built. But the one thing I can't live without is him. Alara stared at the black-haired girl across from her, her own expression flickering with a trace of doubt. And yet, that old sense between close friends, something deeper than logic, told her this wasn't a lie, that Surin meant every word. The icy distance in her gaze softened just a little. Then why did you leave Xia Ya back then? Because I was greedy, Surin said quietly. She raised her glass, gently pulled down her mask, and took a small sip. Then, she looked into the reflection of her own face in the surface of the drink. I didn't want just 5 years or 10 years by his side. I wanted forever until the end of our lives. That's why I had to leave. Separation was for the sake of a better reunion. She looked deeply at Alara as she spoke. Alara, you know, there are times I truly envy you. You're different from me. You're Xia Ya's very first companion, his most trusted sword and shield. You're the one he calls his warm little cotton jacket. Which means, most of the time, you don't have to think too hard. You can just stay by his side, follow his lead, fight for him without hesitation. But I'm not like you. I didn't experience the things you did in Silent. I hold a different role. I have more responsibilities. I have to fight for the things you already have. But no matter what, there's one thing I know for certain. Surin stared into Alara's blue eyes, unwavering and resolute. The feelings I hold for him are not a single bit less than yours. Even if I can't be by his side like you can. Even if it costs me double or 10 times as much to hold on to these feelings. The air froze. By the window, a regal, lazy white cat looked at the two girls locked in a silent standoff, and flicked its tail in irritation. It let out a low meow, a little numb, a little annoyed. Great. Another one. Fourth summoned beast. A rare flicker of excitement rose in Xia Ya's heart. After all, as a transmigrator, he still held a sense of sentimentality. And more importantly, Xia Ya's current personal strength had already reached a bottleneck. Back when he had just broken through to the 4th ring, Xia Ya had managed to kill an experienced titled beastmaster like the Silver Fox, Lur, by leveraging his opponent's arrogance and other favorable conditions. But now, with his advancement to the 5th ring, paired with his mastery over various ahead-of-the-curve skills and self-created abilities, and of course, his undying body, with intelligence on his side, even the top-tier titled beastmasters were no longer figures he particularly feared. Legend tier, however, was an exception. That was a different realm altogether, where quantity transformed into quality. Though Xia Ya's undying body was ridiculously OP, that didn't mean he could recklessly charge in without consequence. After all, if an enemy figured out how his undying mechanism worked, there were still ways to counter it. Being undying didn't mean being invincible. If he were trapped in a mithril cage that blocked spatial laws and suppressed transcendent powers, then sunk to the ocean floor or sealed up like the half-body of the Twilight ancient god once had been by the ancient Cang kingdom, then no matter how undying he was, Xia Ya would be completely screwed. And precisely in the historical echo of Icecania, legends weren't exactly rare. Or rather, based on intel from Xiao, there was a high possibility that during this joint siege led by Fudigan and the Abyssal Coalition, an Abyssal Lord with legend-tier power might show up on the battlefield. In terms of pure transcendent creature strength, total mental energy and mana increase gradually with age. In that aspect, I'm still lacking in accumulation. Compared to those old farts who've lived over 100 years, there's a gap I just can't cross yet. If that's the case, if I want to gain legend-tier combat strength through an alternate route, I'll have to rely on some special methods. Xia Ya's gaze sharpened. Mechanist. Though right now, mechanists and their associated STEAM school only made up a small, relatively unknown faction among the many transcendent groups on the western continent. As a transmigrator, Xia Ya naturally knew the potential of the mechanist path. In his previous life, even powerless mortals could harness technology to achieve strength comparable to that of a titled beastmaster. Let alone in this world, where Magitech fused magical runes with machinery, pushing the upper limits far beyond what was imaginable in his past life. Xia Ya stepped into workshop number 7. What came into view were 2 massive metal containers, instantly reminding him of the trailers from his past life like the ones Optimus Prime used to carry extra gear. And between those 2 metal containers stood a mirrored cube, shimmering with a pure silver luster. Xia Ya focused his gaze on the mirrored cube. In the next second, a deep blue system panel surfaced in his mind. Species name, your H-type machine lifeform 132b. Category, mechanical lifeform. Attribute, metal. Stage, juvenile. Soul pact status, none. Combat level, 40, 4th tier. Species tier, low tier imperial, 6th tier. Beast skills, fire source, beginner, metal genesis, beginner, megastructure armament, beginner. And as Xia Ya's attention locked onto the skill list, new details emerged one by one. Fire source. Attribute, mechanical. Tier, high tier. Proficiency, beginner, 0/100. Skill description, the core spark that grants life and intelligence to mechanical beings. Only by igniting the fire source can cold, lifeless metal transform into a sentient machine lifeform. Metal genesis. Attribute, mechanical. Tier, high tier. Proficiency, beginner, 0/100. Skill description, a unique ability of your H-type machine lifeform 132b. Allows fluid control over metal particles and restructures them through an alchemical matrix according to the Beastmaster's will. Megastructure armament. Attribute, mechanical. Tier, transcendent tier. Proficiency, beginner, 0/100. Skill description, a unique ability of your Ha-type machine life form 132b. Based on stored schematics, enables the manifestation of massive mechanical constructs using a large quantity of metal particles. Currently stored megastructure blueprints, 1. Blueprint code number 1, Danger Wanderer. Perfect. Looking at the list of skills on the system panel, Xia Ya couldn't help but snap his fingers. Unlike when he previously chose contract beasts as a beastmaster where everything was left up to fate, mechanical-type beasts, as genuine artificial life forms, were fully customizable. Aside from a few mass-produced models, each custom high-tier mechanical-type summoned beast had a one-of-a-kind species name, and even its racial skills were entirely unique. For this fourth summoned beast, both Xia Ya and Surin had poured a tremendous amount of effort into the project, aiming for perfection in every detail. Even the species tier had been maxed out at low-tier Imperial, thanks to Xia Ya's abundant funding. That was currently the highest-tier mechanical beasts could be manufactured at by the Steam School. Any further advancement would require long-term nurturing by a beastmaster. After all, this was a man-made beast species with no historical precedent, so everything had to be explored one step at a time. Xia Ya didn't waste any more time and released his mental energy directly. This was his dream machine, crafted with his own hands. He already knew all its specs inside and out, so things like checking compatibility could be skipped. Time to fast-forward straight to the Soul Pact. The moment Xia Ya's mental energy touched the mirrored metal surface, he felt a faint resistance. But soon, as the imprint of his mental energy was recognized and matched with the information stored in the database, in the next moment, Xia Ya's mental energy flowed into the mirrored metal surface without resistance. The fifth Soul Pact was silently established. And right at the moment the fifth Soul Pact was completed, Xia Ya immediately performed a point allocation. The mechanical type skill Fire Source of the Unnamed has broken through in proficiency, upgrading from beginner to mastery. The mechanical type skill Fire Source of the Unnamed has broken through in proficiency, upgrading from expert to perfect. The skill level of Fire Source in a mechanical type summoned beast directly determined the intelligence level of the mechanical life form. So, to avoid the hassle of dealing with a glorified robo-idiot, he definitely couldn't skip the point allocation. As for where the free EXP points came from, yep, he got them from the weekly warm-hearted gift pack, which gave him a few small EXP crystals. Master. As soon as the point allocation was done, a gender-neutral mechanical voice rang out in Xia Ya's mind, channeled through the Soul Pact. That voice is unpleasant. Xia Ya gave it a moment's thought. Based on the voice samples I gave you, from little wife Xiao AI to big wife Lady Zibao, mix and blend a tone that best matches my personal aesthetic. What answered Xia Ya was a long silence. Fortunately, the perfect level Fire Source AI apparently had the capability to even fulfill such a spoiled request. Over a minute later, Master. A voice rang out by Xia Ya's ear, ethereal and crisp, as melodious as wind chimes. Xia Ya gave a slight shudder. Not just Xiao AI, but Sylvia, Isadella, Surin, and even his golden elf instructor Hathaway. From that voice, Xia Ya actually picked up hints of all 5 of them. It perfectly matched his tastes. Master. That graceful, airy voice spoke again, now tinged with a slight chill. You haven't given me a name yet. Xia Ya answered without hesitation. Yui. That ethereal, clear voice echoed once again in Xia Ya's mind. As a bonded partner connected through the Soul Pact, Yui had vaguely sensed the hidden meaning behind the name Xia Ya had given her. I treat you as my master, but you're trying to be my dad? You nasty, bottom-tier master. D*MN, AI these days are seriously getting wild. Xia Ya couldn't help but raise a brow. This bratty girl dialogue module optimize it a bit deeper. I like it. After over 10 minutes of real-time interaction in his mind, Xia Ya had a full grasp of Yui's capabilities from every angle. As the 5th Soul Pact partner and his 4th summoned beast, Yui's overall performance met all his expectations perfectly. By the way, Yui, can you physically manifest in the material plane? Xia Ya glanced at the tiny mirrored cube floating in his Soul Pact space and asked casually. Mechanical type summoned beasts came in various forms. Most mainstream mechanical beasts were closer to what people in Xia Ya's previous world would consider traditional robots. They shared a similar existence with other beasts of flesh and blood. If the mechanical body and fire source core were destroyed, the mechanical beast was effectively dead. Their main difference from flesh and blood beasts was that their mechanical bodies were easier to repair, adjust, modify, and upgrade. But under Xia Ya's direction, Yui belonged to a different class entirely. Rather than robot or mechanical beast, Yui was closer to the concept of artificial intelligence. With the influence of her Metal Genesis skill, she wasn't limited to a single mechanical shell. In the short term, this kind of mechanical beast couldn't match the immediate combat strength of a fully equipped mech unit. But the potential? It far surpassed them. In simple terms, this was exclusive content for whales. I can. As long as there are enough free metal particles available, I can use the Metal Genesis skill and the alchemical matrix to reshape liquid metal into any desired form, then manifest in the real world using that form as a vessel. Yui's pleasant, bell-like voice rang out once again. Although I've detected the large amount of memory metal materials you've prepared for me, I'd like to test something. Crimson, can you provide me with some silver particles? I want to try a few things. Me. The little silver spirit, who was happily munching on snacks and spectating in the Soul Pact space, blinked blankly at suddenly being called out. That's right. Yui patiently explained. Master created me as an AI type for one specific reason, to synergize with you. Crimson, you have two racial traits. You've already developed the swordsman attribute to a respectable degree, but the other one metal is seriously underutilized. Because your star spirit body was once corrupted, you have almost zero experience in manipulating your own silver particles. But now that I'm here, that shortcoming can be patched. According to Master's plan, we might be able to develop some combo skills. For example, Yui's clear voice paused for a beat. Something like, unlimited blade works. Looks like crafting Yui was definitely the right move. Watching Yui lecturing the other summoned beasts in the soul-packed space, Xia Ya felt a wave of relief. In the past, developing training plans and new skills for Silver and the others had all fallen on his shoulders. But now, with an AI like Yui synced to his thoughts, all he had to do was set the general direction and offer occasional feedback. Everything else could be handed off to Yui, the little AI manager. Just like that, Xia Ya's capitalist ambitions marched one step further. Me, Sister Yui, that's enough already. Crimson's star spirit body flickered a bit, and even the watching Shiny and Silver looked uneasy. They had originally come to watch the cute new girls joining ceremony and maybe pass down a little beast life wisdom. But now, it looked like they were going to be the ones on the receiving end of the lectures from here on out. Still, it was what it was. Yui was holding the imperial decree straight from Xia Ya. Even though Crimson's head was spinning from hearing about reality marbles, mental sceneries, Gate of Babylon, and this body is made of infinite blades, she obediently activated her racial trait as a silver spirit. Channeling her mana, she conjured a large volume of silver particles in the manufacturing space. Countless glowing silver specks sparkled in the air before Xia Ya. At the same time, a small alchemical matrix quietly surfaced at his fingertip. It shimmered faintly, glowing with a beautiful brilliance. Then, the free-floating silver particles began to transform, reshape, and form constructs under the matrix's refinement. Eventually, the silver light condensed into a tangible figure. A petite silhouette with ethereal silver wings behind her back like a fairy made of silver gradually took form. My affinity with silver particles isn't too bad. The palm-sized, fairy-like Yui landed gently on Xia Ya's shoulder. She glanced at her new body and began analyzing aloud. With this, plus the help of your unique ability, Master, our chances of refining those combo skills with Crimson have now surpassed 90%. Her illusory wings fluttered slightly as she was about to speak again. But in the next moment, she suddenly fell silent. At the same time, Xia Ya caught a faint, fragrant scent wafting from behind him. I've been waiting for this day to come. Yui-chan. Surin's voice gently drifted past Xia Ya's ear. The sound of the workshop door closing came from behind, and the saintess of dawn had taken off her low-brimmed cap and mask. There she stood, graceful and poised, right behind Xia Ya. A few strands of her long black hair brushed against the back of his neck, tickling slightly. Surin looked at the tiny Yui perched on Xia Ya's shoulder and smiled sweetly. Yui-chan, do you remember who I am? Xia Ya's mechanical summoned beast had been a collaborative creation born from countless discussions between him and Surin, so she already knew the name he had planned to give his fourth beast. Yui, sitting on Xia Ya's shoulder, turned to glance at the black-haired saintess smiling beside her. Thanks to her link with Xia Ya's soul pact, Yui's database had been completed with a vast wealth of Xia Ya's knowledge, so she wasn't unfamiliar with the girl standing in front of her. After all, her very creation was inseparable from this person. Xia Ya had provided the overall design concept and direction for the Yorha-type machine lifeform 132B, but turning these wildly advanced, era-transcending ideas into actual, functioning constructs through the Mechanist Workshop's platform that was entirely thanks to Surin, the genius Mechanist. One provided the inspiration. The other provided the technical execution. Without either of them, Yui would never have come into existence. And the fact that her master had named her Yui, it was obvious what he was implying. He saw her as a daughter to raise. Add to that the subtle emotional signals she sensed through the soul pact, and the special relationship between Xia Ya and Surin became clear. With all that, if she had to define her relationship with Surin, only one word fit perfectly. Mom. Yui looked at Surin and spoke in a sweet, clear voice. Ying. Oh no, Yui's actually on Team Surin. Me. This is bad. The old two-party setup is on the verge of collapse. Inside Xia Ya's soul pact space, Silver and Crimson watched the events unfold with serious expressions. As bonded beasts connected to Xia Ya's soul and emotions, they had long been paying attention to his romantic war zone. And during downtime after training, their favorite form of entertainment was stock market speculation. Constant gossiping, debating over which woman would win out as the true queen, or who would take Xia Ya's first time. Each summoned beast had their own allegiances and stock holdings. Silver, as Xia Ya's very first contracted beast, had gone through the night of Silen's fall by his side, so naturally, she favored Elera, who also came from the northern Silen and shared the longest bond with Xia Ya. She was a staunch member of Team Xiao AI. Crimson joined the party later, born from the historical echo of the Kangting ancient kingdom, and as a silver spirit, was once the guardian beast of the Brandstadt family. Of course, she leaned hard into her preference for Sylvia, the final heir of Kangting and the Brandstadt bloodline. Crimson had gone all in on Argent Witch stock. Shiny, meanwhile, was the ultimate fence-sitter. Pure power chaser. Whoever surged to the top, that's whose side she'd pick. A true bandwagon fan, always with the winner, never with the underdog. But now, with Surin who bore both the childhood friend and sudden drop-in tags stepping in as the childhood drop-in combo, and Yui calling her mom, publicly declaring herself the leader of Team Surin. The once two-pole system was now evolving into a three-way power struggle. Hearing Yui speak in a voice that sounded 40% like her own, Surin blinked in surprise. But soon, a bright smile bloomed on her fair face. As a genius machinist, she naturally understood why Yui's voice bore such a resemblance. As expected of our daughter, a crystallization of love. Even her voice sounds like mine. Don't you think so? Surin leaned in close to Xia Ya's ear, her breath soft and fragrant. Daddy. Miss Surin, I have to remind you of something. Looking at the Saintess of Dawn in front of him, Xia Ya replied slowly, unlike 6 or 7 years ago back then I hadn't even finished developing, so even if I wanted to do something, I couldn't. But now we're both 18. Fully grown. If you keep teasing like this, I'm afraid you'll flip the car. If I were afraid of that, would I have come here? Surin's gentle voice whispered into Xia Ya's ear. But you're right, Yui's still here, can't be setting a bad example for our daughter. Besides, Surin took a small step back, then pointed toward the 2 massive metal containers nearby. Mechanical-type summoned beasts were still bound by tier limits. They couldn't casually leap across tiers. Just forming a contract with Yui wasn't enough to let Xia Ya challenge a legend tier. But the greatest strength of AI-type mechanical beasts was, as long as you swiped your credit card hard enough, they could use external Magi-tech constructs to unleash power far beyond their tier. Take, for example, the Provisional Alliance's ultimate trump card, the Gustav Cannon. When operated manually by ordinary forces, the single Gustav was limited by its fire rate and mobility, fine for static targets, useless for fast ones. But in all-out war, if an Imperial tier AI beast like a mechanist's personal pet operated a full array of Gustav cannons, the sheer firepower density was enough to suppress even legend tiers. Those 2 metal containers, that was where Xia Ya had really poured in his investment. 2 custom-designed Magi-tech constructs based on Xia Ya's specs. They were the reason the STEAM School's president, a legend tier machinist, had personally stepped in not to help create Yui, but to build these constructs. Even that legend tier was amazed. These were revolutionary works. Yui, go check out the gift Mom and Dad prepared for you. At Surin's words, Yui also sensed what was inside the 2 containers and was clearly intrigued. But before moving, she turned back to Xia Ya for confirmation. Xia Ya nodded. Go on. Those are your specially made external constructs. He swept his gaze over the 2 containers. Each housed a highly complex mechanical construct. The first, codename Sky Patrol, Damocles Sword. The second, codename Phantom Collapse, Spirit Particle Fission. Take your time and get familiar with them, Yui. These are going to be our biggest trump cards for a long time. Xia Ya's voice grew distant. Before long, their brilliance will be the dawn, lighting up the darkest night. With Xia Ya's approval, Yui quickly began studying the 2 external constructs. Sky Patrol, Damocles Sword. Phantom Collapse, Spirit Particle Fission. The names were definitely mouthfuls, but as Yui dove into the annotated notes and operational principles Xia Ya had written, she immediately fell into deep focus. Just as Xia Ya had said, these 2 constructs would be their ultimate cards. Cards strong enough to truly threaten legends. And as Yui's figure disappeared into the 2 massive metal containers, behind Xia Ya, a soft, cat-like footstep drew closer. Our daughter's off working now, so maybe we parents can sneak in a little alone time and do something we enjoy. Like a nightingale's song, Surin's gentle voice whispered into Xia Ya's ear. Surin extended her pale finger, and the gemstone ring on her right middle finger gave off a faint gleam. A soft golden light silently spread out, enveloping the area around the 2 of them. Soundproofing and blind sight barrier. After setting everything in place, the black-haired girl reached out her delicate hand and gently caressed the contours of Xia Ya's face. Those chestnut eyes shimmered with a tenderness like rippling water. Even though we've seen each other often through Magi-tech communication, the illusionary image from Spirit Realm comms just doesn't compare to the real you. It's been a long time. Xia Ya smiled silently and wrapped his arms around the soft waist of the Saintess of Dawn before him. Yeah, it really has. It truly had been a long time. 6 years. The timid, scrawny little girl from their parting back then had now grown into a graceful young woman, known across the land as the Saintess of Dawn. When Xia Ya lifted her into his arms, Surin didn't resist. She simply rested her cheek gently against his chest. That's when Xia Ya noticed. Today, Surin was wearing jet black fishnet stockings, a striking contrast to her holy white attire. I remember you like that sort of vibe, pure and sacred, but with a touch of sinful allure. So I picked this outfit just for you, she said softly. I even had someone do a special delivery, from the Holy Court to the Imperial Capital, from your favorite clothing store. I know how much you like the feeling of leaving your mark, on both body and soul. As if reading his mind, Surin whispered by his ear, her black hair brushing against his chest. I'm not like Xiao Ya. She's always been blessed, yet doesn't know it's still all tsundere, barely even does anything naughty. A misty sheen spread over her chestnut eyes. I told Xiao Ya that forming a mechanical-type soul pact takes 30 minutes, and that any outside interference during that time could break the process. There's still 15 minutes left. Surin's slender arms wrapped around Xia Ya's neck. So, for these 15 minutes, you can do whatever you want to me. That's some tight timing. Not even enough for the main event, Xia Ya sighed. In the next moment, a thought flickered through his mind. He temporarily severed the spiritual link with his soul pact. Ying ying ying. Me. Inside the soul pact space, the excited stock trading summoned beast stared at the suddenly blacked out screen, completely bewildered. When we meet again, I'll MMMPH. Before Surin could finish her sentence, Xia Ya lowered his head and captured her lips. A blush blossomed instantly across the saintess of Dawn's swan-like, snow-white neck. 15 minutes later, just as she finished analyzing the two mechanical constructs and was excitedly running back to report to Xia Ya, Yue paused, staring at the blacked-out, mosaic-like silence and blind sight barrier in front of her, falling into deep thought. Master, Mom, what are you doing in there? Yue tapped on the edge of the barrier. She could sense Xia Ya and Surin's presence inside, but couldn't glean any specific intel. Could it be Dad and Mom were caught in a trap? Did the bad guys take them away? Yue's gaze sharpened. The next moment, a pale gold alchemical matrix appeared at her fingertip. After parsing the two constructs, Yue's strength had taken a huge leap worlds apart from before. But just then, the barrier black as mosaic to anyone else quietly opened. Your dad and I were just sparring, Surin said as she patted Yue's little head. Her clothes were tidy and proper, looking completely put together and serious except for the faint blush still lingering on her porcelain white face. Sparring? Who's the enemy? Yue instantly became alert, and the mana pulsing from her alchemical matrix surged. But before anything could escalate, Xia Ya reached over and gave her a head pat of his own. There's no enemy. I was sparring with your mom, Surin. But why would Master fight with Mom? According to the definitions in my database, sparring is synonymous with combat. It's an act typically carried out against enemies. But you two aren't enemies. So how is this sparring different? Despite the onslaught of head pats, Yue blinked her wide eyes, full of curiosity. Her database had been populated by Xia Ya himself. With his current level of knowledge, Yue's data covered everything from mysticism and transcendental theories to solid foundational topics. Except, in some very specific areas, it was lacking. Master, I'm really curious. Xia Ya was at a loss for words. He had maxed out Yue's curiosity parameter to make sure she would always have a thirst for knowledge. But he hadn't expected it to come back and bite him in this way. He scooped Yue up and tucked her back into the soul pact space. Little kids shouldn't be poking into grown-up matters. Grown-up matters? So Master means this kind of information is restricted until I come of age? Humans become adults at 18. But how does that work for artificial intelligence? Sent back into the soul pact space, Yue tilted her head in confusion. But then she noticed. From one direction of the space, two scorching gazes had locked onto her. Ying ying ying. Surin's stock may be soaring, but us Team Xiao AI will never surrender. The little snow ferret looked at Yue like she was a mortal enemy, deadly serious. Me, long live Team Xia. The little silver spirit's gaze was equally unwavering. Me, if true love had a color it'd be witch white. So that's how it is. Sensing the rising tension within the soul pact space, Yue quickly processed the situation using her super AI level intellect. Stock market battles, huh? Kukuku, even knowing I'm Team Surin, you still dare challenge me. Yue stretched out her arms toward silver and crimson. Xiasu love reigns supreme. Looking at the sweet, quiet, and well-behaved black-haired girl standing before him, Xia Ya felt a deep sense of satisfaction and clarity. He couldn't help it. Surin really knew how to work him. 6 years apart, and yet her outfit was perfectly tailored to Xia Ya's tastes. And if a seductive, wicked woman goes this far, then justice must act to punish her. Not making a move would be less than a beast. But when Xia Ya actually started eating meat, he realized Surin was the textbook example of a glass cannon. High offense, low defense. Though bold and teasing with her words, she was incredibly sensitive when it came down to it, those sultry, half-lidded eyes practically dripping with moisture. A master in theory, but a rookie in practice. Her flushed, apple-red cheeks paired with her willingness to try all kinds of moves with Xia Ya perfectly triggered his conquest instinct. By the way, where'd you learn all those sneaky little tricks? Did you forget the brave adventurer Abin novel you wrote? Surin shot Xia Ya a look as she smoothed out her slightly messy black hair. How was it just now? She leaned down and whispered softly into Xia Ya's ear, the things Xiao AI can't do. I can do them all. Xia Ya glanced at her chest, recalling the softness from earlier that felt like facial cleanser, and nodded seriously. Back when they first met, Surin's figure had been just as flat as Xiao AI's. But 6 years had passed. Surin had blossomed into a curvy, graceful beauty, while Xiao AI was still as flat as a plank. Not a single sign of growth. What used to be besties, now had a thick and cruel wall between them. These days, the Holy Court's been pretty busy because of the Borgia family mess. I haven't been able to leave for long. Surin reached out her delicate hand and carefully straightened Xia Ya's collar. When things settle down at the Holy Court, I'll come to the capital to see you again. Just, don't let Xiao AI find out. Xia Ya felt the desire he'd just barely suppressed flare right back up. But Surin's final sentence quickly poured cold water on it. I'll give it a shot. He pulled out a mirror and, with practiced ease, activated Tsukuyomi on himself. Ever since I entered the workshop, I've been fully focused on forming the 5th soul pact and understanding the constructs. Surin and I were polite and respectful. Nothing happened. Even after this self-hypnosis session, Xia Ya didn't have high hopes. After all, intuition-type girls were basically cheating. They could find holes in any excuse. He'd already been caught red-handed more than once, and by now, his confidence was shaky. His little wife's cheating detection skills were just too elite. You really think that is enough to fool Xiao Ya? Surin rolled her eyes at him. She pulled out a delicate perfume bottle, dabbed the potion with her finger, and began gently wiping Xiao Ya's face. The chill of her touch trailed all the way down to his neck. Girls will more or less have a lingering scent of perfume. You need this special potion to remove it. The reason you can't fool Xiao Ya, is because men tend to care more about logic, while us girls focus on the details. As she spoke, her eyes flicked slightly and she plucked a few fine black hairs from Xiao Ya's collar. Even if it's all black hair, long and short strands are different. Sure, there are a dozen ways to explain it like it accidentally stuck on, but intuition doesn't need absolute certainty. As long as there's doubt, it's enough for judgment. Once everything was cleaned up, Surin stepped back slightly and gave Xiao Ya a once-over. She tapped her finger in the air, and with the dispersal of free metal particles, a small metallic photo frame materialized. Inside the frame was an image of Xia Ya waving to her as he entered the hall. Who knows when Surin had secretly taken the photo. The Saintess of Dawn used that picture to carefully help him fix his appearance. Your hair was a bit messy when you came in, other people might not notice, but with how closely Xiao Ya watches you, even tiny changes like this will catch her attention. And the creases on your shirt are different too. Alright, this part looks good now. Oh, and the cuffs, your pant legs weren't rolled like that when you entered. A moment later, Surin nodded with satisfaction. Okay, that should do it. She tidied her long, inky black hair, just about to rise when Xiao Ya caught her hand. If you're tired, you can come back. Even if you stop being the Saintess of Dawn, it doesn't matter. There will always be a place for you in our home in the imperial capital. This time, Xiao Ya didn't joke. Upon hearing his words, Surin lowered her beautiful gaze in silence. A few seconds later, when she looked up again, that graceful smile had returned to her fair face. You're really greedy, you know, Xiao Ya. You already have Xiao Ya, and now you want me to give up the Saintess's noble identity and status, just to stay by your side like her. Xiao Ya didn't mind her teasing tone. He simply looked deeply at the black-haired girl in front of him. In that case, give me 2 years. In 2 years, I'll ascend to legend tier, then come to the Holy Court and bring you home. Surin's body trembled slightly. She bit her lip and averted her gaze. Even though the Holy Court doesn't forbid romantic relationships, the standards for choosing a partner for the Saintess of Dawn are extremely strict. You know, I don't care. They don't get a say. As soon as Xiao Ya finished speaking, Surin felt something drop into her palm. She looked down to see an old-fashioned pocket watch quietly lying there. Press the button. Surin gently pressed the brass button on the watch. Click. As the button was pushed, the ticking hands on the vintage timepiece froze in place. Keep it safe. Even take it into the bath with you, Xiao Ya's voice whispered by her ear. It was a life-saving artifact he'd originally prepared for Gudryan. But now that Gudryan was dead and Xiao Ya had gained his undying body, it no longer had any use for him. With the current stability of the imperial capital protected by 2 near-throne tier powerhouses and Xiao Ya always close by, well-stocked with one-time use survival items thanks to Xiao Ya's constant pampering, there wasn't much to worry about. But Surin, being in the holy theocracy, was beyond his direct protection. Of course, as the Saintess of Dawn, her status in the Holy Court was astronomically high. Even a typical legend tier wouldn't dare raise a hand against her. Any assassin would be dead in under 30 seconds. Still, Xiao Ya wasn't going to entrust his girl's safety to a bunch of sanctimonious clergy. Surin was someone he'd long ago marked as his second big fish in the pond just behind Xiao Ya. The black-haired girl stared at the worn pocket watch in her hand. Then, carefully threading it through a necklace chain, she wore it around her swan-like white neck. She gently stroked the pocket watch. After a long pause, she smiled sweetly. So this is Xiao Ya's token of affection for me. Even if it looks a bit plain, well, they say if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken, if you marry a dog, follow the dog. Since it's from you, I'll treasure it properly. Still holding Xiao Ya's hand, she stood and walked with him toward the workshop door. Only a trail of long black hair floated through the air behind her. Don't you agree, Daddy? In the lounge hall, amid the ebb and flow of the crowd, Elora sat quietly on a bench, hands folded neatly atop her nightstands resting across her knees. Her pale golden hair draped over her shoulders, the ends swaying gently in the air. The soft glow of a Magitech lamp illuminated her flawless, delicate features. She looked like a figure from an anime, a collectible figurine come to life. Several mechanists passed by, each casting odd glances her way. A few bold ones even considered approaching her, only to be warded off by the aloof, icy aura she exuded. She sat there patiently, waiting for someone as if unaware that time was passing at all. Who knows how long had passed when, in the distance, the soft creak of a door echoed. And following it was the sound of slow, familiar footsteps. Amid the bustling crowd and the cacophony of voices, that single rhythm was so faint yet Elora immediately recognized it. All done. As the boy stepped in front of her, a flicker of life finally returned to Elora's glacier blue eyes. All settled, Xiao Ya replied calmly with a nod. Surin went in earlier. She didn't do anything to you, right? As she spoke, Elora leaned in and sniffed around Xiao Ya's collar. No trace of perfume. She then carefully examined him from head to toe. No strands of black hair on his collar, only a few wisps of her own pale golden hair clung to his clothes. Let's go. Since the original trio is finally back together, let's go grab some grilled meat like the old days. Oh, Alara nodded in satisfaction and obediently followed behind Xia Ya. Her gaze also fell upon Surin, who stood nearby looking calm, quiet, and completely covered up. Her expression softened slightly. So, Surin really didn't do anything, even when the opportunity was wide open. Looks like I truly misjudged my dear best friend. As long as she doesn't sneak around, we're still good sisters. Sorry, Xiao Ya. At the same time, Surin felt a faint twinge of guilt in her heart. Well, just a little. What she felt more was joy and satisfaction. This round was Surin Chan's complete victory. To this day, Surin had long forgotten exactly when she'd fallen for Xia Ya. Was it that moment he brought her out of the slums and offered her creamy soup and grilled bread at a clean wooden table? Or was it all those late nights, when he worked by dim candlelight, piecing together discarded mechanical parts to help her with her machinist training? It didn't matter. What mattered was that Surin knew her feelings for Xia Ya were no less intense than anyone else's. But when she was first accepted by Xia Ya and Alara, joining that humble little family, that was when she realized just how massive her disadvantage truly was. She'd grown up in Lokia. She knew nothing about what had happened in the Silent disaster. But Xia Ya and Alara had survived it together. Their bond was something nothing could shake. Childhood memories, promises made in the Silent Inferno, an unspoken mutual understanding. All things exclusive to the two of them, with no room for a third. Surin could only watch, envious, even jealous. Of course, Xia Ya was the kind to share his warmth freely, and his dream of writing the Exotic Species Cultural Evaluation Guide was no secret between the three of them. Still, Surin wasn't content. She didn't want to forever be second to the golden-haired girl. She wanted to be the first in Xia Ya's heart. Unquestionably, irrefutably first. And so, one day, Surin chose to step back in order to leap forward. Suppressing her longing, she left Xia Ya's side, because she knew if she stayed close and followed the plan, she would never have a chance to surpass Alara. She journeyed alone to an unfamiliar land, joined the holy theocracy, even bore the misunderstanding of her best friend. It was a harsh, lonely path. To love Xia Ya meant paying 10 times, even 100 times more than anyone else. But it was her only path. Alara's head start was just too big. Without a bold move, she'd never overtake her. Still, it was a gamble. 6 years of leaving Xia Ya and Alara alone together. If during that time the two had already crossed the line, cooked the rice, and sealed the deal, then Surin would be nothing but a joke. Her bet was on Xiao Ai's tsundere and reserved personality. Even with a massive lead, she'd fail to turn it into a win. Like taking all 4 dragons, the Dragon's Soul, and Baron Nashor, even demolishing all the enemy's towers. Yet refusing to push the Nexus, only to get reverse swept after the enemy sneaks the Elder Dragon. During those 6 years, every Magi-Tech call with Xia Ya was nerve-wracking for Surin. She feared seeing a wedding ring on his left hand. Or worse, seeing that golden-haired girl's belly bulging slightly, dressed in maternity wear, smiling from the other side of the screen. If that had happened, she would have had no choice but to cry in defeat, waving her little tail as a certified loser. But to her relief, she had won the bet. In 6 years, Surin had gone from the abandoned little girl Xia Ya once took in, to a dazzling, radiant saintess of dawn. From ugly duckling to shining white swan. And now, reuniting after 6 long years. Using the stark contrast of her current identity and the freshness of a long-awaited reunion, she'd successfully snuck in some intimate time with Xia Ya, right under Xiao Ai's nose. 6 years of stagnation pushed forward 70% in one go, thanks to her long-game setup. Once the affairs at the Holy Court settled, and they met again, she'd launch a full-scale assault. Storm the fortress, claim the victory, take the top spot. 100 knights raid Alara's camp. Their victory shakes the realm? A complete and total triumph. With that thought, the black-haired saintess walked with a little extra spring in her step, unintentionally passing ahead of Alara. And so, Alara noticed the snow-white skin of Surin's nape, peeking out beneath her dark hair, and more importantly, the faint, red kiss marks scattered across the back of her neck. Surin, what's with the red marks on your neck? Alara spoke up, her voice tinged with confusion. The moment the words left her lips, Surin's steps subtly faltered. Crap. She'd been caught. It wasn't like she didn't know how to use alchemical potions to erase kiss marks. The thing was, she hadn't wanted to. She still wanted to savor the lingering sensation of Xia Ya's intensity. So she'd left them on purpose. Under the cover of her long hair, they weren't that noticeable. But in her moment of smugness, she'd accidentally walked ahead of Alara, and just like that, she'd exposed everything. Still, judging by Xiao Ai's reaction, did she not recognize what they were? Makes sense. With that tsundere personality of hers, even if she wanted to offer Xia Ya a little something, it'd probably be limited to lap pillows or a shy kiss at most. No way would she imagine something this spicy. Mind racing, Surin kept her expression calm as she replied smoothly. Mosquito bites? We're already well into spring, and the mosquitoes are starting to come out. Plus, with the forge in the machinist workshop generating heat, they're all gathering in the warmer spots. What can I do? Mechanical-type beasts only feed back mental energy through the soul pact. They don't enhance physical attributes, so I'm still just a regular girl. My skin's not immune to mosquito bites. Is that so? Alara tilted her head, still a bit puzzled. She wasn't a mechanist, so it made sense that she wasn't clear on how they differed physically from others. Only Xia Ya's shoulder where a lazy-looking white cat was curled up, pretending to nap shifted slightly. Sylvia secretly extended her spiritual sense to check behind them, feeling utterly defeated. Mosquito bites, Maya. Even though she herself was still a complete innocent, she could see the truth loud and clear from a third-party perspective. She'd only slacked off for a bit, just a bit, and now the Saintess of Dawn was covered in Xia Ya's strawberries? Back when they'd gotten close in the spirit realm, he hadn't been that intense with her at all. But what could she even do? She was just a tiny little kitty now. The white cat's tail drooped and flicked against Xia Ya's neck with a soft, furry thwop. She was mad. The kind of mad that could only be cured by Xia Ya petting and cuddling her for half an hour straight. Arcane City, Lokia. In the most luxurious hotel in the Constantine district. Xia Ya looked at the azure light screen in his mind and let out a long breath. Yui. Stage, growth phase. Soul Pact status, 5th Soul Pact, Xia Ya Igut. Combat level, 53, 5th ring. Species tier, low tier Imperial, 6th tier. Beast skills, Fire Source, Transcendent Mastery, Metal Genesis, Transcendent Mastery, Megastructure Armament, Perfect. External constructs, Heaven Piercer, Damocles Sword, 90% analysis, Fantasy Collapse, Lepton Fission, 90% analysis. Xia Ya and Alara had stayed in Arcane City Lokia for a week. On one hand, it was because Surin, the Saintess of Dawn, had finally gotten a few days off from the Holy Court, and the three of them spent some time exploring the city where they'd once lived together. On the other hand, Xia Ya was also helping Yui get familiar with those two constructs. They were, after all, the ultimate trump cards. He'd poured all his resources into, no way he could take them lightly. Now that 7 days had passed, the prep phase could be considered complete. As the newest summoned beast in the team, Yui's stats had been maxed out by Xia Ya without a second thought. He'd almost drained his last grain of sands of time. If it weren't for the rewards he got after exiting the historical echo for the first time thanks to favorability and reputation boosts with key characters, he probably wouldn't have had enough. Yui's treatment made the other three little ones in his soul pact space green with envy. They were practically bubbling with jealousy. Ugh, so just because she's the adopted daughter of Mama, she gets whatever she wants? Especially Chi Hong, thinking back to when she first joined the team, she got this Xia Ya's own daughter treatment too. All the resources and point allocations were dumped onto her without hesitation, plus she had Xia Ya's cuddle spot all to herself. But now, the karmic boomerang had come back around. She was the one getting sidelined while the new girl stole the spotlight. Speaking of which, a big part of Yui's current standing probably had to do with her recognizing Surin as her mom. So, maybe I should find a chance to claim Mama Argent Witch as my own too? Sylvia wouldn't deny me as her daughter, right? Chi Hong fell into deep thought. The more she pondered it, the more feasible it seemed. Click. The lock on the hotel suite door clicked open, and the door swung wide. Alara walked into the bedroom, hands full of shopping bags both big and small. Ever since they moved into the manor in the Black Lily district, the two of them had shared a bed, and that hadn't changed even while staying at a hotel in Lokia. Back already? Xia Ya didn't even have to look. Just from the footsteps, he knew exactly who it was, and spoke casually. Yeah, went shopping with Surin. She's heading back to the Holy Court tonight, so we took our time. Alara walked over to the wide bed and set down the shopping bags filled with new clothes. She wasn't usually the type who cared much about fashion, but maybe under Surin's influence, she'd started paying more attention to it lately. Xia Ya, of course, was all for it. After all, that meant unlocking more features. Besides, this side of little AI made her feel more human, less like the emotionless killing machine from the military department. But once they were back in the bedroom, Alara didn't start meditating or training like she usually did before bed. She simply sat silently at the edge of the bed, quietly watching Xia Ya's profile. Wait, did she find out about Surin and me? Xia Ya started to get a little nervous under her death stare. These past few days, Surin had snuck off to see him a few times behind Alara's back. Aside from the final step, they'd basically done everything else. What could he say? The girl really knew what she was doing. The girls around Xia Ya each had their own charm. His bond with Alara was more like an old married couple, no need for words, just perfectly in sync. Love and companionship wrapped into one. Sylvia was more like a long-lost first love, dreamy and radiant. And Surin? She was the playful, uninhibited little lover. Just as Xia Ya was about to surrender under his little wife's death glare, Alara suddenly spoke. You're planning to go to that place again, aren't you? Her cool voice rang in Xia Ya's ear. That place? What place? You mean the place where I fought with Surin? That was Xia Ya's first thought, but he quickly caught on. Little AI had used his name directly this time, not Xia Ya, my classmate. So she meant the historical echo. Yeah, Xia Ya nodded. Alara had already learned about the historical echo back when he entered it the second time. He never planned to hide it from her. And after the incident in the washroom and Sylvia's arrival, she could probably piece together most of it. Besides, Alara was never the type to press for answers. With the mutual understanding they had, if Xia Ya didn't bring it up, she wouldn't ask. But this time, for some reason, Alara brought it up herself. The golden-haired girl looked at Xia Ya's profile with those icy blue eyes. Is it dangerous this time? Not really. It's much safer than last time when I fainted. That was true. Even though the enemies he'd faced this time far outclassed those from the ruins of Kangting ancient kingdom, he now had immortality. Not afraid of dying, afraid of not dying. Then this time, will you, like with Sylvia, leave behind another love debt? Probably not. Xia Ya recalled the information about Iskania. At least for now, there didn't seem to be a situation like what happened with the Argent Witch. Hearing his answer, Alara nodded with satisfaction. Given their connection, she could tell Xia Ya wasn't lying. She extended a pale hand, and a gleaming silver miniaturized knight's lance slowly materialized above her palm. Actually, about 2 weeks ago, when you entered that place again, I sensed some fluctuations from Rangomiad. I think its awakening sped up again, but I didn't know the details at the time. I had to throw myself completely into meditation to digest the feedback from its unsealing. She tilted her head slightly, then finally spoke. The cool tone in her voice took on a hint of lightness. But once I fully mastered the advanced form of Rangomiad, I realized I might be able to control Rangomiad to a certain extent in that abnormal spacetime you're going to. A glimmer of delight flashed in the golden-haired girl's sky-blue eyes. Back when she first learned about the danger Xia Ya was facing, and she couldn't do anything to help, Alara had felt deeply pained. And when she saw with her own eyes, in the washroom, that black-haired boy she clung to for survival fall unconscious, that pain turned into fear. A fear of being abandoned by the entire world. She had once sworn, in the midst of that blizzard, to become someone useful to Xia Ya. She had always thought of herself as the sharpest sword at Xia Ya's side. Yet when Xia Ya was trapped in another world, all she could do was wait in safety, powerless. That sense of helplessness haunted her constantly. It became a nightmare that plagued her dreams. Alara had thought about it more than once. If Xia Ya never came back from that other world, what would she do? But she never voiced those thoughts, because Alara knew this was a decision Xia Ya had made after careful thought. Since that was the case, all she could do was support his choice unconditionally. Tears and worry were meaningless. They would only distract Xia Ya and become his burden. And Xia Ya was never the type of man who needed women crying over him like some melodramatic soap opera lead. So these past few days, Alara had simply shut herself in the meditation room, wordless, training like a madwoman. And perhaps as if responding to her relentless will, the sacred lance finally answered her. For real. Hearing her explanation, Xia Ya was taken aback. But then he quickly snapped back, looking thoughtful. That sacred lance Alara wielded had, according to history, indeed earned a fearsome name in Iskania, long before the Fresta Empire was even founded. With a weapon of that rank, it really can interfere with space-time. Actually, yeah, its level of mystery surpasses even the 8th ring. It's already at the threshold of the throne tier. Xia Ya fell into deep thought. Back when he and Sylvia had fused in the spirit realm, they hadn't just shared a moment of intimacy, she'd also passed on a lot of her knowledge in mysticism and secrets. Before that, his own tier wasn't high enough. Everything above the legendary tier was shrouded in mystery to him, like vague hearsay. But with a throne tier beastmaster laying everything bare, many of those mysteries were no longer so mysterious. For example, Sylvia had told him, there are 2 essential requirements to become legendary. First, to elevate your mental energy into a complete ocean of consciousness. Second, to sense the flow of time, or rather, to truly perceive the existence of the river of time. And to ascend from the 7th ring to the 8th, from legendary to throne tier, the biggest hurdle was to leave your imprint in the flow of time in history. Sylvia's own accumulation had long reached the peak of the legendary tier, but she hadn't broken through to throne tier until after a 300-year slumber. Because only then had her feet as the founder of the White Tower become old enough to solidify into a historical imprint, leaving her footprints in the river of time. In other words, every throne tier powerhouse is a living piece of history, someone who has truly touched upon the domain of time laws. Of course, Sylvia had said her imprint in the river of time was only about 500 years old, so her control over time laws was still raw. Most of the time, she could only observe, not manipulate. But if he followed that logic, those true gods above the 8th ring and demigod level, did they perhaps have the power to look into the past and glimpse the future? Leaving one's imprint in history, so basically, every throne tier powerhouse is just some old fossil who's been alive for God knows how long. Xia Ya quickly banished that disrespectful thought. If he actually said that out loud, he'd probably offend an entire generation of ancient powerhouses. But if we're being real, haven't I already left my imprint in history? I mean, I've even got a title, the one forgotten by time. So when it comes time for me to break into the throne tier, there shouldn't be any bottleneck. And if little AI can use the sacred lance to leave a trace in the historical echo, wouldn't that also count as writing history? Xia Ya felt a bit excited. Could he actually train little AI all the way to the throne tier? It almost felt like he was playing a raise a cute girl game. He shook his head and pushed those stray thoughts aside. After thinking for a moment, Xia Ya looked at the golden-haired girl in front of him again. Wanna test it out? He'd been in Lokia for 7 days and was fully prepped. Originally, he planned to wait until Surin left, then return to the imperial capital before entering the historical echo again. But there's no better time than the present, might as well go now. Okay. The golden-haired girl nodded. She didn't care about historical imprints or throne tier potential. The only thing Alara feared was being unneeded by Xia Ya. Now that she could finally help him, that was enough. With just a thought, Xia Ya re-entered the historical echo. Unlike before, where he always locked himself in the washroom to do it this time, he was lying in bed, using a beautiful girl's lap as a pillow. This is what you get when you raise your wife from childhood. As Xia Ya's consciousness entered the historical echo, everything in the real world froze, the flowing night, the flickering candlelight, all came to a halt. Only one thing remained unaffected: the soft double bed in the center of the hotel suite. Around the sacred lance, a faint aura of mystery pulsed, keeping the time flow of that bed at normal speed. Go now, Rangomiad. In that space-time, Xia Ya is your master, his commands are my commands. Even if you shatter, protect him. Alara looked at the tiny sacred lance and spoke softly. The next moment, the silver lance burst into dazzling light. Time surged. The ancient holy relic pierced the river of time and ascended against its current, soon vanishing from the present world. The golden-haired girl just stood there in silence, watching it all. Only after a long while did she brush a few strands of pale gold hair from her forehead and glance down at the black-haired boy lying beneath her, seemingly asleep. A soft blush bloomed across Alara's pale face. She stared at Xia Ya's sleeping face for a long time, then suddenly leaned down and pressed a kiss to his lips. You have to come back. Her whisper was faint, almost drowned out by the howling night wind, yet it carried an unshakable resolve. If you don't come back, you know what I'll do. Xia Ya. Xia Ya stood atop the city walls, sensing the foul aura unique to abyssborn creatures drifting in from the wasteland. His black and red cloak of Akatsuki fluttered in the wind. Well then, let's begin. Black Knight Kyan's final dance. Xia Ya, Valley of the End. Whoa. A storm swept across the canyon from the wasteland, carrying the stench of corrosion and decay. A man in black armor stood beside the military camp at the canyon's entrance, his pitch-black plate seemingly devouring all light. If anyone saw his face clearly, they would be horrified beyond words. Fudigan, the despicable king who usurped the throne and plunged Xia Ya into the quagmire of war. According to reports from scouts in the Night Alliance, Fudigan was supposed to be stationed in the royal capital of Xia Ya. Yet here he was on the battlefield of the borderlands. Crack. The crunch of dry leaves being stepped on came from the side. A well-dressed gentleman, graceful and poised in manner, appeared. The only strange thing was the pallor of his face, revealing his true nature as a member of the Blood Clan. And from the way he stood beside Fudigan without flinching, it was clear his status among the Blood Clan was anything but low. A prince of the Blood Clan at the legendary tier. Flandra, what's the situation with the Church of Dawn? Fudigan didn't turn his head, speaking coldly. Same as always. That cardinal's mental energy is still locked onto the royal palace. He clearly thinks your majesty is still there. In the end, he's just an ordinary cardinal. Even breaking through to the legendary tier was only thanks to the blessing of divine favor. Someone who reached legendary through external help like that is stuck for life. He couldn't even detect that your majesty split off a legendary tier half-body right under his nose. Prince Flandra of the Blood Clan let out a cold laugh. Since ancient times, the Blood Clan and the Church had been sworn enemies. In the Heretic Purge rankings of the Church of Dawn, the Blood Clan had always held the top spot. So naturally, Flandra had no love for that red-robed cardinal. Still, it's just a little rebel coalition of noble lords, didn't expect your majesty to take it so seriously. Flandra's tone carried a hint of scorn. A rebel leader who hasn't even reached legendary, rallying followers with some so-called sword in the stone, and dares call himself the Night King. How laughable. In the world of legends, the title of king was reserved for those who had surpassed the throne tier. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses its full strength. The black-armored Fudigan spoke without any trace of contempt. Though only a half-body, the oppressive force radiating from this despicable king was in no way inferior to that of the legendary tier Blood Clan prince. Based on the feedback from this land, that so-called Night King, Artoris, is someone who genuinely has the power to threaten my current rule. Also, that holy sword he drew from the lake, it's not ordinary. But more importantly, it's Akatsuki, and that Black Knight, Kyan. At this point, a rare gravity surfaced in Fudigan's sunken, withered eyes. Though he had taken the throne through dishonorable means, once he became king, he inherited the authority and blessing of this land and with it, access to information beyond the reach of outsiders. The Night King was indeed strong. The origin and immense mystery of that holy sword had even left Fudigan shaken. But that was still just individual strength. As king of this land, he had confidence in quelling any external threats. What truly posed a threat was belief. It was the ideology spread by that group called Akatsuki. Kill the rebel leader and the army would collapse, but if Akatsuki's ideals endured, then even if this rebellion was crushed, there would still be another king of conquerors, another hero king. As long as Akatsuki's beliefs remained, the flames of rebellion on Isganian soil would never die. Remember this purge, the most critical targets are Artoris and Kyan. The other Grand Knights, noble lords, and civilians are expendable. I'll handle Artoris myself. Kyan is yours, Flandra. I expect the Prince of the Blood Clan not to disappoint me. Fudigan's calm voice echoed. He was even prepared to abandon his pursuit of killing Artoris, just to personally eliminate Kyan should Flandra fail. That target was simply too important. As long as he lived, Fudigan would never sleep soundly. Kyan is barely at the 4th or 5th ring, not even titled tier. If I strike personally, he won't have a chance to survive. Flandra glanced at Fudigan with some confusion. He couldn't understand why the king was so fixated on Kyan. But Fudigan's strength and status were undeniable. He said nothing more. Since we've chosen to cooperate, I'll give it my all. I just hope That when this is over, your majesty will keep your promise to help us hunt down the fugitive true ancestor, Black Princess. That's not just my opinion. It's also the will of our progenitor, the Crimson Moon. Of course. Fudigan glanced sideways at Flandra. In today's chaotic western continent, countless cults and factions vied for power. And behind Prince Flandra stood a power of equal weight. The Crimson Moon. Not a demigod, but an ancient god on equal footing with the true gods. Without that backing, Flandra, with just a run-of-the-mill legendary tier cultivation, wouldn't even qualify to sit at the same table as Fudigan. Fudigan looked up at the dim sky. 2 more hours until nightfall. Once it's fully dark, we'll enter the Valley of the End, break through the rear, and launch us around. Honestly, I thought the despicable King Fudigan would be some crazed, brainless tyrant, didn't expect him to actually have some brains. For a blood clan prince, resisting sunlight outside of high noon shouldn't be an issue, and yet he still waits for nightfall to strike, just to avoid even the slightest weakening of strength. Then again, makes sense. A man who could usurp a throne, obviously knows a thing or two about scheming. If that idiot Gawain had insisted on coming with me, he'd probably be lying dead right now. Suddenly, a hazy voice echoed through the vast, silent Valley of the End. Fudigan and Flandra snapped their heads up. There stood a figure, clad in the black and red cloud robe of Akatsuki, wearing a swirling mask that revealed only a pair of eyes. He stood there in silence atop the heights of the Valley of the End, bathed in the amber dusk. Like a demon in darkness. Cries of alarm erupted from the soldiers in the nearby military camp. Each and every one of them recognized that black-haired figure. The founder of Akatsuki. The Black Knight Xian. Xia Ya stood high above, the Akatsuki cloak behind him billowing wildly in the stormy winds sweeping through the canyon, overlooking the tiny, ant-like figures below. 1, 2, damn, they even hid multiple Lord-tier abyssal aberrations in the camp? That combo alone makes up a full legendary tier force. Sending out 3 full legendary tier combatants at once. You guys must really think highly of me. Fudigan's half-body wore no expression. Xian, even though we've cloaked ourselves from divination and prophecy-based abilities, some part of our movements still leaked. He scrutinized the surroundings but found nothing out of the ordinary. Did Artoris set up some kind of ambush here? An ancient relic? A divine descent ritual? Or maybe a military-level formation? Fudigan listed off possibilities one by one, but his voice carried no tension. Though this was just a half-body formed from a holy relic, its tier was genuinely legendary. Any ordinary traps or schemes posed no threat to him. However, the black-cloaked figure above the valley merely shook his head slightly in response. An ambush? Why would I drag around that kind of dead weight? A glint of cold light flashed from the eyeholes of the swirling mask. I came alone. But one is more than enough. Boom. Suddenly, pitch-black mana erupted. Though he bore the title of king, Fudigan's attack matched his moniker of despicable king, brutal and dishonorable. In an instant, darkness that devoured all light engulfed Xia Ya entirely. The stone beneath his feet crumbled, breaking into countless falling shards. At nearly the same moment, the soldiers in the camp began to scatter in all directions. It was a preemptive order from Fudigan himself. He knew the Black Knight Xian had a unique explosive ability. He'd often dive into the center of enemy formations and detonate massive destruction, emerging unharmed while leaving carnage behind. The explosions were no threat to legendary tier powerhouses, but they were devastating for rank and file troops. If Xian were allowed to strike here, the casualties would be enormous. However, the very next instant, even though the ground beneath him shattered all at once, Xia Ya's figure blurred and flashed. He landed again atop another intact stone pillar jutting from the cliffside. There he stood, expressionless, overlooking the fleeing soldiers and abyssal creatures below. Think you can run? As those words left his mouth, a pale golden radiance spread across the ground. It was a barrier of gold, like the pressure of royal authority itself, suddenly weighing down on the heart of every soldier. It felt as if 1,000 tons bore down on their bodies. Fudigan let out a cold snort. The next moment, under the pressure of a true legendary, the golden barrier shattered violently. Yet in that brief instant of delay, 1,000 shrill, piercing screeches echoed through the air. One after another, golden doorways shimmered behind Xia Ya, glittering in the soft night sky. They were portals tied to spatial laws, the gates of gold linked to subdimensional spaces formed by Shiny's spatial pocket. Then, argent starlight gathered. Countless silver-white particles were conjured and parsed in the atmosphere, using Yui's intelligence as a foundation. And powered by Qi Hong's sword bones, the free-floating metallic particles were transformed into blades of steel. Like a meteor shower of shining silver, the swords shot forth from the golden gates, slicing through the night sky. Pshhh. Pshhh. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed. Though thousands of blades had been fired simultaneously, under Yui's intelligent targeting, every single one struck a vital point. The heart, the neck, the spine. Thud after thud echoed as bodies hit the ground. Under that rain of argent blades, nearly every soldier and abyssal creature below 5th ring was instantly slain. The ground was littered with corpses. How interesting. Fudigan's voice rang out faintly. He showed no anger over the slaughter of his troops. He merely looked at Xia Ya and spoke. From what I can sense, your total mana reserves aren't very high, only around the 5th or 6th ring. But by combining various unique abilities, you're able to fight far above your tier. What do you call this spatial ability? You can call it unlimited blade works. Xia Ya stood atop the lone stone pillar, answering indifferently. It was a new combo technique, created by combining Shiny's spatial pocket, Qi Hong's sword bones, and Yui's metal genesis. However, there had been some disagreement when naming it. Qi Hong preferred unlimited blade works, while Shiny insisted on treasury of the king. The tie-breaking vote went to Yui, and thanks to some plastic bestie loyalty, unlimited blade works won out. Hundreds of miles away, in the rebel coalition's city, inside the Lord's manor, Isadella slowly opened her eyes. The holy sword in her hand gleamed brilliantly. She felt her resonance with the sword deepen in this realm. The shackles that once suppressed her power were now gone. In this special space-time, she could use her full real-world strength. Good. I made it. Feeling the city was still calm, Isadella let out a long sigh of relief. Good, no assault had begun yet. As a ruler, she shouldn't hesitate. She couldn't let personal emotions influence critical decisions. But that wasn't reason enough to watch Cain walk to his death. Now that the shackles were gone, she had power rivaling a legendary tier warrior. Even if Fudigan's army had its own legends, Isadella was confident she could win. She no longer needed to flee like a cornered dog. She could face them head-on. And in doing so, Cain wouldn't have to die. Just as that thought arose, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from afar, closing in fast. My king. Lord Cain, he's vanished from his quarters. The soldier knelt on one knee, speaking urgently. A patrol knight saw him heading west toward the enemy lines. But Lord Cain was moving so fast, no one could stop him. Boom. The explosion of pressure in that instant stunned everyone in the manor. Sir Tristan. Her voice was sharp but carried a trace of confusion. I understand. The red-haired knight, who had long been standing by, plucked the strings of his harp and quickly activated his ability. He was a beast master specialized in detection. The harp-like sacred relic was his contracted summoned beast. The next moment, as the harp's melody rang out, a water-like screen slowly materialized in the air. The scene that formed revealed a black-armored man radiating legendary tier presence, and a pale-faced Blood Clan prince. Behind them countless corpses of soldiers and abyssal beasts. And on the other side, a slender figure in a black and red cloud robe, wearing a swirling mask. Black hair, black eyes, back turned to the world. Alone. Yet it felt like he stood with an army of thousands. Boom. An overwhelming pressure swept through the entire Lord's manor in an instant, causing even the illusionary water screen to ripple violently, nearly collapsing. A sharp sword intent burst forth, slicing small nicks into the surrounding metal objects. At this moment, even the titled Round Table Knights were left speechless. All the soldiers and knights could only stare in stunned silence at the figure rising silently to her feet, holy sword in hand. I shall go. Bring him back. That cold voice rang through the manor. In the very next instant, the wielder of the holy sword vanished. All that remained was a brilliant, dazzling stream of golden light streaking toward the distant horizon. The entire manor fell into silence. Only after a long while did Gawain speak in a dry, hoarse voice. The king has broken through to the legendary tier. Though aided by the holy sword, yes, she has indeed reached the legendary tier. Tristan did not open his eyes, simply plucking a note from his 7-string harp. As the rebel coalition, with their king now having reached the legendary tier, they should have been thrilled. Having a legend among them meant they no longer needed to live like fugitives, hiding and running day and night. Now, they truly had the qualifications to stand as a major power and take part in the grand chess match of Iscania. But in this moment, none of the knights felt any joy. Clearly, this was not just some routine suppression. Fudigan's forces had come out in full force, and somehow, they'd even drawn in a Blood Clan prince who should have remained neutral. Had Cain not acted first and exposed Fudigan's hidden strength and scheme, this secretive assault, far beyond what they had expected, might have meant the total annihilation of the rebel coalition. And even now, they faced a situation where one legend stood against 3. Even though they had the utmost faith in their Night King, logic told them this was a hopeless battle. What's more, the Valley of the End was several hundred miles away. Even at legendary speed, it would take nearly half an hour to get there. And that Black Knight Cain, how could he possibly hold off 2 legends and a legendary tier abyssal lord all by himself? It was nothing more than a futile rescue mission. One that might even drag their king into peril. Should we go too? Gawain had barely spoken when Tristan immediately shot the idea down. Idiot. In a battlefield of legends, even a normal 6th ring is just a liability. The best we can do right now is take advantage of this window to evacuate civilians and minimize the damage. Suddenly, an uproar broke out among the soldiers behind them. The 2 round table knights focused their gaze on the water screen. Fudigan and the Blood Clan prince still stood below the canyon, facing off against Cain on the cliff wall. But behind Cain, several pitch-black bats emerged from the shadows of the night, silently taking form. Then, in the blink of an eye, the bats merged, transforming into a pale, withered humanoid figure identical to the Blood Clan prince. The bat-formed Flandra exuded no magical presence as he silently reached for Cain's back. In the next moment, a crimson heart quietly appeared in Flandra's hand. And then, the change occurred. Looking at the crimson heart appearing between his pale fingers, a cold smile crept onto Flandra's bloodless face. As a member of the Abyssborn Blood Clan, he could not walk the path of a beastmaster. But as a legendary, Flandra prided himself on the innate abilities unique to his race. First, he used Double Phantom to create a decoy to draw attention. Then, using the Blood Clan's racial ability Bat Form, his true body silently approached from behind. Finally, he unleashed his strongest ability, Heart grasp, thump, thump. The illusionary crimson heart in Flandra's hand slowly condensed, becoming more solid and real. Twisted veins appeared from the void, connecting to the imagined heart. As blood began to flow through them, the heart expanded and contracted, echoing with thunderous beats. This was an ability Flandra had only awakened after becoming a Blood Clan prince, a curse-based assassination technique, and his most powerful strike. He could draw a reflection of the target's heart from the overlapping edges of the spirit realm and the material plane. Though only a reflection, it resonated with the original through mystic principles. If the reflection this copy was destroyed, then the real heart would be destroyed with it. It ignored all physical defenses, bypassed enchanted relics, and rendered bodyguards meaningless. It was true, absolute instant death. With this power, Flandra had even slain a pure-blooded dragon in its growth phase. Even a dragon, without immediate treatment after heart failure, had only one end, death. Of course, the ability wasn't invincible. At its core, Heart Grasp was a curse. Against enemies equal to or stronger than Flandra, the curse had a high chance of being nullified. Take those damn legendary bishops and holy knights of the Church of Dawn, wrapped in the holy light of divine favor. Most curses didn't work on them at all. And there were beings without a vital heart like elemental life forms on whom this technique had little effect beyond draining mana reserves. But Flandra had already confirmed it. This Xian, for all his mystery, was not of high rank. And he was a human, a being of flesh and blood. So, your heart. I'll be taking it. His voice was cold, like an executioner's sentence. A cruel smile flashed in Flandra's eyes. In the end, just a lowly ant, not even at legendary tier. Though it felt like a sneaky little trick, that earlier space-type offensive ability, along with the suicide bomb tactics he'd shown before, had already reached a level that could rival a legendary to some extent. But in the end, it was all external power. This was an era where true strength had to come from within. The gap between tiers was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even if you gained power beyond your own tier through outside means, there would always be fatal weaknesses that couldn't be patched. Just like right now, before his Heart Grasp ability, all external buffs became meaningless. Crack. Flandra's withered fingers slowly clenched. The blood-red heart in his palm let out a wail, then, under immense pressure, it shattered into a spray of bloody fragments. He had already seen Xian's ending. Outwardly untouched, yet his heart would silently rupture. He would feel that crushing pain in his chest, stunned and confused, then die in utter despair. But, the very moment that phantom heart was crushed by Flandra, he saw the thin figure in the black and red cloud robe slowly turn his head. In the dark eyes behind that swirling mask, there was no fear, no agony, no panic. Only a calm, faint smirk. Impossible. A dish with no heart can't live. A person without a heart must die. That's the law of this world. But now, that law had been broken. Flandra's pupils shrank. And then came Xian's indifferent voice. Old fossil, bet you're real shocked. Wondering how a man can live without a heart. Well, sorry to say, that won't be the only thing today that shatters your worldview. Xian raised a single finger, pointing into the air. The next moment, a silver gleam flickered in the black pupils behind his mask. Black Knight. His calm voice rang out like a solemn proclamation. Almost at the exact same time, from the dim sky above, countless pitch-black dots of light began to appear. They were tons, literally, measured in tens of tons of memory metal, or in Xia Ya's terms from his past life, magnetic fluid. In the reflection of Xia Ya's eye beneath the swirling mask, a small alchemical sigil appeared silently, and then that sigil began to spin. Yui's racial skill, metal genesis, and also, megastructure armament. These tons of liquid metal, under the reinforcement of an alchemical matrix, were forcibly bound, contained, and recombined. Following the design of a preset megastructure blueprint, the memory metal assembled around Xia Ya's body. Clank, clank. The river of pitch-black death metal engulfed Xia Ya entirely. Then, piece by piece, the metal components around him began to forge, assemble, and interlock. A chorus of clashing metallic parts rang out, and in just a few blinks of time, the form of Xia Ya was replaced by a colossal, pitch-black metallic construct. This was far beyond simple armor fusion or phantom armament manifestation. If armor fusion was a way for ordinary beast masters to merge their summoned beast's power and push their limits, then this was a technique above fusion, not merely borrowing from the strength of a summoned beast, but manifesting the combined knowledge of an entire civilization, passed down through centuries. In terms from Xia Ya's past life, this was every man's ultimate dream. A mech. Boom. As the core roared to life, the mech's heart lit up with rings of molten crimson gold light. This was Blueprint No. 1, a megastructure concept Xia Ya had designed by combining references from every mecha work he'd ever seen. From Danger Wanderer to Barbados, from Shinkaro to Strelitzia, he'd pulled inspiration from everything. In the end, he gave it only one name, Black Knight. Perfectly fitting for the persona of Xian in this world. Rumble. The black mech turned its head. In the next instant, thousands of projectiles burst forth like dazzling fireworks, raining down on the ground below. The sky collapsed. Dust surged. Clang. A massive wave of wind pressure rolled in, shrouded in shadow. Only then, alerted by his blood clan instincts, did Flandra snap out of the shock that his proudest technique, Heart Grasp, had failed. He whipped his arm up just in time to block the strike of a descending black greatsword. The opponent was clearly just 5th or 6th ring, yet the force contained within that black mech was so overwhelming, even Flandra, a legendary tier, struggled to withstand it. He staggered upright, only to hear a cold voice from within the mech's shell. You too, care to dance? Pitch black steel lightning intertwined beneath the dim yellow sky. It tore through the atmosphere, stirring up storms. Across the land where that iron thunderbolt had struck, both rock and soil trembled with a metallic clash and the impact of colliding magic. Even hundreds of miles away, the water curtain in the Lord's Manor trembled with the residual magic shockwave until Tristan plucked his strings, pulling the curtain's view farther away before it finally stabilized. Kane, he's actually not at a disadvantage. Gawain's voice carried a note of disbelief and joy. Though Kane's body no longer resembled that of a human, the image reflected in the water curtain clearly showed him locked in an even battle against two legendary tier powerhouses. If he could keep this up, then when the king arrived at the battlefield, it might be possible to withdraw Kane safely. This time, the forces dispatched by the low King Fudigan had far exceeded their expectations. As long as they could preserve their living forces without major losses, it would already count as a complete victory. No. Tristan's eyes narrowed slightly, a touch of gravity entering his gaze toward the water curtain. Though His Excellency Kane has indeed used some special method to raise his power to a level equal to that of a legendary tier, I can feel it. His mana is being consumed at a terrifying rate. Boom. Another clash of metal rang out. The earth let out a fractured cry, and shadowy figures collided like meteors, only to rebound again. Dust covered Fudigan's armor, making him appear a bit disheveled, but he remained uninjured. On the other side, cracks had begun to etch deep into Xia Ya's Black Knight mech, nearly piercing the entire frame. The alchemical matrix emerged, and that fluid-like undead metal surged rapidly, patching the damage that could have otherwise crippled the machine. But this kind of repair came at a cost. Every time the matrix controlled the metal particles for reformation, it consumed a massive amount of mana as compensation. At this moment, the Black Knight's core, the once blazing and radiant Magitech reactor, had dimmed significantly. What exactly is this ability? Fudigan's gaze locked onto Xia Ya's Black Knight mech as he approached step by step. With his legendary tier status, even if he had never seen this before, once engaged in battle, he could roughly understand Xia Ya's condition. Simply using an alchemical matrix to refine free metal into a massive exoskeletal weapon, drastically enhancing physical capabilities. That line of thinking wasn't hard for Fudigan to comprehend. With a legendary's vast knowledge, he knew some imperial tier metallic life forms could do similar things. But if that were all it was, then it would merely be an advanced form of armor fusion. It should never have been able to achieve the level of power Kane was displaying now. He clearly only had the mana reserves of a 5th or 6th ring beastmaster, yet he was fighting on equal footing with legends. If not for the fact that multiple legendary tier powerhouses were here, even if Kane eventually lost, he would have had a chance to escape. Fudigan's gaze locked onto the mech's core, the blazing reactor that shone like a miniature sun. With his legendary tier mental energy, he could naturally perceive that this reactor was the true source of everything. That sun-like core, using some method completely unheard of and unseen by Fudigan himself, was converting mana across several magnitudes of power and feeding it into the mech's body with unimaginable efficiency. This granted it combat strength capable of leaping tiers, surpassing the limits of the legendary realm. Surrender to me. Hand over this power. In the name of the ruler of this land, the Lord of Isadella, I promise you wealth and glory. A voice filled with authority echoed across the land. Though his throne had been stolen through despicable means, in terms of strength and standing, Fudigan was indeed the rightful ruler of this domain. His voice, imbued with the sovereign law like a spoken divine command, thundered like a storm. It turned into tangible restraints meant to shake Xia Ya's spirit into submission. Originally, he had every intention of killing Kane. After all, the threat posed by the Xiao organization was too great, something that could truly shake his rule. But now, Fudigan still opened his mouth to speak. With a vision that surpassed ordinary legendary tiers, he clearly understood what that Magitech reactor within Kane's mech truly represented. Mass-producible legendary tier combat power. Even if it lacked endurance, even if the pilot was fragile, and even with other limitations, a single mech like this still couldn't compare to a true legend. But even so, it was still enough to change the entire structure of Isadella. No, to change the entire structure of the Western continent. However, in the next moment, Fudigan could only watch as the sovereign command he had just summoned using the power of this land shattered silently. So, when exactly did you all start thinking, the Black Knight was my strongest card? A cold voice rang out. In the next instant, the massive black mech suddenly shattered. Its blazing core surged with power, operating at near self-destruct levels, unleashing an overwhelming surge of mana once more. Then, all of it was infused into the freshly reforged metal. Countless tendrils of pitch-black metal surged from the earth, forming a metallic prison that encased both Fudigan and the vampire Prince Flandra. The Black Knight mech crumbled, revealing the thin figure of Kane within once more. Fudigan looked at the cage of black metal trapping him, confused by Kane's actions. This prison, forged by nearly destroying the core, could indeed trap them for a moment. But it would only be a moment. At the legendary tier, at most 1 minute, then they could break free. And the cost of this act was that Kane would lose the protection of the Black Knight entirely. He would no longer even have the option of using the mech to hang on for a few more moments. Of course, Fudigan also knew, even without the mech, Kane had some kind of spatial movement ability, possibly even extreme regeneration. Not even Flandra's heart grasp had worked on him. His ability to survive was frightening. But, against a legendary tier, none of that mattered. Teleportation skills always had cooldowns and range limits. If it wasn't long-distance teleportation, a legendary could easily catch up with raw speed. As for regeneration, it's not like vampires don't exist in this world. Whether it was sealing, or using a mithril cage and sinking it into the sea, both were very effective methods. Boom, boom. The surge of mana that devoured light exploded outward, bombarding the metal prison wrapped around him until it cracked and roared with each blast. The moment his sovereign command shattered, Fudigan had already resolved to kill Cang. Whether it was Xiao or that Magitech reactor technology capable of briefly granting a metal construct legendary tier strength, both were far too dangerous. If it couldn't be claimed for his own use, then there was only one choice, to completely annihilate it. However, even as the prison he created was being torn apart, Xia Ya did not do what Fudigan and Flandra had expected. He didn't immediately activate his spatial teleportation ability to escape while they were restrained. He simply closed his eyes, and through the faint spiritual resonance shared with him by Alara, he felt the presence of the Holy Spear, Rangomiad. At first, Xia Ya had been puzzled. He was already within that segment of history. The Holy Sword had already been claimed by Artoris, yet the Holy Spear had never shown itself. Only now did he understand. The spear did not reside within the material plane. As its reputation as a weapon forged from the stars suggested, it drifted beyond the stars, among the constellations. And in this very moment, guided by that faint connection, the storm spear that roamed the cosmos slowly adjusted its orientation, until finally, it pointed toward that distant land, Isgania, the Valley of the End. So you see, Fudigan, you know nothing about true power. Xia Ya raised his arm, eyes fixed on the metal cage, and on the distant remnants of the army that had survived the previous unlimited blade works. Weep, scream, wail, and then, listen to this extinction's deathly stillness. A dying man, still playing the clown here. Inside the metal cage, the vampire Prince Flandra stared at Xia Ya outside, a trace of killing intent in his eyes. His previously foolproof heart grasp had actually failed, which surprised him. But soon after, during the ensuing battle, Flandra believed he had already figured out Cain's trump card. Now that the black mech was gone, Cain was nothing more than a helpless insect in front of him. Once he broke out of the cage and captured him, he would make sure to study him thoroughly. A human, yet able to withstand a destroyed heart and still act like nothing had happened. This anomaly stirred some associations in the vampire prince's mind. Associations related to the Black Princess, to that city of 1,000 years. Outside the metal prison, on the desolate ground, Xia Ya stood calmly, letting the storms sweeping through the Valley of the End make his Xiao cloak billow in the wind. Men excel in wisdom, beasts in strength. When it came to total mana reserves, when it came to sheer physical prowess, humans, a bronze-ranked species, were nowhere near the silver and gold races, pure-blooded dragons, demons, divine spirits who were favored by the very laws of the world. And to make up for this innate flaw, there was only one path: to elevate the level of one's existence, to begin transforming into a mythical being, to give up being human, to abandon humanity, and instead, embrace divinity and authority, stepping onto the path toward becoming a god. The so-called path to godhood. That was the choice nearly every human powerhouse who reached the legendary tier eventually made. But in the history of the Western continent, there were always a few who held on to a different belief. They refused to become them, and only wanted to remain him or her. It was undoubtedly a far more difficult path, ignoring the well-paved road with countless examples and blueprints, and instead choosing a narrow, dark trail with no clear end. This was the path of fools. And yet, besides Xia Ya, there was never a lack of such fools, those who didn't even follow the basic survival instinct of seeking benefit and avoiding harm. Like little Ai, who gave up her identity as the only daughter of the Winter Flower family, left behind a bright future and a life of privilege, just to stay by his side. Like Sylvia, who sealed herself away in that tower of pure white, refused the path to godhood, and waited 500 years for Xia Ya. And like that golden elf teacher in the Black Tower, all of them, a bunch of fools. Xia Ya smiled silently. Then let me test it. How far can the wisdom of a fool like me really go? As he spoke those words, the light in Xia Ya's pitch-black eyes faded away. Tsukuyomi activated. He temporarily suppressed all personal emotions from his mind, leaving only cold, pure, absolute rationality. And then, in the very next instant, the data locks were lifted. Countless streams of complex information surged into his mental sea through the soul pact shared with Yui. Orbital kinetic cannon. Or more precisely, skyborne kinetic weapon Heaven Piercer, Damocles' sword. From high in the heavens, using gravity as the bowstring, it would fall like a staff of divine judgment. This was one of Xia Ya's trump cards. But if this orbital kinetic weapon only used tungsten rods as ammunition, then even with numerous Magitech formations added, its destructive power would at most create a large crater. It likely wouldn't even be enough to kill a legendary tier. Which was why, for Cain's final act in the Valley of the End, Xia Ya had originally planned to use another external construct, fantasy collapse, lepton fission. However, little Ai had given him a surprise. Instead of a typical tungsten rod or alloy shell, the ammunition this time was a holy spear, a star-forged weapon born from the very laws of the world. And it wasn't even the relic form found in the main timeline, the one sealed and shackled after ages had passed, its power reduced to less than 1/10. In this end of the old era, amidst this chaotic age of cataclysm, the bindings on the Holy Spear were far, far weaker than in the future stable and ordered world. In Xia Ya's eyes, tiny positioning and remote control sigils were slowly rotating. They resonated with the Magi-Tech device orbiting along the planet's low Earth path, just beneath the darkened heavens. Subspace cruising Magi-Tech device ID code, scabbard orbit adjustment complete. Firing trajectory aligned. Judgment blade, ammunition load confirmed, systems check complete. Spatial assisted targeting array Hathaway dimensional coordinates calibration complete. Beginning impact trajectory calculations. In a flash, an overwhelming flood of data surged into Xia Ya's mind. In a sci-fi film, trajectory correction for a kinetic orbital weapon would normally require a supercomputer. After all, even a minuscule error, when scaled to planetary distances, could result in catastrophic miscalculations. But at this moment, after Xia Ya had pushed Yui's fire source level up to transcendent mastery, regardless of the cost, the endlessly complex data streams were being processed entirely within Xia Ya's mental sea, assisted by Yui. Line after line of convoluted equations formed in his consciousness then vanished. Over and over again, the process looped. And with each loop, each potential deviation, each margin of error, was slowly eliminated, step by step. The results of the calculation were guided toward the one and only correct outcome. Boom. Fudigan suddenly froze in the middle of trying to break through the metal cage. As a legendary tier, his spiritual sense had just triggered a warning, a premonition of crisis. But on this land, who could possibly trigger such a deep instinctual alarm in him? Why? He scanned the surroundings. But no matter where he looked, he couldn't find the source of that chilling premonition. Kane's combat strength had already been confirmed. That brief burst of power he displayed beneath the black mech, matching a legendary tier in direct combat, was already his limit. Now that the mech had been destroyed, he posed no threat. Fudigan had indeed sensed, from several hundred miles away, the faint presence of another legendary aura drawing near. Most likely the Night King. But at that speed, the man would need at least 10 minutes to arrive, and even if he had broken through in some way, Fudigan wasn't concerned. He was the rightful ruler of this land. The Night King was nothing more than a traitor. Fudigan's arrival, his half-body descending here, was meant to purge every last rebel. Unless, could it be Flandra? Fudigan narrowed his eyes, turning to the vampire prince at his side. If there were to be any threat to him right now, it could only come from him. If Flandra were to backstab him in a crucial moment during the fight against the Night King, Fudigan, wounded from a surprise attack and forced to fight two legends with just his half-body, might indeed be in real danger. With that thought, Fudigan quietly raised his guard against Flandra. To be fair, the vampire clan's involvement this time had been suspicious from the start. Especially the so-called Black Princess Flandra had mentioned. Even the Crimson Moon had stirred at the name. Yet Fudigan, king of this land, had never heard of her. And then, he suddenly saw Kane lift his head slightly. Beneath the mask, in those dark eyes, runes began to rotate and suddenly blazed with light. In the sea of consciousness, the roaring waves of furious computation paused for just an instant. Then, every number, every symbol, every model in his mental ocean, vanished. Only the one, perfect trajectory remained. Orbital calculation complete. Error verification complete. Trajectory correction complete. Self-check of Damocles' sword complete. Entering launch confirmation sequence. As Yui transmitted the completed results of the orbital solution into his mind, Xia Ya also followed the faint inspiration shared by Elira, slowly sensing the presence in the starry sky above. The Holy Spear, dull and lightless, sealed within the Magi-Tech device scabbard. Then, guided by the resonance that spanned the star realm and the material plane, he recited the release incantation that would lift the restraints upon the Holy Spear, peel back the surface of the world, and reveal the truth hidden beneath. That which tears the heavens, anchoring storm to earth. Let it shine at the boundary of the end. In that instant, high above the heavens, the once dim night spear began to glow. Light streamed across it, converging like the branches and veins of a tree, illuminating the vast, silent sea of stars. Both holy spears and holy swords were creations of the world itself, weapons that only savior heroes could wield. And now, in this end time of an era, a dark, suffocating chaos, the brilliance unleashed was unshackled, the supreme radiance of the tower at the end of the world. In that moment, several divine gazes descended from high in the star realm, startled by the holy spear's sudden awakening. But no matter who they were, angels, demigods, or even true gods, none of them could stop what was about to happen. A thousandth of a breath later, holy spear anchor severed. A tower of light pierced the heavens, cutting across the boundary of the star sea. It broke free from the scabbard, and shot forth. Fudigan's head snapped upward. He could feel something descending. He heard no sound, yet felt the burning radiance. And in the next moment, at the end of the starry dome, he saw it. A falling light, tearing through the night sky, crashing straight toward him from above beneath the pitch-black night sky. The crowned griffin let out a sharp, urgent screech, its massive black eagle-like wings pounding against the air as it tore through the skies. Atop its broad back, Isadella gripped the holy sword. Golden light radiated from the blade, imbuing the imperial tier-crowned griffin with power, pushing its speed far beyond its usual limits. It became a golden meteor, hurtling toward the Valley of the End 100 miles away. 10 minutes. Still 10 minutes left. She looked up toward the direction of the valley. Though she wasn't specialized in perception or reconnaissance, and couldn't manifest specific images like Tristan, as a legendary tier, Isadella's mental energy was strong enough to sense the general situation from that distance. Just moments ago, she had clearly felt the aura of legendary tier combat erupting within the Valley of the End. Kane, he actually managed to stand against a legend? The thought left her dazed, but also filled her with a faint joy. Yet only a few minutes later, she felt that intense aura begin to fade. Eventually, it vanished completely, returning to stillness. And with that, a sinking feeling filled Isadella's heart. She knew exactly what that meant. The battle was over. Kane had lost. Still, she clung to a sliver of hope. Maybe Kane had simply escaped. After all, he'd already shown an incredible ability to preserve his own life. Or even if he had been cowardly, if he'd chosen to surrender to Feudigan and become that vile king's prisoner. It didn't matter. There was still a chance they could exchange for him, still a path back. As long as it wasn't that ending. The one Isadella didn't dare to imagine. But the next instant, the crowned griffin suddenly halted mid-flight. Then it let out a shrill, uneasy screech. What's wrong, Griffin? Isadella released her legendary tier aura, forcefully calming the griffin's panic. This was the first time she had ever seen the creature that had grown up alongside her look so frightened and unsettled. And then, Isadella understood why. She lifted her eyes slightly, and saw it. Far off in the heavens, descending from the sky, a spear of light, zhang. As if reacting to the complete unsealing of a fellow star-forged weapon. The holy sword in Isadella's hand burst forth with dazzling brilliance, resonating with the distant meteor of light. The final shackle and seal shattered. She felt a surge of immense, blazing ancient power flooding from her seventh soul pact. A divine blessing, as if from the entire world, filled her mind and pushed her through a breakthrough, propelling her forward in one stroke, right into the boundary of the throne tier. She had arrived at the limit she had long dreamed of, the goal she had pursued for years. And yet, in this very moment when she finally achieved it, there wasn't the slightest trace of joy in Isadella's heart, only a tightening heaviness that left her unable to speak. She could only remain silent, watching the arc of that falling star across the sky. A holy spear launched from near-Earth orbit, using gravity as its bowstring. It crossed the vacuum of low orbit, pierced the atmosphere and clouds, broke through the barriers of the monoweb and the laws of the material plane. It tore the skies, summoned storms, falling from the heavens, like a world-ending crimson blaze. And then, it struck, directly, flawlessly, at its target. Feudigan, Flandra, and the tens of thousands under the vile king's command. The army of demons from the abyss. In the Valley of the End. Sound vanished. Then color vanished. The world fell into a silent stillness, leaving only the searing starlight that erupted forth. Light surged. Light roared. The torrent of light formed countless vortices. Flesh, mana, metal, stone. Abyssal creatures, even the strongest legendary beings. Everything. Before the fully unsealed holy spear, before the tower at the end of the world that anchored reality, before the storm-bound anchor that connected Earth itself. Everything was obliterated like dust. All things were pierced, devoured, swept toward the far side of the night sky, then exploded. The seal of light was carved into the sky, illuminating half the night sky of Iskania. Moments later, the delayed shockwave reached the wastelands from afar. It scattered clouds, shook buildings, flattened forests, rocked the earth, swept through all. The storm winds tore away the hairband from Isadella's boyish disguise, sending her silver-white hair flying through the night wind. But she paid it no mind, because within her perception, from the direction of the Valley of the End, countless once mighty auras, the vast sea-like presence of the enemy army and demonic creatures, melted away like snow beneath the descending light. Thousands upon thousands, reduced to dust in the wind. Not a trace of life remained. The sword of Damocles hung above the heavens, falling from the veil of the sky. Divine judgment, frozen in time. Only now did Isadella finally understand the origin of the titles Sword-Bearer and Sword hung in the heavens. And Black Knight Kane was the first of them, the original Sword-Bearer, who, from above the firmament, brought down the spear of judgment upon the vile king and the abyssal horde. What happened in the Valley of the End? Did Flandra betray us? But then, what was that fluctuation just now, in the royal capital of Iskania? Upon the throne, Feudigan's true body had turned pale. He felt it clearly. The half-body he had split off using a holy relic and one of his summoned beasts had suddenly lost contact. In other words, it was gone. But how could that be possible? Even if the Night King had broken through to the legendary tier, even if he wielded the holy sword and even if Flandra had rebelled alongside him, his half-body wouldn't have just died like that, without even a single moment to send back information. 100 miles beyond the capital, within the Church of Dawn, the Cardinal's expression also changed. Through his senses, he clearly perceived that the aura of the vile king in the capital had suddenly plummeted, from nearly brushing the threshold of a demigod, to suddenly dropping back down to a mere legendary tier. Was it a failed breakthrough? Did his mind collapse? Or is he faking it, trying to lure me into making a move? Just as the Cardinal's thoughts stirred, in the very next instant, his gaze, along with the gazes of every still awake soul within Iskania, turned toward the column of light that had descended from the heavens. And then, People of Xiaa, I am Cang, the founder of Xiao. That soft, calm voice suddenly echoed across all of Xiaa. This was the hidden projection array that Xia Ya and the Xiao organization had spent half a year carving across nearly every village and town in Xiaa. Now, for the first time, it was activated. And so, his words, alongside that divine pillar of judgment, were heard by every person within the borders of Xiaa. This is our first meeting, and also our last. Xia Ya's voice was not loud, but at this moment, it pierced both the stars and the land. What I want to tell you is this. The era of chaos, the disaster-ridden world we live in, where people go hungry and war is constant. It is only temporary. This endless night does have an end. If this world has no light, then I am willing to burn myself as fuel, to become the torch that lights this starless night. This act of divine judgment is the light of dawn I leave behind. Xia Ya paused. Though I may die today, the true meaning of the Xiao organization will not perish with me. As long as your eyes have not grown accustomed to darkness, as long as even a single trace of longing for light still remains, then every one of you can become Cang. You can become the dawn that lights this world. One Cang may fall, but thousands, tens of thousands more will rise. So, all of you, no matter what, never curse the fact that you were born in this era. Please, wait and hold on to hope. In this pitch-black night, you will never walk alone. Always believe that something beautiful is about to happen. In the next moment, with a ripple of illusion, like water, countless identical images were projected before the eyes of Xiaania's people. It was a dreamlike nation, a land of ideals, orderly, peaceful, joyful. Industry was highly developed. Even the poorest farmers wore fine silk and ate full meals. Illness no longer required begging the church for a priest's healing. Affordable medicine could be bought anytime, anywhere. Even the children of the poor had the right to learn, to read and write, and to receive a basic education. And the children of legendary tier nobles, if they committed crimes, were punished no differently from commoners. Standing atop the crowned griffin, Isadella stared at a village projection far in the distance. A bit dazed. This land of ideals. She felt like she had seen it somewhere before. But then, in the next moment, she heard the thunder of galloping hooves from the ground below. Your Majesty. Gawain fell from his horse, covered in dirt and dust, utterly disheveled. But he still looked up at Isadella, his face full of anxiety and unease. I found a letter on Lord Cang's desk, one he wrote personally, addressed to you. A letter, from Cang. Isadella accepted the pure white envelope. Then, her beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed. On the cover page of the letter, was a single line of writing. My king, I believe, our time of farewell has come. Cang. In the royal capital of Xiaa, Fudigan's expression was dark and stormy. A blast of pitch-black mana shot from his fingertips, forming a light-devouring spear that pierced the projection array high above the sky. It was only an image-casting array. After all, how could it possibly withstand the fury of a legendary tier? Boom. The dreamlike vision of that ideal nation was pierced through by the dark mana beam. It shattered in an instant, scattering into countless glimmers of light that faded into the night sky. Yet Fudigan's expression didn't improve at all with its destruction. Ever since he had usurped the throne from his elder brother, King Yus, over a decade ago, this was the first time such an expression of rage and vicious gloom had crossed his face. Because Fudigan, with the perspective of a legendary tier, knew very well. Everything was already too late. He had long raised the alert level on Cang and the Xiao organization to the highest level, even prioritizing the assassination of Cang over Artoris. And this operation had indeed succeeded in its primary objective. Cang was dead. But under Cang's final plan, everything had lost its meaning. That vision of a better world, that ideal homeland of hope, had already been broadcast to the entirety of Xiaa through his final words. To every farmer and every commoner, to countless eyes that had grown used to the endless night. For the first time, a longing for light had been born. And so, from this night forward, the flames of rebellion would rise again and again across the lands of Xiaa, until the long night broke, until the dawn arrived. Cang, that holy Templar knight the church once anointed, within the great cathedral of dawn. The cardinal had also heard Xia Ya's every word, his voice echoing through Xiaa. He spoke, somewhat dazed. He had heard of the Xiao organization, and of Cang's alliance with the Night King and his rebel army. After all, both the Church of Dawn and the Night King's rebels were currently the weaker forces within Xiaa. Mutual watch and support were inevitable. But in the cardinal's memory, that Black Knight Cang had only been a 5th or 6th ring at best. Yet now he had demonstrated a power that even ordinary legendary tiers could never hope to achieve. The dawn that illuminates the world. He extended his spiritual sense toward the valley of the end. That scorching light was blinding, so dazzling, so radiant, just like Cang's soul, shining with pure, untainted brilliance. The brilliance of the fallen holy spear lit up the land in an instant, tearing through the night sky like daylight itself. Isadella clenched the letter tightly in her hand, her slender pale fingers nearly bloodless. Yet the bold, upright handwriting on the paper remained clear as day. My king, by the time you read this, I imagine everything will already be over. Just as I wrote on the cover, from this day on, I suppose I can no longer be your knight. The vile King Fudigan launched this siege with killing intent. If we were to face him head-on, no matter if we won or lost, our coalition would be devastated. The morale of the great knights and noble lords would inevitably crumble. and our alliance would fall apart. That kind of loss is something we cannot afford. So, I chose a different path. One that would cost us the least. The most optimal option. After this battle, both the Abyss and the Blood clans will have lost a legendary tier. And even Fudigan himself will suffer severe spiritual backlash from the annihilation of his half-body, leaving his power greatly diminished in the short term. This window of time will be our best opportunity. We'll no longer be under threat. And instead, we can reclaim territory, grow our forces and influence, and embrace a rare moment for advancement. I believe with your ability, and the help of Gawain, Lord Tristan, and the others, Iskania will welcome a brighter, vaster future. Only, in that flourishing future, there will no longer be any trace of me. The distant storm winds surged forward, ruffling the white letter, making it flap loudly in the turbulent air. Isadella's silver white hair streamed behind her in the night wind, yet she only stood there, silently reading every word. A vast dread, an overwhelming sense of loss, enveloped her very soul. The mental sea that should have reached perfect clarity with her breakthrough into the legendary tier, elevated to new heights, untouched by mortal dust, was now unmistakably shrouded in shadow. Even after witnessing all that had happened, a part of her still clung to hope. Maybe Cang was still alive? Ever since she'd met him, that Black Knight had faced death countless times, and somehow always survived. The unbeaten Black Knight, a nightmare to enemy generals, the highest of honors to those who followed him. But now, this handwritten letter from Cang himself, was telling her the truth. A cold, unrelenting truth, that she didn't want to face. This was the stage Cang had chosen for himself. His self-scripted final act. Even when facing legends, he never truly lost. She lowered her gaze slightly, continuing to read. It's such a shame. This farewell, meant to be final. All I could do was write you a letter, not even bid you goodbye face to face, because I was afraid. Some of the Round Table Knights may have misunderstood me, but in the end, I'm just human too. I fear death. I fear pain. I want to live. I was afraid that if I stood before you, I wouldn't be able to go through with it. Ridiculous, isn't it? Always talking about ideals and righteousness as the founder of Xiao, but in the end, I'm just a coward, clinging to life. And there, the writing paused. For just a moment, Isadella could almost see him now, that slender, black-haired figure, hunched over a desk in a dimly lit room, writing by the flicker of a lone candle. No, you're not a coward. You are Iskania's greatest hero, and the most perfect, most noble knight. The wind carried away her whispered words, rustling the unassuming piece of paper, turning it to reveal the final page. My king, you once asked me, when does a person truly die? Is it when their heart is pierced by a blade? When they're struck down by incurable disease? Or when they drink a deadly mushroom stew? I don't think it's any of those. A person truly dies when they are forgotten by the world. So, my king, don't mourn for me. Don't grieve. Though I may fall, the name of Cang and all that Xiao stood for will live on in the hearts of the people, and be etched forever into the history of Iskania, immortal through the ages. Just like I once told you, you are the king, the leaf that bathes in sunlight, a hero destined to stand tall on a radiant throne. I am your knight, your soldier, the roots buried deep underground, hidden in shadow and darkness, clearing your path from beneath. What a soldier must do, is use their life to pave the way for their hero. This is the choice I made, and I have no regrets. So please, carry my unfinished dream, step over my fallen body, and keep marching forward, unwavering, my king. Topple the vile king. Purge the monsters. Build a kingdom of order that will last 1,000 years. That dream was never mine alone, it is the will of the people. And one final, selfish request. When I'm gone, please don't forget my name. That way, I'll be able to die with a smile. On the desolate plains, Gawain looked up, slightly dazed. His intuition as a peak-titled knight told him something immense was pressing down from above. It felt like an ancient god had opened its eyes in the starry sky. But when he looked around, alert and searching, he found no sign of any divine gaze descending from the heavens. Then, Gawain suddenly shuddered, because only now did he realize that suffocating, demigod-like pressure did not come from the stars. It came from the slender figure atop the crowned griffin. In that moment, the Night King did not feel like a legend. She felt like a furious deity. The great black griffin let out a piercing cry, and shot into the distance, streaking toward the far sky. Moments later, the griffin broke through the clouds. Here between the land and stars, was a place beyond heaven and earth. And Isadella stood in silence, gazing down through the clouds, at the valley of the end. Once a massive canyon, now, a colossal fissure split the land in two. Everything within that crack was lifeless. All that remained were barren plains. Land turned to crystal white under extreme heat, and scorched black ash, the only testimony to the cataclysm that had taken place. Isadella stood above it all, staring blankly at the dim land below. She remembered the day she pulled the sword from the stone, the first time she met Cang, the day they made a promise to bring light and order to this land of disaster. But now, that promise would never be fulfilled. Forget you. Her soft whisper vanished into the distant night wind. No one heard. How could I ever forget? Above the spirit realm, Xia Ya felt his consciousness drifting in the crevice between the material plane and the dimensional void, going with the flow. Fighting, yeah. In his mind, Xia Ya replayed everything that had happened in the past few hours. He felt utterly delighted. This had to be the biggest D move he'd pulled off since transmigrating. One man, holding back an entire army. Then, at the cost of his own death, he spread the will of Xiao across every corner of the continent. Just like how back in the day, Captain Roger's final words "go find it, I left all my treasure there" had kicked off the age of exploration. Today, Xia Ya too had used his last words to usher the entire land of Xia into a new dawn era. Once the flames of rebellion are lit, there's no putting them out. With that Night King's abilities, Fudigan probably won't sit on that throne for much longer. And the one who kick-started this new era, the name of the Black Knight, Xian, will rise alongside the era's glory and prosperity, growing ever grander through the praises of all people and beings. Eventually, it'll be elevated to sainthood. Xia Ya grinned. The living can never truly defeat the dead. As long as Xian remained alive, there would always be doubters calling him a hypocrite, accusing him of false virtue. In fact, even within the Night King's rebel faction, there had been no shortage of voices questioning Xian's qualifications, claiming he didn't deserve his position. But once Xia Ya made this move, after today, all those voices would vanish like smoke. He'd used himself as bait, inviting the whole world into the game. Then, he'd become the epitome of purity and virtue. Saint Xian. And then, the king. If ordinary means can't bring me closer to the place I hold in your heart, then what about this step? Those who sit the throne are always complete of mind, supreme above all, and as you dwell long in those heights, wielding great power, your mortal emotions will fade into nothing, replaced by cold rationality, unshakable. So, only by doing this, could I ensure that feeling becomes unforgettable. Xia Ya mentally gave himself a thumbs up. What was that saying again? The most beautiful one is always the one that got away. It's not that person was ever truly perfect or irreplaceable, it's that the white moonlight from the past stays frozen in the mind's eye, always at its most beautiful. Then, as it's missed and mourned day and night, it becomes more and more idealized. Just like how Chancellor Cao never forgot his white moonlight, Chen Gong, so too would the Black Knight Xian become the eternal, unmatched white moonlight in the Night King's heart. You don't know how to treasure something when you have it. Only when you've lost it do you realize the regret. The unattainable is always stirring. Xia Ya's consciousness twitched. The next moment, a shimmering blue light screen silently appeared in his mind. Legend points, the Watcher. Rarity, gold. Owner, Xia Ya Igat. Region, Iskania. This is the radiant silhouette of one who is pure and good, shining within the darkness. You lit the spark of civilization and order in the long night without stars or moon. And at the moment of farewell, you turned your back to the masses, letting go of the world. No one knows your true name, but your deeds will live on forever. This is a medal bestowed to the one who watches over civilization. Looking at the softly glowing golden title, Xia Ya let out a long breath. Finally done. If even after pulling all this off, he still couldn't get his legend points to gold, then, honestly, he had no clue what else he could do. He was already dead, what more could he pull off, really? Next up, it's time to push the Xiao organization into the shadows. Wait for the empire to be established. When everything is truly ripe, let the lonely, departed Xian return from the depths of hell in a brand new demon lord form, reappearing before the Night King and all the people. The boy who slew the dragon shall become the dragon himself. And then, let this world feel pain. Imperfect. Xia Ya could barely hold back the rising smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Joy. Pure, unfiltered joy. But, that's something to deal with after the vile king gets taken down, after the Fresta Empire is founded. At least for now, this Xian identity can't be used again, gotta give people time to mourn. In the spirit realm, Xia Ya stretched lazily, feeling a bit worn out. Even though he didn't know why he possessed that cursed immortality, the pain he felt when injured was all too real. When that fully unleashed holy spear came crashing down from the heavens, he really experienced it all. Every inch of flesh and every particle of his body turning to ash. It was intense. If not for the fact that he'd always trained his mental resilience, building a willpower far beyond average. That kind of all-consuming, body-to-ash pain would have knocked out most beastmasters cold. And no matter what, activating Heaven Piercer, Damocles' sword took a massive toll on him. Yui's AI could only assist, most of the computation still fell on Xia Ya himself. And the orbital kinetic weapon's complex trajectory calculations forced his mind to operate in constant overdrive, completely burned out. His spirit was dazed. After fighting so long, he was exhausted. The kind of tired that only a nap on AI's white stocking-clad lap could fix. With that thought, Xia Ya willingly let his consciousness descend from the spirit realm, falling back toward the material plane. 100 li away from the Valley of the End, in a desolate, remote, and chaotic graveyard, Iskania was still trapped in an age of turmoil, with abyssal beasts running rampant across the land. Graveyards like this one were countless, abandoned, barren, rarely visited. Bang! The soil shifted, and the stone slab sealing a coffin was pushed aside. From the mound of dirt atop the grave, a pale, bony hand suddenly reached out. Whoosh! The stone slab was shoved aside. The coffin lid lifted. Xia Ya sat up from the coffin, pulled a plain set of clothes from his spatial pocket, and began dressing. So even the fully unleashed holy spear couldn't kill me, huh? Xia Ya let out a sigh, a bit disappointed. From his previous experiments, he knew that his undead body had all kinds of uses. Whether he was burned to ash, ground to pale powder, or broken down into basic mana particles. As long as a sliver remained, he could regenerate back into a complete body of flesh and blood. Of course, he could have revived from the crystallized ash of his body within that massive rift in the Valley of the End. But that would have been too risky. The release of the Holy Spear had made too much noise there. Not just Iscania's local legends, but even others from across the western continent. Maybe even demigods from beyond the material plane might have sensed it. If he were to resurrect right there in the open, naked and exposed in that crater, and got caught by one of those incoming legends, he'd be f'd. A dead Xian is a saint. A living one? Not necessarily. That's why Xia Ya had planned ahead. He buried one of his fingers inside this coffin here in the graveyard. So once his main body was destroyed, he could regenerate from that severed finger. Let's exit the historical echo first. With that thought, Xia Ya was about to summon Shiny and leave the historical echo. But suddenly, his brows furrowed. In the distance, an ancient, mysterious presence surged. It didn't feel like a mana fluctuation. It felt more like the divine power Xia Ya had encountered during his dealings with cultists. The next instant, blood-colored moonlight rippled outward like ink in water. Then, a mangled, barely human head, its white bone visible beneath shredded flesh, pierced through the blood-drenched moonlight, and dropped into the graveyard in the distance. Xian. The half-skeletal head, still dripping with gore, actually moved. It wriggled atop the grave dirt, rasping venomously from its ruined throat. Holy S, you vamps really know how to cling to life, huh? It wasn't until Xia Ya heard that venomous voice that he finally recognized who that mangled head used to be. Vampire Prince Flandra. A bona fide legend. Even so, the fact that he'd managed to survive the fully unleashed Holy Spear, Xia Ya honestly couldn't wrap his head around it. Also, the current era shouldn't have developed long-range teleportation arrays yet, right? So how the hell did this guy end up 100 li away from the Valley of the End? Xia Ya felt a flicker of doubt, but he didn't think too hard on it. With how wrecked Flandra looked, even a random unarmed child could probably stomp his skull to pieces. No threat at all. As for his vampire status, sure, vampires had regeneration, but it wasn't perfect. Even a legendary vampire prince could be taken down with some holy water. And Xia Ya's alias, Xian, did have the Saint Templar Knight title, so he obviously had holy water on hand. Soon enough, Flandra himself answered Xia Ya's questions, mumbling to himself from his cracked skull. Xian, haha, Xian. Among those below the legendary tier, I Flandra acknowledge you as the strongest. The mangled skull wheezed for breath. But you didn't expect this, did you? The progenitor, Crimson Moon, actually answered my call. Lent me divine power to escape death. You and Fudigan's half-body are both dead, but the one who laughs last is still me. Crimson Moon. That ancient god behind the vampires? Xia Ya blinked, then understood. For a true god who had crossed the threshold into demigod territory, possessing the power to rewrite the laws of space wasn't out of the question. But, the progenitor was supposed to be in slumber. Other than the Black Princess hunt, he hasn't awakened once. Why would he descend this time, just to save me? Given Flandra's current state, he clearly couldn't release any mental energy to scan the area. Naturally, he had no way of knowing Xia Ya was nearby, or even if he saw Xia Ya, he wouldn't be able to connect the ordinary-looking youth in front of him with the masked figure of Xian from Xiao. In the minds of everyone in Iscania, the Black Knight Xian had already died. A death loud and heroic, weighty as a mountain. Flandra's skull kept muttering to itself, bloody flesh squirming, trying to activate vampire regeneration to restore his body, but in the next instant, his movements suddenly halted. A slender, pale hand silently reached out from the darkness, then, grasped the mangled skull. Black Princess. Flandra's voice turned dry and stiff. The next moment, on that ruined face of bone and blood, a terrifying look of bitter hatred appeared. The progenitor, no, Crimson Moon, you sent me here on purpose. You wanted to use me to lure the Black Princess. Crack. Those slender white fingers squeezed, and in an instant, Flandra's skull fractured, shattering into indistinct fragments. The blood-red glow surged. But even as a vampire, even with his undead resilience, the moment his head broke, he still retained a flicker of life. Yet immediately after, the flowing blood turned silently into a disk of blood-red moonlight. Then, it branded itself onto the one who had extended that pale hand. Flandra's skull shards scattered, the glow dimming until it vanished entirely, and the vampire prince met his final death. But the owner of that pale index finger, the one who killed him, stepped forth from the shadows. It was a girl dressed in an ink-black, vintage-style long gown. Her hair, black as night, flowed down her back. Her clothes, layered yet not cumbersome, were adorned with specks of starlight like a midnight sky. The crimson moon's radiance was branded onto her brow, and it made her body tremble ever so slightly. The next moment, her petite, delicate figure began to stretch and transform. A darkness, like the color of night, wrapped around her, and her once small frame grew taller, bit by bit. The gown woven from shadows became even more dreamlike and mysterious. Her once flat chest swelled outward, filling the loose fabric until it became full and curvaceous. Just a few breaths later, the night-shrouded haze over her eyes slowly faded, revealing a flash of glowing crimson. The girl, now a mature, seductive woman, the kind you'd call a big sis type, slowly turned around. And then, with those scarlet eyes that locked onto her prey, she stared directly at where Xia Ya was hiding. Crimson Moon. And the Black Princess. Xia Ya was momentarily stunned. As the head of the Xiao organization, he'd done his fair share of intel gathering. The Blood Clan and that so-called city of 1,000 years might be low profile most of the time, but they were still one of the top-tier powers across all of Icegania. Crimson Moon, full name, the Crimson Moon, one of the ancient gods of the Abyssal Plains, and the progenitor of the Blood Clan. Not one of those half-baked false gods or evil gods, but a true abyssal deity, equal in rank to the 7 gods of dawn. Still, things seemed complicated. At least in the timeline 1,000 years later, Xia Ya had barely heard anything about Crimson Moon. As for the vampires living in the city of 1,000 years, there was actually a strict hierarchy among them. Ordinary vampires ranged from lowly barons to legendary tier princes. But even the vampire princes were turned, they were not born vampires, also known as ghouls, or dead apostles. But aside from the turned vampires, there existed a rarer type, the innate vampires. In other words, true ancestors. According to records from the Church of Dawn, even the weakest true ancestor is at least legendary tier. Some are even said to have reached the throne tier. But those are ancient beings. Most of the true ancestors have long since perished in the forgotten history of the old era. Of the Blood Clan today, only one confirmed living true ancestor remains. The true ancestor princess, Black Princess. And from Flandra's last words earlier, it seems the last remaining true ancestor, the Black Princess, isn't exactly on the same side as the dead apostles or Crimson Moon. Their infighting seems pretty intense. A true ancestor like the Black Princess would actually hunt down a high-tier vampire prince like Flandra. Xia Ya's thoughts raced, but his body instinctively took a step back, hiding behind the gravestone. He didn't know exactly what sort of civil war had broken out among the Blood Clan, but it had nothing to do with him for now. Besides, his mental state wasn't great. He just fired off that divine judgment spear, and his mind was half burned out, unable to handle another intense battle. With that in mind, Xia Ya tried to focus. Yet several seconds passed, and his body didn't shift as expected. No spatial fluctuation, no exit from the historical echo. Master, something's wrong. There's a major disruption in the river of time around this historical echo. Yui's voice traveled through the fifth soul pact, tinged with a rare note of confusion. It was Xia Ya's first time encountering this kind of situation inside a historical echo. At that moment, in the nearby graveyard, the Blood Clan's true ancestor, known as the Black Princess, furrowed her delicate brows. Crimson mist replaced the golden glow in her eyes, and not just her gaze. Even her curvy, mature body, which had evolved from its petite form, took on a faint blush of rosy red. Run. Crimson Moon has awakened my bloodlust. A hoarse voice, emotionless, mechanical, sounded. But before she could finish speaking, that robotic voice suddenly gained a tinge of raw, unfiltered desire. The Black Princess stuck out her pink tongue, slowly licking her blood-red lips. Her petite fangs flashed faintly. The next instant, her flawless face lit up, her crimson moon-like eyes glowing brilliantly. As if enchanted by a spell, Xia Ya's attention was wholly and completely drawn to those eyes. Those blood-red eyes were too beautiful, seductive, soul-stealing, pulling you in, luring you to sink into them, to kneel at her feet beneath that dark veil and become her willing blood thrall. Sure, it was basically handing your life over. But who could resist when the owner of those eyes was this stunning, fragrant, petite, and soft to the touch? Holy *T was that the vampire ability, charm gaze? Xia Ya snapped awake with a jolt. He hadn't expected that even someone like him, a master of eyes and illusions, had almost been entranced by another's charm. If not for the fact that his mental strength had been boosted by the sands of time, elevating him beyond his rank, even to near legendary levels, he might have actually been caught. Even so, this final true ancestor princess of the Blood Clan was terrifying. Not just a normal legend, maybe a peak legend, or even throne tier. Get away from me. That same hoarse voice echoed again. But now, even her voice trembled slightly as she struggled to suppress her bloodlust. I'm warning you, if you don't want to die, then run as far away as you can. A true ancestor, and you're this against drinking blood. Xia Ya raised a brow at the black-haired girl, trembling with restraint. His body flickered, teleporting a few dozen meters away. Then he shrugged. But, sorry, if a true ancestor has locked onto me as prey, I doubt I could get away even if I tried. And that was true. A few dozen meters of flash, with cooldowns in between, wasn't enough to escape a legendary tier hunter. Xia Ya gave a helpless shrug. The next moment, pale silver elemental sparks danced at his fingertips, and quickly coalesced into a slender silver blade. Holding the blade, Xia Ya slashed open a vein at his neck. Hot, crimson blood gushed from the wound. Well, if you're that thirsty, might as well let you drink a little. If draining some blood helps calm that urge, then go for it. He dismissed the blade made from silver particles. You don't seem like Flandra. You actually look like someone I can talk to. The moment the blood began to flow, the air around the black-haired vampire girl grew noticeably hotter. Her crimson eyes flared even brighter, fixated on Xia Ya's bleeding neck. I've never tried it myself, but according to the records in the city of 1,000 years, when a true ancestor loses control, they can suck a pure-blooded dragon completely dry. You sure you won't end up a corpse? Let's find out the hard way. Xia Ya nodded casually. As long as he wasn't trapped in some sealed spatial cage and tossed into the ocean, he had nothing to fear. Almost the instant Xia Ya nodded, he sensed a violent gust surge toward him. The black-haired vampire girl turned into a blur, suddenly pressing up against his side at point-blank range. Those ruby-like eyes glinted with a savage red light. The next moment, those sharp little fangs pierced into Xia Ya's skin. A soft, warm sensation wrapped around his neck as she sucked wildly, ravenously. Xia Ya looked down at the vampire true ancestor clinging to him, her eyes hazy, her body burning hot, arms wrapped around his neck. A thoughtful look crossed his face. From this black-haired vampire princess, he clearly felt something familiar, a feeling that stirred a vague suspicion in his heart. But it was just a suspicion, nothing he could prove. No telling how much time passed. Master, I've found a path to exit the historical echo. Yui's voice came through the soul pact. However, the river of time still seems to be in chaos. She's been drinking long enough, hasn't she? All right. Time to head back. Xia Ya sent out the thought. He glanced once at the vampire girl still clinging to him, moaning unconsciously. Then, his figure began to fade, becoming intangible. Again, who knew how long had passed? Only then did the crimson in the black princess's eyes begin to recede, fading back into a soft, golden hue. Her form shifted as well, shrinking from that mature, curvaceous lady back into the original black-gowned girl. Golden light shimmered in her eyes as she stared blankly in the direction Xia Ya had vanished, every so often flicking her tongue across her lips, as if the feeling of that blood still lingered in her mind. The next moment, she extended her pale, slender hand, and then countless specks of starlight-like light rose from the earth, gathering toward her fingertips. This was a true ancestor's unique ability, tied to the very roots of the plains, able to gather information directly from the region's ley lines. The soft lights gradually faded. Then she took a single step forward, and the desolate graveyard vanished in an instant, replaced by a silent, lifeless city, a shadowy and cold city, shrouded beneath an eternal night. There were no stars, no sunlight, only the occasional silver moon casting pale light, giving this ancient place an air of bleak beauty, just like its name, City of 1,000 Years. A dead city, unchanged for millennia. The black-haired vampire princess stepped into this city, passing through rows of grand, ornate coffins, all lavishly inlaid with gemstones, yet steeped in an air of decay. She walked until she reached the very end, where a single black iron throne awaited. Sitting atop it, she raised her hand, fingers gliding through the air, and the moonlight pouring from the dome above was captured by her rhythm and will. Then, she drew his face in the air, the figure of that boy etched in glowing silver. With one hand propping up her delicate chin, she quietly studied the moon-drawn image of the boy's face. After a long while, she softly spoke the name, gathered from the information drawn from the land's ley line. Xian. Her whisper vanished into the eternal night of the City of 1,000 Years, heard by no one. Unlike any past return from a historical echo, if the river of time had always been like a steady flowing river, charting a fixed course from one historical point to another, then now, it was as if a new tributary had been violently carved into its main current by an overwhelming force. The once eternal and unshakable river of time now thundered with turbulent waves. The power of historical correction had activated, attempting to erase the newly formed tributary, forcing the river's flow back to its proper course. But standing against this force was another overwhelming power. Like a colossal sword plunged into the riverbed, it defied the crashing waves on its own. Xia Ya felt like a leaf drifting on the sea, tossed about in the raging currents, without direction. If he were truly to lose his way here, then he'd become one of the forgotten by time, a soul forever lost in history. But soon after, deep within his mental sea, the once dim sands of time began to glow. It shone like a radiant star lighting the way. Within the chaos of the river of time, it became his guiding beacon. And so, following the pull of the sands of time, Xia Ya rode the currents, crossed the turbulent surge, and returned once again to his place in the present timeline. Only, the new tributary carved in the river of time did not vanish with Xia Ya's departure. Iskania, royal capital. Amid the rubble and ruins of bodies and shattered stone, on the throne of decay, a golden light, radiant as sunlight, pierced through the black-armored vile king. Fudigan coughed up a mouthful of pitch-black blood, glaring down at the gaping hole through his chest, the one burned through by the golden light. A twisted, bitter smile curved his lips. Too fast. Unbelievably fast. He had thought even after that brutal fight with Xian in the Valley of the End, that though he might fall behind, it would be a slow decline. Endless skirmishes, territory chipped away little by little, until his alliance of abyssal beasts and traitors was gradually ground down over years, maybe even decades. But what he never expected was that in less than a year, the rebellion led by the Night King would sweep through the land without resistance, subduing every monster, bandit, and marauder in its path, bringing order to the chaos. And now, they had reached the royal capital, and with his defeat, there was nothing left to stop them from claiming the throne. Night King, Artoris, you'll regret this. Fudigan gave a bloody, twisted laugh. Right now, it seems like you stand on the side of justice, on the verge of building your perfect nation of order. But when you're gone, when the allied lords, once united, start birthing ambitions of their own, this kingdom you built, so glorious on the surface, will eventually shatter into pieces. And in the end, your empire will fall into the same lonely ruin as mine. Just like when you lost Xian. Crack. His words were cut short. The holy sword of gold pierced through his chest once more, ending his life. He slumped to the ground, lifeless. A thunderous cheer erupted through the capital. The allied rebel army roared in triumph. The fall of vile King Fudigan meant that the last obstacle in all of Iskania was gone. Now, was the moment to build a new empire atop the ruins, to claim the fruits of victory. Yet, at the center of this celebration, Isadella showed not a trace of joy. Silently, she pulled off the headband she used for disguising as a man. Wiping away the makeup on her face, she let her argent-silver hair cascade down like a stream of mercury. She could clearly feel it. At the moment Fudigan fell, the holy sword in her hand pulsed with power. The final seal on the sword had been released. Now she had truly reached the throne tier. Every objective she'd had in this warped timeline had been fulfilled. By all logic, there was nothing left here for her to linger for. And yet, the weight of historical correction was already descending, pushing her to return to her original place in time. But Isadella refused to go. The fully awakened stellar holy sword released a grand and ancient force. That divine protection shielded her, keeping her outside the river of time's flow, outside the grip of correction. She had become an anomaly in history. Merlin, how goes the research I ordered on reincarnation and necromantic resurrection? With holy sword in hand and throne tier power behind her, Isadella pushed back the correction force and spoke calmly. All information has been gathered. An elder in a court mage's robe responded telepathically. Reincarnation, some believe it, some don't. Time is long. Eventually, the world may bloom two similar flowers. 1,000 years of memories, one flower withers, one blooms. But whether they are truly the same, is for future generations to decide. I don't want vague answers like that. Isadella cut him off without mercy. Xian is Xian, one of a kind. There will never be another him in this world. Yes, your majesty. I never believed in reincarnation, either. Merlin wiped sweat from his brow, then continued respectfully. There are necromantic spells and undead rituals that claim to bring the dead back. But they all have flaws. None of them meet your majesty's standards. He glanced cautiously at Isadella. The vast majority of necromantic spells and black magic require a complete corpse to function, but His Excellency Xian died so heroically for the nation that not even a trace of his body remained. Besides, necromantic magic has severe flaws. Since the resurrection is based on a corpse, the result is always an undead being. Though such creatures may retain fragments of the original's memories, they're rarely complete and their intellect is often severely impaired. If that's the outcome, then even bringing him back would only be an act of desecration. Isadella rejected the suggestion without hesitation. She stood upon the broken throne, silently gazing down at the short letter in her hand, lashes lowered. So, in the end, I still can't see him again. In that moment, Isadella no longer resembled the Night King who had just unified the realm and was about to found an eternal empire. She looked more like a guilty kitten who had done something wrong. Not necessarily. Merlin spoke slowly. I came across an old mystical tome from the old era in Fudigan's collection. It says that every person, upon birth, leaves behind a unique personal imprint within the spirit realm, an imprint that doesn't disappear, even in death. Normally, this mark is nothing more than a trace of spiritual essence. But if the deceased is remembered with enough renown and reverence, there's a small chance, with the collective longing and remembrance of all people, that mark can be stimulated, echoing through the subconscious ocean of the spirit realm. And eventually, that imprint may be completed. Finally, the one whose body was lost to time, whose name alone endured, may ascend as a heroic spirit, and be reborn, in the Hall of Heroes. Merlin hesitated. But the conditions for becoming a heroic spirit are extremely strict. It requires widespread remembrance. Only through centuries, perhaps even a millennium of commemoration, when one becomes a figure etched deep into history, can that transformation happen. He glanced at Isadella. The time needed to forge a heroic spirit may be hundreds of years, or perhaps 1,000. He knew clearly his king was human, and even with a throne-tier body, human lifespans could never compare to long-lived races. No matter how strong she was, she wouldn't live 1,000 years. This dream was destined to be an unreachable one. Perhaps, 1,000 years from now, the Black Knight Xian would truly reappear in the world as a heroic spirit. But by then, no one in the empire who had once known his face would still be alive. Yet, faced with Merlin's sorrowful and resigned expression, Isadella merely lifted her head slightly. Become a heroic spirit. Her gaze drifted toward the distant sky. There, a crimson blood moon hung high above the night. I will find you, no matter what it takes. A single, clear tear fell upon the ruins beneath her feet. 1,000 years. Or perhaps, a god. Arcane City, Lokia. The Magitech lamp on the bedside table cast a soft orange glow, illuminating the fluffy white sheets. It lit up the faces of the boy and girl. Ayla rested her chin in her hand, gazing at the sleeping boy beside her knee just as she did every morning. Xia Ya always carried a faint air of mystery. He was the same age as Ayla, yet his every word and action carried the maturity of an adult. He made all their plans with care and precision, as if everything was under control, impossible to see through. But when he was asleep, he would reveal a childish side, like that innocent sleeping face. And sometimes, when half awake, Xia Ya would wrap his arms around her waist, then mumble things like, hee, my little AI, hee, my little AI, or, little AI, take me with you, and, little AI, let's have a whole basketball team, no, a football team. Every time that happened, Ayla would barely contain her inner joy. Then, without a word, she'd pull out a memory crystal and silently record Xia Ya's episodes. Of course, Xia Ya could never know about these memory crystals. They were Aelara's personal secret and precious material to hold on to during those long nights when Xia Ya left the imperial capital for archaeological expeditions, leaving her alone at home. Still, accidents did happen, like when the subject of Xia Ya's sleep talk suddenly changed to Surin, or, increasingly, Sylvia. And so, when Xia Ya got up in the morning, he'd sometimes find the trash can filled with shards of broken memory crystals, never understanding where they came from. He'd rolled in from the fireplace, spreading warmth through the room and leaving Aelara slightly dazed. This kind of waiting left her a little unhappy. It wasn't like the usual nights they spent sleeping side by side. Back then, Xia Ya was asleep too, but Aelara knew he was still by her side just like that night on the snowfields of Ceylon, carrying her on his thin shoulders. But right now, although Xia Ya's body was still in the hotel room, Aelara knew he was really in another world, experiencing something in another space and time she could never reach. Maybe even fighting for another woman. Just like that time, when he collapsed in the washroom for 3 whole days because of Miss Sylvia. Sigh. The girl's long sigh drifted away with the flickering Magitech light, fading into the night breeze. Not long ago, when Surin left Lokia, maybe out of some unspoken guilt, or maybe some plastic sisterhood, or perhaps just a warning to any woman who wasn't Aelara. In the end, the saintess of Dawn still gave her dumb bestie a few words of advice. You can take the initiative when needed, little AI. After all, it's not just us competing anymore, there are other wolves sniffing around. When it's time to strike, don't hesitate. Don't let the fat water flow to outsiders. And so, with those little thoughts in her heart, Aelara leaned forward slightly, letting her soft golden hair fall down, brushing both sides of Xia Ya's face. Then, she slowly moved closer to his sleeping face. Their faces were so close, Aelara could even count Xia Ya's eyelashes. Awake Xia Ya was her love and her everything, someone she could trust and rely on unconditionally. Sleeping Xia Ya was more like a child, triggering her affection and protective instincts. But no matter which Xia Ya he was, she loved him all the same. With that thought, the ring on her finger flashed with light. Spatial ripples appeared, and a notebook silently materialized in her hand. The Empire's latest portable Magitech storage devices had almost matured. As a sword-bearer, Xia Ya had gotten several prototype storage rings. But since Xia Ya already had Shiny's spatial pocket, those lower-grade rings were useless to him, so he gave them to little AI. And this notebook from her storage ring was one of Aelara's deepest secrets. Not even Xia Ya knew about it. Xia Ya's perviness was never really a secret. Having been by his side the longest, Aelara obviously knew all his little kinks. So, even though she knew nothing at first, over the years, Aelara had been quietly studying and building her own skill set. When helping Xia Ya manage luxury shops and clothing stores, she was always observing. Watching those famous noble ladies, teachers, nurses, doctors, the kind of women who sparked male fantasies. She took notes on their outfits, gestures, postures, speech patterns, and personalities. Then she practiced, figuring out how to role-play those personas just for Xia Ya. But Aelara had never had the chance to use those skills before, mainly because her relationship with Xia Ya was too close. They shared a bed every night. There was no excuse like Surin's years of separation to launch an emotional ambush. Also, she was shy, and back then, she didn't really have any rivals. People like President Dearest couldn't threaten her position at all, so Aelara kept her preparations careful and quiet. She planned to save everything for after marriage to add a little spice and novelty to their future life together. That whole 3-year-itch thing after marriage. She'd read about it in Xia Ya's books. Just thinking about it made her anxious. She wanted no part of it. But now things were different. New women kept appearing around her Xia Ya, each more threatening than the last. And besides, Xia Ya had come of age last month, and in 2 more months, she herself would reach the Empire's legal marriage age. So, really, was it so wrong to sneak in a little taste of what was meant for after marriage before the big day? With that in mind, her mental energy swept through the shield emblem-shaped storage ring, hesitating between the teacher outfit and the nurse outfit. Given how well she knew Xia Ya, Aelara obviously understood he preferred the teacher look. He was into that power reversal thrill. But, there was also the matter of that golden elf teacher at the Black Tower, one of the 8 pages, no less. If she really wore the teacher outfit, would she just end up as a substitute for Miss Hathaway? No white moonlight and substitute trope, please? Just as the girl's thoughts were spiraling and she finally settled on the nurse outfit, preparing to take the next step. Ahem. A soft cough came from the shadows of the night. The golden-haired girl sprang up from the bed like she'd been electrocuted, shielding Xia Ya behind her. The holy spear's radiance burst forth, and that star-forged weapon, wrapped in ancient mystery, transformed into a blazing set of knightly armor that appeared and covered her body from head to toe. A fierce surge of energy erupted, locking onto the source of the disturbance. Only then did Aelara clearly see the face of the visitor. It was a silver-blue figure in a long dress. Frozen twilight bathed in the deep night. Her long, dustless hair flowed like mercury. Miss Sylvia. Crackle. Crackle. The logs in the fireplace popped and snapped as they burned. Sorry, little AI. Just finished handling matters at the White Chalk Tower. I came in a bit of a rush. Looks like I disturbed your and brother Xia Ya's rest. The Argent Witch took a sip of the red tea on the table. Pale gold words appeared in the air. That was a lie. Sylvia's true body had already arrived some time ago. She was originally waiting for a suitable moment to come by for a visit. But after witnessing what had just happened, Sylvia couldn't hold back from revealing herself. Right in front of me? You think you can cheat on me like that? Like hell that's happening. Back when she was still just a cat, being the third wheel was one thing, but now that her true body was here, she absolutely would not allow this kind of wife-cheating behavior to slide. It's fine. But what guidance does Her Excellency the Tower Master have for visiting us so late at night? Aelira sat on her knees, Xia Ya still asleep with his head on her lap. She gently stroked his cheek with her pale fingers, speaking calmly. Yet her words carried the self-assured tone of ownership like a graceful, confident wife watching other women hopelessly vie for her man's affection. That queenly tone left Sylvia momentarily at a loss for words. Sure, she was 2 whole tiers above Aelira in strength and held the lofty position of Tower Master of the White Chalk Tower. As someone seated on the throne tier, she could look down on all beings. But love wasn't something power or status could decide. Especially when brother Xia Ya truly loved the girl in front of her more deeply enough to make Sylvia, who came later, feel a tinge of sour envy. Honestly, Xia Ya and little Ai were already asleep, and here she was showing up in the dead of night. It was a little shameful. Fortunately, she really did have important business this time. Extremely important. The Argent Witch's flawless face turned solemn, and pale golden text slowly appeared in the air. Brother Xia Ya must have entered a historical echo again, right? I don't know what exactly he did in that historical echo, but I clearly sensed a major disturbance in the upper stream of the river of time at the current node. Her argent blue eyes also landed on the sleeping Xia Ya on Aelira's lap, a deep concern flashing through them. Brother Xia Ya's true self is still in that other time space. He hasn't returned. And now, for reasons unknown, the flow of past history has been severely disrupted. It might be difficult for Brother Xia Ya to come back from the historical echo. If he ends up lost in the temporal turbulence, then even if his physical body remains here in the present world, he'll just be an empty shell. A vegetable. Xia Ya won't wake up. Staring at the pale golden text floating in the air, Aelira lowered her eyes. She couldn't help but recall how Xia Ya had collapsed in the washroom not long ago. That look of fear, like he'd been abandoned by the entire world. It's only a very small probability event. I don't know how Brother Xia Ya pulled all this off, but since he managed to save me from the hopeless situation in the ruins of the Kangting ancient kingdom, I believe he'll return this time too. But if Brother Xia Ya doesn't come back, what would you do? Aelira didn't even hesitate. I'll stay by his body until I die of old age. If his body decays and dies before then, I'll end my life to go with him. As those words left her mouth, Sylvia saw a fleeting glimpse of death in Aelira's sapphire eyes. And in that moment, Sylvia became even more certain of Aelira's feelings for Brother Xia Ya. As much as she didn't want to admit it, Aelira's love was no less than hers. But just then, Sylvia's mental energy stirred. In the next instant, the space-time around her twisted in an instant. A mark of the legendary tier is being able to perceive the flow of the river of time. And to be on the throne or a demigod is to leave an imprint upstream in that river, to be able to interfere with history itself. Hence the saying, the older the throne, the more powerful it is. Not necessarily in terms of raw power, but in scope, because the more history a throne has lived through, the more of the timeline it can influence. By that standard, Sylvia was still a newcomer. Her personal history spanned only 500 years. Compared to ancient beings born in the old era, or to ancient gods, she was still young. That said, age wasn't everything. As a newborn throne who had devoured the authority of an ancient god, Sylvia could shred ordinary demigods to pieces in direct combat. Yet at this moment, she clearly sensed a hidden presence drifting downstream along the river of time. So subtle that even she wouldn't have noticed if its exit point in the present world hadn't been right beside her. From it, Sylvia felt a familiar aura, one she had longed for during her 5 centuries of slumber in the White Tower. Brother Xia Ya. She sprang to her feet. The frozen twilight surged again, and a shimmering stretch of the river of time shimmered faintly in its midst. A few breaths later, little Ai, my little Ai, I almost couldn't see you again, gimme a love-filled hug. From Aelira's lap, Xia Ya's body suddenly shot up, and immediately threw his arms around Sylvia, who was sitting across from Aelira. Wait, little Ai, why aren't you flat anymore? You feel just like Zibeo. Wait a sec, don't tell me you finally started growing. It was like waking from a deep dream. Everything within the dream slowly faded away, then fully returned to reality. Xia Ya felt his consciousness pulling free, bit by bit, from the roaring torrent of the spacetime river, and then, gradually, it merged back into the tangible material world. Just moments ago, he had felt that he was only a breath away from being completely lost in the temporal turbulence. Thankfully, in the final instant, it seemed that some force had reached out and helped him return to the real node on the current timeline. Little Ai, my little Ai, do you know how scared I was just now? I almost couldn't come back. Xia Ya reached out to hug her, only to feel a soft and full sensation in his arms. Given how well he knew little Ai, he instantly realized something was off. Normally, if he tried to get affectionate, little Ai, despite clearly wanting it to, would act all tsundere and rarely take the initiative. But if he threw in a little emotional vulnerability, acted a bit pitiful and weak to trigger her protective instincts, then the benefits would naturally roll in. Kisses and cuddles came easy like that, and if he got lucky, he might even get a sweet, soft girl pillow to hug while he slept. This was a strategy Xia Ya had personally tested. After that time he collapsed in the washroom and was unconscious for 3 days, little Ai had stuck by his bedside without leaving for half a month, nursing him back to health with daily indescribable methods. It was heaven. If it weren't for the whole Crimson Rose Borgia family incident afterward, Xia Ya was pretty sure he could have enjoyed a whole year of bedbound pampering. But something didn't feel quite right this time. It didn't feel like his flat-chested childhood sweetheart. It felt more like his voluptuous main wife from the spirit realm. Xia Ya froze for a moment, then opened his eyes and looked around. But in the next second, that airy, melodic, wind chime-like voice echoed in his sea of consciousness. "It's okay, brother Xia Ya. Even if you mistook me for someone else, it's fine. Don't be afraid, I've always been by your side. Even if you were lost at the end of time, I would still bring you back to this real world just like I did just now." In the room, Sylvia, who had just realized Xia Ya had mistaken her for someone else, was briefly stunned and confused. But very quickly, she lowered her gaze slightly, then lifted a hand to gently touch Xia Ya's face. Then, Sylvia spread her arms, wrapped them around him, and pulled the boy into her embrace. She'd been forced to play the role of cat-shaped third wheel for so long. What was wrong with sneaking in a little taste now? In the past, it was you, brother Xia Ya, who pulled me from that dark, lightless swamp. As she spoke, Sylvia tenderly cupped Xia Ya's face in her hands. His breathing, his heartbeat, the sound of blood flowing, everything was exactly as she remembered and adored. During those 500 years of self-imposed sealing in the Tower of Pure White, in those endless days and nights, it was the memory of him that kept her soul from withering and rotting. And now, that figure from her memories stood alive and real before her. So Sylvia followed the swell of emotion rising in her heart and gently pressed the boy's face into her warm embrace. "And now, it's my turn to protect you, brother Xia Ya. Don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you. Not a legendary tier being, not a demigod, not a throne tier powerhouse, not even a true god. Xia Ya, I can't breathe." Crack, crack. Aelira's small fists clenched tightly, her knuckles cracking like thunder. Sharp pressure sliced through the surrounding furniture, leaving fine cuts on the tables and chairs. After a long moment, Sylvia finally relaxed her arms and released Xia Ya's face. Freed at last, Xia Ya collapsed onto the bed. The lingering scent around his nose was a faint, milky fragrance unique to the Argent Witch. SHT, Legendary Tier. SHT, Throne Tier. But before that, a subtle smile suddenly crept onto Sylvia's flawless face. She silently gazed at Xia Ya's face, a trace of intoxicated fondness in her expression. Pale golden text slowly appeared in the air. "I want to know, brother Xia Ya, just what kind of sin did you commit to have caused the current flow of history to be this twisted?" At the edge of the sky, the night was fading. The long night had passed, revealing the faint glow of dawn across the horizon. And then, Fudigan's army melted away like snow under the light of the Holy Spear's release. Yeah, that's about it. In short, it was out of sympathy for the displaced refugees of that land of catastrophe that I acted from the heart. I mean, sure, I was technically a time-traveling scumbag for a bit there, but this time I honestly didn't even get the chance to do anything. Xia Ya sat at the table, looking completely sincere and serious as he spoke to Sylvia. It was impossible to hide everything. His childhood sweetheart, little AI, was basically a human lie detector with instincts sharper than logic only Surin could maybe rein her in. She was a walking, talking cheat detector and betrayal sensor. Besides, the way he showed off at the Valley of the End earlier had relied entirely on little AI's Holy Spear release. Who knew if that thing would report across time to its current owner? And as for Sylvia, forget hiding anything. She had literally lived through the historical echo. She was the first victim of Xia Ya's cross-temporal playboy escapades and knew his tricks inside and out. As a throne tier being, she could already exert some influence on history. So while she might not have seen every detail, she could probably guess at least 60% of what went down. So Xia Ya decided to proactively confess part of the truth. Of course, with a bit of creative editing. He left out things like his immortality and the system. Instead, he gave a vague account of how, under the name Cain, he had joined the Xiao organization and played savior at the end of the old era 1,000 years ago. Honestly, there wasn't much to hide in the first place. Boasting about the epic stunts he'd pulled off 1,000 years ago in front of both his main and side wives? Yeah, Xia Ya was actually kind of enjoying it. As he spoke, a faint gleam flickered in Sylvia's argent eyes. Meanwhile, the golden-haired girl clutched a pillow, silently listening in with her ears perked up. When it came to historical echoes, Xia Ya never said much, and Aelira never asked. That was just the tacit understanding between them. But that didn't mean she didn't care about what he experienced in those alternate timelines. After all, the Tower Master of the White Chalk Tower already had a prior incident under her belt. If some new mystery woman suddenly showed up next time claiming to know Xia Ya from another timeline, she really would start to panic. The law of childhood sweetheart loses to the newcomer had left a lasting impression on her lately. Originally, Aelira had planned to be a little sulky over Xia Ya hugging the wrong person. But when she saw his pale, bloodless face, that petty grudge melted into concern. And so, even if the process was a bit bumpy, Xia Ya still got to enjoy the bliss of resting on little AI's smooth, long legs. If that was all, it wouldn't have caused such a drastic disturbance to the river of time. Sylvia's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Then, pale golden text began to appear in the air, line by line. The river of time's historical correction force is incredibly strong. Even throne tier or demigod beings who can partially access past timelines are heavily constrained by historical inertia. Their influence is typically limited to minor, inconsequential events. And even then, once they exit the river of time, any impact they made begins to fade under the correction force, eventually becoming negligible. But this time is different. The trajectory of historical momentum itself has been forcibly twisted. Xia Ya nodded. He had indeed noticed something unusual about this journey into a historical echo. When he entered the historical echo of the Kangting ancient kingdom, both entry and exit had been smooth. He'd never encountered the kind of terrifying spatial turbulence he faced this time. On his way back just now, the raging temporal waves nearly convinced him he wouldn't make it out. If he had really gotten lost in that spacetime chaos, it would have been as good as being exiled to the edge of the dimensional abyss. Even his so-called immortality would have been useless. He'd just suffer endlessly in that lonely darkness. So then, did something unusual happen during this historical echo? But if Sylvia's right, and even demigods can barely interfere with spacetime, then me, a little OL fifth ring, even with some tricks up my sleeve, shouldn't have been able to stir up that much of a storm. Xia Ya muttered to himself, lost in thought. Could it be that something I did triggered a butterfly effect? A butterfly flapping its wings on one side of the ocean causes a disturbance, and eventually a storm erupts on the other side. So the key now is figuring out what exactly happened 1,000 years ago that triggered this butterfly effect. Almost the moment he said that, the golden-haired girl stood up, then disappeared through the hotel room door. This was the unspoken bond between her and Xia Ya. No words were needed. Elora already knew what he wanted to do, and went to take care of it. As for Xia Ya's safety, while the girl didn't exactly like admitting it, Sylvia being present meant he was 100% secure. About 10 minutes later, click, the door opened. Elora returned, stepping back into the room. She carried a plain-looking book in her hand, and the look she gave Xia Ya was distant, profound, impossibly meaningful. She placed the book on the wooden table. Take a look for yourself, Xia Ya. That subtle shift in tone, that sudden use of Xia Ya, filled him with a vague sense of dread. He picked up the book. Its title was, A Brief History of Human Nations in the Western Continent. A beginner-friendly history book for the general public. Would it really contain any deep historical secrets? Xia Ya was doubtful. He considered himself at least a half-qualified archaeologist. He dug up buried secrets from the dusty corners of history, often sneaking into restricted archives or even tomb raiding himself. Getting key info from a book made for the average citizen? That was definitely a first. Still, out of trust for little AI, Xia Ya opened A Brief History of Human Nations in the Western Continent and flipped directly to the page she had dog-eared. The Crimson Empire, Fresta chapter. Crimson Empire? Since when did the Fresta Empire have that nickname? Suspicion stirred in Xia Ya's heart as he kept reading. Then, his pupils shrank. The Crimson Empire Fresta, founded by the Night King during the early years of the sacred calendar. So far, nothing too strange. But then came the next line. Night King full name Isadella von Frestberg, formerly known as Artoris. At the end of the Old Era, she purged all of Iscania, overthrew the vile King Fudigan, and established the Crimson Empire. Ascended to immortality as a human, and has ruled the empire to this day. In sacred calendar year 302, the Holy Theocracy's sacred court declared that the Night King, in her pursuit of eternal life, consorted with the abyssal ancient god known as the Crimson Moon, and even plotted to desecrate the souls of the dead using forbidden arts. This sparked a holy war between the Crimson Empire and the Holy Theocracy. The entire Order faction descended into chaos. Countless lives were lost. This conflict became known in history as the Century of Blood. Professor Adams, Dean of the History Department at Florin Academy and an authority on lost history, spent over a decade conducting deep archaeological research within the Crimson Empire, tracing its origins back to their root. After enduring countless dangers and near-death experiences, he proposed a shocking theory, that the Night King's actions, and even the very founding of the Crimson Empire itself, all stemmed from someone she met in Iscania at the end of the Old Era. Because of this discovery, Professor Adams was awarded the title of Sage by the Arcane City. And that ancient figure from the Old Era who decided the fate of a nation is now widely referred to in academia as the man who brought ruin. Kain. TSSS. Xia Ya stared at the text laid out in the open book. In that moment, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Night King Isadella von Frestberg. To be precise, that name should have originally belonged to none other than the Empire's second imperial princess. It was only when this name appeared that Xia Ya finally understood the string of coincidences from that historical echo. Why, at the very first glimpse of that Night King, he'd felt a strong sense of déjà vu. Why that supposedly male figure had a face so delicate and beautiful, nearly feminine, and why their brows and eyes resembled the second imperial princess so much that Xia Ya nearly mistook them for her several times. Even during close encounters, he'd gotten confused more than once, thinking, bro, why do you smell so nice? So much so that he'd started to question his own preferences, and the moment he escaped the historical echo, he ran straight to little AI to reaffirm himself. He'd originally assumed the resemblances and feelings were simply due to some bloodline connection. After all, ancestor and descendant. Similar faces, maybe some skipped generation resemblance seemed plausible enough. But now, it was clear. It had nothing to do with genetics or ancestral traits. It was literally the same person, logging into a different identity and running a full-blown alternate timeline campaign. Two people he knew in real life, both donning new disguises, had put on a grand historical drama together 1,000 years ago. The worst part? Xia Ya had treated everything in the historical echo like it was just a stage play. He played his part, the curtain fell, and he dipped. But apparently, someone took it seriously. But why would she appear in Isadella 1,000 years ago as the Night King? As Xia Ya muttered this question aloud, golden script shimmered gently into view in the air. Sylvia had also seen the information in that book. Miss Isadella, that's the same second imperial princess we saw at the Borgia banquet, right? And the one who visited your home. If that's the case, it makes sense. It's probably because of the holy sword she contracted. The witch's eyes grew distant, argent light flickering softly in her gaze. Legend tier powerhouses can perceive the flow of time. Those on the throne tier can interfere with the portions of history they're connected to. But that holy sword was born at the dawn of the stars. It has witnessed the rise and fall of countless ancient eras. The immense mystery it contains far surpasses that of an ordinary throne tier relic. It's precisely because of that holy sword that Her Highness the Princess was able to resist the washing force of historical correction, forcing her way upstream against the tide, and rewriting a portion of history. Sylvia's expression grew solemn. As a throne tier beast master, she wasn't ancient yet, but she had the power to stand within time and look back upon the past. And now, from the upper reaches of the river of time, she saw it clearly. A blazing golden sword, impossibly radiant, pierced straight into the river of time, unmoving. It forcibly altered the course of history, carving out a brand new era. This was a feat that defied the very flow of fate. So, that century-long holy war between the theocracy and the empire's sword. Xia Ya spoke softly, a little dazed. Exactly. That was probably the cause. Sylvia nodded. Such an act defying the historical momentum will inevitably leave traces in the river of time. To those below the legendary tier, nothing will seem out of place. They'll accept the rewritten history as truth. Ordinary legend tiers might sense something's off, but it'll be vague and unclear. Only those who've reached the boundary of the throne tier, or people like you, Brother Xia Ya, who personally experienced it, or like little AI, protected by the holy spear, only they can clearly remember what the past used to be. The holy sword and the holy spear were equivalent in standing. Both had powers independent of time. And within the sacred court of the theocracy, there must be powerhouses who have surpassed the throne tier and know the truth. That's likely why they launched that holy war, to try and correct the false history. Unfortunately for them, it seems they lost. So what you're saying is, in the past, Xia Ya picked up yet another girl. Her Highness Isadella. Aelara's cold voice cut in. According to Xia Ya's own classification, she was a charge-in-head first wife type. She didn't care about all this timeline crossing, historical corrections, or theoretical discussions. She was Xia Ya's blade. Her only role was to trust him unconditionally and carry out his commands no matter what. So all of Sylvia's detailed explanation? She only picked out one thing she cared about. As expected, Xia Ya's passive trans-dimensional Sea King aura had been triggered again. And this time, it was with a royal princess. Weirdly enough, it didn't feel that surprising. Why though? If it's brother Xia Ya, yeah, not that surprising. A faint trace of resignation also flickered in Sylvia's beautiful eyes. What could she say? Karma's AB*TCH. She herself had once been the girl saved by Xia Ya, the first one to eat the peach. But now, the boomerang had come back around. It was her turn to stand by helplessly, watching the boy she loved go and attract another girl. The frozen dusk around the Argent Witch began to ripple once more. A segment of the river of time slowly emerged within that twilight. And Xia Ya simply gazed at that illusionary stream, watching the endless scenes flow past. Isadella in ages past, or rather, what was now the Fresta Empire. The Crimson Empire. He saw Futigan and the abyssal beasts driven out of Isadella. The Night King's banners were planted all across the once devastated land. He saw the birth of the sacred calendar, the end of the old era, and the dawn of a new one. Rain ceased, and sunlight pierced through the clouds. Massive blocks of white chalk were hauled in from all directions. And atop the crumbling, decayed ruins of Isadella's capital, a new, pure white royal city was slowly built. The holy city Camelot. He saw the day Camelot was completed, and the founding of a brand new nation. Cheers echoed from countless civilians and soldiers alike, celebrating the rise of a glorious era and the dawn of an immortal dynasty. Upon the throne, the girl clutching the golden sword looked even more radiant than before. Every guest who caught a glimpse of this ever-victorious ruler's figure became utterly convinced of the newborn empire's prosperity and unshakable future. But no one noticed on that day when knights, soldiers, and commoners all laughed and drank without restraint. The only one not smiling was the girl seated on the throne, her delicate face shrouded in the holy sword's shadow. The scenes within the river of time began to accelerate. As with every mighty nation, it followed the same course. From sprouting youth, vibrant and full of life, to steady growth, building an era of unprecedented splendor. And then, decline. One by one, the Knights of the Round Table, those born in the previous era, who had followed the Night King through campaigns north and south, began to grow old. You know, your grandfather once saw Lord Kyne with his own eyes. That became Gawain's favorite line when bragging to his descendants, who always half believed, half doubted. By then, the tales of Kyne and the Xiao organization had become distant legends. Mixed in with bard songs of brave boys slaying evil dragons, no one could tell what was real and what was just a story. The vision sped up further. At the round table, the seats belonging to the elder knights gradually emptied one by one. The round table knights were all at least titled tier, with quite a few legendary tier among them. But even human legends had limits, a lifespan of 2 or 3 centuries at most. Only the woman on the throne, the silver-haired empress, remained unchanged. The holy sword, and the immense mystery it held, seemed to have frozen her in time. She stayed forever youthful, her appearance locked at the peak of her maiden years. Then came the end of the golden age. The glory faded. The noise vanished. All that remained in the throne room was that slender figure, increasingly alone. The humanity in her eyes faded. All that remained was the radiance of divinity. Behind her, a crimson moon glimmered faintly. The empress began to neglect political affairs, handing imperial authority to the descendants of the Round Table and the oath-bound families. She herself spent day and night across from the palace, in a towering structure that nearly matched the royal hall, the Hall of Heroes. And there, she would stare at a lone stone statue at its forefront, the one labeled, Black Knight Xian, often for days at a time, without moving. There were still loyal descendants among the Round Table and the oath-bound. But people change, and the Night King's current detachment from governance was practically inviting those with ambition to seize the throne. Thus, the empire's reputation across the western continent began to plummet. The once esteemed title Night King, the embodiment of the 8 virtues of chivalry, the perfect knight and ruler, was gradually abandoned. In its place arose a more neutral title, Crimson Empress. But the only monarch of the empire never responded to the gossip. Aside from crossing blades once with a theocracy saint during the Century of Blood, she remained silent, always standing in the Hall of Heroes. Time passed, and she drifted further and further from the mortal world. Until now, the river of time stopped flowing. If this keeps going, what'll happen to Isadella? Xia Ya asked softly. She'll disappear. As if she had expected the question, Sylvia's ethereal voice sounded gently within his spiritual sea. Ordinary historical correction only forcibly ejects travelers who don't belong in that timeline. But Her Highness the Second Princess is different. She stayed too long and changed too much. The Holy Sword, born at the dawn of the stars, is indeed powerful, but even it can't rival the river of time that stretched through eternity. The longer she stays, the more the historical correction force accumulates. At this point, it's no longer about removal, it's about erasure. If this continues, and the Holy Sword's protection shatters, then the 1,000 years' worth of correction force will rebound all at once, strong enough to erase every trace of a throne-tier existence from the entire river of time. Sylvia's tone was calm, but the meaning behind her words was heavy. This wasn't just death. With death, at least someone still remembers you. This would be obliteration. To be wiped entirely from time and history. Only those strong enough to walk within the river of time would ever remember she existed. No name. No deeds. Not even footprints. Someone else might take her place. Or that part of history would simply vanish. If Her Highness gives up now, the Holy Sword's protection might still allow her to return to the correct history. But Sylvia didn't finish. She didn't need to. She, too, had buried herself for 500 years. So she understood Isadella's current state better than anyone. Time could change everything. Dreams, convictions, even humanity. Sylvia had sealed herself within the White Chalk Tower, isolated from the world. Even so, it had taken all her will just to preserve her humanity. And Isadella? She had lived through those 1,000 years. Compared to that, her 20-some years as the second princess were just a fleeting blink. Now, she was no longer the girl who once shared hot pot with them at Xia Ya's house. Divinity had eclipsed her humanity. What now stood was something closer to a god than a person. A god walking the mortal world. Even if Xia Ya now revealed his identity as Xian, it might not change anything. Because the princess's original feelings had twisted, warped into divine obsession. No one could say how much of that old, mortal love still lived in her heart. Hearing all this, Xia Ya fell into a daze. The next moment, a deep blue light screen opened silently in his mind. You have gained a new negative historical notoriety, bringer of ruin. Historical notoriety, bringer of ruin. Rarity, gold. Owner, Xia Ya. Origin, Iskania/Fresta Empire. They say a beautiful woman can topple a kingdom. But today, you have proven, men can be just as dangerous. You've altered the fate of an ancient nation not through ambition, but simply by being you. Now, every history textbook across the western continent bears your name. Scholars endlessly debate Xian's legacy. Xian must be understood in context, they say. His deeds as a hero who saved the world cannot be denied. But we shouldn't idealize him either. It wasn't intentional, but if not for him, perhaps the Night King would have accepted death gracefully. Maybe the empire wouldn't have become so extreme. Overall, 70% good, 30% bad. One way or another, the fate of Iskania and the Fresta Empire was changed by your hands. Even if it wasn't the outcome you had in mind. You have acquired both Bringer of Ruin, negative, and The Watcher, positive, 2 gold-tier historical notorieties. Partial quest objective completed. Quest reward, 200 sands of time. In that instant, Xia Ya felt 100 brilliant, dreamlike stars ignite in his spiritual world. Like a galaxy, his spiritual power roared under the effect of the sands of time. The barrier between 5th and 6th ring shattered. In a flash, his 6th soul pact solidified. He had officially stepped into the realm of titled tier. The tier where one's name is forever their banner. Just one step away from legend. A step that might halt many titled tier powerhouses. But not Xia Ya. He had already carved his path. Already left his mark in history. Legend, even throne, would not stop him for long. If this were a few days ago, breaking through to the 6th ring with such a reward would have had him bursting with joy. he'd probably be begging little AI for a 6th ring milestone lap pillow or something. But now, recalling everything he saw in Sylvia's river of time, the thrill of advancement just didn't feel all that satisfying anymore. Morning had come, but the sky wasn't fully bright. Outside the hotel window, thunder roared and lightning flashed. Even though it was already early morning, the pitch-black storm clouds still loomed heavy over the sky, casting it in gloom. The storm raged on, rain pelting against the glass windows, trickling down in winding rivulets. By the clock, it was morning. But for Xia Ya, who had just returned from the historical echo of a brutal battle and then been hit with the shocking news of history being rewritten, and for Elora, who'd stayed up all night by Xia Ya's side without closing her eyes, they were both utterly exhausted by now. Sylvia, on the other hand, wasn't tired at all. With her being at the throne tier, rewinding a small stretch of time or reliving a past event was nothing more than child's play. She was still full of energy. Still, the Argent Witch stared longingly at the soft bed in the room for quite a while, wanting to say something a few times. But in the end, she looked at Xia Ya's weary face and sighed softly, then opened a separate room next door to his and Elora's. After all, her true body had already been freed. From now on, she could stay by Xia Ya's side all she wanted. There was still plenty of time. Opportunities would come. She'd already endured being a cat-shaped third wheel for so long, waiting a little longer wouldn't kill her. Splash, splash. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Little AI was taking a shower. Pretending to be real, does that make it real? Xia Ya sat on the edge of the bed in a loose-fitting bathrobe. He was toweling off his damp hair from his own shower while pondering everything about that rewritten history. In his mind, the title bringer of ruin still glowed faintly in gold, making him drift into thought. 200 whole pieces of sands of time. Even for him, that was an unprecedentedly massive gain. According to the prices listed in the Sands of Time exchange store, 200 was enough to redeem that transcendent grade item of purple rarity, the Twin Soul Ring, which allowed one more soul pact. Or, he could create 4 or 5 brand new transcendent skills, and even level them all the way up to transcendent mastery. Even just the feedback he got from the Sands of Time in his mental sea was enough to push him to the 6th ring. All in all, it was well worth the effort he had put into the historical echo of Xia, everything he'd done, all the reputation he'd earned. But, thinking back to Sylvia's explanation now, a deep sense of guilt started creeping into Xia Ya's heart. He didn't regret entering the historical echo of the Cangting ancient kingdom. Everything he did in that echo, he could look back on with a clear conscience. He simply couldn't have walked alongside Sylvia all the way. And back then, Sylvia had been far too inexperienced, far too naive. If he hadn't used Tsukuyomi to rewrite her memories and implanted hatred to fuel her will to survive, that fragile young Duchess daughter would have never made it through the chaos of the era of cataclysm on her own. But this time, the historical echo of Xia was different. He had assumed that everything within that echo belonged to a bygone era. No matter what he did, it would eventually return to the original timeline. He thought he was just playing a role on a stage, and once the curtain fell, nothing would change except for the addition of a new historical figure named Cain in St. Roland Academy's textbooks. But this time, he was wrong. Emotions on stage, people off stage. The line between them had never been so clear. To reach the throne tier, one must leave their mark in history. So that's why Isadella went back in time with the help of the Holy Sword, appearing in Xia 1,000 years ago as the Night King. She wanted to leave her own imprint on history and use that to break through to throne tier. With her skills and strength, even without my help, maybe she'd have faced more delays, lost more soldiers, but she definitely could have completed her conquest and unification. And once she fulfilled her goal, she'd return to the right timeline and ascend to the throne tier. Except, Xia Ya fell silent. Whether he meant to or not, the fate of that second imperial princess had been irrevocably altered by his presence. She had gone against the correct timeline, carving out a new branch of fate with her own hands. Even with the protection of the Holy Sword, she was walking a path of near-certain death. That thought made Xia Ya feel a twinge of regret. No matter how you looked at it, he had a pretty good impression of that princess. Not only had she generously funded him with tons of resources before the final battle at the Cangting ancient kingdom, at the Borgia family banquet, she had even risked ruining the Holy Sword's awakening just to step in. Without her, Gudryan wouldn't have died so easily. In Xia Ya's heart, he had already considered Isadella a friend. But now, everything that happened made him start to question whether it was ever right for him to step into a historical echo. Did he really have the right to enter history as an outsider, and interfere with someone else's life path? Click. The bathroom door opened. A wave of hot steam spilled out, turning to mist that diffused into the room. Soft footsteps echoed. Xia Ya looked up slightly and saw the blonde girl had changed into a full-on teacher outfit at some point. In her light golden hair, she wore an intricately crafted headpiece, one with curved, dark purple horns sticking out from both sides. It was the hottest item in adult novelty shops right now. Succubus horn headband. Elora walked to the bed and gracefully knelt beside Xia Ya. Her snow-white skin, flushed from the bath, seemed almost translucent under the glow of the magic lamp. She pulled back the blanket and slipped one long, black-stockinged leg underneath. Then, tilting her head slightly, Elora looked at Xia Ya with her doll-like porcelain face, expressionless. Still not going to sleep? Xia Ya froze for a second, staring at the girl in the teacher outfit and succubus horns. Like this. It wasn't that he didn't get the hint. It's just that this version of little AI felt unfamiliar. This girl was usually so tsundere and prickly. Even when they shared a bed, she always wrapped herself up tightly in the blanket, never giving him a chance for any sneaky nighttime moves. As for romantic gestures or couple perks, those were always delivered awkwardly and with great reluctance. Just getting a lap pillow now and then was already a rare blessing. Why the sudden change today? Why so forward all of a sudden? Alara nodded gently. Her sky-blue eyes blinked, then she leaned in closer to Xia Ya and reached out her hands. The next moment, Xia Ya felt himself being pulled into a hug. Unlike the full, soft embrace he'd felt with Sylvia before, this hug was more inexperienced, but also incredibly gentle. Soft, golden mental energy began to spread quietly. Then, without a sound, it wrapped itself around Xia Ya's spirit. It was Alara's own mental energy, but unlike the sharp, aggressive force she used in battle, this time it was calm like water. Alara pressed tightly against Xia Ya's chest. The warmth from her delicate body slowly spread into him, warming both his body and soul. A soft, gentle voice echoed beside his ear. It's okay. No matter what mistakes you made, what wrongs you've committed, or what consequences you've caused, I'm willing to face them with you. I belong to you, not just because of that oath we made back in Silent. Alara bit her lip gently. Even if that oath ends, and all our memories of each other disappear, even if you don't want me anymore, I'll still follow you to the very end, even in death. So please, don't blame yourself or get lost in doubt, and don't worry about what those historians say about you either. Even if one day, the whole world calls you a monstrous, unforgivable demon and casts you into the abyss, I'll go there too, and stay by your side. Hearing those tender words, Xia Ya couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He thought back to a few days after Silent's fall, to everything that had happened in Red Frost Territory's Lord's Castle. Even though he'd investigated everything in secret and arranged a promising new future for her, including a mentor from the White Chalk Tower and a brighter path forward, that little girl had still stubbornly jumped off the departing steam locomotive, limping all the way, and chose without hesitation to stay by his side. And now, Xia Ya finally understood the meaning behind Alara's actions and words. This silly girl wasn't suddenly enlightened, nor had she somehow overcome her chronic case of tsundere. She'd just noticed the shake in his resolve, the guilt and doubt in his heart. So she used this clumsy, awkward way to comfort him. Thinking that, Xia Ya couldn't help but smile softly. He shifted his body and, reversing the roles, pulled the blonde girl into his arms. Her delicate body was soft and warm, scorchingly warm. Little AI, you really underestimate your boyfriend. You think I'm the kind of guy with weak mental strength? Someone who gets lost in doubt and spirals into madness just because of a little uncertainty. Throughout all this, Alara didn't resist. She let Xia Ya hold her close. She looked him straight in the eyes with her sky-blue gaze, speaking seriously. Then what about the second imperial princess, and this twisted history? What are you planning to do about it? What else can I do? Xia Ya played with her light golden hair, twirling a few strands around his fingers. If I made a mistake, then I have to own it and fix it. Facing your mistakes is way braver than running from them. Since the Empire's history has gone off track, and Her Highness's fate has taken a turn I never wanted to see, all because of me, then what I can do is fix it. I'll rewrite the ending of this flawed legend of the Night King into one I want to see. If everything started because of Cain, then it will also end with Cain. Xia Ya tugged the blanket over toward Alara. I'm not doing this for some fancy promotion reward, or for any of that correction of human order or preservation of historical flow nonsense. I'm doing it because I want to. That's all there is to it. In my eyes, if it's something I truly want to do, then it's the right thing to do. Is that answer good enough for you, little AI? Hearing his firm, unwavering tone, Alara nestled into his chest and nodded softly. She wasn't interested in things like time travel, parallel timelines, or the definitions of right and wrong history. Even thinking too hard about them gave her a headache. But if it was something Xia Ya had to face, then she was willing to confront that headache too, to learn, to understand, so that she could stand by his side and be his strength. Back when she saw how self-blaming Xia Ya had looked earlier, she'd been scared because she'd rarely seen him like that. The last time was during that blizzard in Silent. But now, hearing him speak with his old confidence, she finally felt relieved. This cocky, reckless, borderline arrogant boy, that was the Xia Ya she knew. Once he sets his mind on something, it becomes his absolute justice. He never wavers. And he always gets it done. Whether it was how he treated Isadella, or how he dealt with Sylvia, he was always like that. Though Alara really didn't like the appearance of Her Excellency, the Argent Witch, she knew deep down, if Xia Ya had actually wavered and denied his identity and feelings when the Tower Master of the White Chalk Tower showed up, then he wouldn't be Xia Ya anymore. I know you're only doing this to comfort me, little AI, but since you said all that, I'm taking it seriously, you know. Feeling the soft warmth of the girl in his arms and her gentle fragrance, Xia Ya spoke slowly. I promised I'd wait until after the wedding to touch you, but everything else? I'm not holding back today. Okay, Alara nodded. Then, in a voice so quiet it was almost inaudible, honestly, I wouldn't mind a little more affection on normal days, either. I also think, using two separate blankets on one bed is kind of a waste. Resting her head on Xia Ya's shoulder, she nestled even closer into his arms. His arms weren't particularly muscular, but they radiated a blazing heat. To her, it felt like even the blizzards that could freeze snow mammoths in the northern lands would be kept at bay by his embrace. In truth, all she had ever wanted, was just to stay curled up like this, by his side. That day, both luxury suites in the hotel were unusually quiet. The pitch-black soundproof barrier not only blocked the outside world, it even severed connections with the soul-packed space. Meow, meow. Only the occasional resentful cat meows echoed through the silence. Someone, who had been too prideful to admit it earlier, couldn't hold back their curiosity in the end. They secretly sent their mental energy through the barrier to spy, and what they saw turned the white cat into a full-blown lemon cat. The two of them ended up sleeping straight through to the next day. Xia Ya woke to the morning sunlight streaming in. The bed was still a mess, with every trace of what happened last night clearly visible. Little Ai had gotten up about half an hour earlier than him. That girl's face was just too thin-skinned. Even though she'd loosened up a bit last night and taken the initiative, once she woke up, embarrassment immediately took over again. Under the pretense of making breakfast, she tried to sneak off quietly. Of course, this was the most luxurious high-end hotel in all of Lokia, and naturally, it offered room service. But little Ai insisted on going out herself to buy ingredients and cook breakfast for the two of them. Her excuse? Outside food's unhealthy, it's all made with gutter oil. You can't trust it, it's safer if I cook it myself. For some reason, that line sounded awfully familiar. Xia Ya had wanted to savor the morning sweetness a bit longer, but during their playful tug-of-war, he made a startling discovery. One that left the man speechless and the woman in tears. This girl's resonance with the Holy Spear had deepened yet again, and from the soul-packed feedback, it looked like she'd broken through to the sixth ring. Your man had to risk life and limb in a historical echo, fighting tooth and nail just to hit sixth ring, and you just caught up like that. Well, to be fair, Xia Ya knew he was kind of lazy. Aside from developing new abilities, he barely trained at all. Little Ai, on the other hand, spent nearly every waking moment either cooped up in the meditation room or out on missions for the military department. So, all right. Fair enough. You're forgiven. After all, you're my precious little wife. Xia Ya stretched with a contented sigh, feeling utterly refreshed. He'd always thought of his life like a long, slow-burn beautiful girl-raising sim. Back when he was still living in Ceylon in the northern lands, even as a kid, he saw little Ai's potential to become a total knockout. So he put in the effort grinding favor ability day after day, head pats and grilled fish offerings one after another. Even in the harshest times in Ceylon, he never once abandoned her. In the end, he'd maxed out that favor ability bar, and earned himself a stunning girl who belonged to him, and him alone. Now, his little wife whom he'd raised since childhood was finally paying back some dividends. Even though they hadn't taken that final step yet, as the saying goes, where there's a first time, there'll be a second. Now that little Ai had been willing to suppress her tsundere tendencies and get affectionate with him, there was no doubt his snuggle frequency was about to see a serious uptick. Only a few months left until little Ai is officially of age. Once that gorgeous wedding is all planned out, and I get the atmosphere juiced right, that same night, I can seal the deal. Xia Ya finished brushing his teeth and freshening up in the hotel's luxury suite washroom. Then, he plopped onto a lounge chair, newspaper in hand, dreaming blissfully about his happy, married life ahead. But before any of that, I've got to fix this messed up timeline first. Xia Ya's mental energy stirred, brushing over the newspaper in his hands. Arcane City was a neutral, all-inclusive zone. So, the newspapers published within its borders tended to be more objective and outsiders' perspective on things. Even so, almost every article about the Fresta Empire, now known as the Crimson Empire, carried an unmistakably negative tone. It had once been a thriving, prosperous nation, but in the end, it had been warped twisted beyond recognition by the obsession of its immortal king. That was the prevailing view among most in the Order faction today. An ideal ruler, they said, should be rational and pure, never shaken by personal emotions. But the one who had once been the Night King, now the Empress, had walked the exact opposite path. Under her influence, even the once holy city of Camelot had become lifeless and cold. In this rewritten timeline, the 8 oath-bound families no longer eyed the throne. After all, if their heads were screwed on straight, they knew they stood no chance against a throne-tier ruler who had survived since the old era. But a fixed, unchanging reign also meant stagnation and decay. Of course, if the monarch was wise enough to lead the empire forward with centralized power, none of that would be a problem. Unfortunately, it was clear that the current empress had long since stopped caring about such things. This won't do. I was planning to hold my wedding in the cathedral at the imperial capital. But the empire's in this state? No way. And sure, I'd love to become a prince of the empire, not gonna lie. But I'm not looking for some empress doomed to be erased by historical correction. What I want is a healthy, vibrant imperial princess who can chase dreams with me. Xia Ya murmured softly to himself. He hadn't known back then in the historical echo that Artoris was actually the second imperial princess in disguise, across time and space. But just thinking about it now, if he were Isadella, how deep would that kind of love have to run? How devastating must it have been? Since this whole cross-time emotional mess was his fault, he'd have to own up to it. Besides, he already had some feelings for that princess. Sure, his red eyes plus white hair fetish as a fellow countryman played a role. But even though Xia Ya was definitely a bit of a perv, he'd never been the type to let his downstairs brain overrule the upstairs one. More importantly, after spending years with her across both the real timeline and the echo, he'd come to realize something. In this era, compared to the church or the noble alliance, Isadella was, without a doubt, the superior ruler. Her ideas and vision were far ahead of her time and even ahead of her class. If they ever wanted to bring that dreamlike utopia from his dreams into the real world, she was the one most suited to make it happen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted her invitation to become her sword-bearer, and he wouldn't have sided with the Night King in the historical echo. They say a man's pride is worth its weight in gold, and now was the time to cash in. But hey, who you cash it with is still your choice, right? Meow. A soft meow came from the window. Xia Ya paused his thoughts and turned his head. There, a white cat was lying by the window, looking at him with pitiful eyes. It tilted its head slightly, clearly wanting cuddles and pets. Oddly enough, even though Sylvia herself was here in person, she hadn't recalled this cat to her soul-packed space. Instead, it had been sticking around him all the time. And maybe it was just his imagination, but Xia Ya swore he could see dark circles under the white cat's eyes, like it hadn't slept well all day yesterday. Sorry, did me and little AI keep you up last night? With a tinge of guilt, Xia Ya reached out and patted the cat's head. Then, seeing how desperate it looked, he scooped it up into his arms. Even though he'd activated a soundproof barrier, this cat was a summoned beast belonging to Sylvia. Its tier was probably quite high, and summoned beasts had far sharper senses than humans. It was possible it still picked up on what was going on, despite the barrier. But oh well. Not his fault little AI's first aggressive move turned out to be that spicy. And as for your master, Xia Ya continued to stroke the cat, murmuring softly, I really do want to see Sylvia dressed in a pure white wedding gown, walking toward me as my bride. She must look breathtaking. Xia Ya's voice carried a dreamy tone, and even the white cat curled up in his lap seemed to relax along with it. Wearing a wedding dress, becoming Xia Ya's bride? Meanwhile, in the suite next door, the Argent Witch lay sprawled on her bed, her silver blue eyes shimmering faintly. She hugged tightly onto her body pillow shaped like a certain black-haired boy, conjured using the glow of twilight, and rolled over under the covers with a soft shuffle. But just as Sylvia was about to savor the giddy warmth blooming in her chest, Xia Ya's next words froze her in place. Little AI, Surin, Silbao, Her Highness the Imperial Princess. Oh, and I wonder if I'll ever get to be the rebel disciple who steals a kiss from his master. With that many brides, I'm not even sure if the imperial capital's grand cathedral will be big enough to fit them all. Meow. The white cat let out an aggrieved cry and tried to bite Xia Ya, but just before its teeth reached him, it hesitated. Then instead, gently stuck out its tongue and licked Xia Ya's cheek. Tap tap. The knock on the door echoed through the suite. Still hugging her body pillow in a daze, Sylvia quickly pulled herself together. She gave a light cough, composed her expression, and got up from bed. Walking to the door, she opened it. Standing there was the blonde girl. Seeing Sylvia, she calmly held out one of the 3 bento boxes she carried in her hands. Your breakfast, Tower Master. Aylera was, of course, well aware of the relationship between Sylvia and Xia Ya, so while preparing breakfast, she'd thoughtfully made an extra serving. As for the 3rd bento box, that had originally been for Surin but now that the Saintess of Dawn had returned to the church, it was conveniently available. Thank you. Sylvia nodded gracefully, accepting the sandwich-filled bento box. Even though she had spent the entire night being a sour little lemon cat thanks to the girl in front of her, she still maintained the elegance and poise expected of the Tower Master of the White Chalk Tower even in front of a love rival. Maybe Xia Ya just liked this mature big sister type. But then, Sylvia's gaze abruptly froze. Her eyes had shifted to the other hand. Aylera was holding something in, more precisely to the alchemical potion bottle she was carrying. She must have picked it up earlier while out shopping for breakfast. Likely passing by a Magitech alchemy shop with the Black Tower's headquarters located in Lokia, a wide range of rare alchemical potions were available here. The label on the bottle bore a few ancient characters. Difficult to read, yes, but with her throne-tier knowledge, Sylvia immediately understood what that potion was. Safety Elixir. A ridiculous-sounding name. But its effect was simple, blunt, and unmistakable. Birth control. Then, if you'll excuse me, Your Excellency Sylvia, I'll be heading back to my room. The blonde girl offered a polite farewell, turned, and left. Moments later, the soft click of the door unlocking echoed from the suite next door, leaving only the white-haired witch, standing in stunned silence, disheveled in the wake of the storm. Last night, she'd stayed next door, tried to peek, but every time she extended her mental energy, she grew too flustered and pulled back. In the end, she simply sat there, listening to the muffled sounds through the soundproof barrier the entire night. I was the one who took Xia Ya's first kiss. And according to the timeline, I was the one who met him first, too. Sylvia's eyes lost their luster. Then why did it end up like this? On the wooden table, 2 lunchboxes were opened. This morning, Aylera had prepared egg roll pancakes and winter melon pork rib soup for Xia Ya. Originally, such specialty dishes weren't found at all on the western continent. It's just that Aylera knew Xia Ya liked these kinds of flavors, so she had gone out of her way to learn how to make these exclusive dishes from Xia Ya's hometown. Even though she still didn't know where exactly these so-called hometown dishes of Xia Ya's actually came from. How does it taste? Aylera didn't pick up her chopsticks herself. Instead, she sat at the table, watching Xia Ya take a big bite of the egg roll pancake. I know you don't like cucumbers, so I swapped the cucumber strips in the pancake for lettuce. Also changed the seasoning to that salty flavor you prefer. Bro just loves that strong flavor perfect little Meiji Tech chef. Xia Ya gave a thumbs up as he chewed. Please, make me miso soup every morning from now on. The blonde girl tilted her head, her pale gold hair falling over the edge of the table. After spending so much time with Xia Ya, she was already used to him blurting out odd terms from time to time. She could even follow most of his references now. Like this one, she could tell the deeper meaning behind Xia Ya's words. It was just another way of saying, please marry me. She blinked her beautiful sky blue eyes and nodded. Okay. Wait, she didn't blush and run away? Looks like everything that happened last night really did help this girl grow. Now it was Xia Ya's turn to feel a little thrown off. On how Tsundere is just freaking adorable once that sun is gone. He quickly finished the egg roll pancake and, while spooning up the winter melon soup, watched as little AI silently pulled an alchemical potion out of her tote bag. Why'd you buy that stuff? Xia Ya recognized it right away, labeled as safe magic potion, but basically read as birth control. He couldn't help but ask. Just a precaution. Alara unscrewed the cap without batting an eye. Just as she was about to drink it, she paused at the sound of Xia Ya's voice and looked at him. She suddenly recalled one of her treasured memory crystals Xia Ya once mumbled in his sleep. Little AI, let's have a whole soccer team of kids. Could it be that wasn't just a delusional dream ramble, but a real thought of his? But, a whole soccer team? That's just... For once, the blonde girl hesitated. Then she leaned in closer to Xia Ya. She knew where Xia Ya came from. Though they were both the last surviving descendants of northern Cylon, she being the only daughter of the Winter Flower family, the Ingulite clan at least lived relatively well before the Great Fire that wiped out Cylon. As the daughter of the Earl of Winter, even though Cylon was a remote and impoverished place, she had never lacked food or clothing, and she'd experienced the love of a complete family and parents. But Xia Ya was different. He'd been an orphan for as long as he could remember. That old hunter from the north only taught him for a few years before passing away. Ever since he was little, until he met Alara, Xia Ya had always been alone. Even though he never really talked about it, a bleak childhood like that probably left him with an unusually strong obsession with family. With that in mind, Alara said softly, if you really want to, it's not like I'd say no or anything. Girl, you're way off base. I'm only 18. I'm not so desperate that I'd turn into some horny old sea captain. Xia Ya could tell with just one look that her mind had gone somewhere completely off track again and cut in quickly. Besides, I don't have any extra transcendent traits I need to offload to avoid losing control. Stuff like kids can wait until we both reach legendary, or even throne tier. He rubbed his temples. What I meant was something else. I mean, isn't it possible that everything we did last night didn't actually hit the mark? And that there's no way anything like a kid would come out of it? A deep blush suddenly spread across the ice-cold yet delicate face of the blonde girl. After a long while, she finally composed herself and said calmly, I read in a lot of books that as long as magic replenishment through bodily fluids is completed, there's a high chance it'll take on the first try. We did several rounds of fluid exchange last night. What the HL kind of weird little magazines have you been reading? Xia Ya rubbed his forehead again. Yeah, reproduction needs fluid exchange, sure. But you've gotta replenish the right place. Just using your mouth doesn't cut it. He gently stroked the black stockings on his little wife's thigh and whispered into the blonde girl's red-hot ear. Actually, there's another more common safety method too. Should we try that next time? Whoosh. Suddenly, space shattered. Relying on the cluster of sands of time shining like stars within his mental sea, Xia Ya could clearly sense that the river of time surrounding this area had flickered out of reality for an instant then snapped back. Then, a letter, shimmering with brilliant starlight, silently appeared before him in the void. Another letter? Xia Ya blinked. He recognized this kind of delivery. It was similar to how his teacher's summoned beast used the star realm for messages. But compared to that golden elf teacher's star-forging beast, which could ignore the world barriers and freely traverse the spirit realm, star realm, and material plane, this sender's method was clumsy. Even with Xia Ya's current rank, he could glimpse part of its workings. Being able to move freely through the star realm meant the sender was at least legendary, but judging by this technique, probably just a run-of-the-mill legendary. Just as Xia Ya finished that thought, the holy spear's radiance suddenly flared. Enormous mystic power surged with a sharp, chilling lance of light. The glow of a pure silver knight's lance tore through dimensions, piercing the boundary between star realm and the material plane in an instant. PSHHK. The sound of enchanted metal tearing through flesh. A muffled groan echoed from the depths of the star realm clearly. They hadn't expected Alara, whose aura had only just broken through to the sixth ring, to launch such a powerful attack. Yet, with the holy spear's blessing, she'd actually managed to wound someone at the legendary tier. And in that single moment of pause caused by surprise and injury, the dusky glow of twilight spread outward. A frozen dusk locked half the sky in place, along with the void's many spreading rifts. And once again, Xia Ya heard Sylvia's ancient chant, like iron clashing with bronze. The clear voice of a young girl echoed across the frozen world. That word means, annihilation. A fraction of a second later, the twilight radiance shattered. Through the briefly thinned barrier between the star realm and the material plane, Xia Ya heard a piercing scream echoing suddenly from the illusory depths of the star realm. A few breaths later, the softened world barrier once again became dense and solid, and the star realm faded out of sight. As the barrier mended, the white-dressed witch silently appeared in the room, standing gracefully at Xia Ya's side. Sylvia's argent eyes looked out the window, yet it felt as though her gaze had pierced both realms, falling straight into the distant star realm. Light gold script surfaced in the air. The intruder was a regular legendary tier. I stripped all his life force with word magic just now. Under normal conditions, he'll be dead in 10 minutes. But later, another ancient demigod within the star realm intervened and took away the corpse. Maybe, they'll try some method to rainfuse it with life and revive him. Sylvia's delicate brows furrowed slightly. That later demigod felt extremely old to me, likely a relic from the previous era, one of the old ones. Still, no matter what they try, he won't be able to recover his legendary combat strength for at least 10 years. So, in just a few breaths, the two of you completely crippled a legendary? Man, my main wife and side wife's combat stats are off the charts. Xia Ya wiped the sweat from his forehead. I kinda feel like, other than spying on me across the star realm, that guy didn't really have much hostility. Maybe he really was just a messenger. To spy without revealing one's true body is already a hostile act. If he'd shown any killing intent earlier, his corpse would have already been reduced to dust in the star realm. More light gold script appeared. Sylvia's gaze remained locked on the direction of the star realm, her argent eyes still icy cold. After all, she had been eavesdropping from the other side of the wall all morning, and when she saw the safety potion in Aelira's hand, she was so furious she nearly ground her silver teeth to bits. Even though she later learned thanks to that same eavesdropping that little AI had just misunderstood things because of her lack of basic biological knowledge, there was still nowhere to vent the lemoncat-level jealousy she'd been bottling up for an entire day and night. So what a coincidence, someone just happened to be peeping at brother Xia Ya from the star realm. Naturally, that unlucky guy became her punching bag. Xia Ya felt a bit awkward. He was more the type who liked to think before acting, not really a fan of violence. Things like extracting intel through diplomacy, plotting for benefits, or even infiltrating the enemy and flipping sides at the right moment. All routine stuff for him. But the women around him, despite all having different personalities, mostly fit one type. Full-on wild women. Straight-up avatars of brute force aesthetics. Little AI, for instance, went without saying, 100% pure iron-fisted wife of the post-apocalyptic century. As for Her Highness the Imperial Princess, based on their time together in the historical echo, this holy sword user was clearly the definition of solo charge tactics. That title of Night King wasn't for show. And don't even get him started on his golden elf teacher. The only verifiable battle record from her time in the Black Tower Eternal page was that she once ripped apart a full-body Star Titan during the Cataclysm era. Then there's Sylvia. Once, in her youth, she still had some of that innocent girlish charm. But blink once 500 years passed, and now his main wife had turned into a walking, talking death note. She'd only spoken 2 lines in front of outsiders, and already 2 legendary tier folks had dropped dead. The only person whose intelligence stat might have been higher than her combat power was probably Surin. But then again, considering Surin's identity as a mechanist and her current status as the Saintess of Dawn, if they really got into a fight, she might just turn out to be one of those full-stamina, tank-build Black Star-style mechanists. Seriously though, why does this overwhelming sense of security feel so d*mn reassuring? Xia Ya couldn't help letting out a quiet sigh, even though he really did care about improving his own combat capabilities. His latest megastructure armament form of the Black Knight Gundam could now go head-to-head with a legendary tier. Still, why did it feel like he couldn't escape the fate of being soft-fed and protected behind a squad of wild wives? As his thoughts drifted, Xia Ya's gaze fell onto the letter on the wooden table. Specks of starlight gathered on the letter's cover, forming an emblem of the world tree, half withered, half flourishing. Xia Ya raised a brow. He recognized that emblem. Not long ago, Isadella and Sylvia had just explained it to him. Golden Dawn. Olden Dawn. Sylvia looked at the emblem of this ancient transcendent society and furrowed her brows slightly. She had always felt a subconscious resistance and aversion toward this secretive group, possibly harboring more than one ancient demigod. After all, the tragedies of her childhood had all stemmed from the ancient gods, the path to godhood, and cults. So even though she now held half of Twilight's divine authority and could step onto the divine path at any moment, Sylvia chose instead to walk the path of the throne. More importantly, according to what Isadella had mentioned earlier, everything that happened in Silon might also have a murky connection with Golden Dawn. Though in this rewritten history, everything about Silon and the Borgia family may have been torn to pieces and scrambled beyond recognition, the legends and demigods within Golden Dawn were naturally capable of seeing through what had been altered. Golden Dawn. I still don't know what they want from me by sending this letter. Xia Ya stared at the letter shimmering with starlight, falling deep into thought. He didn't know much about Golden Dawn either, just that it was a mysterious organization, probably scheming something, the kind of high-level behind-the-scenes faction with ancient clout and ominous vibes. But as for what attitude they had toward him, enemy, ally, something in between, he had no clue. They already sent a letter to my doorstep. Ignoring it forever won't solve anything. Avoidance doesn't solve the problem, it just gets rid of you. Xia Ya was never the type to sit and wait for death. When facing a potential threat or unknowns, he always leaned toward striking first. That said, he wasn't going to just rip the envelope open like a fool either. Golden Dawn was ancient and full of mystery. If they sent a legendary just to deliver the letter, and a demigod had to retrieve the body, who's to say this letter wasn't like a cursed relic, some kind of nailed curse scroll that would hex him the moment he opened it? Sure, he was immortal and Sylvia was with him, but still, best not to get casually slapped with a tracking curse or something. No need to take stupid risks. At the root of it, I need more intel on them. Not just Golden Dawn's motives, I need to start gathering info about the Empire and Her Majesty too. I'm stumbling around blind right now and that's just not gonna cut it. Being immortal didn't mean he was invincible. Charging into the unknown with zero info or prep was basically throwing himself to the wolves. He used to leave intel gathering to the Empire's Secret Intelligence Division or the Shadow Council. But now that the Empire was in shambles, the Cid was probably toast too. As for the Shadow Council, the Queen of the Night had been acting weird toward him lately, and after his time inside the historical echo of Xia Ya, Xia Ya had some theories of his own. Enough to make him reluctant to approach them. I can't keep relying on other factions to gather intel for me. This kind of prep work I need to be self-sufficient. Only then can I feel secure. With that in mind, Xia Ya focused his mental energy on the azure blue system screen in his mind, and the item info displayed there. Knowledge Grail. Rarity, purple. Type, Holy Relic. Price, 170 units. Description, a forbidden artifact created at the dawn of arcana and knowledge, in an attempt to replicate the Black Grail. Speak the invocation O Grail to activate. It will answer any one question posed by the user. However, it obeys the law of equivalent exchange. The user must offer secret knowledge of equal value, or answer one of the Grail's questions in front of a witness. Note, O Grail, I've got a question, where's the enemy jungler gonna gank next? If you can't answer that, I'm giving this deal a big fat 0. You have purchased the Knowledge Grail, consuming 170 units of Sands of Time. Remaining Sands of Time, 40. You have obtained the Knowledge Grail. As Xia Ya's thoughts shifted, in the next instant, a small, pristine white grail slowly materialized in the palm of his hand. This was a pre-planned redemption from his Sands of Time stash. In terms of combat power, Xia Ya was already strong enough. With his Black Knight mech form alone, he was like a short-duration legendary tier. Not to mention his immortality and the powerful Magi Tech construct he hadn't even used yet. Using more Sands of Time just to boost combat stats would have had diminishing returns. So, all he needed was to save some for skill proficiency and new abilities. The rest? Best spent on rare rule-type transcendent items or forbidden relics. And a relic like this one that could directly gather intel was undoubtedly the best option. Dim, eerie light pulsed around the Grail's surface, along with an aura of ancient mystery. Aelora didn't even flinch. She was long used to Xia Ya's pants pocket miracles, and had long since stopped being surprised at whatever bizarre stuff he pulled out of his spatial pocket. Sylvia, on the other hand, was clearly intrigued. Her eyes landed on the Grail, and light gold script flickered into being in midair. The Knowledge Grail. Xia Ya looked at the witch beside him. Hey, Bao Sylvia, you recognize it. Bao. So that means, I'm Xia Ya's precious treasure? His darling? Sylvia's body gave a tiny shiver. She had heard that nickname plenty of times when she was in Lemon Cat mode, but this was the first time brother Xia Ya had said it aloud to her face. Still, she quickly tucked away her joy, brushed her silver blue hair behind her ear, and nodded. I discovered fragments of information when I traced the river of time during my throne ascension. In the old era shrouded by historical fog, there existed a relic known as the Black Grail. Its origin is untraceable, but legend says it was an omnipotent wish-granting machine that could fulfill any desire. However, after being corrupted by an ancient being from beyond the stars, the Black Grail became twisted. It still grants wishes, but the method of fulfillment becomes dangerously warped. For example, if I wish to be the strongest person in a village, it might not make me stronger. Instead, it could kill everyone in the village stronger than me, turning them into black sludge. Sylvia's eyes rested on the pristine white Grail. The original Black Grail quickly vanished into the mists of time, becoming impossible to locate. But many powerful figures in later generations tried to recreate it, attempting to make a miracle artifact that could grant any wish. Most of them failed. The most successful replica was the Knowledge Grail. It doesn't have the omnipotence of the original Black Grail, it can only answer questions. But its side effects are drastically reduced. In a way, to possess omniscience, the knowledge of all things, is already a form of omnipotence. It's said to be a relic left behind by the original 8-page mages who founded the Black Tower, at the birth of the wizard profession and the first spark of arcana. Forged using the soul crystals of more than 10 primal sages of arcana, its significance goes far beyond that of an ordinary relic. It is the embodiment of the earliest mages' yearning for truth, their desire for arcana, their pursuit of the world's laws and knowledge. The pale golden script paused slowly in midair. But just like so many buried histories, this relic should have been lost as well, buried deep in the annals of time and nearly impossible to find. Moreover, the invocation to activate the Knowledge Grail was also long forgotten. Even if someone were to acquire it now, without knowing the activation chant, they wouldn't be able to use it. I remember that Xia Ya's teacher was one of the 8 pages of the Black Tower. Maybe there's still a record left there. Xia Ya replied casually, oh, the chant? It's probably O Grail, O Grail. From Sylvia's words, Xia Ya confirmed one of his long-standing suspicions. that the items and relics in the Sands of Time store weren't system originals, but things that had actually existed on the western continent at some point and were simply lost to history. With that, the system didn't seem quite so untraceable anymore. Meanwhile, in an instant, Sylvia's gaze locked onto the pure white knowledge grail. She didn't care how Xia Ya had gotten the grail, nor how he knew its activation chant. Since it was Xia Ya's secret, she'd help him keep it. Sylvia had no intention of prying and annoying him over it. However, her gaze sharpened slightly, now that she knew the knowledge grail's activation chant. At this very moment, Sylvia indeed had a question she very much wanted to confirm. In the next instant, oh Grail, is Xia Ya still a virgin? Oh Grail, has he ever exchanged bodily fluids with anyone other than me? The light golden text appeared at the exact same time as Elara's cool-toned voice. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, the pure white knowledge grail suddenly radiated a blinding light. Next, he is a virgin. He has not. Two short lines appeared on the surface of the grail. After lingering a moment, the grail suddenly began to flicker as if it had discovered something. The contracted of the storm anchor, and a throne-tier powerhouse of the new era, only asked these two practically identical questions. The knowledge grail seemed to get excited, even its writing speed visibly increased. Then the next line of text appeared. First respondent. It drew an arrow pointing to Sylvia. The grail swayed cheerfully for a moment, and then new glowing words emerged. Please answer. In the third hidden chamber on the 6th floor of the castle, take the hallway and turn left within the third-dimensional pocket of the plane of eternal slumber, an annex of the White Tower. What exactly did you do there? The moment she saw that question, the Argent Witch's expression turned utterly, irreparably stiff. Why is everyone so obsessed with whether or not I'm a virgin? Xia Ya's face darkened, innocently caught in the crossfire. Now that his virgin status had been confirmed, trying to act like a worldly flirt in front of little AI was totally out the window. His whole experienced guy teasing the girl act was officially busted. All that remained was the truth, a theory expert with zero field experience. A paper tiger. On the other side. At first, Sylvia had a faint smile on her face after seeing the grail's answer. But the moment that second question lit up on the knowledge grail's surface, her entire expression flipped. A dusky hue surged outward. The frozen dusk locked down the air in the room, even the flickering candlelight came to a standstill. Sylvia's argent eyes gleamed with icy cold, her finger lifting ever so slightly, and Twilight's glow flickered within. After a long silence, the frost-like pallor on her face finally softened a little. She took a deep breath and stared at the dainty grail, her pale fingertip tracing elegant golden script into the air. I refuse to answer the question, but I can offer equally valuable secret knowledge in exchange. You. The little grail tilted slightly, then slowly revealed a reply on its surface. Only secrets I do not know, completely unknown to me, are worth the price of exchange. Young throne. Even if you've assimilated divinity, taken on the authority of an ancient god, and forged a unique path to the throne, impressive as that may be in my eyes, you're still far too young. The history you've experienced is but a drop in the ocean since the birth of the material plane. The grail leaned back slightly as if doing a tactical recline. Little girl, what you consider the most taboo, the most precious secret knowledge, means nothing to me. Sylvia's argent blue eyes grew even colder. This damn cup striking that smug, arms crossed lean back pose seriously looked like it needed a beating. Still, the witch carefully tucked away her emotions. She had just stripped the life force from a legendary tier earlier, probably came off too aggressive in front of Xia Ya. If she kept showing off her violent side, Sylvia worried Xia Ya might grow distant. After all that lemon cat anxiety, she'd finally confirmed Xia Ya was still a virgin. If she lost her chance just because she slipped up now, she'd be crying for real. Expressionless, Sylvia sat at the edge of the bed, her graceful script continuing to appear. The Dark Tower holds a relic at true god level. The grail wobbled lazily, already knew that. Next. The Water Elemental Emperor of the Elemental Plane has a weakness at useless trash info. Next. The origin of the Starforged dragon species is old, new, boring. Next. The silent exchange continued. The grail's wobbles and back-leaning motions grew more exaggerated with each round. Good grief, this D*MN cup really does know a ton, Xia Ya muttered on the side, watching like a melon-eating bystander. Judging by how obscure Sylvia's intel was and how easily this fake grail dismissed it, it was clearly no ordinary relic. Due to its unique nature, the knowledge grail had the ability to connect with both the star realm and the spirit realm, pulling in hidden knowledge via divine insight. Plus, since it was created way back when arcana and wizardry were still budding across several eras, it had accumulated an absurd amount of classified knowledge. The info Sylvia offered was already deep and hidden, things most thrones might not even know. But to this obnoxious cup, they were worthless. If you can't trade secrets, then answer the question. The grail gave a little shake, a big arrow pointing directly at the Argent Witch. Quick answer, or you'll lose sleep over it. Sylvia's face stayed stony as she gripped the pillow Xia Ya had been lying on earlier. Light gold script etched itself into the pristine white bedsheet. Xia Ya also focused in. He was genuinely curious now. What had his main wife done in the third hidden chamber on the 6th floor of the castle, left of the hallway, within the third-dimensional pocket of the plane of eternal slumber? The gossip gremlin within him was thrilled. I did nothing there but sleep. That is a lie. Fine. Sylvia exhaled sharply. I conducted a mystic ritual there. The grail paused for a beat, then more words appeared. What kind of ritual? That answer is too vague. Doesn't meet the standard for equivalent exchange. Frost flickered in Sylvia's eyes. She engraved her next reply, word by word. A familiar conversion ritual. The cup shook its head. Still too vague. Details, please. In that secret room, I cut off a portion of my own mental energy. Using a mystic ritual, I transformed half of that energy into a familiar that shares my consciousness and perception. Sylvia's writing paused. Her gaze, now dangerous and unfiltered, locked onto the grail. That's everything. That should be enough, end it. But the grail didn't stop. Still swaying left and right. Not enough. Still too vague. More details? What kind of familiar? What does it look like? What did you do after creating it? What the HL, this cup's got balls? Xia Ya stared at the brazen grail in shock. You know what? Forget knowledge grail. Just call it the snitch cup. Sure, it was impressive, able to access hidden truths through spirit realm and star realm insights. But Xia Ya knew well, this thing was just a queue and a machine. It had zero combat power. That's why its price in sands of time was way lower than the original Black Grail. It couldn't turn omniscience into omnipotence. And it was out here provoking Sylvia a throne tier? Seriously, snitch cup, aren't you scared the Tower Master of the White Tower might just smite you with a word spell? Even with Sylvia's killing intent no longer veiled, the cup still refused to back off. It even flipped itself upside down without hesitation. From Xia Ya's Beastmaster experience, this was like when a lion or cat or dog rolls onto its back, offering its belly signaling surrender. But having a cup do it? Yeah, that was just abstract. Little girl, you can smash me in front of this young man if you like. As long as you're prepared for how he'll see you afterward. The snitch cup sprawled shamelessly, absolutely fearless. Of course, the cup continued. The moment you shatter me, I'll broadcast the answer to your refused question into the Star Realm publicly, to every legendary and Star Realm creature. Sylvia clenched her silver teeth. And Xia Ya couldn't help but suck in a breath. He realized something terrifying. The knowledge grail, despite being physically helpless and absolutely begging to be smashed, had still managed to survive for several eras without anyone crushing it to dust. The key wasn't strength, it was leverage. It didn't need power when it could guarantee every equivalent exchange would go through smoothly, without ever worrying about someone backing out. It was no wonder this thing endured. Because words could kill. And blackmail, especially with the right black history, was a weapon deadlier than blades. This cup, holding everyone's darkest secrets like it had its finger on a nuke. And it even had auto-broadcast enabled. Straight into the era of deterrence. Still, after all this lead-up and verbal sparring, Xia Ya had to admit. He was seriously curious now. Why wouldn't Sylvia just answer? What was this secret she was so adamant about hiding? Sylvia looked at the cup. Then she looked at Xia Ya. After a long moment, those argent eyes of hers took on a calm, transcendent stillness. Like she'd come to terms with life, death, and reincarnation. Finally, a set of weak, lifeless script slowly surfaced in midair. In that hidden chamber, I used a familiar conversion ritual to create a white cat-shaped familiar, my mental incarnation, connected to my thoughts and sensations. Then, I sent that familiar to the imperial capital, while I remained at the White Tower to handle the administrative setup of a new branch. Whenever I received sensations from that mental incarnation, I would go alone to that hidden room in the auxiliary plane, lie on the bed, and roll around, back and forth, on the bed by myself while feeling everything my mental incarnation experienced. The air froze in an instant. Beside them, the blonde girl blinked, still not quite understanding the real meaning behind Sylvia's words. Mental energy splitting, familiar conversion rituals, tactile sharing. All those were concepts rooted in mysticism too complex and abstract for Elora to fully grasp. But Xia Ya's expression gradually grew more and more weird. The hints were all there. If he still couldn't figure out what it meant, he'd honestly start doubting his own intelligence. Xia Ya gave Sylvia a very, very deep look. Oh, damn. So that's why that white cat was so clingy. Even when her real body was around, the cat didn't bother with its master. Instead, it kept sticking to him like a loyal little simp. Not even a future husband pleaser would be this eager. I didn't expect you to be that kind of kitty. And now that he thought about it, every time he petted the cat, it always acted like it didn't want it, but clearly enjoyed it. Eventually even coming up to beg for head pats and cuddles. He never would have guessed his dignified main wife had this kind of closet freak side to her. Her real body didn't dare get too close to him with Elora around. So she deployed her mental incarnation to sneak in some forbidden snuggles at night, right under little AI's nose. But you know what? Totally worth it. Felt great. Meanwhile, the knowledge grail finally seemed satisfied with Sylvia's answer. A new line of glowing text shimmered across its surface. Exchange complete. Almost as soon as the words appeared, a ripple of twilight surged. Sylvia's slender figure flashed and vanished, instantly retreating from Xia Ya and Elora's room back next door. The entire time, she never once lifted her gaze to meet Xia Ya's eyes. 2. Socially dead. At first, it had just been a spontaneous idea, create a familiar to keep watch over brother Xia Ya. She never meant to spiral this far, but she just couldn't help herself. She'd fallen headfirst into the warmth of being petted and coddled by Xia Ya, became addicted to it, completely unable to stop. Total breakdown. And yet, the knowledge grail didn't even spare her a glance as she fled. It rolled forward, 2 curved arrows popped out like cartoon eyes, locking directly onto Alara. Next up, it's your turn. The blonde girl's body tensed immediately. She grabbed Xia Ya's sleeve and hid tightly behind him. Feeling the soft, warm presence pressing against his back, Xia Ya couldn't help but grin to himself. Maybe because of witnessing all the death in Ceylon growing up, little Alara had always been afraid of ghosts. But Xia Ya, being the fearless quest-completing archaeologist he was, had no choice but to run all over the continent exploring ruins. And in a world of magic, with beastmasters specializing in mental energy, grave rob ahem, ruin exploration always meant running into undead, spirits, zombies, cursed souls, and skeletons. Little AI would turn pale the moment she saw one. But she was too worried to let Xia Ya dive into tombs alone, so she'd always tag along totally conflicted the whole time. So Xia Ya decided to fight fear with fear. He cured her ghost phobia by telling her tales of unspeakable cosmic horror instead. Stories from things like containment failure, the Foundation, and other existential nightmares. It worked instantly. Soon she was blowing up skeletons like a pro with Xia Ya in every kind of haunted ruin. But the side effect was, she became even more terrified of the things in Xia Ya's stories. Whenever he told her those tales, she'd end up curled in his arms for protection. Naturally, Xia Ya was more than happy to keep feeding her scary bedtime stories. Now, the weird and ominous aura of the Knowledge Grail reminded her of all those childhood nights being ruled by the terror of containment protocols and anomalies. She couldn't sleep without Xia Ya back then. And somehow, that sharing a bed habit just never stopped. Perfectly according to plan. This one's high value too. Tower at the end, storm anchor, the grail-bound lance that upholds the stars. A guest no less important than the young throne from before. The Knowledge Grail shook slightly and posed its next question. Please tell us. What were you doing on sacred calendar year 902, month of plenty, 7th day, between 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock am? That date. Was there something important about it? Xia Ya thought back. It had been several months ago, but his current rank gave him sharp mental recall. That was around the time they'd moved into their new place in the Black Lily district. He remembered going out to the potion shop to buy training elixirs for Crimson. Nothing special, really. But behind him, Alara's body had also gone stiff. Still, after witnessing what happened to Sylvia, she didn't bother trying to trade hidden knowledge. She was the intuitive type, not the kind to memorize esoteric lore. Even the White Tower's tower master couldn't cough up a worthy secret, so why bother embarrassing herself? Alara cleared her throat softly, her pale porcelain-like cheeks utterly composed. I was training in the meditation room at our manor. The grail flared violently, bursting with brilliant light. Correct location, incorrect activity. Star Realm broadcast warning, strike 1. The blonde girl's long lashes trembled. Her fingers tightened reflexively. I was missing Xia Ya in the meditation room. Too vague. Be specific, how exactly did you miss him? I looked at his belongings while missing him. Which belongings? Alara's voice dropped, icy as frost. A memory crystal that captured Xia Ya's sleeping face and dream mumblings. His pajamas and sleepwear, still unwashed from the night before, and his blanket and bedsheet. The grail jumped like a fish out of water. Full resurrection mode activated. You just looked at them. Alara's eyes shifted from cold to furious. She took a long breath. Even the holy glow of her spear began to dim. That morning, while Xia Ya was out at the potion shop, I listened to a recording of his delirious sleep talk, hugging the pajamas he had just taken off. And using a certain motion unique to women, I quietly resolved a physiological need common to girls in their development phase. She'd tried to put it as indirectly and euphemistically as possible. But let's be real, whether she was agility type or strength type, she was definitely not a high-end character. To Xia Ya, whose practical experience was low but theoretical knowledge was extensive, her words were crystal clear. This quiet, expressionless girl actually has this side too. Xia Ya was stunned. Not just his main wife. Even his little wife had this kind of streak. Why would you do that alone? Why not just come to me? I'm right here. Xia Ya, you're a boy. You don't understand that girls have special physiological habits sometimes. Little AI tugged on his sleeve, her icy blue eyes peeking up at him cautiously. That's when Xia Ya instantly realized. She was testing him, trying to see if he'd picked up on what she meant. Right. Girls and their mysterious special needs. Boys and girls should maintain proper distance, so I've never really understood. Xia Ya promptly pulled out the perfect mix of confusion, cluelessness, and please explain. He knew his little wife had thin skin. If he didn't cover for her pride, and she got all tsundere and revoked his bedtime benefits, he'd be the real loser. Sure enough, Alara gently patted her flat chest and let out a small breath of relief. Looks like Xia Ya really didn't catch on. And aren't you going to ask something too? It seemed the Knowledge Grail was immensely delighted by Sylvia and Alara's social demise. Its exaggerated tactical leanback grew even more dramatic, wobbling for quite a while before it finally steadied, displaying words on the surface once more for Xia Ya to see. Although I don't know how you found me, or even how you learned my benediction. Still, the handle of the Holy Grail shimmered faintly, as though a pair of eyes were scrutinizing Xia Ya. Just turned 18, 6 ring, with decent beastmaster and mental talents. In your era, I suppose that counts as a once-in-a-century genius. But back when I was born, when mythical creatures roamed the world, someone like you would have been utterly unremarkable. Just another mortal born in an age without me. Compared to that throne tier guy, or the contractor of the storm anchor, you're still lacking. The old-style font on the Grail's surface started to look listless, as if the 2 prior social deaths had overstimulated it, and now normal embarrassment couldn't interest it at all. If you've got questions, ask. Then I'm clocking out. But Xia Ya didn't seem the least bit annoyed by the knowledge Grail's lazy, half-hearted attitude. He simply smiled and gave the upper half of the little Grail a gentle pat. I do have a question, sure. But first, I need to confirm if the forbidden knowledge I possess is tradable. The knowledge Grail gave a little bounce, and words floated up on its surface again. With your age and tier, what kind of secret knowledge could you even have? Didn't you see that even the throne tier 1 failed? My advice, don't embarrass yourself. Well, you never know. Anything's possible in this world, right? Xia Ya continued to calmly stroke the surface of the Grail. His face was gentle, wearing a light, spring breeze kind of smile that put people at ease. To someone unfamiliar, he'd probably seem like a warm, refined young gentleman. But to Alara, it made her instinctively raise a hand to cover her eyes. The golden-haired girl had rarely seen Xia Ya wear such a mild, pleasant smile, but whenever it showed up, she knew something was about to get wrecked. How about this? I tell you the laws that govern the movement of the sun, along with its life cycle. The laws of the sun's movement. The knowledge Grail was momentarily stunned, and even the floating text lagged for a beat. Even the star titans and star-forging dragon king can only devour ordinary celestial bodies. When it comes to the sun, they barely scratch the surface. Even that god named after the sun itself can only draw upon a millionth of its original name's power. And you think the words on the cup's surface abruptly cut off. Because right at that moment, a faint thread of spiritual energy, wrapped in a complex stream of information, had been channeled through Xia Ya's fingers and directly injected into the knowledge Grail. The Grail stopped shaking in an instant, freezing in place. Boom. Inside the core consciousness of the knowledge Grail. In that void of darkness, thousands of suns burst into light at the same time. It saw elemental particles converging under immense gravity, then breaking apart. With the dispersal of mass came boundless waves of light and heat. Radiant suns flared in cycles, each surge triggering massive coronal tides. After who knows how long, a blinding white star suddenly expanded, becoming an enormous crimson star that radiated even more heat and light. Then that massive red giant began to slowly contract, fading, cooling bit by bit, until, at last, it turned into a cold, dead star, lifeless, like a tomb. The knowledge Grail fell into a long silence, like it had crashed. It couldn't understand, couldn't process. What had just occurred was a secret never before explained anywhere on the Western continent. Even just reading this knowledge had stalled its entire process. What's the matter, little Grail? Xia Ya, not holding back in the slightest, picked the knowledge Grail right up. He was a petty guy. Sure, watching Sylvia and Alara suffer social death had been hilarious and totally his thing. He wouldn't have let the Grail dish out those soul-wrenching questions otherwise. But the fact remained it had pulled a fast one on his main wife and side wife. And this was a tool he'd spent sands of time to exchange for. If he just let it run wild, then what the H*LL did he even pay for? He brought this thing home to be a walking encyclopedia, not a diva grandpa needing incense and offerings. There was no place in Xia Ya's treasury of the king for a relic that acted this cocky. You pull this smug CR*P again and I'll crash you a second time. Xia Ya lifted the Grail by one of its handles. If I had the means to dig you out of the lost annals of history, I sure as H*LL have the means to put you right back. The knowledge Grail finally seemed to reboot from its frozen state. As soon as it heard Xia Ya's threat, it started shaking all over. Young man, are you threatening me? Do you even know what you've just offended? The glow around the Grail brightened intensely. You're threatening the Gate of Arcana, the Watcher of the Star Realm and Spirit Realm, the Holy Spirit of Pursued Knowledge, the Oracle of Fate. I'm threatening your A. Xia Ya smacked the Grail again. The cup tumbled off the table, hit the floor, and before it could even snap out of its daze, wham, it got stumped on by Xia Ya's boot. Listen up, little Grail. The strong have every right to humiliate the weak. Boom. Light erupted from the Grail again as it leapt into the air, bringing waves of arcane energy with it. Even its once white surface was now glowing red. The whole thing screamed warning, warning, in all but voice. You're playing with fire. The now overheated Grail even had bright red words bleeding onto its surface, like they were dripping blood. I'm going to invoke the Spirit Realm's revelation and broadcast the darkest, most forbidden secrets in your heart to the entire Star Realm. Xia Ya's expression didn't change. He had already confirmed one thing earlier. The knowledge Grail had no idea about his system or the fact that he was a transmigrator. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so clueless about how he'd been dug up in the first place. Since that was the case, he had nothing to fear. There's a saying, isn't there? When a man's shameless enough, he becomes invincible. The most socially damning, most forbidden secret in his heart was probably just the fact that in his dreams, he occasionally played the role of a rebellious apprentice. If it got broadcast, then so be it. After all, his golden elf teacher only had him as her final disciple. What was she going to do, actually kill him to shut him up? As the Holy Grail of knowledge, I swear. Mystery surged as the knowledge Grail's surface reflected an illusory sea of spiritual energy. It was about to activate its authority and, through the endless, ethereal spirit realm, observe Xia Ya's spiritual origin directly. But then it suddenly froze. In this world, mystery is a real concept. When a certain matter, be it knowledge or technique, becomes known to more people, its mystery weakens. And all mysteries are subject to higher mysteries. That's why the older something is, the more powerful it often is, because the older it is, the less data there is to parse it, and the greater its mystery. Whether it's a holy spear or a holy sword, this rule applies. And the knowledge grail's authority also depended on its own immense mystery to observe the spiritual essence of those who carried lesser mysteries. Ordinary people, in its eyes, were just wisps of faint fog. Someone like Sylvia, a throned tear, or Alara blessed by the holy spear, were like thick, oppressive storm clouds. But Xia Ya's spiritual origin was unlike anyone the knowledge grail had ever seen. It was utter darkness. A void without the slightest trace of anything else. Like a black hole that devoured light itself. I shall. The blood-red menacing text halted, then instantly shrank back into obedient white letters. Without Xia Ya needing to do anything, it thumped and collapsed beneath his boot, the cup clinking crisply as it hit the ground. Then, there's only one answer left. I shall pledge my allegiance to you. The tiny cup humbly shoved itself under Xia Ya's boot, even nuzzling against the sole like a little dog. Its dog-like obedience sent a chill down Xia Ya's spine. Even he hadn't expected the thing to fold this fast. He was planning to spend a few days properly disciplining this arrogant little goblet. Who knew it'd give in so fast? Why are you pledging allegiance to me? Just cause you got one peek at my spiritual origin. Not just that. I also sensed something inexplicably familiar from your spiritual source. It made me instinctively want to submit. The knowledge grail stayed groveling beneath Xia Ya's boot, seemingly with no intention of getting up. It wasn't until Xia Ya got fed up with something pressed under his foot that he gave it a kick and sent it flying. All the knowledge I can gather depends on my own mystery. I know nothing of anything that came before I was born, boss. Xia Ya tapped the table with his fingers. This grail suddenly acting like a simping lapdog made him draw some connections. Then can you tell if there's anything special about me? Nope. I just know that getting kicked by you feels really good, boss. Xia Ya's face went dark. Pick another name. The knowledge grail rolled across the floor from his kick and didn't stop until it hit the wall. All right, master. Xia Ya really couldn't take this thing rolling around on the floor, getting covered in dust like it didn't even care. Can you change how you look? Of course, master. The glow around the cup dimmed, and even its form gradually turned illusory. Eventually, its body faded entirely, leaving behind only a hazy, mysterious aura. Master, this is my source of mystery. Though I can't stay like this long in the material plane, I'd have to return to the star realm or spirit realm. But then, I wouldn't be able to hear your teachings in real time, feel your warmth, touch the dust on your solace. Tap tap. Xia Ya drummed his slender fingers on the wooden table, cutting off the font display. What about a Beastmaster's soul-packed space? Can it contain a relic like you? Me. The knowledge grail started trembling violently on the floor, a blue glow radiating from it like it was about to burst into tears. Someone as lowly as me, can I really be given the chance to come into soul contact with Master? If you can't talk properly, say less. It's just temporary lodging. I don't want my sixth soul pact to be a dim talkative goblet. No matter, the knowledge grail shivered in excitement. Even if it's just a temporary replacement, just a worthless, humble substitute, it is still my greatest honor. If you ever need me for anything, please don't hesitate to command me. Before it could finish, Xia Ya, looking extremely done, grabbed it and picked it up. First, he sealed off his sixth soul pact space completely, isolating it from both his mental sea and the rest of his soul pact spaces. Then he tossed the illusory cup into this independently locked cell. Partly, he was still wary of the knowledge grail's mysterious nature. But more importantly, he didn't want this foul-mouthed thing corrupting his pure, innocent summoned beasts. Only after doing all that did Xia Ya finally notice. Someone had been staring at him with a cold, piercing gaze for a while now. Xia Ya, so you actually had a way to deal with that thing from the beginning. A chilly voice echoed through the quiet room. Even Alara, who'd been watching Xia Ya interact with the knowledge grail this whole time, had finally pieced everything together. And even so, you just stood there and watched me and Tower Master Sylvia get interrogated. How could she have forgotten that part? Xia Ya rubbed his forehead helplessly. Okay, sure, he really had been curious and maybe had a bit of gossip-loving nosiness too, and that's why he wanted to know what little secrets his main and side wives were hiding. But of course he couldn't say that out loud. He cleared his throat and started explaining. Little AI, listen, actually, I wasn't sure what that dim cup would. But before he could finish, Alara cut him off. She lowered her voice and spoke in a very quiet tone. Forget it. You can explain, when we're in bed. Moonlight was cold and clear, casting a soft glow over Xia Ya's face. He sat up from the bedside and gently tucked in the messy bedding beside him. A soft murmur came from the girl next to him. A pale arm lightly tugged on the corner of Xia Ya's shirt, making him feel the urge to crawl back under the covers and get cozy with her again. Maybe it was Sylvia's arrival that had made the girl more possessive lately. Xia Ya's benefits over the past few days had been, frankly, generous. Still, he managed to restrain the urge. He had more important things to do. It's all right, I'm just going out on the balcony for some air. I'll be back in a bit. Xia Ya gently brushed his fingers against Alara's cheek and gave her a kiss on her fair, delicate face before quietly slipping out onto the balcony. He sent out a thread of spiritual energy, lightly probing into the sealed cage that was his sixth soul-packed space. Master, you finally came to visit me in this little black room. Do you know how pitiful I've been in here? like a stray mutt abandoned on the roadside, no, worse, a piece of sticky dog crap. No sooner had his spiritual energy entered than the knowledge grail started shaking and spouting lines of text. Cut the crap. As you command, my master. The white cup moved its right handle slightly, seemingly trying to give a salute. But its stiff, inflexible form couldn't manage the gesture thud, and it flopped onto the ground again. First question. Xia Ya didn't bother responding to the cup's antics. He'd already figured out its behavior pattern, probably left alone in lost history for too long, and now latched onto anyone it could talk to, with an unfortunate knack for showing off and acting cutesy. So before inserting his spiritual thread, he'd used Tsukuyomi to implant a mental suggestion into himself. Xia Ya thought for a moment, then asked, "Give me a detailed description of Isadella von Frestberg's current state." "You mean the Night King who defied history?" Words appeared on the knowledge grail's surface. "She's protected by the Holy Sword. For something that ancient, a mystery even deeper than my own, my authority in the spirit realm might be blocked. I can only perceive fragments. However, her current condition isn't great. Historical correction has already dispersed most of the Holy Sword's mystery, letting me observe more clearly." The words paused, then continued. Isadella von Frestberg used the mystery of the Holy Sword to traverse history, and 1,000 years ago attained the throne as the Night King. But due to that bringer of ruin, Cain, she refused to return to the proper timeline. Instead, she twisted the flow of history with the Holy Sword's mystery, forging a new branch stream. Of course, the Holy Sword is mighty, but not omnipotent. Just being able to resist human logic and historical correction is already its limit. But humans aren't immortal. Our lifespans are finite. The reason she still exists to this day seems to be due to borrowing the power of the abyssal true god Crimson Moon. Xia Ya's eyes flickered slightly. "You mean, Isadella was possessed by Crimson Moon, or corrupted?" "Not quite." The knowledge grail wobbled its head. A Thronetier's mental energy is immense. Even an abyssal true god couldn't breach the Holy Sword's protection and erode her core will. She made the choice herself to cooperate with Crimson Moon, for some reason. In order to wait for that kind to return from the Hall of Heroes, she was willing to do anything to pursue immortality. The white text turned black. To think someone who had already achieved the throne, who held the qualifications to touch the divine realm, would still choose such a hopeless path because of some petty love affair from their youth. How utterly foolish. How laughable. And that Cain, clearly dead, and still dragging others down. What a piece of work. The cup bounced again. "Honestly, Master, you don't need to concern yourself with her. From the first era to the fourth, there has never been a shortage of demigods and even true gods who tried to rewrite the grand flow of history using relics or their own authority. The histories they created, those deviant branches, are known as imaginary belts. But without exception, every imaginary belt and every king of the belt was eventually ground to dust by correction forces. Their traces erased, their memory forgotten by all. That's why Thronetiers and mythical creatures rarely take action. They know that as long as they wait, this false history will inevitably be corrected. Nothing will change." Xia Ya glanced at the bouncing white cup. "Let me tell you a secret. Actually, I'm Cain. It's my greatest honor to share in Master's secret." The text on the knowledge grail froze mid-sentence. Only now did it realize, the person it had been bad-mouthing all along, was Xia Ya himself. And by that logic, the Scarlet Empress Isadella, who defied history and forged an imaginary belt, would very likely become its future mistress. "Actually, Master, I think Her Majesty the Empress is quite worthy of saving. A love that endures 1,000 years, how noble, how grand." Next question. Xia Ya cut in, glancing at the cup whose face turned faster than flipping pages. If he hadn't given himself that no snark suggestion with Tsukuyomi, he'd definitely have dropped a few sarcastic comments on this simping grail. Xia Ya narrowed his eyes slightly. With a thought, crimson power surged in through his third soul pact, gathering at his fingertip into a fine blade of energy. He moved his finger. A tiny gash opened in his palm, but in the next instant, it rapidly healed. "This self-healing ability of mine, where does it come from?" "Master, the mystery embedded in your spiritual source is too dense for me to pierce." The text on the licking dog cup paused briefly, then hesitantly continued. "But, if I had to guess, this healing power seems to carry a trace of abyssal aura. It's somewhat similar to that of Crimson Moon but still distinct." The moment those words appeared, the knowledge grail gave an involuntary shiver. Could it be that its master was actually an ancient god from the abyss too? Xia Ya pondered briefly, then asked again, "Next question. Master, For some reason, the knowledge grail now radiated a hint of shyness. "Speak plainly. According to the laws encoded in my sage core when I was born, I must follow the principle of equivalent exchange. Master, the forbidden knowledge you previously granted me can count as payment for the first question, but this is now the third one. May someone as lowly as me request that you answer a question of mine?" Xia Ya nodded. "Ask." "May I ask, what was the last dish of your most recent meal?" Xia Ya thought back. Goji soup with grilled lamb kidney. He recalled a long time ago, when he'd gone to a fortune teller in the imperial capital. The prophecy he'd been given back then was, drink more goji, eat more kidneys. Looking back now, that fortune teller was legit. Perfect answer. A burst of bright white light radiated from around the knowledge grail. "Master, you may continue with your questions." Then final question. Xia Ya's eyes narrowed slightly. "Tell me everything you know about the Golden Dawn, and the purpose of the letter they sent me." Roughly 10 minutes later, Xia Ya withdrew his spiritual energy from his sixth soul-packed space. Cold winds howled across the balcony, brushing against Xia Ya's cheeks and clearing his mind. He had to admit even though the knowledge grail was a chatterbox with a flair for drama, its authority to peer into secrets was undeniably powerful, beyond question. Spending 170 points to exchange for it had absolutely been worth it. In a world filled with transcendence and mysteries, those who controlled information always had the upper hand. Xia Ya reached out and opened his palm. In the next instant, a letter laced with starlight and imprinted with a half-decayed world tree sigil quietly manifested from his spatial pocket. With a twitch of his index finger, seal after seal applied by Sylvia herself was unlocked one by one. Moments later, Xia Ya opened the envelope, and the text within came into view. To the Honorable Starchaser, Xia Ya, your valor during the sacred calendar year 346, in the ancient kingdom of Cang, became a turning point in human history. Starchaser is a title reserved for those who have reshaped the trajectory of history, laid the foundations for humanity's future, and achieved a feat known as the pioneering of the stars. Thus, this is an invitation from the Golden Dawn. Perhaps you've heard of us. Perhaps you haven't. But that matters little. We are the witnesses of human history, the guardians of human order, and the ones who ensure the continuity of the true timeline. We have witnessed the dawn of eras, and we have heard the echoes of their ends. You may not have heard our name, but surely you've heard of King Rhine of Gold. He was once our leader. If you are willing to join the Golden Dawn, follow the spiritual guidance within this invitation at the stroke of midnight on the 1st of next month to attend our gathering. As Xia Ya finished reading, the letter scattered into glimmering starlight, drifting away with no trace left behind. Classy, Xia Ya muttered inwardly as he watched the letter dissolve into motes of light. Look at the way they phrased it. Witnesses of history, guardians of human order, they were laying it on thick. But more importantly, they actually seemed to have the credentials to back it up. Golden King Rhine, he was the one who established the sacred calendar and had his face engraved onto every gold coin across the continent. Back when Xia Ya hadn't yet secured Sylvia or Isadella's thick royal backing, he used to stare longingly at those coins, wishing he could split one in half to stretch it further. And that same legendary figure was merely one former leader of the Golden Dawn. According to the supplementary intel provided by the Knowledge Grail, the minimum entry bar for the Golden Dawn was Legendary tier. The only exception, Starchasers. Only those who had achieved a pioneering of the stars could be called Starchasers. And what exactly was a pioneering of the stars? Scholars who advanced human learning. Explorers who opened routes to new continents. Those who enlightened the world with magi tech or arcane knowledge. Every one of them had left a legendary legacy in history, heroes who steered the course of civilization. So by their standards, that means, I'm only here because of Sylvia. Xia Ya's thoughts spun rapidly. Just the infighting within Cang's ruins wasn't enough to be considered a historical turning point. The real reason he was labeled a Starchaser was likely because he changed Sylvia's fate, or more accurately, directly catalyzed the founding of the White Chalk Tower. The White Chalk Tower, as an academic institution purely focused on teaching and knowledge, later became a beacon of civilization during the era of Cataclysm. You could say the butterfly effect of saving Sylvia fundamentally altered the trajectory of future human history. With the Golden Dawn standing, it's no surprise they picked up on my involvement in the historical echoes of Cang. After all, when I first entered a historical echo, I had no concept of hiding my identity. I just waltzed in as myself, full send. Then came that banquet, where Sylvia and I both ended up at the center of the continent's attention. Anyone could have pieced it together from there. But from the looks of it, they have no clue I'm also Xian. Xia Ya let out a quiet breath of relief. Honestly, the Xian identity totally lived up to the Starchaser title as well. And it was one he'd earned on his own, no riding Sylvia's coattails required. Granted, the reputation left behind was, on the negative side. Guess the Golden Dawn isn't as omniscient as I thought. Can't even see through my Xian persona. The first of the month gathering, Xia Ya ran through the letter's contents in his mind again. Then, there was that faint trail of starlight left behind after the envelope dissipated, a mysterious spiritual thread. He could feel it. If he followed that thread, his spiritual source could bypass the material plane's boundaries and reach somewhere high above. So this is where that Golden Dawn gathering takes place. Yes, Master. The Knowledge Grail respectfully displayed its text inside the soul-packed space. Golden Dawn must possess some ancient mystery possibly tied to the World Tree. The location of their monthly gathering exists outside the material plane entirely. It's not part of any known subplane, star realm, or spirit realm. The only way to attend is to follow the spiritual guidance at midnight on the 1st of the month. If it's not the designated time, then even a demigod, even a true god, would be unable to perceive that place. The Knowledge Grail was still inscribing words. But in the next moment, it froze ever so slightly, because its so radiant starlight suddenly burst into brilliance, illuminating Xia Ya's entire form. Thick black mist spread outward, and Xia Ya's spiritual origin followed the thread of guidance, vanishing from the material plane. Only the Knowledge Grail remained inside the soul-packed space, staring blankly at the newly regenerated little black room. What was his master's real background, anyway? Xia Ya felt his entire body enveloped in pitch-black mist. It was like floating among the clouds. This world of nothing but black fog belonged neither to the material plane, nor to the spirit realm or star realm. And yet, it bore a lofty tier of existence, far above the natural downgrade of subordinate planes and minor dimensions. It's not even the scheduled time, so why am I here already? Xia Ya was just as baffled. He'd only meant to casually test the coordinates and record the direction of the spiritual guidance. But unexpectedly, he had actually entered this place. And not only that, he didn't even need to expend spiritual power. It was as if the black fog itself was actively welcoming his arrival. I'm really starting to wonder what kind of secret is hidden in me. Xia Ya stared at the roiling mist that seemed to greet him, silent for a while. He wasn't stupid. If it were just his unreliable system or whatever, he could have chalked it up to some transmigrator bonus or divine cheat. But even setting that aside, there were simply too many abnormalities. Even someone like Isadella, a throne-tier wielder of the Holy Sword, was bound by historical correction when traveling to the past. She could only act in line with the overarching flow of history. To resist it was to invite overwhelming destruction. And yet, he had traversed historical echoes twice regardless of what he did. No matter how massive the impact, there was no real pushback. Then there was his bizarre fourth soul pact and his undead-like regeneration. Everything pointed to a secret far beyond ordinary. Come to think of it, even his own origins were vague. Since his earliest memories, he had been raised by an old icefield hunter in Silent of the Northern Lands. But according to the old man, he had found Xia Ya abandoned in the ruins of a frozen wasteland. If I get the chance, I really ought to return to Silent and check it out. A faint hint of nostalgia flashed in Xia Ya's eyes. He wasn't the type to accept being left in the dark. Given his personality, Xia Ya preferred to act with certainty, to keep every card in his hands. Only then could he feel at ease. A thought stirred within him. In the next instant, the black mist behind him surged. Several pale golden branches spread out, weaving behind his back to form a throne made of gilded limbs. Xia Ya sat down upon the throne woven from golden branches, sinking into thought. So, I'm actually the true master of this place. According to the Knowledge Grail, this black fog is where the ancient organization Golden Dawn holds its gatherings. And now, I've cuckolded them. Xia Ya experimented briefly. This wasn't a physical world, merely a locus of spiritual origin. And yet he clearly held many authorities here. After a long while, his tests complete, Xia Ya gently tapped the armrest of the golden throne beneath him. With this, my plans in Iscania will be far easier to execute. From beginning to end, Xia Ya had never forgotten he was still inside a twisted timeline. And his current first objective was to correct this erroneous history. Bringer of ruin, Xian. Xia Ya narrowed his eyes, recalling what the history books now said about Xian. Then let Xian and Akatsuki become true bringers of ruin for real this time. Imperial capital, Fresta Empire. Between the thrones, a silver-haired woman stood alone in the quiet palace. Before her was an enormous canvas. The painting was nearly complete, only the final touches remained. She held no brush in her hand. She simply raised her pale finger and tapped the air, and dazzling strokes of light appeared on the canvas, vivid and lifelike. It was a grand, sweeping painting. At the center stood a slender figure in a black robe with red clouds, wearing a swirling mask. The background was a vast, shadowy valley under the night sky. Across the valley, countless monstrous beasts black as ink snarled in the darkness. And that lone figure faced them head-on, back turned to the world. Above the night sky, a holy spear pierced through the darkness, radiating endless starlight as it plunged from the heavens. Cold moonlight streamed through the window between the thrones, casting a glow across Isadella's elegant face, illuminating those beautiful eyes that were now as empty and still as a dry well. Right now, you really do seem a little unfamiliar to me. A faint figure in a shadowy black dress emerged silently to the side of the throne room. Black Princess, are we even close? Isadella didn't look away from the painting. Only her cold voice echoed in the grand hall. The black-dressed figure giggled softly. In the correct timeline, we did share some interactions. I've long forgotten. The silver-haired empress's expression didn't change, and not a single flicker of emotion showed in her empty gaze. She didn't even turn her head. I don't remember what we were in another history, but here, you and I are simply enemies. You want this shadow of yours to be trapped here forever. Golden brilliance flared, holy sword pressure surged forth, a force only throne tiers could wield, strong enough to gravely injure even ordinary legendary beings. Yet, before the holy sword fully manifested, the black-dressed figure had already melted into a stream of shadow and disappeared into the night. Cooperating with Crimson Moon to gain immortality, the price was to forget humanity, forget the past, forget all worldly emotions. To become so hideous, so distorted, even your former self would fail to recognize you. If I told you, everything you're doing now was a misunderstanding, and your determination is nothing but pointless struggle, that even if Xian were truly revived he'd only see your twisted form and feel nothing but revulsion, would you regret it? The shadow dispersed, but that silvery voice still echoed between the thrones. Isadella's gaze remained fixed upon the painting, or, to be more precise, upon the slender figure of that youth, standing alone, back turned to the world. I do not regret it. When moonlight falls upon my face, I think I'll soon become someone new. Inside the hotel room, Xia Ya hummed a little tune while channeling his spiritual energy, checking the various items within his spatial pocket and soul-packed space. Item reserves, confirmed. Mental state, stable. Mechanical construct, undying metal Dracoserpent Mercury, Black Knight unit, Lepton fusion array, confirmed. Ready perfectly. Same words, same checklist, just like before entering the final act of the historical echo of the Cangting ancient kingdom. Once everything was done, Xia Ya slowly turned around. Then, he looked toward Alara and Sylvia behind him. Well then, let's begin. His voice was calm, as if what he was about to do was no different than a casual stroll. But in the silver-haired witch's eyes, the weight of those words was anything but light. Sylvia stared at the boy before her. Black hair, dark eyes, tall figure. His handsome face was sharply defined, expression unreadable. No one could guess what he was truly thinking. He looked exactly like the youth she saw that day, standing amidst the burning ruins of the fallen Cangting ancient kingdom. Back then, it was this dark-haired boy who had pulled her from the depths of darkness, giving her the courage to keep living. He had become the brightest light in her life. But this time was different. Now, Sylvia understood clearly that determination in his eyes was not for her. It was for another woman. Her lips parted slightly, but in the end, she said nothing. She could only feel the sour ache in her chest, the silent bitterness in her heart. It took a long time for the feeling to ease. Then, Xia Ya heard her voice again, ringing through his spiritual sea. Brother Xia Ya, are you really sure you want to enter a historical echo again? Only this time, her voice carried a tangle of emotions not present before. Unlike the calm, ethereal tone she usually held. You already experienced how violent the river of time has become the last time you came back from 1,000 years in the past. Even returning downstream to your original point nearly got you lost in a time rift. Let alone going upstream, again. Sylvia looked into Xia Ya's eyes. Brother Xia Ya, I know you're hiding secrets, otherwise, with just a second or third ring strength back then, there's no way you could have crossed time and appeared before me. But, the Argent Witch's ethereal voice paused briefly. This time is different. That's right, this time is different. Xia Ya nodded without hesitation. Through his second soul pact, he had already received Shiny's response. Just Shiny alone was no longer enough. The path to the historical echo had become heavily obstructed. Entering again would be extremely difficult. That's why I need you and little AI to stay in the current timeline, to break open the river of time for me, and also, to serve as my guideposts and anchors for the return journey, using the holy spear and the bond we share. Sylvia's lips trembled slightly. Do you really have to go? Her voice remained ethereal and clear, but now with a ripple of emotion. Well, Xia Ya thought for a moment, then answered softly, if we're being purely rational, there's no real need for me to enter another historical echo. And that was true. His second system quest was technically already complete, even if by accident. He had, after all, earned the title of Bringer of Ruin, a name that would be cursed for centuries. The rewards had already been distributed for the most part. Even if another dive could yield some additional gains, the risks were entirely disproportionate. As for correcting twisted history, just like the Knowledge Grail had said, imaginary belts would eventually be erased by correction forces. All distortion and error would be righted, and the ones who caused them obliterated. That was a fundamental principle carved into the very foundation of this world's existence. From the first era until now, that law had never been broken. Which was why, even after Isadella committed such earth-shaking deeds, only the Church of Dawn tried to intervene. Nearly every other demigod or true god stood aside and did nothing, because they knew everything she did was but a dream, a fleeting illusion. And illusions, no matter how brilliant, how splendid, were destined to burst. It was just a matter of time. The lifespans of mythical creatures were vast enough to span entire eras. In their eyes, Isadella's actions were nothing but chasing shadows, utterly meaningless. She had thrown away a hard-earned throne-tier existence for nothing. But, Xia Ya shook his head slightly. He also looked into Sylvia's argent blue eyes, without flinching. Unfortunately, as you can see, Sylvia, I'm exactly that kind of guy who chases fleeting dreams. He smiled faintly. If I don't try to pull that princess back from her twisted path right here, right now, then I wouldn't be Xia Ya. Just like back in the Cangting ancient kingdom, no matter how sincere the invitations from Norton or the Twilight ancient god were, they weren't trying to deceive me. They genuinely wanted to share their power and divinity with me. I still chose to fire that shot at them. He reached out and gently patted the head of the Argent Witch before him. Her pure silver hair still felt just as soft and silky as he remembered. Noticing his touch, Sylvia's eyes widened. The gesture was so familiar. Back when she wasn't a legend, nor the tower master of the White Chalk Tower. Just an innocent, romantic daughter of a Grand Duke in a noble estate. Brother Xia Ya would always pat her head like this, while telling her stories of the world beyond the Cangting Principality. He spoke of the towering majesty of the Three Sages' snow mountains, of the boundless expanse of the Golden Plains, of the sorrowful songs sung by the merfolk atop coral reefs where their tears crystallized into pearls in the name of romantic love. These were the most treasured memories in Sylvia's heart, untouched by the passage of 500 years, still fresh and vivid, never once fading. And now, 500 years later, they met again, though neither of them ever mentioned the past aloud. In truth, the once innocent girl had become a throne-tier monarch reigning over all. With that shift in identity and power and the reversal in strength between them, Sylvia found a quiet, unspoken distance had grown between herself and brother Xia Ya. It wasn't something either of them had done intentionally. Neither Sylvia nor Xia Ya were the type to care too much about titles or ranks. But that invisible wall was real, and it made it impossible for their relationship to return to how it once was, back in the Brandstadt family estate 5 centuries ago. That was why Sylvia had become so obsessed with using her manifested white cat self to act spoiled and cutesy, even at the risk of being found out and suffering social death. Because she had realized only in that form could she approach Xia Ya freely. But at this very moment, Sylvia could clearly feel that the subtle tension between them had quietly melted away like ice under the sun. She was no longer the high and mighty tower master of the White Chalk Tower. She was simply the innocent daughter of a Grand Duke. Squatting in a sunlit courtyard in the afternoon, with the boy's slender hand resting gently on her head, warm and comforting. Open the time passage, Sylvia. The dark-haired boy's voice was still calm and deep, as if everything was under control. Trust me, I'll come back. Okay. Sylvia nodded softly, no longer hesitating. Just like back then, no matter what Xia Ya said, she'd always believed him without question. Her slender, pale fingers tapped gently in the air. In the next moment, the illusory river of time spread out around the Argent Witch. What began as a small stream expanded continuously, becoming a roaring ocean of temporal torrents. And at the headwaters of that crashing river, Xia Ya saw a radiant golden sword, and the indifferent silhouette holding it. A pale golden brilliance formed a kingdom around her, cutting off the flow of history. A thought stirred within Xia Ya. Then, ancient shadows, like the rings of a tree, began to radiate from around him, synchronizing with the illusionary river of time. His body began to gradually fade, slowly moving upstream. This was an entirely different experience from any of his past historical echo entries. Every step forward met with immense resistance. Even with Sylvia's help, progress was painfully slow. What is it, little AI? Xia Ya's figure shimmered faintly as he looked to the blonde girl on the other side of the room. From the start, Elira had said nothing. She had simply been watching him with her ice blue eyes, cold and quiet like snow. You upset because I'm going to bring back Her Highness the Imperial Princess. Even if it's just a blink of an eye for you two, for me, it might feel like years passing on the other side. Xia Ya smiled as he opened his arms toward her. Before we part, won't my girlfriend and fiancé give me a little parting benefit? Elira blinked once and stepped up to him. But she didn't kiss him or give him a hug like he'd expected. She simply extended her pinky finger. Then, gently hooked it with his. Xia Ya was momentarily stunned. This gesture, he knew well. It came from his memories as a transmigrator. But the last time little AI had made this gesture with him was 8 years ago, in that snow-covered day of the northern lands. You're lying? Elira spoke in a tiny voice so quiet only the two of them could hear it, right next to Xia Ya's ear. Xia Ya was taken aback. When you're truly confident, you never say things like trust me. Only when you're lying do you keep repeating ready perfectly and trust me because you don't want me or Miss Sylvia to worry. I know, you've already prepared yourself for the possibility of not coming back. Their pinkies linked together, carrying a chill that felt almost icy. Elira gazed into Xia Ya's eyes with her ocean blue irises. So this is a new vow. On this journey, we will never abandon one another, never betray one another through life and death, wealth, or poverty. And the duration is no longer don't change for 100 years, nor 1,000, nor 10,000. It's forever. Xia Ya hesitated, just about to speak. But in the next instant, the river of time conjured by Sylvia's fingers surged violently. As if it had broken past the holy sword's barrier, Xia Ya's form disintegrated rapidly, flung upstream through history, toward a nation once called Iskania. Toward the turn of the old and new eras, not for some shallow reward, but solely because of his own will. And so Xia Ya arrived, at the end of the Golden Kingdom, a final act, filled with thorns. Sacred Calendar, Year 1. Iskania, city of 1,000 years. It was a cold and desolate ancient city, veiled under the eternal curtain of night. It stood not upon the earth, but among the stars nestled within the sea of constellations. Below, on the land of Iskania, the Knights of the Round Table, having purged Fudogan and the abyssal beasts, now led their soldiers in patrols across the entire territory. They carried out the Night King's orders with fervor, swearing to chase down every last enemy and cleanse all non-humans from the land. But for one place, this city high above the heavens, no one approached. Not knights, not lords, not nobles, not even the Church of Dawn. That was the Night King's will. And so, despite sharing the same world, this dead and dark city, shrouded in eternal night, seemed utterly apart from the vibrant, war-torn realm below. There was no starlight, no sunlight. Only, now and then, a silvery moon would cast its glow, painting the ancient city in a colder, paler light. Countless silver coffins were stacked within this ancient capital, yet no sign of life could be found among them. Deep within the city, there was a silent garden. Moonlight shone cold and bright, illuminating the only living being within. A girl in a black dress slowly raised her head, as if sensing something. In her shadowed, night-shrouded eyes, a trace of surprise appeared. This long-dead city, for the first time in ages, welcomed a visitor who was not he. Sacred Calendar, Year 1, Iskania. Beneath the sky, upon the land, pitch-black undying metal turned into flowing liquid. In Xia Ya's eyes, tiny runes from the alchemical matrix were slowly rotating. Alchemical formulas were being cast onto that flowing undying metal, and under Yui's control, they gathered at Xia Ya's feet, forming one ink-black metallic platform after another. Those ink-black platforms floated in midair, and each time Xia Ya stepped forward, the platform behind him would collapse into scattered particles, then gather ahead of him to form a new step. Step after step, a staircase of metal took shape in the void. And so Xia Ya climbed that staircase, walking step by step into the night sky. Amidst the starry night, a hazy city appeared faintly in a sea formed by the converging stars. So this is the city of 1,000 years, spoken of in the legends of Xia. Xia Ya's steps were calm, yet his speed was anything but slow. You could say choosing Yue for his fifth soul pact was truly the right move. With the alchemical matrix's ability to control liquid undying metal, Xia Ya had filled a major gap in his previous capabilities. He now truly possessed high-mobility combat across land, sea, and air, let alone the sky. After inputting blueprints for underwater vehicles into Yue, even diving into the ocean's deepest depths wasn't entirely out of reach. As random thoughts drifted through Xia Ya's mind, howling storm winds swept across his face at high altitude, ruffling his black hair. But his steps never faltered, unwavering as he walked toward the city shrouded in night. Clearing the final act of a historical echo was never an easy feat. According to the system, the historical echo of the Cang ancient kingdom was just a beginner quest, but even so, despite meticulous preparation, the final battle against Norton, or rather, the twilight half-body that had taken over Norton, had left Xia Ya utterly drained, unconscious for 3 full days. And this time, Xia was on a whole other level. On just the first 2 entries, the enemies had already jumped from pseudo-titled tier beings like Norton under divine blessing to genuine legends, and not just one. Not to mention the historical ripple effects caused by Xia Ya's own actions. This historical echo had already veered far from its original course. The true god from the abyss, Crimson Moon, and the now more divine than human Isadella, both might now stand against Xia Ya. And this time, Xia Ya's goal wasn't simply to complete a system quest. He aimed to correct a distorted history, and return Isadella, who had become queen of the imaginary belt, safely to her rightful timeline. A mission so difficult, it bordered on the impossible. Thankfully, Xia Ya's greatest asset was information. If the original Xia historical echo was veiled in the fog of time, obscuring the truth, then now, after obtaining the knowledge grail, the 1,000-year-old historical mist had already melted away like morning haze for Xia Ya. Before re-entering the historical echo, Xia Ya had stayed in a hotel room in the arcane city of Lokia, spending weeks querying the knowledge grail. He absorbed every detail, every shred of intel related to ancient Xia. Then, with Yue's computational support, those details were simulated and projected millions of times in Xia Ya's mind. Out of over 1 million bad end routes leading to destruction, one single path was found. The only route to a happy end. And now, what Xia Ya needed to do, is speedrun this historical echo, called Xia. Speedrun. Xia Ya's steps were steady, yet not the slightest bit slow. The eternal night sky city had started as a blurry silhouette above the clouds. But now, the outline of the city of 1,000 years gradually came into clear view. Xia Ya leapt lightly, landing steadily on broken stones near the floating city's perimeter, alchemical runes in his eyes gently spinning as the ink-black undying metal, Dracoserpent Mercury, behind him dissolved and returned to his spatial pocket. Tap, tap. Xia Ya wove his way through giant shattered rocks around the edge of the city that never sleeps, occasionally leaping, like walking through an asteroid belt in space. Moments later, the giant floating debris vanished, replaced by a massive and majestic bronze gate. This was the gate of the city that never sleeps. Through it, one could glimpse palace clusters looming beyond. And as Xia Ya arrived, the bronze gate in the floating palace creaked, then slowly swung open. Clearly, the master of this ancient city had already noticed Xia Ya's presence. Xia Ya wasn't surprised. He calmly accepted the invitation and walked step by step into the Palace of Night. Judging by the dark outer style of the palace, it wouldn't be odd if inside stood 2 rows of heavily armored guards and a towering throne, with a stern-faced lord seated above. But as Xia Ya turned a corner, the scene before him suddenly brightened. What appeared was a not-so-wide expanse of emerald grass, dotted with pink flowers and anchored by a tree thick enough that several people couldn't wrap their arms around it. Beneath the shade of that tree stood a weathered swing. A girl with black hair and golden eyes, clad in a dark classical dress, sat quietly upon the swing, swaying gently in the morning breeze. Behind her were stacked books, and on her lap, she was carefully reading one. Her features were delicate, but her golden eyes seemed veiled by the night, slightly hazy. Amidst her pitch-black hair, 2 faint protrusions were just visible, and the deep shadows of her attire shimmered in and out of sight. Though layered, her long gown wasn't overly complex, embedded with flecks of starlight, like a midnight sky. Her body appeared somewhat translucent, faint ripples shimmering around her, and her face seemed veiled in sheer mist, hazy, yet stunningly beautiful. She gently extended a hand, and a colorful butterfly, as if summoned, fluttered around above before carefully landing on her pale fingertip. After toying with the butterfly for a while, she finally lifted her eyes to look at Xia Ya, her pale golden gaze filled with both confusion and slight caution. But more than anything was curiosity. Like a black cat, gracefully stepping forward, sizing up an unfamiliar guest in her domain. "Welcome, stranger," she said in a clear, pleasant voice, only to be cut off by Xia Ya's voice before she could finish. He, too, was studying the black-dressed girl before him. After a moment, a slight smile appeared on Xia Ya's face. "Actually, we've met a few times already. Doesn't quite make us strangers, does it? And even though you already knew everything that had happened, you still pretended to be naive, quietly watching me stumble around in the dark like some clueless fool. Who would have thought the one hailed as the Queen of the Night, ruler of the Grey World in the Western continent, would secretly have such a mischievous side? Wouldn't you agree?" Xia Ya chuckled. "Miss Augustina, As Xia Ya spoke those words, he clearly saw the girl in the black dress blink. The clarity and innocence that had filled her beautiful eyes shrouded in night were gone. In their place was an ancient depth, as if they had transcended the flow of time itself. The aloof darkness and shadows that once veiled her gaze faded slightly, revealing an inner crimson gold glow, molten like lava. The girl in the black dress looked deeply at Xia Ya, and in the next moment, as if she had confirmed Xia Ya wasn't probing but making a confident assertion, her delicately furrowed brow slowly relaxed, and her entire presence changed dramatically. Her body, her features, even her aura hadn't changed in the slightest, and yet Xia Ya could clearly feel. The girl before him was no longer that innocent young maiden, but rather, a queen ruling over darkness and secrets. Though I did consider it, that you might recognize that the Black Princess of Isadella and the future Augustina were the same person, based on appearance or aura alone. But, how did you know that I currently possess memories from the future? Her once gentle girl's voice was gone. A husky, languid tone echoed through the quiet garden, and by her words, she clearly admitted she was none other than the Queen of the Night, Augustina. For the first time, a flicker of surprise crossed Augustina's crimson gold eyes. Even thronetier or demigods might sense the flow of the river of time to some degree, but that didn't mean they could casually traverse it. If they could, Sylvia would have long since traced time itself to uncover the truth of the Cangting ancient kingdom, and wouldn't have had to seal herself in the White Tower for 500 years. Even most true gods couldn't accomplish such a feat. Otherwise, whenever faced with an enemy, they could just time travel to when their foe was weakest and erase them. That'd be outright cheating, a broken mechanic. Aside from some unknowable, possibly non-existent tier beyond true gods, time travel always required ancient holy relics born at the dawn of creation, like the Holy Sword. Or perhaps, if I'm not mistaken, the Shadow Council possesses the holy relic known as the Sands of Time. Many intel verifications are done using that artifact, Xia Ya said softly, and I know the Sands of Time has another use. That is, to consume all the stored temporal sand within it to send one's consciousness to a moment in the past where their physical body once existed. Miss Augustina, I assume you used such a method to send your consciousness into the past. As Xia Ya finished speaking, the light in Augustina's crimson gold eyes burned even hotter. Not long ago in this current timeline, you still had to visit the Shadow Council to buy even basic historical intel. But now, you even understand the full function of one of the oldest holy relics, the Sands of Time. The girl in black studied Xia Ya with her crimson gold eyes. You've obtained an omniscient type holy relic too. The Fool's Grand Library, the Fate Tablet, the Observer's Diary, or is it that damned cup that never shuts up? The Fool's Library, the Fate Tablet, the Observer's Diary, those are all omniscience type holy relics too? Hearing Augustina's question, Xia Ya couldn't help but ponder. None of these items were listed in the Sands of Time shop's exchange options. Is it because they're locked, or just completely unobtainable? Also, that damned cup that never shuts up. Seems like Little Snitch Cup never had a good reputation to begin with. Wait, judging by Augustina's tone, it wasn't just something she'd heard about, she'd actually interacted with it, maybe even suffered because of it. According to Little Snitch Cup, it had been lost for over 2,000 years. Augustina's origins might be even older than Xia Ya had imagined. No wonder, in her eyes, even his main wife was just a young girl. That would make Augustina's age. Xia Ya carefully tucked that impolite thought away. He'd been burned by Sylvia before these throne tiers had terrifying mental perception. If his emotions wavered just a bit without proper defense, there was no telling when one of them might eavesdrop on his thoughts. Xia Ya's expression didn't change. Your Excellency Augustina, truly worthy of being the greatest intel dealer. Queen of the Grey World. You got close to the truth so quickly. Across from him, Augustina's posture relaxed once more. Her pale fingers tapped the air. In the next moment, pitch-black shadows wove behind both her and Xia Ya, forming two seats. If you've obtained an omniscient holy relic, then I imagine you're well aware of what you're about to face. Augustina leaned against the shadowy throne, scrutinizing Xia Ya with her crimson gold eyes. You risked so much to return to this historical echo. I assume, it's to save that little girl, Isadella. But you need to understand one thing. Her eyes paused on Xia Ya's face for a moment, then turned away, no longer meeting his pitch-black gaze. Instead, she looked down from the city of 1,000 years to the vast land of Iskania below. That was once Iskania's royal capital, and now the site of the White Chalk City under construction Camelot. That Night King has already severed her ties to both past and future. Using the power of the Holy Sword, she carved out her own imaginary belt outside the River of Time. Unlike me, I merely used the Sands of Time to send my consciousness back. The powers and authority I wield are the same as before, and I remain constrained by correction force, unable to act too far out of line. But she, as Queen of the Imaginary Belt, now exists outside of history. There is no weaker version of her to exploit. Even if you went through all that trouble to return to the first year of the sacred calendar, the Isadella you're going to face won't be the knightly girl from your memories. She'll still be the Crimson Empress corroded by 1,000 years of time, more divine than human, her obsession twisted by the Crimson Moon. Even if you reveal your true identity as Xian, under the Crimson Moon's distortion, it might not mean much, everything might still be irreversible. Augustina gazed down at the vast land below, speaking softly. Even so, are you still going to save her? Of course. In my hometown, there's an old saying, every sip and every bite, all predestined. If it's karma I caused, then it's my responsibility to set it right. If I don't, then I wouldn't be myself. Xia Ya replied without hesitation, not the slightest trace of doubt in his voice. He didn't stand on ceremony either, and sat right down on the shadow-forged seat behind him. But right after, Xia Ya turned his gaze toward the black-dressed girl in front of him. Though, you were wrong about one thing. I didn't come back just for her, I'm also here for you, in this city of 1,000 years. Xia Ya paused slightly, then continued softly under Augustina's somewhat startled gaze. My fourth soul pact, and that strange immortality. They're because of you, aren't they, Miss Black Princess, ity of 1,000 years? The once calm and easygoing atmosphere between Xia Ya and Augustina suddenly turned cold and sharp again. Augustina slightly lifted her crimson gold eyes. The glow in them was no longer that of an innocent young girl, it was the gaze of a queen who stood above all. Only now did Augustina finally reveal, for the first time before Xia Ya, a hint of the majesty worthy of the title Queen of the Night. Not merely a legend, but a sovereign looking down on all from the clouds. Even as he faced the overwhelming presence of the Queen of the Night, one that could rival even Sylvia, Xia Ya's movements didn't waver in the slightest. He calmly extended his hand. Pitch-black undying metal transformed into a thin blade. With a light shhk, a small cut opened across his palm. But before a single drop of blood could spill, the wound rapidly clotted and scabbed over, the scar fading and vanishing in moments. I've always believed that in this world, anything abnormal that occurs must have its own reason and principle behind it. Xia Ya's eyes fell on the scabbed-over wound. This kind of immortality, it's way too similar to the Blood Clan. Of course, the standard resurrection abilities of the Blood Clan don't come close to this level. I'm not afraid of sunlight, garlic, silver, or even holy water and crosses. None of them cause me the slightest discomfort. Even when I was blasted to bits by a fully unleashed holy spear, I still regenerated without a scratch. This ability isn't just resurrection or self-healing, it's more accurate to call it conceptual level immortality. Xia Ya raised his eyes slightly, calmly meeting Augustina's gaze. Ordinary Blood Clan members can't do this. Even legendary blood princes aren't capable of it. But, if it were the Black Princess, chosen to become the vessel for the descent of the Crimson Moon, the progenitor, then perhaps such a thing isn't impossible. Just like how even if a true god is obliterated, as long as faith in them endures, one day they may return from the distant star realm. You're basing the idea that I'm your fourth soul pact partner purely on this immortality theory. As you said yourself, conceptual immortality isn't exclusive to the Crimson Moon. Augustina's raspy voice finally rang out again, full of interest. Well, there were some other clues too. Xia Ya thought for a moment, then continued. For example, when I visited the Shadow Council's outpost in the Imperial capital Dark Night Garden, your attitude toward me was unusually off, Your Excellency Augustina. A routine intelligence transaction, yet it caused your shadow avatar to descend in person, and later, you even suggested I repay the debt with my body. Xia Ya's tone remained calm. Back then, I wasn't even a 4th ring master tier beast master. Talented, sure, but that's about it. Logically speaking, not someone a legend, no, a throne tier would take special notice of. And then there was that banquet at the Borgia family. The Shadow Council had upheld neutrality for centuries, yet that time in the Star Realm, you personally hunted Gudryan to death. Objectively speaking, that was clearly helping me eliminate an enemy. I don't believe in unearned favoritism. He paused briefly. Some people might ignore these anomalies, but my nature won't allow me to. Xia Ya's eyes were calm. So, Your Excellency Augustina, would you care to explain the origin of the soul pact between us? And what the true form of Iskania's history looked like, 1,000 years ago, before Isadella altered it into an imaginary belt. Augustina didn't answer right away. She simply sat in her shadow-woven throne, letting strands of shadow twist into thorny vines around her pale fingers, absent-mindedly toying with them. Only after a long silence did her clear voice speak again. End of the First Era, beginning of the Second. The abyssal true god Crimson Moon was defeated in the war that spanned both the First and Second eras, between the material plane and the abyss. One of the original 8 pages of the Black Tower destroyed its divine body and most of its divine kingdom. Crimson Moon had no choice but to retreat into the Star Realm, carrying its remaining divinity, authority, and shattered divine kingdom fragments to lie dormant. Even for an immortal true god, that kind of injury was unimaginable. If it were to wait patiently to regenerate, it would likely take thousands, maybe tens of thousands of years to fully recover. And so, to rebuild a divine body, Crimson Moon chose me, whose authority also specializes in night, shadow, and secrecy, as its vessel of descent. Or as the outside world calls it, the first progenitor. The clarity in Augustina's crimson gold eyes faded a little, replaced by an ancient depth that seemed to stretch across time itself. And Xia Ya simply listened calmly. Most of the modern archaeological community focused on the current era, with very little knowledge, almost none at all, about the secrets of the old eras. However, after obtaining the knowledge grail, Xia Ya had crammed a great deal of knowledge into his brain. What he knew now could rival even the ancient demigods and throne tiers. The 4th era was the current age Xia Ya lived in, marked by the start of the sacred calendar. The historical echo of Iskania he was in now was at the junction of the 3rd and 4th eras. As for the First Era, even the Knowledge Grail knew little, its power only extended to the present, and the First Era predated its creation. The Second Era, however, was symbolized by the dawn of Arcana, the establishment of the Mage and Beastmaster systems, and the founding of the Black Tower. That's right, although the modern West continent grouped the Dark Tower, Crimson Tower, and White Tower together as the three Mage Towers. In truth, the White Tower was founded by the Argent Witch Sylvia midway through the 4th era and had only a 500-year history, a baby sister in the group. The Crimson Tower, or Red Tower, was slightly older, having sprouted near the end of the 3rd era. Only the Black Tower was truly ancient, birthed at the close of the 1st era and directly influencing the rise of the 2nd. According to the Knowledge Grail, the Black Tower was the origin of arcana, wizardry, and magic itself, arguably the beginning of Western continent civilization. Of course, the Knowledge Grail was born from the soul crystal of the Great Sage and had deep ties to the Black Tower, so it was hard to say how much of that was historical fact, and how much was bias. TCH, no wonder she knows the snitch cop might have even been burned by it herself. Augustina came from the 2nd era too, and according to what she just said, the Crimson Moon, in its full form, at the peak of its power, was crippled by one of the original 8 pages of the Black Tower. If it was one of the 8 pages, that means they didn't even ascend to godhood. A human crippled a true god? Were the wizards of the 2nd era all this insane? These days, the threshold to become a Black Tower page is only legend tier, but taking down a peak true god? Even most thrones couldn't pull that off. I wonder, who's stronger, my teacher, or that original page? Xia Ya pondered in silence. On the other side, after a brief moment of recollection, Augustina began to speak again. This time, however, her gaze fell directly onto Xia Ya's face. The Crimson Moon needed a new body, or rather, a vessel for its descent. But of course, any vessel chosen would never willingly allow itself to be reduced to nothing more than a shell. Still, it is a true god, it has countless ways to erode and corrupt its chosen prey. A faint golden light shimmered in Augustina's eyes. For instance, it gave me the urge to feed vampiric hunger in exchange for half of its divinity. The identity of the progenitor granted me far greater power, but the urge to feed was essentially a curse. Every time that urge was triggered, it brought me one step closer to that descent, closer to becoming the ideal vessel the Crimson Moon desired. To suppress the hunger, I had to spend an enormous amount of mental energy to keep it at bay, and that desire built up over time, forcing me into eternal slumber just to keep it contained. Her eyes drifted across the land beneath the city of 1,000 years. The Crimson Moon's followers all perished in that war at the end of the 2nd era, when its divine kingdom collapsed. But over the span of 2 eras, the Crimson Moon regained some of its strength, and with it, it created a new race of followers, what you now call vampires. They are the Crimson Moon's most devout slaves, and they've followed its will since their inception, constantly searching for me, hoping to push me into complete bloodlust to turn me into the perfect, pure vessel their god desires. Augustina's gaze swept over Xia Ya's eyes, as though trying to read something in them, but in the end, she found nothing. I know that in the eyes of outsiders, I'm no different from those vampires. But those so-called nobles and princes of the Blood Clan, to me, they're nothing more than the Crimson Moon's puppets. And my enemies. Bitter enemies. That's why I slaughtered the entire ancestral homeland of the Blood Clan, the city of 1,000 years. All 6 vampire princes, along with every ghoul, thrall, and blood servant within it, were wiped out by my hand. After that, I continued to hunt down the surviving vampires while sealing myself inside the city, using eternal slumber to suppress the ever-growing bloodlust that came with time. But ultimately, that was only a temporary solution. As time passed, the bloodlust required more and more of my mental strength to contain. At my worst, over 70% of my power was spent just holding it back. And so, thanks to one of the Crimson Moon's recent schemes, my bloodlust was finally triggered again. A faint smile curled Augustina's lips. She extended her crimson tongue and licked the corner of her mouth. As you've seen, you became the first person I ever drank from. Or, to use the terminology of the Blood Clan, you were embraced by me. This is how ordinary vampires create progeny. Those embraced typically become vampires themselves, regardless of their original race. Of course, I'm not a regular vampire, so I didn't actually turn you into one. But through that embrace, we did form an equal pact, and part of the Crimson Moon's divinity and authority within me was shared with you. Her gaze held a smile, but beneath it was something Xia Ya couldn't quite see through. There were many who fell in the 2nd era's war, true gods who were utterly destroyed and could only await resurrection over the ages from the far reaches of the Star Realm, yet the Crimson Moon managed to preserve fragments of power and will. Its immortality ranks among the strongest even within the true gods. That is the source of the anomaly in your 4th soul pact, and your immortality. Augustina pulled back her gaze, her eyes dropping slightly. Since you gained immortality through the pact, and inherited some of the Crimson Moon's divinity and authority, then naturally, you've entered its gaze. You've become one of its chosen vessels. And because of that embrace, you and I will work together to oppose the Crimson Moon. In the end, we will exterminate the last remnants of the Blood Clan from this land and defeat the current incomplete form of the Crimson Moon. To use your own words, we'll knock it back into the fountain, send it into Risp on cooldown, and unless someone buys it back, it won't return to the material plane for a good few thousand years. And though Iskania may mourn the loss of Xian, a new empire will still rise amid the tide of history, and that Night King will march resolutely toward death at the end of her days. If the distortion of the imaginary belt had never appeared, then what I just described would have been the rightful course of Iskania's history. Only now, that history has deviated. Augustina lowered her gaze, looking out toward the distant white chalk city. Xia Ya looked down as well, his eyes falling on the city that would one day be called Camelot. To the eye, it was a vibrant, bustling scene, countless craftsmen working tirelessly in the heat of the day, full of life and energy. But through Xia Ya's star realm vision, achieved via his spiritual connection to the star realm, even though it was noon, that magnificent and sacred imperial capital was cloaked in a blood-red night. A crimson moon hung high above the sky. Its blood-colored light poured down onto a tall, cold, and indifferent figure. She held the holy sword. She wore that familiar military uniform. But the Isadella now before him was nothing like the figure in Xia Ya's memories. Gone was the stern yet secretly girlish imperial princess. What remained was pure divinity, the Crimson Empress. Augustina hadn't been wrong. The imaginary belt carved out by the holy sword now existed outside the river of time. So even though Xia Ya had returned to the first year of the sacred calendar, nothing could be undone. He wasn't facing the familiar Night King Arturus, but someone twisted by 1,000 years of obsession and the Crimson Moon's corruption. Someone paranoid, unrecognizable, and no longer anything like the girl he remembered. The queen of the imaginary belt. To pursue immortality, to wait for your return in the Hall of Heroes. Isadella chose to collaborate with the Crimson Moon. She willingly accepted the Crimson Moon's divinity and became its vessel in exchange for the near-endless lifespan of a true god. But the price for that choice was that her humanity would be slowly consumed by the Crimson Moon's divine nature, until she was fully deified and became a new god, the Crimson Moon. As Augustina's words ended, she looked at Xia Ya. Xia Ya, in turn, looked up slightly, a faint smile on his face. In that case, what we need to do becomes all the more straightforward. He pointed toward the sacred city bathed in the crimson moonlight toward the heart of the throne. Just two enemies. One is the Crimson Moon. The other is Her Highness the Imperial Pri. Oh wait, correction, Her Majesty the Empress. If that old bee of a true god already got wrecked in the Second Era, then it should have the decency to get off the stage. Quietly die, and go back to the Star Realm to queue up for resurrection like everyone else. As for Her Highness, if she can come to her senses, great. If not, then I'll beat her awake with the power of friendship and a well-placed fist. Xia Ya smiled, spreading his hands. See? It's a simple plan. The path to victory's already laid out. Of course, I can't solo this, so Your Excellency Augustina, you'll help me, won't you? After all, we're taking down your old enemy. I will. Even though the Crimson Moon has chosen another vessel now, if it ever truly returns with a new body, descends again into the world, that's something I absolutely cannot allow. Augustina gave a slight nod. But then, her gaze locked onto Xia Ya. But do you really understand what you're doing? I know, as Kain, you've pulled off countless outrageous feats like that battle in the Valley of the End and always walked away alive. But you should also know, all of that was possible because of the Crimson Moon's immortality blessing. Her eyes dimmed with a shadowed glow. Once you become its enemy, regardless of whether you win or lose, you'll lose that blessing. The Queen of the Night's gaze swept across Xia Ya's face. Your base strength is only 6th ring, and even with the boost from that Magi-Tech construct, which lets you fight on par with legends, even someone like that scum Prince Fland had a heart-piercing ability. Other legends will have ways to bypass external defenses and strike at your core, let alone the fact that what you will be facing is no ordinary legend, but a throne tier, who wields the holy sword. Augustina's soft voice echoed through the quiet garden of the city of 1,000 years. You're not afraid of dying. Of course I am. Xia Ya answered without hesitation. But getting killed leads to death. That's just common sense. If I didn't want to die, I never would have chosen to come back 1,000 years in the first place. Besides, the runes of Yui flickered in Xia Ya's eyes. In the arsenal that had already reached transcendent mastery proficiency, a massive streamlined metallic construct gleamed with silver-white light. On its curved metal shell, a neat line of Chinese characters was engraved. Tsar Bomba. Looking at his overflowing weapons cache, and reading the path Yui had passed on to him via soul pact refined through millions of simulations and trials to find the only successful route. A faint smile played across Xia Ya's lips. Even without immortality, I've never once thought I'd lose. If we're talking odds out of 100, I'd say the Crimson Moon and Her Highness probably don't even have a 50% chance of winning. His eyes rose toward that eerie Crimson Moon. He might have been slender, not physically imposing in the slightest. But in that moment, Augustina clearly felt a powerful aura surge from Xia Ya's body, one no less intense than her own. The legend of the Night King, it's time for it to end. I'll need some time to make preparations and set everything up. So then, Your Excellency, Queen of the Night. 7 days from now, Camelot. Xia Ya casually waved a hand at Augustina, then stood and walked out of the city of 1,000 years. As she watched the young man's back grow more distant, a glimmer flickered in Augustina's beautiful eyes. That was the mindset of someone certain of victory, and the resolve of someone prepared to die. That overwhelming confidence and determination overlapped perfectly with the figure in her memory. To go to such lengths, all for that little girl Isadella. She gave a small shake of her head, then looked again toward the receding Xia Ya, speaking softly. But in that case, what am I to you? Xia Ya's steps halted. He understood perfectly what Augustina was implying. In fact, ever since what happened with Sylvia, Xia Ya had become incredibly sensitive to this sort of thing. A mysterious woman shows up, shows him special affection or favoritism. It was exactly like what happened with Sylvia. Combine that with what Augustina had said earlier about the untwisted, correct version of history. It didn't take a genius to guess what happened. They probably fought side by side against the Crimson Moon, and then his pretty boy X passive skill got triggered again. But Xia Ya didn't turn around. Well, I don't know what happened in that version of history that made you, Your Excellency Augustina, develop such a fondness for me. But whatever it was, it's something I've never experienced. Xia Ya understood clearly what it meant for a throne tier, the master of the Shadow Council since the Second Era, to show romantic interest. All he had to do was be a little ambiguous in his response, and he'd have a brand new, powerful backer and a lifetime of easy living. But that correct history Augustina spoke of, whether it was his past life or just another possibility, he had never lived through it. And if he had no romantic feelings for the Queen of the Night standing before him, then he couldn't respond to her expectations, not even leave a trace of ambiguity. Yes, Xia Ya was a flirt. But if he acted like that now, it wouldn't just be flirtation, it would be scummy. The only reason he'd accepted Sylvia's feelings and even responded with a confession wasn't because she was the White Tower Master or a throne tier. It was simply because he'd genuinely grown to care for her through everything they went through in the historical echo of the Kangting ancient kingdom. That was it. To be the contract partner and ally of Your Excellency Augustina is an honor. So for now, I see you as a trusted friend and comrade, or a trading partner. Nothing more. With that, his figure swiftly shrank into the distance and vanished at the edge of the city of 1,000 years. So I'm the loser in this story. Augustina watched Xia Ya disappear into the distance, slightly dazed. But her expression wasn't that of someone grieving a loss. On the contrary, her icy, delicate features curved into a smile. Well, of course. If he really flirted with me like a typical two-faced scumbag in a situation where we had zero emotional foundation, then he wouldn't be my Xia Ya, the Xia Ya I know and am loyal to. A trace of nostalgia surfaced in Augustina's eyes, her gaze distant. That sharp confidence, unwavering in his convictions. Completely the opposite of an idiot simp or a nice guy. This is the Xia Ya I remember. Only after a long moment did she come back to herself, her lips tugging into a faint smile. But, I still tricked you. Augustina raised her pale hand and tapped lightly at the air. Most of what she had told Xia Ya was true, except for two things she had deliberately hidden. First, their so-called equal contract wasn't formed during that incident where the Crimson Moon had schemed against her, forcing her into the bloodthirst of the first embrace. Second, the affection and partiality she felt towards Xia Ya didn't originate from this slice of Icania's history at the tail end of the Third Era. It came from much earlier than that, from a time when the Black Tower hadn't yet been founded, before the divine war between the Abyss and the material plane had ever broken out, before that annoying knowledge grail even existed when it was nothing more than a theoretical idea whispered among grand arcanists. Back then, she hadn't even been called Augustina. She was just a newborn being, freshly hatched into the world, eyes wide, dazed, and innocent, looking up at the first living soul she ever laid eyes on. A soft breeze swept through the city of 1,000 years, and in that moment, the shadows and night that had cloaked Augustina all this time gently faded away, revealing the true form that had always been hidden beneath that hazy veil of twilight. Crimson gold slit pupils, and nestled in her jet black hair, the faint, gleaming silhouette of a horn. Unlike the enchanting pink and elaborate horns of succubi, the horn at Augustina's forehead wasn't menacing, but it held a quiet, dignified arc. Most people regarded vampires as a separate race altogether, but as the original progenitor before she was chosen as the vessel of the Crimson Moon, Augustina had once belonged to another race altogether. You said it yourself back then. You were going to become a dragon knight. TCH. A loser? How could I possibly lose? Year 1 of the sacred calendar, month of winter, day 31. Outer District, Icania Royal Capital. 3 more hours until the coronation ceremony His Majesty promised. Huh. Yeah. From today on, this city beneath our feet will shed the old name given by that despicable vile king, Feudigan, and receive a new one, Holy City Camelot. My uncle, who's a reserve knight in the Knights of the Round Table, told me. The king? No, I guess we should call him His Majesty now. They say His Majesty will name this brand new nation the Fresta Empire. Laughter and excited chatter filled the streets as the townspeople shared their joy and anticipation. The commoners still wore expressions of disbelief, as if they hadn't fully accepted they'd survived the war. After all, the battle that crushed vile King Feudigan and pinned him to his throne had happened only a year ago. This land had just been freed from centuries of endless war. Peace had only just begun. The scorched earth, trampled by abyssal beasts, rebels, and bandits, was still in ruins. Every surviving refugee still remembered the chaos. Only time could heal those wounds. And yet, even so, hopeful smiles still lit up their faces. They were looking forward toward the ideal nation their king had promised to build. A shame. Lord Xian won't get to see it. The very thing he gave his life to create. A country without famine, without refugees. A land where everyone can live in peace. Someone muttered the words softly. In that instant, the crowd, which had been buzzing with excitement for the coronation, fell into a quiet, wistful hush. Yeah. Someone pulled out a black cloak with red clouds and draped it over themselves, their eyes filled with remembrance and sorrow. He witnessed the darkest night. That's why he longed for that blazing light so desperately. At that moment, it had been several years since the final battle at the Valley of the End, since the divine judgment spear pierced through the stars. And yet, the name of Xian, and of Xiao, had not faded in the slightest after his death. In fact, thanks to the deliberate efforts of the Night King and the allied forces, Xian, and the ideals behind the so-called dawn that changed the world had spread rapidly, reaching the ears of every citizen in Iskania. Even though the nation wasn't yet rich in resources, nobles, knights, and even commoners alike had begun donning Xiao's uniform. Many had become supporters of the cause. As for Xian, their founder by now, the people no longer remembered him as a historical figure who had fallen in battle. Through countless retellings and songs, his name had become a symbol, a belief, even. Someone suddenly gasped, eyes fixed on the city gate. There stood a boy who looked fairly young, black hair, black eyes, tall and lean, wearing a simple trench coat. At his side was a black-haired girl in a black dress. Her eyes were veiled, shadowed by the night, a pair of black stockings under her skirt, and soft leather boots on her feet. The two walked through the city gates and disappeared into the crowded street in a flash. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. He turned back around. With the coronation approaching, waves of people from all over were arriving in the capital, some to relocate, some to witness history. It wasn't unusual. What really caught his attention was their hair. In Iskania, brown or blonde hair was the norm. Black-haired people were rare, mostly found in the northern lands or golden plains. Still, that wasn't reason enough to raise alarm. But according to the rumors circulating within the Round Table and the oath-bound families, Lord Xian, the one who always wore a swirling mask, was said to have black hair. And the boy's build, it bore a strange resemblance to the statue in the Hall of Heroes, and to the figure sketched by Her Majesty the Empress herself in the painting Dawn, which depicted the battle at the Valley of the End alone, back turned to the world. He quickly shook his head, brushing off the absurd thought. Probably just a pair of siblings from the northern lands or golden plains. Travelers here for the coronation. He muttered it offhandedly, gaze falling back on the xiao cloak in his hands. The grief in his chest surged again. Even if they looked alike, even if the outfit matched, that still couldn't be Lord Xian. Lord Xian had died on the darkest night before the dawn. With a heavy heart, he spoke slowly, reverently. Lord Xian, can you see this? This prosperous age, it's just like you wished. Can't believe some random guy thought we were siblings. Talk about reversed roles. Xia Ya strolled through a city that felt both strange and familiar, Augustina walking beside him. The murmurs of the townspeople drifted on the breeze into his ears. Even after 1,000 years, this was still Camelot. The buildings may have changed, but the main roads and layout were just as he remembered. This time, Xia Ya wasn't wearing a mask. He walked openly, face bare. After all, when he was using the Xian identity in this world, he'd always worn a mask. No one had ever seen his real face. He glanced at Augustina next to him, more specifically, her black stockings beneath the black dress. You sure that outfit fits your Queen of the Night image? He'd realized Augustina had some weird ability to switch freely between her Queen of the Night mature woman persona and the Black Princess teenage girl version. And for some reason, she seemed to prefer showing off the youthful side in public. You'd never guess she was some ancient being who had lived since the Second Era. And not only did she act young, she dressed like it too, always keeping up with modern fashion. In the Camelot of 1,000 years ago, she stuck out like a sore thumb. The other old ladies, wives he knew, like Sylvia or Hathaway, were at least a bit more traditional when it came to clothes. He definitely couldn't picture Sylvia or his gold elf instructor wearing black stockings. That mental image would have never crossed his mind until now. He cleared his throat and forcefully focused his mental energy, trying to shut down that particular train of thought. Not that he wasn't curious about whether he'd get the chance to turn that fantasy into reality. Well, Sylvia might be fair game, but if he ever asked his teacher to wear black stockings, even a flashback stopwatch probably couldn't save his life. Using your words, you're looking at the biggest information broker on the entire Western continent. Augustina tapped a finger in the air. Shadows swirled midair and formed a sleek black mini top hat on her head. Researching the latest human fashion trends is naturally part of intel gathering too. Human race. Xia Ya latched on to the key point. Wait a sec, before you became a true ancestor, your original race wasn't human, was it? You're a long-lived species, right? I mean, surviving all the way from the Second Era and all. My teacher once said you two go way back, so are you, like her, a high elf? He tilted his head slightly, trying to sneak a peek at Augustina's ears between her dark strands of hair, but the veil of night made it hard to see clearly. You've been a regular at my shop long enough, Xia Ya. You should know how things work. Augustina chuckled softly. Trying to pry into the origin race of someone at the throne tier, that's a judgment edict level deal. And since you're asking about the Shadow Council leader, the price bumps up even higher, Prometheus tier. So, have you figured out how you're going to pay for it? Info of a fire thief level has to be traded for a divine relic, or... Her golden red eyes twinkled with amusement as she looked at Xia Ya. You could offer yourself. Can't afford it. I'm out. Xia Ya shook his head immediately. What a effing joke. Back when he was still low tier, he hadn't realized it, but now he knew exactly how insane the term divine relic really was. Those were treasures that touched the domain of law-based abilities. Not even ordinary true gods could craft them. Sure, there were dud tier ones like the Knowledge Grail that diluted the standard, but the power of the Holy Sword and Holy Spear? He'd experienced it firsthand. Pure, unfiltered cheats. Of course, Xia Ya also understood Augustina was just dodging the question in her own way. Otherwise, why would she have shared so many secrets about the old era back in the city of 1,000 years without charging him? The two of them continued walking side by side through Camelot, until the noonday sun dipped ever so slightly. Dong! A deep, far-reaching chime echoed from the royal palace in the inner district, ringing across the entire city. And with that toll, the outer district erupted in cheers. Waves of people surged toward the inner district, toward the palace. Everyone knew. This was the declaration. The founding ceremony was about to begin. In the packed, shoulder-to-shoulder crowd, only Xia Ya and Augustina remained still. The raucous tide of people flowed past them, yet whenever someone came close to bumping into them, they instinctively veered away. They stood on the same streets, in the same city, but it was like they existed in completely separate worlds. You see it too. Augustina's crimson gold eyes gazed out over the masses. Her voice, cold and detached, reached Xia Ya's ears. Yeah. Xia Ya just nodded silently. He could hear the breath and heartbeat of Camelot's citizens. But in his star realm vision, what he saw was a city devoid of life. Only the blood moon's glow under the darkened sky lingered as Camelot's eternal backdrop. These people, and everything in Camelot, they're all just echoes, phantoms of the past locked within the imaginary belt, aren't they? Xia Ya raised a hand. A multicolored butterfly landed gently on his fingertip, fluttered its wings, then flew off again. But he simply closed his eyes. That butterfly, and those people, they were alive, made of real flesh and blood. But as beings isolated within the imaginary belt, cut off from space and time, they had been stripped of their future. No future. No possibilities. They existed only as illusions of the past, suspended in this realm beyond causality. Controlled by the blood moon, and by the master of the imaginary belt. Like marionettes, repeating the same fated cycle. This was a dead city. A divine kingdom trapped in eternity, where countless souls severed from fate wandered in an endless loop, reliving fragments of history. The saddest part, Xia Ya muttered, looking at those smiling faces, is them. They're already dead. Just phantoms with no destiny, no future, yet they still believe they're alive. That they can choose their own path. He slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his outfit had silently changed. Gone was the plain trench coat. In its place was a black robe embroidered with crimson clouds. A swirling mask covered his soft, handsome features, leaving only a forehead protector etched with a scar and a wind chime-adorned hat. A few passing pedestrians gave him curious looks, but no one lingered. After years of cultural spread, most of Camelot's citizens now supported Xiao. Plenty of people dressed like Cang, but few could replicate it with this level of precision. Xia Ya simply raised his arms slightly. Within the swirl of his mask, alchemical runes spun faintly in his eyes. Undying metal formed in the void beneath him. It carried the slender figure cloaked in black and red clouds, rising steadily into the sky. All right then, Augustina. Let's begin. Camelot, Inner District. At the peak of the royal palace, between the twin thrones, a lone figure stood between the two thrones, perched atop a silver blue seat. She looked down at the plaza below, where people from all directions flooded in joyful, eager, pressing close together. This was supposed to be a day of celebration. But as the lead figure of the founding ceremony, her crimson eyes held no joy, only a piercing, frigid indifference. At length, she turned her body slightly, and gazed down at the round table, where knights stood one by one. Speak. What do you intend to do? Your Majesty? You once said you would build a nation where the people stood strong on their own, where there would be no place for gods. You even refused the Church of Dawn's offer of support for that ideal. But now look at what you've done. A knight clad in silver armor, strong and radiant like the sun, shot to his feet. The 7 gods worshipped by the Church of Dawn, they're still true gods? Even if they're divine, they still follow some semblance of order. But Your Majesty, you're choosing to cooperate with an abyssal ancient god, even going so far as to turn Camelot into their divine kingdom? To convert the citizens of the Empire into followers of the Crimson Moon. Gawain paused, then shouted again. Please, deny it? Tell me this is all some wild delusion I've conjured up. Tell me Merlin was bewitched by the Crimson Moon before his death, that he tried to sow discord between the king and the Knights of the Round Table, that his death was all part of a twisted scheme to divide and destroy us? That the wounds on his body weren't from the Holy Sword, but were faked by the Crimson Moon. Tell me you never meant to do this. That you never planned to work with the Crimson Moon. He looked up at the solitary figure atop the throne, full of hope and desperation. But what answered Gawain wasn't a stern reprimand or denial. Instead, it was a cold, lifeless voice, void of emotion. Silver hair fluttered gently, revealing the delicate face of a young girl. But Gawain could no longer find even a hint of that once familiar presence. The girl who had once disguised herself as a boy and gone by the name Artoris. Sir Gawain, your intelligence is accurate. Merlin was indeed slain by the Holy Sword. Her indifferent voice echoed through the throne chamber. The Dawn gods couldn't give me what I wanted. But the Crimson Moon can. Time erases all things. No matter how deep your grief for the dead may be in this moment. After hundreds of years and dozens of generations, it will all fade. Forgotten by the world. Reduced to nothing more than a footnote in a history book. From the throne, the Empress's gaze fell slowly, landing on the massive painting in the Hall of Heroes, where a lone figure stood with his back to the world. He once said a person truly dies when the last one who remembers them forgets. But I refuse to let that happen. I won't let him be forgotten. I want to witness, with my own eyes, the moment his heroic spirit returns. And if that is my goal, then I must seek eternity. By using the power of the Crimson Moon and the Holy Sword, I will freeze Camelot, this holy city, within the imaginary world. Preserve it as a timeless, undying eternity. That is the choice I've made. The Night King's icy declaration shattered the last hope Gawain clung to. I know full well this path I've chosen goes against the very creed that you, as knights, have sworn to uphold. So whether you choose to stay, leave, or band together and try to bring me down, it doesn't matter. I'll give you 5 minutes to decide. 5 minutes passed in a flash. Some of the knights of the Round Table chose to follow and submit out of loyalty to the sovereign they had sworn to serve, or simply because they recognized the sheer difference in power, or perhaps because they'd never cared much for knightly ideals in the first place. Their mental energy was branded with a crimson sigil by the blood-hued moonlight, becoming part of the so-called eternity of this divine kingdom. But more knights chose to rebel. Your Majesty, no, Artoris. Gawain's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a desperate roar. If Lord Xian, if he were still alive, he would never want you to do this. I swear it, if Xian could see what you've become now, this twisted shadow of who you once were, he would hate you. He'd be utterly disgusted. In that moment, just as Gawain cried out in anguish, a faint ripple stirred in Isadella's crimson eyes, but it was swiftly drowned out by the overwhelming glow of the blood moon. She simply looked down in silence at those former comrades, knights who had once fought at her side, now drawing their swords against her. Clang! With a clear metallic chime, the holy sword was drawn, its blade gleaming with a deadly, icy light. Unlike the low-tier nobles or minor transcendents, or the ordinary citizens who remained blissfully unaware they were nothing but phantoms in the Crimson Moon's divine kingdom, many of the Knights of the Round Table were legendary tier. Legend tier powerhouses could, to a degree, perceive the flow of the river of time. They could sense when the imaginary belt was being manipulated, which meant this battle, this internal clash among the Round Table Knights, was inevitable from the start. And within the Crimson Imaginary Belt, a space detached from time, this brutal, bloody conflict had already been played out countless times before. As for the outcome, it was never in doubt. No matter how many legends stood against her, they were merely mortal. How could they defeat a throne-tier monarch who wielded both the holy sword and the backing of an ancient god? Moments later, in the throne chamber, the final spray of blood burst into the air. The crimson moonlight fell, swallowing every trace of filth and impurity, leaving nothing behind. Those who chose submission were fully assimilated by the crimson moon, becoming citizens of the divine kingdom, forever marked as part of the blood clan. Those who resisted, they were erased. Their very existence wiped clean, their fates stripped away, reduced to phantoms in the imaginary belt, forever locked in a loop of history with no future. Clang! The holy sword slid back into its sheath. Isadella turned away from the thrones and began to walk. She stepped toward the plaza where the people had gathered toward the ceremony. This was the founding rite, and it was also the beginning of what she called eternity, a fixed piece of history within the imaginary belt. She had rewritten and refined it countless times. To Isadella, it was second nature by now, and yet in the very next moment, her steps faltered. Something unexpected had occurred, something outside her control. Beyond the towering window, the joyous celebration had suddenly fallen silent. What she heard instead were tens of thousands of gasps. Then, her pupils contracted slightly. In her line of sight, a figure in a black cloak embroidered with crimson clouds, a swirling mask covering their face. Slowly, steadily, that figure was rising into the sky. The crimson-clouded cloak flapped wildly in the high-altitude winds. The soft chime of wind bells echoed with the sway of the straw hat. At last, the slender black-haired silhouette came to a stop, suspended 1,000 meters above, level with the highest point of the holy city, the throne room, looking down on the world below. What is that? Someone murmured within the plaza of the inner district. And just like that, the noise and excitement of the crowd awaiting the coronation ceremony began to fade, then disappeared completely. Everyone simply looked up in silence, eyes fixed on the distant sky, on the figure in the black cloak adorned with crimson clouds slowly rising higher. In all of Iskania, there was no one who didn't know what that robe symbolized. It was a totem, a symbol that had already become mythologized. Lord Xian. Someone spoke the name softly, but they were quickly rebuked by a nearby soldier clad in silver armor. Ridiculous. Lord Xian died in the Battle of the Valley of the End. His death was confirmed by Her Majesty herself and several legendary tier knights of the Round Table. How could that possibly be wrong? That guy is just some imposter copying Lord Xian's outfit, barging in uninvited. However, that same soldier looked up too, his gaze settling on the figure suspended in midair. As a soldier who had once followed the Night King through countless battles and personally fought abyssal beasts on the front lines, his rank might not be high, but as a second-ring warrior, his mental perception far surpassed that of ordinary civilians. And what he sensed was a vast, overwhelming presence pouring from the figure above. A pressure so intense it seized the heart. Even the titled tier commander of his own legion couldn't compare. Only a few of the legendary tier knights of the Round Table, whom he'd once glimpsed from afar, had ever exuded this level of threat. Could this impersonator actually be a legend too? A remnant of Vudigan, the vile king who escaped the purge? Or perhaps a powerhouse sent from another nation on the continent, seeking to seize a piece of Iskania? And why now, of all times right before the founding ceremony? What's this guy planning to do? Thoughts like these raced through the soldier's mind, leaving him unsettled. But he quickly forced himself to calm down. After all, the Empire now was nothing like it was in the beginning. Not some ragtag force barely able to field a single legend, scraping by between the Church of Dawn and Vudigan's army. It had become a true power, forged through countless bloody battles. Now, the Empire was the rightful master of this land, unafraid of any enemy or threat, and almost as if answering the expectations of the citizens and soldiers. In the next moment, several powerful auras radiated out from the inner district. Beams of light burst from the royal palace and shot into the sky. The Knights of the Round Table. If I'm not mistaken, that's Sir Gareth, Sir Tristan, and Sir Agravain. All three have reached legendary tier. I knew it. There's no way something this major would go down without the knights stepping in. High above, 3 streaks of light came to a halt, revealing armored figures within. One rode a fierce, imposing griffin. Another was carried by an elemental sprite summoned using wind-type abilities, riding the air with grace. 3 Knights of the Round Table who had made names for themselves across the continent now hovered in a triangular formation, surrounding the black and red-cloaked figure. As legends, they each possessed flight or levitation, no longer bound to the earth like lesser warriors. Honored guest, welcome to the founding ceremony of the Empire. But, might we ask why you've chosen to appear in this fashion? The leader, Tristan, summoned his weapon as he spoke. A flick of the reins, and the dragon beneath him, its wings vast and membrane-thin, its blood unmistakably high-purity draconic, flapped once, creating a powerful storm that pressed inward toward the center. Tristan didn't yet know the figure's intent, but the resemblance to Xian was uncanny, and the presence he felt was no weaker than his own. Since the stranger had not yet shown hostility, Tristan opted for diplomacy over force for now. After all, what if this was some envoy from another country who simply didn't understand local customs? But before Tristan could continue, the cloaked figure moved. He turned slightly within their triangle. Being surrounded like this by 3 fully equipped legendary tier Knights of the Round Table fighters who had worked together in countless battles and perfected their formation would normally spell doom for anyone not already at the throne tier. A single misstep could lead to death. A triangular encirclement left no room for escape. And yet, the figure dressed like Xian never showed the slightest trace of panic. He simply stood there, calmly waiting for the formation to complete. Then, through the swirling mask, his cool gaze swept over the 3 of them. Gareth, Tristan, Agravain. A voice, quiet and emotionless, came from beneath the mask. A major incident like this, right in the middle of the Empire's most important ceremony. If that big gorilla knight was still alive, he'd have been the first to charge in. But now, only the 3 of you legends have shown up. That means, Gawain and the others are gone, aren't they? And you 3 are traitors. You've betrayed the oaths you swore when you became knights. Betrayed your own code. You chose to embrace the Crimson Moon, and slaughtered your own comrades with your own hands. His tone was steady, calm. But to the 3 Knights of the Round Table high in the sky, those words struck like thunder. Tristan's eyes snapped open wide. He stared at Xia Ya in disbelief. The rebellion of the Round Table had happened only recently. The bodies of Merlin and Gawain hadn't even been buried yet. And yet this stranger had pieced everything together flawlessly just from a few subtle signs. After a long silence, Tristan finally spoke, voice tinged with uncertainty. Xian. Unlike the commoners who had never seen Xian except through statues, paintings, or bard songs, Tristan and the others had fought beside the Night King from the very beginning. They had truly known Xian, which meant their familiarity with him far surpassed that of any civilian. No matter if it was the subtle details of his figure, or that uniquely familiar presence, all of it stirred something in the hearts of the Knights of the Round Table. And now, with his words ringing in the air, their suspicions only grew stronger. You didn't die in that final battle back then? Then why haven't you shown yourself all these years? Do you have any idea what Her Majesty has done for you all this time? Tristan's voice carried a trace of agitation. If you really are Xian, then prove it to us. But in the face of Tristan's pressing demand, the one who appeared to be Xian merely shook his head lightly. Xian is just a name. Why should I need to prove anything? Whether I am or not, what difference does it make? Stop playing riddles. Tristan roared in anger. If it doesn't matter, then why return now, of all times? During the founding ceremony? What the H*LL are you here for? To correct the mistake I made. The voice rang out slowly, flat and emotionless, yet carrying immense weight. It wasn't just heard in the sky. It echoed across the entire inner district, across the whole of Holy City Camelot. I once believed that if I sacrificed myself, it would be enough to bring dawn, to bring light, to this land of disaster. But now I see I was wrong. Xian spread his arms, sleeves billowing in the wind. His figure in the distance looked so thin, so small. And yet, to every pair of eyes watching below, he appeared immense, as if he alone could challenge the entire world. This is not the ideal nation I dreamed of. It's just an endless loop, an illusion of the past, stripped of any future. So, his gaze fell upon the holy city below. Sir Tristan, earlier you asked who I am. In this moment, I am not Xian, nor the unbeaten Black Knight. I am the god of rectified order. A nation submerged in false peace and illusion has no meaning. If you chose violence and stepped onto the wrong path, then the only way to fix it is with greater, overwhelming force. So, from within the swirling mask, Xia Ya slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, all emotion had vanished from his pitch-black gaze, drowned in blinding light. There is only one thing I must do. To the White Chalk City, this ideal nation she and I once built together. The place we poured so many dreams into, only for it to veer off course. I will bury it, with my own hands. The voice boomed across heaven and earth, like a thunderous heavenly army playing its battle hymn. Accept pain. Know pain. Contemplate pain. Understand pain. And then, from this moment on, let this false imaginary world feel pain. Xian, you're going to betray Her Majesty. High above, riding his dragon, Tristan let out a furious roar. But at that moment, an inexplicable dread crept into his heart. At first, it was a faint, formless unease. But within just a few breaths, it grew. A seed of terror blossoming into full bloom, consuming his every thought. Even back when he was a mere six-ring warrior, facing Vudagan the Vile King on the battlefield, he had never felt such fear. He didn't know Xian's goal, nor the source of this dread. But as a legend tier, he trusted his mental intuition, forged through countless brushes with death, born from communion with the spirit realm and star realm. And now, this masked figure's intent was all too clear. He was going to destroy Camelot. To obliterate the nation Her Majesty had poured her entire life into building. No, you're not Xian. The Xian I knew. He always put the queen above all else. He was loyal to the end, a Black Knight who would never, ever betray her. You are not him. You've desecrated his body. Used some foul necromancer's spell or bone fiend curse to steal Xian's memories. You're nothing but a wretched imposter. Tristan's gaze turned ice cold. Unlike Gawain, who upheld the 8 virtues of knighthood above all else, serving the queen only because it aligned with his beliefs, Tristan placed his loyalty to the queen above everything. That was why, when loyalty and knighthood clashed, he chose betrayal. Why he raised his blade against former comrades. So now, to Tristan, it didn't matter who the man before him was, whether he truly was Xian or not. The moment he turned against Her Majesty, he became an enemy. Just like Gawain before him. Clang. A 7-stringed harp echoed, its sound waves transforming into thousands of invisible blades that sealed the air around Xian, slicing through space itself. Behind Tristan, 2 more massive surges of mana flared to life. Gareth and Agravain, who had stood beside him in the Round Table Rebellion, now moved in unison once more. But, in the next breath, all 3 legend tier attacks hit nothing but air. Xian's cloaked form, black with crimson clouds, shimmered like a ripple on water, then reformed in the same place. They looked up, stunned. And what they saw, from within the swirling mask, were 3 silver moons, slowly turning. So, at what point did you all start hallucinating that I didn't activate Tsukuyomi? As if he'd completely lost interest in them, Xia Ya didn't even bother to look at the 3 knights of the Round Table. Under normal circumstances, 3 legend tier powerhouses would have been formidable opponents. Against them, Xia Ya could have only barely held his own using his Black Knight mecha form, and even if he'd used every trump card, it would have still been a narrow victory. But, after being corrupted by the divinity of the Crimson Moon, although that godhood gave them a power boost against others, to Xia Ya, who had access to the Crimson Moon's authority via the equal contract shared with Augustina, this godhood was nothing but a straight-up debuff. The mental defenses of the Crimson Moon's followers were basically wide open to him. All it took was a light activation of Tsukuyomi to trap them in an eternal illusion with no hope of escape. And truthfully, Xia Ya had no real interest in these outdated remnants of the past. His movement paused slightly. In the next instant, the Tsukuyomi illusion in his pitch-black eyes melted away, transforming into Yui's computation sigils. Information lock, released. Countless data streams surged through the soul pact shared between Yui and Xia Ya, flooding into his mental sea. In the Star Realm, the Magi-Tech cruise device named Scabbard of Divine Judgment slowly adjusted its aim. Its new target, the majestic city below. An endless stream of data converted into code, encrypted, and calculated by Yui, forming countless potential trajectories. Most were rejected. Only one single path remained, the true and correct firing arc. Once again, it would be heaven's judgment descending from the sky. But this time, Xia Ya's chosen payload wasn't the Holy Spear. The Holy Spear had been significantly drained after its last full release. Even if it hadn't, its current state still bound by Little AI's soul pact was far from its true form, the storm anchor, tower at the end of the world. Even if Xia Ya attempted another spear-based judgment, it would be meaningless against the Crimson Moon, which had regained much of its divine power alongside the birth of the imaginary belt. So this time, Xia Ya took another path. He didn't rely on Little AI's spear. He didn't rely on divinity. He didn't rely on transcendence. He relied purely on his own intellect. On a creation born from his own genius, something that had never existed in this world before, never even been imagined. If, 1,000 years later, the Gustav Cannon, created by the allied forces of the Golden Plains, was hailed as the pinnacle of 4th era Magi Tech, a weapon capable of harming legend tier beings, a national secret, a trump card capable of suppressing entire armies, then, at the end of the 3rd era, and the dawn of the 4th, a weapon far greater, far more monumental had already been brought into reality. Firing trajectory calculation complete. Secondary verification, confirmed. 1st tier safety lock released. 2nd tier safety lock released. And then, ignition. At the highest point of Camelot, within the throne hall, even though the remaining knights of the Round Table had all departed, that solitary figure still stood within the hall. In the queen's hand, the holy sword blazed with radiant gold light, burning with divine fire. Its brilliance lit up the oppressive black shadows around her, piercing the veil of what felt like eternal night. Augustina, do you really think you alone are a match for me? The voice rang with cold authority within the throne chamber. Probably not, against little Issa, that is. The sound of bells in silver echoed from the veil of night. With a fully unlocked holy sword and the Crimson Moon's blessing, you're already beyond what a simple throne tier can define. But I promised him I'd keep you busy, to buy him that one-on-one chance against the Crimson Moon. I don't know what he's banking on to actually beat the moon, but since I gave him my word, I'll follow through. He takes promises and contracts very seriously. If he didn't, he wouldn't spoil that little girl with the spear so much. I don't want him hating me for breaking my word. Hearing the Black Princess's words from within the darkness, Isadella furrowed her brows. The golden sword light slashed out, cutting through the dark curtain of night. But the attack was swallowed whole, leaving not even a ripple. Isadella's brow tightened further. She could tell that her attacks, even with her current strength, would have been devastating for Augustina to receive. But that woman wielding the authority of eternal night and secrets, if she was dead set on buying time, even at the cost of her life, then even she, as she was now, couldn't break through that defense in time, and certainly couldn't go to the plaza to confront the figure whose mere presence sent chills through her chest. But just then, Augustina's lilting laughter rang out again. Huh? He already finished. Well then, job's done. I'm out before you can turn your wrath on me, little Isa. Her teasing giggle faded like a dream, and at the same time, the shadows and veil of night dissipated like a retreating tide, as if they had never existed. Isadella frowned, still trying to grasp Augustina's true intent. But as the eternal night receded, information from the outside world once again reached the throne room. Boom. Her pupils shrank. From the plaza, louder than any cry before, came the stunned gasps of countless citizens. She looked up, and saw it. Far in the distance, arcing through the sky, a silver-white meteor, streaking across the heavens. From the star realm above, it descended, not toward the ground, but toward the Crimson Moon, suspended above Camelot in the star realm view. Several breaths later, that silver-white, streamlined payload collided with the crimson Moon. Impact. Then, explosion. Since even the Holy Spear, in its incomplete state, couldn't destroy a true, primordial moon. Then, what about, in the face of the sun's radiance? Xia Ya's quiet murmur drifted through the skies, unheard by any. This was it. His final trump card created at the cost of all his wealth, resources, and research. Unlike the Gustav cannon, which was designed to take down legend tier or titled tier summoned beasts, from the very start, Xia Ya's target wasn't mere legends. His hypothetical enemy was always mythical beings, gods. This was the first weapon in all of Western continent's Magi-tech and Mechanist history created as an anti-myth class weapon. Xia Ya had thought of many names for it. Bone Burst, Void Safeguard Zero, Fantasy Collapse, Lepton Fusion. But if he had to condense it all, if there was only one term to encapsulate the most destructive, forbidden Magi-tech weapon ever forged in the world's history, then that word would be nuclear strike. The world fell utterly silent. All that remained was the silver-white warhead falling from the heavens. In the very next instant, a tiny ignition mechanism within the payload was triggered. Although the Western continent, in this main material plane, possessed mana, holy relics, and even access to the star realm and spirit realm, it still adhered to a fundamentally different set of rules compared to the world Xia Ya came from in his previous life. But even so, some concepts, some principles, were still universally applicable. Whether it was a pet beast skill, the divine authority of a mythical being, a supernatural power or divine art, their core mechanism was always the same, converting the wielder's power into destructive force to inflict harm on the enemy. And yet, even high-tier and super-tier skills operated at a painfully low efficiency. There were always limits to life. Even a demigod, or a true god, could only store so much power before reaching their threshold. But what Xia Ya used in this moment broke every known law of this supernormal world. It followed a principle written into the foundation of this universe at the moment of its birth. Mass into energy. The very same law that powered the cores of stars, allowing suns to burn eternally. A monocrystal the size of a fingernail, if completely annihilated, could unleash enough energy to destroy an entire palace. And the warhead Xia Ya now launched, which he named Tsar Bomb, contained monocrystals whose total mass was hundreds, no, thousands of times greater. So, a mere fraction of a second later, within the ocean of condensed monocrystals, a single mana particle collapsed in silence under the influence of the activation ritual. And then, a cascade began. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, 8 became 16. Unchained, unchecked. The chain reaction devoured every free-floating mana particle nearby and pulled them in. They fused together, unleashing their mass in full. And then, under the guidance of alchemical formation, that collapsed mass was converted, without reservation, into pure light and heat. Sound ceased to exist. And along with it, so too did color. Blinding radiance spiraled into whirlpools, engulfing the twisted, monstrous crimson moon in the sky above, and the entire holy city of Camelot below. With a blinding roar, castles of metal and stone melted, instantly collapsing into rivers of molten lava. Every structure, every lingering soul wandering this imaginary domain trapped in endless loops of history was utterly annihilated. Even the 3 round table knights, now corrupted and turned into bloodspawn under the Crimson Moon's dominion, perished instantly. Despite their hardened bodies reinforced by divine grace, they melted like frost beneath sunlight. Their legend-tier regenerative flash, supported by divine essence, should have withstood far worse. And yet, when faced with this nuclear brilliance, they disintegrated in mere moments. because this attack was not of this world, and on the scorched ground, only one thing remained, the suspended, lone blood-red moon. That false god's descent, once reigning high over the skies, now lay at the very center of this nuclear inferno. Everything else, the rivers of ash and molten ruins, were mere side effects of the impact. Wuyuyuyung. Not in the material world, for in this searing inferno, even the air, the medium for sound, had been scorched into distortion. The ancient, metallic ringing like bronze drums colliding, like black iron groaning echoed instead through the star realm, inside the image of the crimson moon. It was the crimson moon, screaming. The holy city of Camelot, its own god realm, was unraveling beneath that unimaginable heat. The divine vessel it had spent 2 entire eras restoring was being torn apart in seconds. The moon didn't just lose its sanctuary. In desperation, it had descended directly into the material plane, exposing its half-formed divine body. Every divine element that constructed the crimson moon was now laid bare before this unrelenting force, and those particles were being erased, burned away, not instantly, but inevitably. A slow, inescapable disintegration. Wuyuyung. Deep within the star realm, the crimson moon's consciousness stirred, and for the first time, it felt shock. A fear it hadn't known since the end of the first era. Divinity is supposed to bow only to deeper, older divinity. That was the law among mythical beings. And the crimson moon, born of the abyss in the first era, a god of primal moonlight, of blood, of eternity, had long believed nothing beneath the stars could harm it. And yet now, it could feel it. A presence, not just equal to its divinity, but surpassing it. A divine presence more ancient, more vast, more absolute. The same one it once glimpsed long ago, the one known only by a single sacred name, the Eternal Sunday. Though this weapon couldn't match that supreme being's mass, its principles, its structure, its origin, were frighteningly similar. And in that moment, the crimson moon realized, the moon may shine brightly, it may be the most radiant light in the night sky, but before the brilliance of the sun, it was nothing more than a firefly. Boom! The twisted red moon's glow dimmed all at once, and yet, in desperation, it tried to hold form, drawing upon every shred of power remaining, to stop its divine body from falling apart. Just like its vampiric spawn, undying regeneration was always the crimson moon's specialty, one of its most dominant traits even among all true gods that had ever existed. Divine power surged from the star realm, barely managing to reignite the crimson glow of the moon, shielding the very core of Camelot's domain. But then, a thousandth of a second later, that blood-colored brilliance shattered once more. In the span of just a few breaths, annihilation and regeneration repeated dozens of times. The crimson moon didn't know what method that individual, clearly someone tied to Octana, had used to unleash such devastating power. But energy that could threaten a mythical being, it couldn't possibly be infinite. So long as there was the briefest pause, even the smallest moment of stillness, it could invoke its authority over secrets to slip free from the lock-on. Abandon the material plane, discard the imaginary domain, even relinquish its god realm and its worshippers. Just preserve its core divinity, its authority, and its sense of self, then flee into the star realm. And there, go dormant. Yes, not revenge, not retaliation, just survival. That was how the crimson moon had endured since the first era, long after other ancient gods had faded, either slain, sealed in the depths of the star realm, or dethroned entirely. The crimson moon endured because it was cautious, or rather it was a coward. But just as this old abyssal god's divine thoughts began to stir with escape, it saw it, a golden spark, and then, a cold, elegant voice echoed through the star realm, brushing softly against its divine consciousness. Well now, long time no see, crimson moon. Didn't expect to run into an old face from the first era here of all places. And I really didn't expect that the coward who turned tail in the final battle, like some scrap-tier trash, would still be putting on this lofty god act. The words weren't shouted, nor laden with divine wrath. They were calm like a casual greeting between old acquaintances. And yet, that one voice caused the crimson moon's divine thoughts to freeze solid. Deep within its divine mind, memories long buried across eras began to surface. They were so old, even the star realm's deepest records had forgotten them. Even thrones and newborn gods knew little of that ancient past. Most only knew vague outlines. That the crimson moon was born of the abyss, that it had survived the apocalyptic war that ended the first era, that many gods had perished, that countless thrones had changed hands, and that crimson moon, though crippled, had lived on. That alone made it stand apart. But only the crimson moon itself knew the truth. It hadn't survived because it was stronger than those who fell, nor because its authorities were better suited to survival, not even because of its vaunted immortality. The real reason it lived was because it ran after its god realm and half its throne were obliterated in a single strike. It didn't even try to fight back. It simply fled into the star realm, hiding like a rat. Yes, it survived the Great War that ended the first era, but only because it had barely participated at all. More like chucking a shuriken from 800 miles away, then immediately running for its life. You're the golden elf from the Black Tower. That voice came like the clang of war drums, like ancient bronze clashing with black iron. No, that's impossible. Your true body was banished to the edge of the dimensional void at the end of the first era. You couldn't possibly. The crimson moon's divine presence flared with panic, scanning the vast star realm in every direction, but found nothing. And then the cold, elegant voice returned. No need to repeat all that for me. Yes, my real body is still trapped at the far end of the void. But this is the star realm. And even if I have to pierce through 10,000 world barriers and dimensional cracks, here, in this place, a single finger is all I need. The crimson moon exploded in divine light. Even knowing it was only a projection, not the real body, even knowing it was just a voice, transmitted across dimensions. Once it recognized who that voice belonged to, the ancient terror reawakened. The cowardice it thought long buried surged once more, and the grotesque red moon panicked and desperate prepared to flee, to vanish from the star realm, before it was too late. But then, a single, pale white finger, appeared silently against the vast cosmic backdrop. In the face of the infinite stars, that delicate finger seemed tiny, insignificant. But in that moment, all starlight dimmed, time froze, stars stopped twinkling, constellations ceased their drift, even the ripple of the crimson moon's divine thoughts stopped. The star realm itself was frozen in place, and only that pale white finger grew ever larger. Ugh, after all that dimensional weakening, one finger's probably not enough to fully erase both divinity and godhood. Sooner or later, you'll crawl back from the star realm. The voice sounded genuinely annoyed. In that case, I'll leave the rest to that kid. He is the one who beat you to near death. Wouldn't be fair to steal his kill. And then came a soft sigh. Still don't know why I end up taking a disciple 1,000 years from now, but if the future me really took him in, and, with that feeling, the voice wavered slightly, barely detectable, but it was there. A flicker of emotion. Then maybe, just maybe, it wasn't just my own one-sided delusion. In the next moment, that pale white finger moved. No eruption of mana, no shockwave, no divine pressure. Just a single touch, and then it vanished, as if it had never been there at all. And in the star realm, time began to flow once again. Golden elf, the black tower, she said, just one finger of power. The crimson moon's divine thoughts resumed. The mental processes that had been frozen reconnected again. But right after, that divine consciousness froze forever. Frozen in the very instant it saw the final word echoing in its mind. A term that could shake even the gods of the first era. God's laying finger. And then, the star realm coordinates at that location were completely obliterated. Back on the material plane, the holy city of Camelot, or rather, what was once called Camelot. Now, it had become nothing more than molten ruin, a burning river of lava. The soft night slowly faded away, revealing the figure of Xia Ya clad in a black robe embroidered with red clouds. He tilted his head slightly, listening to the information being transmitted from the star realm. A long moment passed. Then, Xia Ya gave a little clap. As expected of my master, whether it's you from 1,000 years ago, or you 1,000 years later, you're just as reliable. The star realm and the lower dimensions have thin barriers, so I could intervene a little from afar, but matters of the material realm are a different story. A cool, indifferent message drifted down from the star realm. No worries. I honestly didn't expect even your younger self could knock the crimson moon down from the star realm. I thought you'd still be hiding in some dimensional rift. Anyway, you don't need to worry about what comes next. That's my problem to deal with. Hiding? Young me? The cold voice from the star realm paused. Xia could feel a pair of ancient eyes casting a long look at him from afar, then slowly turning away. Whoosh. As the gaze from the star realm finally vanished, Xia let out a long sigh of relief. As expected, whether it's 1,000 years ago or 1,000 years later, messing with Master is always a thrilling experience. At his side, a faint shadow wove itself from the surrounding darkness. Ogtina reappeared, wrapped in a veil of twilight and night. Though she still looked just as quiet and composed as always, Xia could clearly feel it. The shroud of eternal night and shadows that usually surrounded her had dimmed significantly. The power I stored in the hourglass of time is nearly depleted, and the crimson moon's fall caused a brief backlash in my own divine nature, she said softly. If I don't want to lose control and lash out at you by mistake, I'll need to return to the city of 1,000 years and go back into slumber. Her voice was calm, but her crimson gold eyes had dulled with exhaustion. She didn't try to hide the fact that she was utterly spent. Yeah, go get some rest, Xia said quietly. Thanks, Ogtina. Once I'm back, I'll be sure to send a little extra business your way. The fading night slowly rose toward the high heavens. Xeia's whispered words drifted into the wind, heard by none. That is, if I make it back at all. But soon, he turned his gaze away, then looked up, at that still hanging crimson moon. Crack. A sharp, brittle sound echoed across the sky. A tiny fracture had appeared on the twisted, blood-red moon. At first, it was barely noticeable, but within a few breaths, that crack widened. Fast. Soon, it covered the entire surface of the moon. Snap. The crimson moon, once the divine body of a true god, shattered into pieces, falling apart into countless eerie red particles of light. Those twisted, flickering motes of red slowly began to coalesce, forming something solid. A crystal-clear chalice, glowing faintly red like a carved ruby chess piece. A stellar chalice. This chalice contained the entire divine essence and authority of an ancient abyssal god. In the ancient echoes of the empire of Cang, Xia had once obtained a fragment of a Twilight Elder god's chalice, but that had come from a sealed half-body, incomplete, and weakened over centuries. This was a complete stellar chalice. It was no exaggeration to call it a ticket to the throne, and in the very instant he grasped it, Xia's ears, and his mental sea, were flooded with mad whispers. Whispers so loud, so overwhelming. He was suddenly struck with a powerful urge to praise the moon. Unlike the long-dormant divinity of the sealed twilight god, the Crimson Moon's chalice had just been freshly condensed. Its residual will was still active, still echoing with temptations far stronger than any other eldritch being or corruptive artifact Xia Ya had ever encountered. Trying to seduce me into becoming your new vessel, huh? Xia Ya chuckled at the blood-red chalice in his hand. In that case, as you wish. If you're not afraid. He grasped the crimson chalice, and without a hint of hesitation, plunged it straight into his chest. Boom. Light erupted. But it wasn't the Crimson Moon's glow. It was the blazing fire of a magitech core. In Xia Ya's eyes, the alchemic matrix spun slowly. Jet-black immortal metal spilled forth, tempered by the matrix, shaping into countless intricate components. And in his chest, a radiant engine pulsed with a brilliance like the sun itself. The crimson chalice was devoured by the light, its strange crimson glow swallowed whole by blinding white heat. Then, completely crushed by the furnace at the core of his being. Clang, clang. A river of pitch-black immortal metal surged forth, swallowing Xia Ya whole. One after another, metal components encircled him, rapidly completing the cycle of alchemical forging, assembly, and fusion. The clash of countless metal parts echoed in the air. In just a few short breaths, Xia Ya was no longer standing there as a man. He had been replaced by a massive, jet-black magitech construct. The once white-hot core at his chest, the magitech reactor, had now been tainted by the crimson chalice, its flames burning with a seductive blood-red glow that pierced the heavens. This was the reborn Black Knight. Fueled by the star chalice, it was a transformation that came with a heavy cost by nature, a one-time ignition, a non-renewable surge. But at least during this brief moment, the Black Knight was no longer a machine that could barely match a legendary. Now, it had stepped beyond that level, into a realm that no machinist had ever reached before. And so, Xia Ya stood clad in this crimson and black machine armor, and slowly raised his head. His gaze lifted, and locked upon the highest point of the throne room. Upon her, the silver-haired figure wielding the holy sword. Under this skyless void, across the scorched and lifeless earth, there were no people, no gods, no spectators at all. Only this fragment of the ruined Camelot, adrift beyond the flow of time. And across that boundless sky, two figures looked at each other from afar. So then, King. Xia Ya smiled softly. His words drifted across this world of nothingness. Since no one else can set you right, then, let me be the one, to teach you your final lesson. A violent explosion kicked up a massive cloud of dust and sand, the smoke and debris gathering in the sky into a looming shadow. It was supposed to be the brightest, hottest time of the afternoon, yet the mushroom cloud formed by the massive dust completely blocked out the sunlight, casting all of Camelot in a dim, dusky gloom, like nightfall had come early. It looked exactly like the nuclear winter countless scholars had speculated about in Xia Ya's previous life. And beneath that darkened sky, on the ground of Camelot, blood-red veins were slowly spreading across the enormous jet-black mech. Crystal formations like rubies, starting from the blazing magitech reactor core, continued corrupting the undying metal, staining the entire Black Knight mech with a twisted, bloody hue. It looked no bigger than a clenched fist, just the right size to fit into a chest cavity, but within that magitech reactor core were warped spatial fractures. It was connected to another subdimensional space. Inside the subdimension carried by the magitech reactor core, a crimson halo slowly rippled outward from the star chalice, carrying divine mental waves. I didn't get completely wiped out. My consciousness is still intact. I actually survived that golden elf's one-finger strike. The divine thoughts of the Scarlet Moon surged with disbelief. As an ancient god who had survived since the first era, no god understood the power of one-finger god's lair better than it did. It was a technique that surpassed divine arts, supernatural powers, and divine authority itself. Its very essence represented the full meaning of the word annihilation. Looks like being banished to the dimensional void for multiple eras really weakened that golden elf's strength. Otherwise, that one finger wouldn't have just destroyed my divine power and divine kingdom in the star realm and knocked me down into the material plane. That would have been far too merciful. With a twitch of its divine will, it began probing the surroundings. The Scarlet Moon's thoughts stirred again. It could sense that it was inside a subdimension created by humans. It could even clearly feel that the mind and soul of the one who controlled this subdimension were still present inside it, very close enough to launch a soul invasion at any moment. That spiritual force was strong and unusual, but the Scarlet Moon could tell it was only at the level of a 6-ring titled Beastmaster. Not yet at the legendary tier. And at this moment, although it had lost all of its divine power and divine body from the star realm, its divinity and authority still remained. Relying on its essence as a true god, dealing with a legendary tier's spiritual force might take some effort, but corrupting and invading a 6-ring? That was child's play. This was basically a vessel being hand-delivered for its return and resurgence. Must be some foolish mortal who couldn't resist the temptation of leaping to godhood through devouring the star chalice, trying to claim it for themselves. What a shame, not even having stepped into the legendary tier, and yet thinking you could grasp divinity. All you'll become is someone else's stepping stone. I'll be taking your body now. Without the slightest hesitation, the Scarlet Moon began activating its true god's authority, preparing to invade the body of the one coveting the star chalice, turning them into its servant and blood thrall. Just like the Blood Clan princes and a few of the legendary Round Table knights it had corrupted before. However, that thought had barely surfaced in the Scarlet Moon's divine mind, when, in the very next instant, its divine will suddenly trembled. It felt a vast, majestic force surging from behind. This was different from the nuclear explosion earlier. If that first blast was just an uncontrolled burst of pure energy, then what was forming behind it now was a real star. Not an unstable, self-collapsing burst that burned out in an instant, but a stabilized structure of black rings radiating outward, anchoring the massive core within. Not a fleeting detonation, but a true sun, burning long and steady. In the next second, the scarlet moon felt an overwhelming gravitational pull yanking it toward the source of that majesty and mystery. A few heartbeats later, the massive solar disk engulfed the blood-colored star chalice in infinite light and heat. All the mystique, divine authority, and divinity that once belonged to the ancient god Scarlet Moon, birthed from the abyss in the dawn of the First Era, was completely burned away as the purest of fuel, sustaining the star's eternal blaze within its core. And all the concepts tied to that ancient god, from that moment on, truly became relics of the past. Around the Black Knight mech, the blood-colored crystal growth that had been corrupting and spreading suddenly halted for a split second. In the next instant, all the red crystals dimmed at the same time then shattered. Almost simultaneously, the Magitech reactor core inside the Black Knight mech had its blood-red glow suddenly replaced by a brilliant white light. With a thunderous engine roar, the blazing flames burst forth. The flames pierced through the radioactive clouds left by the nuclear blast, lighting up the dark yellow sky over Camelot. Xia Ya slowly extended his hand, and the undying metal inside the cockpit reshaped into a dagger. Gripping it, Xia Ya sliced his pinky, watching the blood flow this time not instantly healing as before, but dripping red until he applied a healing salve. He couldn't help but smile faintly. Looks like I can finally say goodbye to the Scarlet Moon. Based on the principle of lepton fission and fusion, Xia Ya had long conceptualized two mechanical constructs. And for years, he and Surin had poured time, money, and effort into them. Now, those grand blueprints had finally become reality. The first was the Tsar bomba he used earlier to make all of Camelot suffer in terms from his past life, a hydrogen bomb or nuclear explosion. It gave up all constraints and control, focusing solely on maximum destruction. That single strike annihilated the Scarlet Moon's divine kingdom along with Camelot, buying time for his mentor to strike in the Star Realm. The second was what now powered the core of the Black Knight, the blazing starfire spreading magic energy throughout the entire mech. The Magitech reactor core. Xia Ya had named this reactor far beyond traditional steam-powered cores the artificial star, solar furnace. It operated on the principles of stellar fusion. Or to put it plainly, controlled fusion. The hardest part about dealing with a true god was their immortality. Even if they fell, as long as their divinity remained, they could return from the depths of the Star Realm one day. But now, at this very moment, consumed by the solar furnace, built upon the very laws of stellar operation, and turned into fuel for the star's core, the former Scarlet Moon was no longer merely fallen, it had been erased, conceptually, from the entire multiverse. Congratulations on meeting the title upgrade condition. Your title, Blasphemer, Purple, has been upgraded to Godslayer, Gold. Godslayer, Abyss. Rarity, Gold, cannot be upgraded. Title holder, Xia Ya. This is not mere blasphemy, nor a simple defeat. You have once truly slain the very concept of an ancient god in the mortal realm. Title Attribute 1, while this title is equipped, you and your summoned beasts deal 500% bonus damage against enemies with divinity. Title Attribute 2, while this title is equipped, you will be viewed as the ultimate mortal enemy by abyss-aligned true gods, mythical creatures, cult leaders, and fanatics. Note, throughout the history of the Western continent, those who defeated divine avatars or defiled gods have been rare, but they did exist. However, since the end of the Second Divine Era and through the conclusion of the Third, you alone have slain a god. This is the highest martial merit achievable by any being of order, and also a wound carved into the abyssal monolith, a hatred that will never fade with time, one that ends only in death. Finally, it's done. Xia Ya's gaze lingered on that dazzling golden title Godslayer, especially the panel that read 500% divine bonus damage. With the sudden surge in output from the reactor core, the entire Black Knight mech, composed of undying metal Dracoserpent Mercury, trembled faintly as the excess mana surged outward. Only then did Xia Ya slowly focus his spiritual energy on the solitary throne. Or more precisely, on the slender figure holding the holy sword seated atop it. This is the only way I'll ever be worthy of standing before you, Your Highness. Xia Ya smiled faintly and equipped the Godslayer title. From beginning to end, whether it was Augustina, Sylvia, or the hints given by his mentor, or his own intuition, everything had been telling him one undeniable truth. That compared to the ancient god Scarlet Moon, who'd already been battered and broken at the end of the First Era, hadn't recovered even now, and had no true will to fight. The opponent in front of him, the Crimson Empress, was far more dangerous, and far more formidable. She had lingered in the world for nearly 1,000 years. Isadella's strength and divinity couldn't be measured by the mere standard of throne tier. Not only did she wield the holy sword, but as the master of the imaginary belt, every second she spent here granted her immense power. Within this space, neither Augustina nor Sylvia could defeat her. Even delaying her required their utmost effort. Xia Ya, piloting the first-generation Black Knight, might be able to contend with a normal legendary tier opponent, but against Isadella, at full power and enraged, he might not even survive a single blow. Only now, stacked with the 500% divine bonus from the God's Lair title and fueled by the complete star chalice of a fallen god, the mech's output had been pushed far beyond its limits. Only now did he have the qualification to stand before the ruler of the imaginary belt. But even so, it was just a qualification. With the fall of the Scarlet Moon, Xia Ya had also lost his so-called immortality. Before an enraged throne-tier being, a single mistake could cost him his life. Even so, Xia Ya moved without hesitation. Step by step, he walked toward the highest level of the ruined palace. The mech clanged with each step, leaving deep dents in the still molten metal and lava ground. At last, he stood before the doorway to the throne chamber. Then, Xia Ya raised the ink-black longsword held in the mech's hand, pointing it diagonally toward the silent girl standing before him. His spiritual energy reached out. What it returned was an entirely different, icy concept. She was no longer the second imperial princess, born of the royal family, who had once sworn to purge the rebels and make the Fresta Empire great again. Nor was she the Night King, revered and admired by the masses, who commanded awe on the battlefield and compassion off of it. As Sylvia had guessed, standing before him now was a figure whose original face was unrecognizable. She was the king of the imaginary belt, godlike and high above all. So, Your Majesty, Xia Ya spoke softly, I've come to send you to your death. Boom. Golden sword light flared violently, piercing through the mighty metallic walls. Walls forged from the hardest steel, capable of withstanding a full power strike from a titled tier powerhouse, yet now, they were sliced open like tofu by the sharp golden glow. And that was just the aftershock. The jet black mech locked onto by the golden sword was, in almost the blink of an eye, blasted out of the throne chamber, hurled across the sky above the ashes and rubble. Not a single word exchanged. The moment Xia Ya drew his sword, the battle had begun. This might be the most magnificent battle ever to erupt on the lands of Icegania. Even the recent clash between Feudigan and the Night King, the war of succession between the new king and the old, couldn't compare. If one were to watch from the ground, the battle would seem like thunder raging across the sky, lightning bolts of steel flashing again and again, illuminating the gaps between the clouds. As if a primordial dragon from before the first era were weaving through the storm, breathing lightning into the skies. Unfortunately, in this imaginary belt, detached from history, even the last remaining two spectators had left not long ago. Even the mythical beings of the star realm could only peer into the burst of brilliance and anomalies through the river of time, yet they could not truly see what was happening within the belt. One wielded the holy sword as the ruler of the imaginary belt. The other had burned the full star chalice of a true god to gain, in a fleeting moment, power beyond his level, power that shattered limits. Every clash between them annihilated massive amounts of mana and matter, as sonic winds sliced through the radiation dust clouds lingering above all of Icegania from the earlier nuclear blast, sometimes superheated, sometimes freezing cold. A few of their exchanges occurred close to the ground, slicing through molten rivers that hadn't fully cooled, revealing massive chasms carved through the earth. Other times they collided high above, punching enormous holes in the stratified upper atmosphere laced with radioactive debris, only for clouds to surge in and fill the gaps a few breaths later. Camelot's territory was already far too small for a throne-tier being and Xia Ya, who now temporarily stepped into that realm. And so, their battlefield drifted high above from the skies over Camelot to the entire expanse of Icegania. From the towns and villages near Camelot, to the small border village where Isadella had once drawn the sword in the stone to claim her crown, and even to the former holy cathedral of the Church of Dawn, now desolate and abandoned after negotiations had prompted a full withdrawal. In the end, their battlefield fell upon the Valley of the End, thousands of li away from Camelot. Thick storm clouds suddenly shattered as two figures, one black, one gold, collided in the distant sky like falling stars, then separated once again. Xia Ya plummeted toward the depths of that vast, all too familiar canyon. The jet-black great sword formed of undying metal in his hand shattered apart, disintegrating into countless fragments no larger than fingernails, scattering as an obsidian meteor shower beneath the gray skies. Xia Ya barely managed to control the Black Knight mech, leaping out of the massive crater left by his impact with the ground. But even that one motion cost him everything. He fell to his knees. All across his body, the once perfect Black Knight mech was riddled with massive fractures, with blood spilling from the cracks and pooling on the ground. As a construct forged from undying metal Dracoserpent Mercury, the Black Knight should have possessed infinite self-repair capabilities. But at this moment, faint golden light lingered at the edges of every break, halting the flow and healing of the liquid metal. The higher mystique of the Holy Sword overwhelmed the mystique of Dracoserpent Mercury, and thus, every slash left irreparable damage on the Black Knight's frame. Even the Magitech reactor core artificial star, solar furnace which once blazed with radiant starfire, now bore several deep gashes. The once daylight bright flames had dimmed considerably, and its output was no longer what it had been at its peak. Cough. Xia Ya coughed lightly, swallowing the metallic tang of blood and bits of crushed internal organs along with it. This outcome was only natural. His real self was still only a titled beast master, not even having stepped into the legendary tier. Even with a mech powered by controlled nuclear fusion, even with the star chalice burned and the temporary divine bonus, he had barely managed to fight on equal terms. But that power, it had never truly been his. Great for stomping weaklings, but when facing someone who had fully made power their own, this kind of patchwork, boosted strength would lose eventually. It was just a matter of time. On the other side of the Valley of the End, that solitary figure bathed in golden light slowly descended. Isadella gazed down coldly at the battered and kneeling Black Knight mech before her. Through the gaps in the armor, she could just barely make out the slender figure in a red-clouded black robe, wearing a swirling mask. In truth, the only reason this battle had lasted so long was because the ruler of the imaginary belt had been holding back. And the reason she held back, of course, was because the figure before her resembled Xian so very much. But that faint, impossible hope in her chest had ultimately turned to cold, hard truth. Isadella's crimson eyes fell, a ripple of emotion flashing through them that she couldn't completely hide. You aren't him. You're not Xian. For the first time, her cold and indifferent voice held sorrow and loss. Even though the youth inside the mech before her, his armor, his clothing, his facial features, even the subtle details of his form and voice, all of it was nearly identical to the Xian from back then. No, not nearly. It was exactly the same. And yet, a single brief clash was enough to expose the cosmic difference between the two. The one she remembered, the one etched into 1,000 years of longing and reverie, was so valiant. In her memories, the very first time they met, Xian had fearlessly blocked the encroaching monster tide that was besieging the city. In every battle afterward, he was always at the front, always charging first, never caring about his own injuries or safety. He was the embodiment of the 8 virtues of knighthood, especially valor and sacrifice, a man who, in countless desperate moments, rallied a demoralized allied force under the title of the ever-victorious king. Later, with only his own strength, he had held back Fudigan's half-body, several vampire princes, and other legendary foes at the gates of the Valley of the End. Even at the cost of his life, he never hesitated. That heroic figure, that was the one Isadella had fallen for. The one she built the imaginary belt to someday find again. But now, from this man, she couldn't sense a single trace of those memories. He was cautious. He was cunning. Never trading blow for blow. He relied on underhanded tactics, always looking for the dirtiest way to win. Even when spotting an opening, he wouldn't leap at it blindly. He'd carefully lay traps, apply strategy, and only act after 3 steps of consideration. This fighting style was the complete opposite of the Xian she knew. The youth before her, he wasn't the Xian of the past. If the mind, personality, spirit, and soul were no longer there, then no matter how identical the body, it was meaningless. Just like Merlin once said, this was nothing more than necromantic magic desecrating Xian's body and soul. Whatever undead creature emerged from that would only be a blasphemy to the real Xian. Yet standing before the ruler of the imaginary belt, facing that question, Xia Ya only nodded slightly. Yeah, I'm not Xian. That perfect, courageous guy who would sacrifice himself for the greater good and light up the darkness with the dawn? He never existed. The real me is just someone who always overthinks things. Call it cautious if you want to sound nice. Coward afraid of death would be more accurate. I've never been that selfless. All that righteous talk I spouted was just me farming favorability points. I've never had the conviction to sacrifice the few for the many. Xia Ya's voice was calm, without the slightest hesitation. With that so-called immortality, I built a flawless mask, bright and noble, shining with heroism. But now that immortality's gone, that mask has burned away in the sun. It can't hide anymore. His face was pale as he spoke, each word clear. To put it bluntly, I'm just a scummy online scammer. I used something that wasn't mine to create a perfect online dream guy persona. Then I cheated a girl out of her money and her feelings, and made her do something stupid she could never take back. A romance scammer like that, anyone with a normal sense of morality would probably just spit on him. Xia Ya gave a bitter smile. And even as he spoke, he slowly raised the long sword with the mech's arms. And now, I'm even pushing my luck, about to destroy that girl's entire livelihood, everything she's ever worked for, everything she poured her heart and soul into. Looking back on it, I really do seem like that so-called heavenly fate villain. Xia Ya's gaze sharpened. At the heart of the battered Black Knight mech, the dim solar furnace roared once more to life. Blazing with a radiance even brighter and more intense than before, the entire mech began glowing with a crimson brilliance, scorching hot, humming violently as if it might explode at any second. Overload. A skill activated by burning through the remaining lifespan of the Magitech reactor core. If the battle wasn't decided within 30 seconds, then there'd be no need for the opponent to make a move. The Magitech reactor core and the Black Knight mech would collapse and disintegrate on their own. In that case, let me do what a true villain is supposed to do. Your Majesty. Xia Ya gripped the reformed jet black great sword, pointing it straight at the girl before him. Bloodburn activated. All of Xia Ya's remaining spiritual energy, buried deep within his soul, ignited at once, transforming into azure blue flames around the Black Knight mech. Take this strike, or die by my hand. A mask? Online scammer? Isadella silently mouthed these unfamiliar terms in her heart. Did he mean that he'd used necromantic magic to steal Xian's body, read his soul's memories, and that was why he resembled Xian so much? But quickly, feeling the immense pressure suddenly surging from the jet black mech, Isadella's expression instinctively hardened. She could feel it, this was his final strike. A desperate, all-in blow, burning all remaining spirit and strength. Faced with such a fatal attack, even someone like her had to treat it seriously. The holy sword rose high, a vast torrent of power gathering at its tip. In the next moment, she saw the mech turn into a streak of black lightning, surging toward her with an unstoppable force. Block the attack, then capture him alive and bring him back to the capital, interrogate him thoroughly and find out exactly how Xian's body had been recreated. Camelot may have been reduced to ruins, even the Scarlet Moon had fallen, but none of that mattered much to Isadella. With the Scarlet Moon as a reference, she had already touched the divine realm through her own power. Even now that he had fallen, she herself could still attain immortality. And as long as she lived, the imaginary belt would continue to exist. Camelot, those phantoms of the past, they could all be rebuilt eventually. With that in mind, the holy sword in Isadella's hand burst into sharp brilliance, cleaving toward the oncoming black meteor. A single breath later, Isadella suddenly felt her hand go light. She watched as the pitch-black undying metal Dracoserpent Mercury voluntarily disintegrated. The once imposing mech, a defensive behemoth even she found troublesome, simply dissolved on its own. And inside the mech, the slender figure in the red-clouded black robe let go of the massive metal sword. Then he gave up all resistance. He stepped directly into Isadella's holy sword, which could pierce even refined mithril. Isadella's pupils shrank sharply, but it was already too late. Splurt. The razor-sharp holy sword pierced through that frail body. Straight through, blooming like a twisted, beautiful blood flower in the desolate canyon. Clink. The swirling mask shattered along with the strike, falling into scattered shards. Revealing, beneath it, the holy sword pierced through flesh and blood, its sharp golden edge cutting cleanly through the body. In almost an instant, that blazing ancient mystery of brilliant gold spread along the wound, annihilating the 5 viscera and 6 organs, destroying every tendon and meridian within the body. Time crawled forward, but it could not turn back. In the valley of the end, beneath the dim daylight veiled by dust, the desolate winds sweeping through the canyon carried the blood splatter, which landed on Isadella's exquisitely flawless face. It was clearly scalding hot blood, yet to Isadella's senses, it felt ice cold and piercing to the bone. The swirling mask shattered, and from beneath it, the boy's lips bled, yet he still smiled. Looking at the face beneath the broken mask, that black-haired youth, handsome and soft-featured. For the first time in 1,000 years, the expression of Isadella, the ruler of the imaginary belt, froze. From deep within her soul, eroded and worn away by the long passage of time, not quite human anymore, more god than woman memories she thought long buried began to stir. It was a memory from so long ago. Back then, she wasn't the Night King Arturus, wasn't a throne, and certainly wasn't the high and mighty ruler of the imaginary belt, the Crimson Empress. At that time, she was just the second imperial princess of the Fresta Empire. She had yet to step into the legendary tier, still needing to exhaust herself politically to suppress rebellions from the oath-bound families, making use of countless schemes and alliances. And it was then, she met a black-haired, dark-eyed youth from the northern lands. And because she was short on capable people, she had personally invited him to serve as a sword-bearer for the empire. The time they spent together wasn't long, but Xia Ya's actions, especially his forward-thinking words and behavior, left a deep impression on her. And now, countless details, countless scattered thoughts flooded Isadella's mind. They caused those long-dormant circuits of her soul, clouded by the dust of time and thought untouchable, to begin trembling once more. Dust fell away, and her heart thundered. Before his death, the vision of the utopia Xian had broadcast across all of Iscania, an ideal nation, gradually overlapped with what she'd seen within succubus Princess Dearest dreamscape. Why did they share the same dream? People with ideas that transcended their era were vanishingly rare. For any ruler, meeting even one such person was an extraordinary blessing. How could she have met two? Why did she always feel a strange sense of mutual understanding from the Black Knight Xian? It was obvious, because Xian and Xia Ya were the same person. Why, as a mere fourth ring, could Xia Ya form connections with two thrones, the Argent Witch Sylvia and the Queen of the Night, and even make them willing to kill a veteran legend like Gudryan to protect him? Naturally, it was because Xia Ya had, through some means, formed a bond with them in the past. Maybe it was due to the historical echo of the Kangting ancient kingdom, or maybe something else entirely. But regardless, if Xia Ya could connect with the Tower Master of the White Chalk Tower 500 years ago, then he could certainly traverse a millennium of time and meet her at the end of the Third Era in Iscania. All these were details she had instinctively overlooked under the distortion of the Scarlet Moon and her own obsession. But now, with the Scarlet Moon's influence dissipated, and the forgotten fragments of her humanity retaking her heart, every detail, every thought, pointed to one and only one truth. Xian was Xia Ya's. And she had just used the holy sword to personally kill the Black Knight who had silently helped her through everything, the one she had built the imaginary belt for, the love she would do anything to reclaim. She numbly let go of the holy sword. The dim skies and the desolate valley of the end blurred before her eyes, dreamlike, unreal. Then, she watched as the boy slowly fell into her arms. His aura dimmed, like a lamp going out. His mask shattered, and Xia Ya looked up. His lips were stained with blood, but his eyes still shone bright as a falling star in the night sky. Your Majesty. No, Your Highness. Xia Ya's face was deathly pale, not a trace of color left, but still, he smiled radiantly. Looks like I won this bet. The heavens and earth seemed to vanish. Everything slowed to a crawl. The world was silent, save for one crisp sound of a blade breaking, echoing across the sky. The azure magical flames around Xia Ya's body suddenly receded. In their place, a faint, dark glow wrapped around him. Intense pain spread from the holy sword's wound, shredding every organ, every tendon, every vessel inside him. He could feel his life force being stripped from his flesh, his spiritual perception, his 5 senses becoming cold, slipping away. Without the black knight mech to shield him, Xia Ya's physical body was just that of an ordinary 6th ring one that didn't even specialize in melee defense. To take a throne's full-powered blow head-on, defenseless, unguarded, how could he possibly not pay a steep price? And yet, that faint glow lingered around him. It preserved the last thread of life, keeping him from dying outright, giving him just enough strength to move. One-time item. Watcher's Dagger has shattered. You have entered a 30-second last stand state. Watcher's Dagger. Item type, one-time transcendent item. Item effect, upon receiving fatal damage, puts the user into a temporary unyielding state. For 30 seconds, death is denied. After activation, the item is destroyed. Note, mute the world, and listen to the sound of the dagger breaking. He used a Watcher's Dagger. This wasn't some kind of game-changing trump card, just a desperate life-saving measure. Even when triggered, it didn't heal or restore. It merely refused death for 30 seconds, leaving him with a sliver of health. Once the 30 seconds passed, everything would return to normal. He would still be in his dying state. With the vast power gap between Xia Ya and Isadella, even with those 30 extra seconds, it wouldn't change the outcome of the battle. But Xia Ya had never intended to defeat or kill Isadella. He had surrendered all resistance, stepped into death willingly. With his own blood, Xia Ya had brought Isadella back from her godlike detachment and obsession, to the humanity she had buried deep within. This was the riskiest piece of the plan, one calculated out of countless simulations by Yui. No one knew to what extent, after 1,000 years, the soul circuits of the ruler of the imaginary belt had been corroded by time and the scarlet moon, or whether there remained the faintest shred of humanity that could still be awakened. Even Xia Ya couldn't be sure. But fortunately, this time, Xia Ya's gamble paid off. He felt his body being gently embraced. What entered his sight was no longer the indifferent, godlike gaze of the ruler of the imaginary belt. Instead, it was a pair of crimson eyes, clear, glistening with unshed tears that hadn't been seen in 1,000 years. Eyes that belonged to the second imperial princess, Isadella. That me from before. I wasn't the second princess you once knew, nor the Night King. I was just another existence, one that bore the name Isadella in memory alone. A cold, gentle voice rang out. Isadella gazed down at the boy in black, blood-stained robes held in her arms. There was no longer that detached aloofness of a god gazing down from the clouds. In its place was unmistakable trembling. For someone like me, was it really worth it for you to go this far? To pay such a price? Yet before her questioning could finish, she was interrupted. That lantern festival on that winter night, I once made a promise in my heart. The next lantern festival, the one that symbolizes reunion, all of us have to gather again at the manor in the Black Lily district. Not one person missing. Xia Ya's voice, dulled by blood loss, was faint, but the boy's dark eyes still shone like the morning star. Exactly the same as the first time they met on the day of the royal selection. Even if your highness has become someone I no longer recognize, as long as I remember who you once were, from beginning to end, that's enough. The boy's words struck something deep in Isadella's heart, leaving her dazed for a long time. Only after a while did the princess let out a bitter smile and shake her head. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can go back. Her gaze fell upon the holy sword in her hand. Creating the imaginary belt was already a violation of the world's laws, a defiance of the river of time itself. I've fallen too deep into this place. That obstructed, tampered flow of time is already beyond salvation. Even with the protection of the holy sword, I won't be able to last much longer. Maybe 5 years. Maybe 10. This imaginary belt will eventually be corrected by the force of historical revision. And when that time comes, I, the ruler of the imaginary belt, will be crushed without resistance, erased along with every trace of my existence. That is the irrevocable sin I bear. From the very beginning, I was never someone who could turn back. Her words were dim, yet without much regret. The moment she killed Merlin and established the imaginary belt, she had never intended to go back. And before she was wiped away by the force of correction, before the world forgot her entirely, getting to see the boy she had longed for one last time was already more than enough. I can't go back. And at your side, there's still that winter flower girl from the Ingulite family, that witch from the White Tower, and many others, people and things worth holding on to. Isadella's voice softened. The moment Xia Ya revealed his identity, she had already understood completely. Whether as the Empire's second imperial princess or as the Night King, her connection with Xia Ya had only ever been that of trusted allies, of superior and subordinate, not lovers. Her feelings for Kind, twisted, deep as they were, had always been one-sided. From beginning to end, Xia Ya never belonged to her alone. He was also that girl who had contracted the Holy Lance. He was the whole world to the Argent Witch. She, who had never even confessed her feelings, had no right to selfishly claim him. To me, you coming across time to see me one last time, that alone is enough. Isadella forcibly swallowed the sorrow twisting in her chest and tried to smile. Let me use the Holy Sword's protection to return you to the correct timeline. In your rightful world, there are people and things more important than me. She raised the Holy Sword. Golden brilliance burst forth. She was about to command that ancient mystery to carry Xia Ya back to the proper course of history. But in the next instant, she was startled. Your Highness, sometimes, if you can't hold on anymore, it's okay not to force yourself. In Xia Ya's hand, 2 illusory lights slowly emerged. A glove and the phantom image of a die. The effect of Watcher's Dagger, which refused death, was about to end. Roughly 5 seconds remained. But 5 seconds was more than enough for what Xia Ya intended to do. Though his face was drained of all color, Xia Ya's pitch-black eyes gleamed with light. In the next instant, the illusion of the glove slowly faded. The die spun gently in the air and landed, face up, on a 6. Thief's gloves, one-time use. Rarity, purple. Type, transcendent item. Price, 15 coins. Effect, when worn and used on a selected target, randomly steal 2 items from that target. Consumed on use. Note, sneaky, sneaky. Die of fate, phantom. Rarity, purple. Type, transcendent item. Price, 30 coins. Effect, roll the die. The number rolled determines your luck outcome. Consumed on use. Note, Orion Fey, all in. The thief's gloves and die of fate were items Xia Ya had noticed the first time he accessed the Sands of Time exchange store. From the very first glance, Xia Ya had realized the synergy between the 2 items. The thief's gloves on their own, with their random effect of stealing 2 things from a target, weren't particularly meaningful. After all, the concept of things was far too broad from wallets to buttons, anything could qualify, and the odds of successfully stealing a valuable item were low. If he accidentally stole something like, say, a pair of panties, he might even get arrested on the spot as some kind of pervert. But if the gloves were enhanced by the die of fate, then it was a different story entirely. As long as one paid the proper price and rolled a 6, the maximum value representing ultimate luck. Then, by the logic of wishes come true, the randomly stolen things could shift from meaningless odds to preordained targets. And the reason the thief's gloves had a rarity level matching that of a rule-breaking item like the die of fate, reaching purple tier rarity, was precisely because they weren't limited to stealing only physical objects. They could also steal abstract, intangible concepts. For example, the authority of the ruler of the imaginary belt. Or more importantly, the karma and sin born from altering history and invoking the backlash of correction forces. Of course, if this power to steal from the source was used on an enemy, it would naturally trigger resistance and possibly fail entirely. Otherwise, Xia Ya could just casually find an ancient god and swipe their power outright. Only when the target trusted him completely, and had no defenses against him, could the success rate of the thief's gloves reach its maximum. That was why Xia Ya had taken the risk, why he'd gone to such lengths to awaken the human side of Isadella. Boom. A vast and overwhelming mystery surged up beside Xia Ya. In an instant, it even surpassed the divine mystery contained within the holy sword. Isadella's crimson eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the frail figure in her arms. Solid streams of the river of time surged out from Xia Ya's body, roaring with power, rendering the boy's form faint and translucent. Though he was right there in her arms, Isadella could distinctly feel that the body she held was gone, no longer offering even the slightest physical sensation. The 2 of them were mere inches apart, yet it felt as if they were separated by entirely different timelines, never to touch again. The canyon trembled. The world thundered. Not just the Valley of Termination, but the entire material world began to collapse. The holy sword in Isadella's hand emitted a sharp, clear chime. The historical correction force, which had weighed upon her like a mountain held at bay only by the holy sword, suddenly vanished, no longer pressing down on her. Boom. Within the imaginary belt, the real material realm shattered. Streams from the river of time spilled through the ruptures formed by the imaginary belt, turning the surroundings into waves of flowing light. Countless images from the past, fragments of the future, moments from different timelines all converged in the chaos only to crash into and dissolve one another. Life is something destined to end. The boy's voice rang in Isadella's ears, yet it felt worlds away. Life is a pilgrimage of accumulated pain. But, Your Highness, I believe the legend of the Night King was never meant to be a story of death and finality. Xia Ya's face remained deathly pale, but the illusionary river of time around him only grew denser. The force of historical correction roared, and its direction shifted. No longer surging toward Isadella as it once had. It now surged wildly toward Xia Ya, and in that instant, Isadella understood everything. Xia Ya, she didn't know what method he had used. But not only had he taken her authority as the ruler of the imaginary belt, he had also stolen the sins, those rooted in the alteration of history, along with the cause and effect that had invoked the backlash of correction. And now, he bore it all alone. Boom. The material world completely disintegrated, no trace of the original Xia remaining. In its place was the roaring river of time. Not a projected illusion within the material plane, this was the real river of time. With unstoppable, irreversible might, it surged to sweep Isadella away, to return her to the rightful history. The holy sword's brilliance flared again, but now, it seemed dimmer. Earlier, it had consumed too much power, and with the loss of her identity as ruler of the imaginary belt, Isadella could no longer draw upon the authority that once empowered it. The remaining energy wasn't enough to anchor her within this foreign timeline. Even so, she forcibly channeled what little power was left in the sword. Amidst the crumbling flow of time, Isadella barely managed to stay her footing. She looked toward the upstream of the river of time, toward that collapsing illusion of a world, toward the lone figure being ravaged by correction forces. Despite bearing all the karma and sin that came with her distorted timeline, Xia Ya's face remained calm in the midst of the disintegrating imaginary belt. Behind him appeared a phantom palace, remnants of the space between the thrones. Countless shattered fragments of black metal slowly gathered behind his slight figure, and in the end, they formed a throne of black iron, just like the identity he now bore, that of the ruler of the imaginary belt. The boy sat on the black iron throne, and across the roaring river of time, he looked at Isadella. Why would you go this far for me? From the silver-haired princess's mouth came a cry so sorrowful she could barely recognize her own voice. She had never even expressed her feelings. They weren't even lovers. And yet what he had done for her, far surpassed anything a mere lover could do. He had taken upon himself the sin of being ground into dust by the force of correction, the fate of being forgotten by the entire world. Seated upon the black iron throne, Xia Ya also pondered the question. He had already lost his concept-level immortality. He no longer had the luxury of reckless play, yet despite that, he had chosen such a perilous path. It didn't fit the usual behavior of Xia Ya at all. If anything, it was more like something Xian would have done. But Xian was supposed to be just a fake identity. With the loss of immortality, he should have vanished from the world entirely. Because I feel guilty. And greedy, I guess. Xia Ya looked down at that delicate figure on the verge of collapse and spoke softly. In the past, I only ever approached the echoes of history with a game-like mindset. I acted only to earn quest rewards, to grind so-called character affection, wrapping myself in layer after layer of a noble and righteous persona. Once the goal was achieved, I could just pat myself on the back and walk away from the echoes of history. But for you, your highness, for Sylvie, that kind of deep, soul-piercing emotion was real. Because of a single sentence from a scumbag like me, a girl ended up waiting in a dark, empty tower, sitting alone upon a vacant throne, for 500 years, 1,000 years, even bearing sins that history itself would not allow. Even if you and Sylvie both didn't care. I do. I think, only if I experience the same pain, do I have the right to accept that kind of love. Xia Ya's voice softened just a little. I do have feelings for you, your highness. Maybe it comes from those days we fought side by side, or maybe it started even earlier, and I just didn't realize. And I'm also the greedy, petty type. So, I can't accept that the one you fell in love with was Xian and not me. Xia Ya sat tall upon the throne, his gaze deep and unwavering. My real name is Xia Ya. Xian was nothing more than a noble-sounding mask I created. He was never real. To me, that's no different than being old. I want the person you love to be me, the one and only Xia Ya in this world, not Xia Ya Ingrid, not Xian, not some so-called holy knight. His words paused momentarily. Within the imaginary belt, the solitary figure seated on the black iron throne fell into Isadella's eyes. It overlapped perfectly with that lone silhouette from the Valley of Termination, back turned to the world, facing an army alone. Your highness. The black-haired, black-eyed youth slightly turned his head, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. The flowing light of time brushed against his face, casting sharp and defined shadows. The me that I am now. Can I be the one and only male lead in your story? The roaring river of time washed away the last remnants of power left in the holy sword, and with it, the final part of Xia Ya's sentence. Isadella was swept away by the current of time, carried downstream along the great river of history. She watched as that solitary figure upon the throne grew farther and farther away, until at last he was gone.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.